or you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto Amogus. Is that enough? It is! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to our regional championships here in Toronto, Canada. It's chilly outside, but things are certainly heating up here in the event hall. Players are competing for so many prizes this weekend. Of course, an invite to the World Championships. It is sure to be an exciting weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie. I am here in the lounge to kick off the show with Ethan Hegster, Heggy, and Pablo Tableman Meza. How are we doing, gentlemen? Are you excited for the weekend?
Absolutely. Like you said, it is cold outside, but the event is going to be an exciting one. This is the largest Canadian regionals of all time. It's so great to see that up north, players are still showing out. We're going to have an exciting event.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to a lot of Pokemon this weekend. We've had a lot of tournaments with Surging Sparks now. I'm really hoping someone out there will have some spice for us this weekend.
It certainly seems like when we get a few tournaments into a format, that's when, you know, players really start to innovate. Once the meta kinds to form around a few specific decks. Let's take a look at the schedule of regionals thus far this year. What we have done to get to this point, we are churning through this season at a quick rate. Of course, this is just our North American Regional Championships with the ICs listed on here as well. There were a couple of tournaments last weekend, though, as well. There was the Perth Regional Championships taking place down in Australia. There was the Bogota special event that happened last weekend as well. And all of these events taking place all over the world, weekend after weekend, makes it really feel like such a global effort for this game.
It really is a build-up to the World Championships. Every year, it just becomes more and more action, especially with the invite system being a lot more difficult, right? Players from the top echelon of their region qualifying. It's not a point threshold, so, you know, we've seen in the past some players, they get their 500, 600 points, they stop going to events. That's not the case anymore. You really can't feel safe, especially this early on in the season.
And let's take a look at those points that these players are competing for throughout the course of this weekend and all of our many other events happening throughout the season. Of course, first place at this tournament will lock up 350 championship points, and like you mentioned, Ethan, it will be the top X number of players in each region for North America where this event is taking place. It will be the top 125 Masters Division players at the end of the season.
Yeah, top 125 for North America and Europe, 100 for Latin America, 20 for Oceania, and 10 for the Middle East and South Africa. So, as you mentioned, Ethan, very, very difficult this season to qualify. The most exclusive World Championships, I would say, so far.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. Most exclusive in recent years. Far, far different from the previous threshold. And it's going to be really interesting to see how things shape up as we get deeper and deeper into the season. We've only had one international championship so far. Those events are going to be a huge factor in fighting for those top races. Of course, we did just last weekend have Perth and Bogota, but the last event that we broadcast was the Sacramento Regional Championships. Ethan, you competed at that event. Let's hear a little bit from your perspective about how things went.
It was a good event for me. I cashed, got top 32, so, you know, not something too shabby to say at the least. I mean, it comes to showcase, right? When we're in a metagame like this, that's very, very wide. A lot of what comes down to it, not just is your deck choice, but also how well you play a deck, how you pivot. And at least for me, in my eyes, something a deck like Regidrago, which I played, it gives you the most ability to essentially outplay and maneuver through the various decks in the format. And Pablo, I feel like that's a reason that a lot of these players have shifted towards playing Regidrago and have stuck with it throughout this format.
Oh, for sure. It's versatility, right? Having all these Dragon-type attackers options to adapt to every situation you come up with. That's one of the strengths of Regidrago, and that's why it's been doing so well.
And Regidrago was a dominant deck at Sacramento. It had a lot of placements in the top spots, but it was not the deck that ended up winning the whole event. Let's take a look at our Sacramento recap.
At the Sacramento Regional Championships, Surging Sparks was finally tournament legal, but it remained to be seen if some of the new decks on the block could stand up to Regidrago V-Star, hot on the heels of the deck's amazing performance at LAIC. Imagine our surprise when it was a revitalized Miraidon EX, partnered with the new Pikachu EX from Surging Sparks that answered the call. In the finals, Kenneth Gilman and Landon Caitler faced off in a Miraidon EX mirror match. After an explosive back-and-forth set, it all came down to Game 3. By consistently taking the first knockout of the game, Landon's momentum could not be stopped, cementing his position as the Sacramento Regional Champion.
Landon Caitler shows off the boss's orders. Landon Caitler is a double-time regional champion now, winning Sacramento, California regionals here with Miraidon EX.
Never miss a beat and head to Pokemon.com/compete to join the fun.
And congratulations, of course, to our event winners there in Sacramento. A two-time regional champion, Landon Caitler. What a run as well with the Miraidon EX.
And you got to give it up to Kenneth as well. I mean, this was his first big breakthrough at a regional championship. I believe a top 128 or 256 is only other result. So going that far, that deep, especially in tournaments nowadays where it's over 1,000 players, not a small feat at all. Congratulations again to him.
And to like a deck that I don't think any of us expected to make it all the way to the top, and having a mirror match in the finals shows how well they chose the deck for the event.
Right, it was a good call. It was not even a very popular deck at the event. Let's take a look at the meta breakdown from Sacramento Regionals, because Miraidon was not even on the list of the top 6 decks. So who would have thought that after seeing this for day number 1 that day 2 would yield Miraidon EX in the finals?
Clearly not me, clearly not a lot of the casters either in this point. So, you know, we maybe have to get up on our feet a little bit here and get ready for the next tournament, at least for this tournament here. I mean, you see the wide array of decks it does very well into. Regidrago V-Star, the #1 deck. We saw John Eng get defeated by that in top 8. And then Raging Bolt, you know, definitely a closer matchup. Charizard as well. But the other matchups do seem pretty navigable, especially those bottom 2 decks. Archeops, Lugia, never really been a great matchup for the Miraidon deck throughout its entirety, and Iron Hands just can prey on Gardevoir early on in the game.
Let's take a look at the second day of competition in Sacramento. How decks converted from day number 1 to day number 2 is always one of the most interesting things that I like to look at. And there was a newcomer on the top 6 graphic here, the Golden Go EX. And while much of the story is about the Miraidon mirror match in the finals, there were 2 Golden Go. There was a Golden Go making a deep run in that event as well.
Yeah, a friend of mine, Victor, his first big finish as well at that tournament, and that definitely set the pace for Goldengo heading into the next years of events, right? Now Goldengo is an actual threat in the metagame, and it's all about that Energy Surge Pro. Before, Goldengo had good results, but Energy Surge Pro really brought it to a whole new level.
Yeah, it really does take it over the edge, and it is something that has continued to see success since Sacramento Regionals, and is a popular deck actually at this tournament this week. And let's take a look at our champions so far throughout the season. It's one of my favorite graphics that we share every single event, is taking a look at the journey of all of these players and who will add their face to this graphic, who will be our remaining regional champions through the rest of the year.
Still so much action to come. You see, we're only 3 events down. We've still got plenty more regional championships to go. And there's so much on the line, like you said. The automatic invitation to the World Championships is a huge feat, especially with this competitive system. So all 3 of these players guaranteed they could, you know, sit back on the couch for the rest of the season, and we'll still see them in California later this year.
All of these players locking up an invite by getting the win, like you mentioned, and all of them as well, you know, being able to push forward into the top end of the rating zone. Let's take a look at the top 16 players from North America and see how that breakdown is looking at this point. Rahul Reddy, someone who's not featured on that graphic, but I mean, he's been on an absolute tear this season ever since his top cut finish at the World Championships.
Yeah, getting back-to-back top 8s, I believe, to start off the season, right? So sure, he doesn't have an automatic invite to the World Championships yet, but sitting
1,000 championship points.
Exactly, sitting in first place I would say he's pretty locked in, right? But then, yeah, we also see Henry Chow, right? The first winner, he has kept on playing. He's still grinding out the events. And, I mean, there's plenty to play for still, right? Travel awards and everything for the rest of the season. So it's nice to see him still up there as well.
Yeah, and you see a lot of these names on here have really been taking advantage of those special events. You know, one name up there, Owen Dallegard, had a top 8 finish at Bogota a few weeks ago, or last weekend it seems, to get a lot of those championship points. I know Stephen Hamula is another player who's been traveling to a lot of those championships. So, you know, the best finish limit right now for those players who are going to a lot of events, we're going to start to see these numbers maybe slow down a little bit as some of these players have started to, you know, max out realistic finishes. How likely is it that they're going to, you know, get multiple top 32s, top 16s, or even top 8s to get some more championship points on top of their finishes they already have?
And it's a really cool thing to look at with this graphic as well. I mean, we see a couple of players who've been around the game for a long time. Rahul Reddy, Kieran Farah, right, a Canadian local as well for this event. You know, players who've been around the game have had tons of success. But you mentioned Owen Dallegard, Benjamin Herbert up there as well. These are 2 first-year Masters Division players really making a name for themselves coming out of the Seniors Division in the last season. Let's take a look at our EU regional champions. We've talked about North America, of course. We've got the European tournaments that have been happening as well, and those have been extremely, extremely exciting to watch. And just short while ago, we had Arnie winning the Stuttgart Regional Championships with Charizard EX.
Yeah, another mirror match in the finals, Charizard. I don't think many of us had Charizard doing well because of Regidrago's dominance, right? But I feel like Regidrago's dominance, as we saw it win in Lille by James Cox, we also saw it win again in Gdansk by Alberto Conti. It's been dominant so long that people are trying to counter it, and therefore Charizard can counter those counters.
The countering of the counters is certainly, it's the mind games of the Pokemon TCG when it comes down to picking a deck for any given event. Sure, Charizard may have a rough matchup into the most popular deck of Regidrago, but that's not the only deck that you're going to be playing against throughout the course of a tournament weekend. And speaking of like predictions and what we think may or may not do well, let's take a look at what the casters for this weekend have predicted. What are the things that we are expecting in Toronto to succeed thus far in the event? See Ethan here. Ethan, you and Pablo, it's a good thing you guys are paired up because you seem to be on the same page.
Yeah, it's no surprise. This is number 1 and number 2, no matter how you look at it. They are the most versatile and dominant decks. Charizard with its hard-hitting power and the consistency of Pidgeot, and Regidrago V-Star with its incredibly fast aggression and numerous choices of attacks to pick. It's no surprise, 1 and 2, and I'm confident about that.
And really interesting to see. It's not a surprise to see that Boo picked Cloth. She's a big fan of Cloth as a Pokemon, as a deck. I'm a little surprised to see it on Kyle's list, though, so maybe a good thing that they are paired up as well, because that is a deck that has really burst onto the scene. There was a couple of players with a top 32 finish in Sacramento. You know, it had had some success in Japan previous to that. I think that's kind of where it first got on the page, but this is a deck that has, you know, gone from a rogue, completely under the radar deck into a top meta contender. What do you make of that, Pablo?
I mean, it's definitely been really surprising, and it's all been about that Precious Trolley, right? Precious Trolley combined with the Area Zero, letting Clough just have every supporting Pokemon in existence, both to draw cards with Squawk and Fezandipity, but also the whole Poison package, which is very crucial for the deck success. So now it can have both available at the same time on its bench for at least the beginning of the game when it's so crucial. That's really brought Clough, and I think it's the number 3 deck just behind Charizard and Regidrago in my opinion.
I decided to go with the Lugia V-Star and the Snorlax this weekend as my picks for decks to succeed. Lugia's been really, really popular in the past, but the last couple of events, it has not done super well, and I think players were kind of scared to play it after Sacramento, of course, with the Miraidon mirror match in the finals, but we've kind of had a few events since then. Miraidon hasn't proven itself to be a top meta contender. It's a good deck, but not one of these top high percentage played decks, and a lot of Regidrago lists are not playing Temple of Sinnoh right now, which is a huge buff to Lugia V-Star.
When you count Lugia out, it always comes back. You can never count out the power of Summoning Star and Archeops's broken Primal Turbo ability. Like you said, people start cutting that card. You have no out against things like Legacy Energy to take away prize cards. The fundamental aspect of the Pokemon TCG, that's where Lugia soars away, and you can't catch it.
And then, I mean, you chose Snorlax, Chip, which is a very interesting, it's like almost the polar opposite of Lugia,
Sure.
right? They're sworn enemies, so why Snorlax?
Yeah.
What's your reasoning behind Snorlax?
I mean, similar to what Ethan just said about Lugia, it's, you know, whenever it's a deck that's not getting respect, it tends to pop back up, and I don't feel like Snorlax is getting the most respect right now. There are a couple of decks that just kind of naturally beat it, right? You just lose to Cloth, right? They play Pecharunt EX. That's a pretty impossible thing to come back from, unless players kind of adjust and change their lists. And Snorlax, the block ability, if it's something that players are not respecting, there's just always an opportunity for that to pop up. I mean, there are so many things right now. Like, if you look at the Miraidon lists that won, I mean, they just have no way around block. You just stick a Latias in play, bring it up, and the game is over.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, block is another deck that can adjust, it can play cards. You know, some players have been rumoring, there's been some murmurs in the crowd about things like Klefki going into the deck. You can use cards like Klefki to have an out against Cloth by trapping Brute Bonnet in the active spot, right? You bring the Klefki up and you shut off the Latias, and then you also shut off the Pecharunt and the poison ability from the from the Brute Bonnet, and it has 3 retreat costs, so it can't normally move. So players could maybe adjust a little bit, and that's when a deck can really do well, when players think a matchup is so free, it's so guaranteed, and a simple tech just fixes the complete matchup that it struggles with.
It's so funny that you bring up that exact interaction, because as I was walking around at the tables, I was looking at some of the top tables of the players who were 2-0 heading into this round, and I saw that exact interaction playing out. A Klefki with a Brute Bonnet stuck in the active, doing absolutely nothing. The guy had the Snorlax on the bench. He was ready to go. I was like, yep, that checks out. That checks out. Well, of course, we are getting into our holiday spirit here. It's been such a wonderful year through 2024. We're into the 2025 season now, but what a great year 2024 has been, and we always like to celebrate here on our broadcast. Get into the holiday spirit. As you can see, our decorations behind us. We are going to be doing some cookie decorating later on this weekend, so keep your eye out for that. We are in the presence of last year's cookie decorating champion, Ethan Hegster. Heggy, what are you going to do this year to defend your title?
Something better than this, for sure. This was truly a masterpiece. I want to thank everybody who helped me get to this point. And, you know, the last year I've been reflecting on my work, and I've been practicing. I've had some assistants. I've had some mentors guide me through this year's work, and I'm not taking any chances, so it's staying secret what I'm putting together, but you guys better be prepared, because action is coming. That's all I have to say. There is going to be a great cookie. No one has ever seen a cookie like this before.
I hear primary school teachers give really good like painting coaching. So yeah, I guess that would make sense to really bring your game up to a next level.
It's not about the teacher, it's about the product, okay? Whatever you learn from, if you have a medium, you have a mentor.
Well, be sure to check out all of our broadcasts throughout the year as we get into the rest of this season. If you're ever wondering when a next event is being broadcast or streamed, be sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. You can see which one of us are going to be working any said event, and also what time those events will be streamed and scheduled. Be sure to stay up to date with Pokemon.com/broadcasts, and also follow all of our various channels here, Twitch and YouTube, where you can be sure to stay up to date and never miss a single one of these tournaments. They're so exciting. There's so many different things that can happen. I love this game. I love that we get to do this, and following the journey and seeing how these players adapt and change and go with the flows of the meta is so fun to see.
It's awesome. The Pokemon is a great game. The holidays are great. What better combination than to bring the two together? It is cold here, I will admit. I truly do feel in the Christmas spirit thanks to the weather and everything else. What a great time to be having some Pokemon action and playing Pokemon here in Toronto.
Without a doubt, and I think our casters are getting ready. I hope our viewers at home are getting ready. Let's get into the booth and get into our first stream match of the day.
Getting in the holiday spirit indeed. We're here in Toronto, in Canada, the land of the caribou. You have a frosted caribou on the desk here today, and a Kyle as well.
I'm slightly frigid, but yeah, other than that, same old me.
He's not just any Kyle, he's Kyle Sablehouse, and we are here to bring you some Pokemon action on the TCG desk here in Toronto. It's going to be an epic competition out there today. Of course, this is our day one here. Our players are going to be fighting it out to get into a day two, and then the real action begins. But first, we got to check out what format our players are playing in today.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
You could be a winner here at one of these regional championships. Of course, this time around, one of the players in our fields are going to get that $10,000 and 108 several booster boxes for first place. Of course, it doesn't end there. There's a lot on the line here for our players. And you get those cool gold Pikachus.
Yeah, you get your championship playmat as well. We see a lot of players flexing those throughout the entirety of the year, showing off. We know especially that World Championship playmat, all those are some pretty high notoriety things to be flexing. But I mean, look at this. Even the top 4 at this was paying out what a regional used to pay out years prior. So huge opportunity for these players to earn a lot of great accolades, but also start to build on those championship points too as they look towards the rest of the year.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen people who haven't even played in a regional come and win a regional for their very first time. We've seen our well-established players come out and perform once again on our stage. So it really could be anyone. Definitely a great time to get into Pokemon TCG if you're still thinking about it. But this time around, you'll have to stay tuned in on all of the action that we have here today. We're going to be jumping into it very soon. Kyle, I hope you're excited. Another one's coming up. I feel like we get all of the fun matches.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of starting the tournament here. We already have some players that have established themselves in the event. They've already won a few games, got that confidence building, and now they have an opportunity to flex here on the main stage, show everyone what they're capable of. And I mean, we're dealing with a pretty young format. We see some interesting decks creep up or creep back up. And it looks like we've got a pretty great treat.
Creep back up, indeed. Well, we get to introduce our players now. Let's jump into this very first match, get into the action here in Toronto. And creep back up is a great way to put this, Kyle, because check this out here. Of course, let's just get the easy introduction. Kieran Farah here from Canada, has been representing Canada forever, extremely well established, especially with Lugia V-Star, a finalist just a couple regionals ago in Baltimore, and is back at it again with an undefeated record here in Toronto. Sort of a local superstar.
Yeah, my player to watch for the year, and I could not have been happier with how he's performed so far in just 2 major events. From Baltimore and Louisville, has that second place and a top 8 finish with this deck. Feels so comfortable piloting Lugia. He has defeated 3 Regidrago V-Stars in a row.
Well, that's lucky.
He's technically playing another Regidrago deck, but it's not the one he's expecting.
Gosh. Yeah, we're going to see some Regis around here. We were looking over here. Ryan Shore is going to be facing off against Kieran, and Ryan's accolades that we've seen 18 months ago was also playing Regigigas.
Yeah, it looks like he just listened to his last name and said, sure, I'll just give it a shot.
Sure.
I'll just pick the deck up again after 20 months and see how it does. He had to take the scoop ups out of there and add in a precious trolley, but it's kind of the same deck, kind of not. It's got a little extra spice this time around with the inclusion of that Pikachu EX.
Yeah, and I mean, you see that precious trolley carries so much weight there. Also undefeated so far, taking down a Dragapult, Iron Thorns, a Golden Go, and a Miraidon. So I am excited to see what Ryan's strategy is going to be against this Lugia deck.
which, I mean, maybe Ryan already knows. Kieran is the master of Lugia so far, so maybe that's what I'm going to be playing into. Kieran's face!
Yeah, I was looking for like
mulligan.
a crack of a smile or something. He's just downloading. He's all right. What?
No, Kieran is laser focused in these matchups. I mean, he does crack a smile here and there, especially after a match concludes, and usually he's winning them. But yeah, looking at that hand when you have a mulligan, if you don't have a basic Pokemon, you have to shuffle up until you get a basic Pokemon. But that means Ryan then reveals the cards that weren't any basic Pokemon, and Kieran's sort of checking them out like, what am I playing against?
Yeah,
what is this?
You don't necessarily see the bad news yet. You see Metal Energy and a bunch of unusual cards, and maybe your brain starts to put it together. Oh, geez, this could be Pikachu. I have weakness to worry about now. This is a lot to consider, and your opponent, you know, Regigigas is one of those decks that gets that turn 1 explosion so frequently. You're just hoping not to be on the bad end of that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this deck functions here on our stream. I mean, this is the showcase here, Ryan Shore's deck. Undefeated so far. Let's see if we can take it even further between these players. Looks like we've resolved our mulligans. That means Kieran Farr is going to get a couple of extra cards to the hand for each mulligan that Ryan had. I think it was only one. Prize cards are out. I think these players are ready to go. We have the fist pump. We're jumping into our very first match here in Toronto, starting things off with the Weird Ear on Kieran's side, and then we know straight away, oh, it's a Reggie Drago I'm going against. Wait a second. That's a different Reggie Drago.
Yeah, this one has an ability. Doesn't give me nearly enough prize cards. This isn't going to be fun. Yeah, Weird Ear is not the Pokemon you'd like to see in the active spot as well. Thankfully, does see that Nest Ball, so has an opportunity to rebuild on this hand. Maybe find a Pokemon like that Squawkabilly, but you see some precious resources in that hand. Especially that pink card, and you start to worry about where all this is going to go.
Yeah, you can't start throwing things away too hastily here if you have some important cards in the hand, and that's unfortunately what happens to Lugia a lot of times is they'll get stuck with some awkward hands, several energy as well in the prize cards, as well as a couple supporters there for Kieran, so has to keep note of all those energies that are missing for this match, but just knowing that you're facing down a Reggie deck, the small Reggie deck. Let's reintroduce this deck. I mean, we said Ryan Shore was playing it 18 months ago. How is this deck functioning, Kyle, and how is it going to be performing against Lugia specifically?
Yeah, so you're really focused once more on that ability from the Regigigas. It's to use your Ancient Wisdom once you have all of the different Regi Pokemon in play. You establish all 6 of those in play, and then you have this ability to bring back energies every single turn. Load up 3 energies on a specific Pokemon. In this case, it's probably going to be that Pikachu, a very difficult Pokemon to charge up, as we've seen throughout this new iteration of the format. So how do we take advantage of this Topaz Bolt? This is a great way to do just that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Pikachu being played with, of course, the Mirage Gates and the Lost Box decks. That's another way to line it up. But why do that when you have a whole Reggie engine here? So we're seeing it in a very different light now, and seeing this turn in a different light for Kieran as well. Just ending it off there. We had the Lugia V. The Squawkabilly is down as well. Several discards for Kieran and an energy put out for the turn. But that is it. And we're over to Ryan Shore's side of the field now.
Yes, some considerations with this opener. Saw the trekking shoe, saw the earthen vessel. I suppose the consideration was I'd like to throw away an energy in a spot like this, but the hand's not fantastic. I almost would rather prefer you get these energies out of the deck and give yourself 2 opportunities to see a supporter card. Now it's up to Hisui and Heavy Ball at this point to find you some help.
There's got to be some in there somewhere, right?
You can
Pokemon?
find plenty of Pokemon, but then you're relying on your Regidrago to bail you out with Dragon's Horde.
Yeah,
but you need to thin this hand down.
That is true. That's kind of tough here. I guess could be equally as clunky. And Ryan needs to have these powerful turns against Lugia, because once Lugia gets those Archeops onto the field and is powering up with energy, then you're already behind if you're Ryan. So we have to see something come together here for this turn. So hopefully we'll see Ryan at least get some Pokemon cards out here, get to thin down the hand a bit, and is definitely keeping track of all the cards, since this is our first deck search for the turn as well.
Important also with this deck to remember that this is going to be an Area 0 Underdepths deck. You're trying to fill up that bench as much as possible. You have to have 6 Reggies in play in order to use your ability. That doesn't give you much room. You have 3 extra bench spaces now to do a little extra work. You have that Pikachu inclusion, and maybe it gives you a chance to go for a Pokemon like that Radiant Greninja or Squawkabilly. Just some additional help in the early game that this list did not see 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's why it's functioning so well right now, even with this, because you have all that bench space to even have some recovery there. Even if one of your Reggies gets knocked out, you can just repair it back again. What is this?
The only Pokemon he can get is another Drago.
Oh, that's sad. Hisuian Heavy Ball can get you any basic out of the prize cards, but it's just going to be another Regidrago, sadly, for Ryan. We need to see the different Reggies come out, because once they're all together, the whole gang is there, that's when you get to accelerate those energies, thanks to that Regigigas. So Ryan just getting another Reggie into the hands, but not even a different Reggie. At least we have a Registeel coming down, but look at the rest of the hand.
Yeah.
It's just energy and a switch cart. That's it.
I don't think you were supposed to grab energies with the earthen vessel. This is a potential to draw a few more cards and see some. Instead now, it's a Registeel attacking using Regigate just to find an additional Pokemon and add it to the board. This is way too slow when you're playing against Lugia.
I was just thinking that. So you think, okay, so Ryan Shore opting to Regigate with the Registeel here. It's going to get us a basic Pokemon. Of course, the Dragon's Horde on the Regidrago would have let you draw up to the 4 cards in the hand there. We are getting the Radiant Greninja, so you think this somewhat has more utility than doing the Regidrago, Kyle?
Anything that gets you one step closer to finding your precious trolley is going to be a great answer. So I suppose you have some opportunities to do that now. The issue is you're giving up this early prize card. Mezagoza hits. Lugia is going to find an opportunity here to attack on the second turn.
Yeah, we're talking about Kieran Farah being the king of Lugia here, also king of the coin flips. So Mezagoza going to get out this Pokemon. That's the Archeops coming out. Thanks to that heads roll, searching on evolution Pokemon for Kieran. Let's take a look at the rest of the hand here. We have a double turbo energy coming down onto that Weirdeer V. The Lugia V-Star is coming out here now, and that's it. Professor's Research discarding the rest of that hand into a fresh 7 cards. This is why Lugia is just so fast-paced, because it has all of this discard here. And then once you get these Archeops out, you're throwing energies, and you're hitting hard.
And for Kieran, it's all about finding a way to thin down at this point. Have some additional attackers, maybe some single prize Pokemon to incorporate into this fight that you're expecting from your opponent. If you can bring up this Cinccino at some point and trade it 1-for-1, you feel a little more comfortable in this battle where you're expecting your opponent to probably get ahead with Pikachus if they ever get set up.
Yeah, that's the question, right, Kyle? Well, first Archeops is being Primal Turboed here now on the bench. Of course, we had that V-Star power bring these Archeops out to be able to power up these energy. We already had the energy attached to the Weirdeer V, so we're going ham into this Weirdeer V now that's in the active position.
And we're ready at this point. Weirdeer is not a great Pokemon to attack with, but it gets the job done to knock out the Registeel. But at this point, how much of an advantage can you push here? Yes, you have the Side Shield Bash to maybe take 1 or 2 more prizes, depending on how slow your opponent's setup is. But it's not like Kieran trades very well into Pokemon like this. He's going to struggle throughout. And you don't have that go-to attacker. It's not like you're going to use your Wellspring Ogerpon to take 2 prize cards. The HP is not all there.
Tell you what, though, Kyle, it is a great way to start off Toronto, huh? With a Weirdeer V.
Yeah, I'm sure you're excited.
Absolutely. Well, we see the knockout there from Kieran, taking out the Registeel. That's one step closer, but as you said, Kyle, we're fighting against these 1 prize Pokemon here and hoping that Ryan can't set up more than that. Mezagoza was put into play by Kieran, and it's not out of play. It's not a Lugia discarding a stadium here. That Mezagoza is still in play, and Ryan looked like was able to hit it now. Pikachu EX coming out of the deck. That is the key Pokemon that we see in this deck. That is how Ryan has gotten to this point, undefeated so far in the tournament. It's out here now, and it's also a Terra Pokemon that unlocks that Stadium card if we can ever see it. Let's see what Radiant Greninja can get us with these 2 cards after the discard of that Grass Energy.
Squeaking a little bit closer here, sees the Nest Ball, so can include another Pokemon onto the board, but we just haven't seen all the pieces come together. No supporter yet still. Maybe a retreat or a switch card into a Regidrago at some point to draw a few more cards, but then you're really limiting your attack ability in this turn too. So it's looking like this might be once more a pass of the turn, and Weird Ear's feasting over there.
It's feasted indeed. It's having a nice little lunch here on all of these Pokemon on Ryan's side. So far, taking down a Reggie Steel. Ryan's just going to attach that energy to be able to retreat it. Now it's in the discard pile, which is where it needs to be here, which is going to get us into this Dragon's Horde for this Regidrago. Small Regidrago. Very different Regidrago than we're used to seeing. That's a one card. It's a penny. It's a penny, not the supporter we really wanted to see.
Yeah, it's a reset on Radiant Greninja if you want to draw again.
That is true. I'm wondering if that's what's going to happen here. I mean, we do have the supporter for turn. I guess you might as well reset the Greninja here. It concealed cards 1, but when it comes back to the hand, it goes back. Don't do me like that, Kyle. It's going to get 2 additional cards. It's going to be just a Reggie and the Night Stretcher, and that's it. It's going to a game 2, Kyle.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when you're billing over here. It's just not going to work out. It's a too slow of a setup there. And I really like this from Ryan, understanding that game wasn't going to go in your favor. You probably were going to waste, 10, 15 minutes struggling to get back in that spot. This matchup seems pretty favored if you could get the job done. If you get a full setup and you're attacking with a Pikachu that can't be knocked out by your opponent because of Resolute Heart, I think you're favored. So let's just get into game 2 and see if we can get one of those pink cards.
Yeah, let's just chalk that up to Ryan Shore slipped on that banana on Kieran's shirt right there. And let's go to a game 2. Hopefully that will go better for us coming up here between these players. We have the pieces. I mean, when Kieran was looking at this, it's not an easy road. You have that weakness that we've been talking about. Lugia, I mean, props to Kieran bringing Lugia still into a field where Miraidon just won in a mirror match in Sacramento.
Yeah.
It's on the up and up here. Pikachu EX has been dominating since the start of the Surging Sparks format. And still, Kieran says, nah, I'm going to go with Lugia and just hit all Regidrago.
You just really hope that the European influence was helping out there, as you see all of the Cloth come over and you go, oh yeah, we're good against Cloth. I wasn't worried about Cloth. I was worried about everything that Cloth was targeting. So they may have opened up the field for me. Unfortunately, there's Pikachu EX on the other side. That's not a very good Pokemon to see, but it hasn't lined up yet.
Yeah, exactly. Kieran has a win so far. Can Kieran make this a 2-0, continue on with this undefeated run so far here in Toronto? Or will Ryan Shore be able to finally puzzle piece these Reggies together and be able to power up something on the other side in time to face off against this Lugia? We're getting into our game 2. We'll have to see what happens here, but we're kicking it off strong on Kieran's side. Lugia V this time around in the starting position versus that Weird Ear V, and we're straight into the deck already with the Nest Ball. Hopefully the prize cards aren't too bad for each of our players.
And take a look at this. Ryan wants to go second in this matchup, gives the opportunity to Kieran to go first, which could be an issue for Lugia. Sometimes you don't have that opening supporter and you run into some issues. You're relying on that Squawkabilly sometimes to get the ball rolling. These prize cards are pretty indicative of that. This is a difficult turn to get rolling. Thankfully has the Nest Ball, but it might not be much else from this turn.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. 2 Professor's Research in there. The Squawkabilly EX, that's a one-of copy for Kieran. Had the Nest Ball, but it can't come out. Stuck in the prizes there. So gonna struggle a bit here to be able to accelerate through the deck with some discards. But, you know, that's not hopefully going to be too much of a downfall for Kieran depending on the rest of the hand. But we'll have to take a look and see what it's looking like. Ooh, double Nest Ball. Not bad.
Yep. And have that opportunity to establish Minccino, but looks like Ultra Ball and then not much else. The Professor's Research for the following turn. So
that's nice.
You feel comfortable with this Lugia and the gift.
Yeah, see, I feel like that's super chill. You got the gift energy down. You know, if anything crazy happens,
something crazy might happen.
To draw into some cards, no way.
Yeah.
What's the setup on this side? I mean, Squawkabilly EX in the active.
This is spicy right here. The Nest Ball top deck pretty much unlocked this as one of those potential pop-off turns. There's a Cypher Maniac code breaking in hand, Squawkabilly already in play. You could put the perfect cards on the top of your deck at this point. If you search out a Pokemon like that Pikachu, maybe you draw right into the Area 0 and the trolley and see all your friends.
The friends get to come out. Oh, I would love to see that. Now it's just going to come down to sequencing. Is Ryan Shore able to put these pieces together? We see the prize cards here for Ryan. 3 of the Reggie stuck in the prizes. Of course, we do have the Hisuian Heavy Ball for Ryan in the list. And is going to search out this Pikachu EX first thing with this Nest Ball. That's the Pokemon that unlocks that stadium card to expand the bench in the future. So we'll have to see here. Earthen Vessel.
The Earthen Vessel is the extra piece that you need too, because you throw away that lightning energy, you can search out the other 2 energy you need for the Pikachu, and then you load right back up. This is a turn 1 attack, so long as the Squawkabilly can be moved from the active.
That's true. That's a 1 piece we're missing here. But, I mean, we're going to have some extra draw thanks to that Squawkabilly's Squawk and Seize. So Ryan Shore is having a much better time in this game, too, so far. Here we go. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. It's breaking the codes for sure because you get to search out any 2 cards from your deck. They don't go to your hand, but they go on top of your deck. But then when you have ways to reach the top of your deck with also, I don't know, maybe some discard, some draw, then you get into those cards. And you saw right there, exactly as you predicted, Kyle, you know exactly what cards Ryan Shore is going for here.
He's broken this code probably a few times to get to this point. 3-0 and knew when to scoop in that last game. This is the perfect setup. You have the ability to draw into so many valuable resources. The only hope here, you need to feed an energy card, a switch cards, probably not some basic Pokemon when you draw these 4 additional cards because you know what the other 2 will be. This looks like it could be a fantastic opener. And look at that, even going to use the energy to retreat, then has the ability to bring them back even cleaner here.
Squawk and Seize those cards going into the discard pile here, but this is a fresh 6, including that Area 0 Under Depths and the Precious Trolley and the A-Spec card Ryan already secured at the top of the deck. So we see that Under Depths come out. The bench is extended now, up to 8 Pokemon Ryan Shore is able to put down. And when you're piecing together the Reggie gang, that is a great time to have. Look at these Reggies. Well, what are we missing now? The Reggie Drago and Reggie Gigas.
Mr. Gigas himself.
That's him. Right there, not anymore. It's coming out here. Precious Trolley, another one of the reasons that this deck is so good. You search for any amount of basic Pokemon that you want to put out there. So you extend your bench to up to 8, and then you bring out the whole gang.
Yeah, and what, your opponent could then discard the stadium on the following turn. You throw away a Squawkabilly and some other Pokemon that aren't very helpful to you. This is exactly where you want to be.
As long as you get those energy out and you have some recovery after that, you are cruising. We see the trekking shoes into the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Ryan Shore is going to take that straight into the hand here off the trekking shoes. Pikachu EX coming up into the active position. And now we see, thanks to that Reggie Gigas, we are able to accelerate these energy, all of the different colors needed to power up the Pikachu EX here in the active.
Turn 1 knockout, exactly how Ryan predicted it would go when you give your opponent the ability to go first in this matchup. This looks so strong. Think about where he was in game number 1 compared to game 2 here. Yes, there's some ability for Kieran to play back, counter the stadium, and attack into the Pikachu. How do you knock out Pikachu with this deck? You don't have a way around Resolute Heart.
Yeah, you don't, and that's quite sad. It's only 200 HP, but it hangs on there with the Resolute Heart ability. You know, if you knock it out when it's at its full HP, it survives by just 10 HP hanging on there. So that's awkward here for Kieran. What's even more awkward, like you said, Kyle, being behind now 2 prize cards against this fully loaded board on Ryan's side. And you just have a little Minccino. You got the Luminion to try to save the day here now for Kieran. At least we're going to have this Archeops come out. But how do you work off the back foot here if you're Kieran, Kyle?
I think for Kieran, it's a battle of resources at this point. If you could limit your opponent's ability to reestablish that Area 0 Underdepths, then you can leave them in a spot where they have 5 bench Pokemon and that Pikachu EX. It doesn't have the full 6 Reggies to work with, and then you don't have that energy acceleration. So if you see some combination of attacking plus Iono plus removal of the stadium, Kieran probably feels comfortable knowing that, all right, maybe I'll be around for another turn or 2.
We need to see some disruption here. Look at this.
Soften it up.
I love it. The Luminion being powered up here with this energy. Of course, that Minccino retreating out of the active position. Now we just have that Luminion fully powered. That's 3 energy. Aqua return. It jumps back into the deck with all those energy that are attached. Get that that damage down onto the Pikachu EX here, and then the little Minccino back into the active, but we're hanging on and we are surviving throughout this match over on Kieran's side.
It's a dangerous spot. you have to attack into this Pikachu. You're not taking any prize cards, but you're getting closer to this point in the game where maybe you can work in that Iono. Limit your opponent's ability to come back in this spot and take multitudes of prizes all at once. It's ugly, it's gritty, but it could work.
It could work, and that's why we're sticking in the round here. Of course, Kieran did take a really fast first game, so we have some time here. Ryan, on the other hand, what are you seeing, Kyle?
There's a penny in hand. He's got the penny.
Oh, no.
It just completely ruins the turn here from Kieran. He had so much play there to soften this Pokemon up. Instead, it's right back. And look at this. This is such a creative way to limit your bench. You pick up your Terra Pokemon, get rid of the bad guys, and you're just left with a bunch of fun dudes.
Yeah, that's crazy, because usually it's your opponent manipulating that stadium, either bumping it out of the way, but Ryan here taking the Terra Pokemon out of play. That means we have to go back down to a regular-sized bench, a regular-sized amount of Pokemon, up to 5 here. So now we have a full bench, and that Regidrago in the active position here from Ryan.
And this is a spot where you feel great about this. You don't need a Terra Pokemon in play. You can attack with Pokemon like this Regidrago. You have that special energy there to help out in instances like this where you awkwardly need a fire energy. It works out here, and Giant Fangs can handle the Minccino.
Yeah, that is really cool. 160 damage on that Giant Fangs from that Regidrago. Not the hits that Kieran was thinking he was going to be taking today from a Regidrago, but Giant Fangs, it's a dragon Pokemon. It's coming out here swinging, taking an additional prize card there for Ryan Shore. Only 3 left to take now from Ryan's side, thanks to that Lugia V knockout, and now this additional Minccino. So Kieran's even more on the back foot, and now that damaged Pikachu EX is gone. It's been wiped away. It's only single prize Pokemon that are out left in the field for Kieran to have to clean up here, but how do you fight against this?
Yeah, Kieran's thinking about everything. Took a look at the Regieleki, trying to think, oh, is this going to be a electromagnetic sonar kind of deck? Are you going to bring the penny back and make me work through this Pikachu over and over again? Is there a targeted bolt I need to consider if I am benching into this with another Minccino? It's not a great spot to be in if you're Kieran. Yes, you have Knockout lined up with this Lugia into the Regidrago, but you're not taking advantage of an opportunity where you take away this stadium and remove Pokemon. Your opponent did it for themselves, and it worked out very well.
It did work out extremely well here. Archeops, of course, Primal Turboing twice here in the turn for Kieran to get out the special energy from the deck onto the field, just recharging up this little Minccino that's on the bench here from Kieran. Second Minccino, I should say. One was wiped away, sadly.
Poor guy.
Poor little buddy. We're just trying to get in some sushi rolls here, Kyle. Can't get there. Iono, that's going to help out a little bit here. Disruption is what we need to see from Kieran to try and slow down Ryan Shore. And as you saw, Ryan had a pretty large hand there. So Iono's going to help out a little bit here. 3 cards to the hand thanks to that many prize cards remaining on Ryan's side. Kieran, on the other hand, is going to get quite a few more. 6 prize cards remaining. That's a fresh hand. And we're going to be able to bump that stadium out of the way thanks to that Lugia V-Star. Tempest Dive. Taking the knockout here. That's a prize card down. Stadium is out of the way. Throwing out the disruption and hoping that Ryan can't recover.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're looking for if you're Kieran. You finally have this opportunity to slow your opponent down. And look at this. There's not enough cards to incorporate Pikachu in combination with this board, so you don't exactly have your greatest attacker here in this spot. It's going to be the Regieleki probably using electromagnetic sonar to find something to help this hand, which is not going anywhere.
That's brutal, yeah. That is brutal. I mean, if you got to do what you got to do. I guess this is kind of
is this just remove Minccino?
Yeah, I mean, the Luminous and the Lightning Energy are put on there. That's allowing for the targeted bolt here. 120 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Minccino being wiped off the field here. What is up with that? The Mincinos can't survive.
just ignoring the inevitability of your hand going nowhere. Take this knockout here. Yes, you're down to 2 prize cards. I understand that point of it, but afterwards, your opponent could knock out this Regieleki. Now you need to find another Regieleki.
More pieces.
Probably a stadium. Establish that Pikachu, and you have nothing to work with here.
It could get quite awkward here, but it's going to be the boss's orders now to bring up this Regigigas. That is going to take one step away, but Ryan does have the Nest Ball in the hand as well as an Ultra Ball there to get some other Pokemon out.
Well, it won't be another Regigigas, as we've seen one discarded after the stadium, the bump with the Terra Pokemon there.
Oh, so what had to have been Night Stretcher. Get that baby back out.
Well, this is what it's all about for Kieran. You know that you're on the back foot in a matchup like this, but you can give yourself an advantage by starting to remove some of these Pokemon and targeting down specifically on keys like that Regigigas.
It looks like there's some debate there for Kieran of what energy to put down onto the Lugia V-Star, but that Legacy energy is going to be the pick there. What do you think the thought process was there, Kyle?
It's too clean. Like, you want to have an opportunity to maybe squeak in some of these unique attackers that you have with the Legacy energy, giving you that additional help. But this is a spot where you could now preserve this Pokemon and avoid giving up an additional prize. This top deck, though, finding the Area 0 here. You have the Pikachu in hand. You're promoting the Regidrago into the active spot to draw additional resources. You have Ultra Ball, too. You can burn this whole hand and draw a fresh 4. There's chances here for Ryan.
There actually is. That was an absolutely wild top deck. I was looking around like, what was the card? Oh, it's the Underdepths. It's out here now. We are back to a big bench here for Ryan. It's going to start with the Ultra Ball here, though, to discard a Pikachu EX as well as the Nest Ball, but to bring out that secondary Pikachu EX here. So once that Terra Pokemon is down, then we're going to have some extra room to play with here on Ryan's side.
Well, Night Stretcher would be fantastic to find here. You already have the Switch card to help out, but finding that Regigigas is going to be pretty important now.
Well, we have this, thinking that it's an attack. It's an ability here, using the coin here to signify that. It's going to be that Ultra Ball, another Nest Ball. Wow, it's like a duplicate hand almost, except we also have that Research.
Yeah, the Switch card into the Pikachu. You're going to full send at this point. You feel comfortable just getting all these cards out there. Might as well use the Nest Ball and search out another Pokemon to thin down and give yourself opportunities. This is the last hurrah.
Yes, the deck is already looking pretty thin here. We're a couple turns into this game here, but Ryan just has 2 prize cards left to secure. If we can just hold on a little bit more here, the Night Stretcher is what we need to see from Ryan to be able to get that Regigigas back onto the fields.
It chooses not to go for a Pokemon like that, Regice or Regirock.
Shuffling up, I guess?
I feel like you probably should just take that out of the deck and give yourself maximum odds to find the Stretcher.
Let's see. Yep, there it is. The 3rd card drawn off this Professor's Research. That's going to be the Stretcher that we need to secure that Regigigas. The last missing piece now. The board is extended. We have the ability to get all these Regis down as long as we had that Night Stretcher. That's going to bring this Regigigas that's powering up this Topaz Bolt on the Pikachu EX. All of these energy being accelerated back onto the field here. It is so cool to watch the Regigigas deck come back into action. I mean, years later here now from Ryan Shore, and still working thanks to that Pikachu EX from Surging Sparks.
This is straight out of a movie, right?
Yeah.
It just took the help of Pikachu to establish all the brothers again and take big knockouts and remove Lugia.
Pikachu and its resolute heart.
Topaz Bolt!
Hey, Topaz Bolt, that is a bolt that Lugia V-Star does not want to see because it's out of the sky now. It's in the discard pile, unfortunately. And Ryan Shore not taking 2 prize cards thanks to that Legacy Energy. Very big note there. That's why the game's not over currently. Just 1 prize card, but that's 1 more prize card away from winning here as Kieran Farah is sitting at 4 left to take. 2 Archeops out, and that is it from Kieran Farah's side. Of course, taking a look at the discard pile to see the resources used, to see if there's any other way Kieran has a way out to win this match.
You want to remove that stadium, make your opponent choose one of these Reggie Pokemon to discard, and then hopefully lock this Pokemon in play. You can attack the Pikachu very slowly. It doesn't matter if you can remove them from play in a few turns, because they don't have the energy acceleration if all 6 Reggie Pokemon are not in play.
And it could get real awkward from there, because then what do you really got?
Yeah.
You just got a bunch of Pokemon sitting out.
Is this just arrow dive to remove Stadium? It's kind of good.
Yeah, it actually is kind of coming in clutch here for Kieran, if that's what we're going to see here. Both of these Archeops have Primal Turboed. We have that energy in hand, which we do here. Oh, no.
Big piece is the Iono. Thankfully had that. Ryan had it all. There was an additional Area 0 to go along with that. Maybe would have found a way to get that Reggie Pokemon back in play. And now it's just left with a singular water energy.
Oh my gosh, that is so grim to see. I mean, we haven't really been able to showcase the power of Iono in so long, because this format has so many support Pokemon for that recovery from any disruption. But this is why you see why that card is so powerful in matchups that don't have those recovery Pokemon to just get you out of those difficult hands. Now you're working with major disruption here, just one card to the hand here. Now Kieran's also bumping this Underdepths from out of play, so Ryan has to reestablish this regular old bench. And let's see what it is. Night Stretcher.
Okay.
Something.
It's not the worst. It's obviously a piece that you want to have go along with this, but the energy is so important. I was curious whether this was going to be Dragon's Horde or the electromagnetic sonar to find a supporter you want. Now it's finding 3 random cards. They're okay. Iono's not great right here.
No, not for you. While Trekking Shoes can get us somewhere else.
Oh!
Research?
Wow!
That's a little better here. Not necessarily, I mean, kind of a top deck, I guess. Trekking Shoes top deck. We're running.
He almost doesn't want it. I think you have to take this.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a little bit dangerous not to, but Ryan Shore honestly is just playing on the edge in general, playing this deck.
Oh, reckless endangerment, but that's how you have to play Regigigas.
That is very true.
There's considerations for what cards are left. There may be another switch card, so you can full send at this spot, but you're going to lose the ability of that Night Stretcher to establish a Pokemon. Maybe Super Rod, Nest Ball shenanigans get you there, but there are resources to close out, but it has to be a crazy 7.
Crazy, crazy 7. Well, we'll see if that's what we're going to see. We're going into the deck right now with the Earthen Vessel. We have the deck in Ryan's hand. We have the discard pile in Kieran's hand.
They look pretty similar.
They do. But we're getting these 2 energy with the metal energy as well as the lightning energy from Ryan's side with that Earthen Vessel. We have the Night Stretcher still in the hand as well as that Professor's Research. But that research is going to be what is going to tell us the outcome of what's going to happen here for Ryan Shore.
I'm not sure if I saw a way to get a Pokemon back. It might just have to be the Regirock itself. But at least it's not the Regigigas, which has been a real issue with having to reestablish that Pokemon over and over again. So there's opportunities now to find those resources.
Yeah, this is what's okay. Identifying what energy was grabbed. Yeah, Ryan was also looking through the deck to see, do I have the combos needed to be able to get out of this?
Area 0, Regirock, and a switch card get you there. Nest Ball to find the Regirock would do the same. 7 cards to do just that.
Let's see. This is the research 7 cards here.
Oh,
there's
switch
a switch
card. And the
There's
Nest
the Nest Ball.
Just missing the Stadium now. 3 more cards.
Oh my gosh.
One last.
No, we had the 2 pieces right in the first top 2 cards, but there's no Stadium to be able to expand the bench here for Ryan to get that last Reggie needed down in the Regirock to be able to accelerate that energy. Looks like
you don't love the use of the switch card, but you have to at this point. Give yourself an additional resource, but look how devastating this would be if once more your opponent had an Iono. You've used all of your resources this time around to try to close out the game. If they put you on a 1-card hand again, there's almost no way out of this.
Well, Ryan is hoping that we don't see any more disruption.
Can I keep this one?
Yeah, please. It's not on the board right now. It is being taken out with that electromagnetic sonar, so it's in the hand. We just have to hope it stays there for Ryan. But, I mean, at least, you know, maybe it'd be the top deck, you know? If you get Iono'd into one again, maybe it's what you,
There's
get.
I mean, there's ways to
Maybe.
see some more cards. Maybe the Cypher Maniac into the Reggie Drago, but then you have to switch again.
Yeah, it's a lot of pieces.
It's complicated, and for Kieran, I think that was the last of the Ionos. Only 2 copies in this list, so you know what you're up against. What can you do?
Look at that, though. Capturing Aroma, hitting a heads here with that, to be able to search out that evolution Pokemon in the Lugia V-Star. So that's pretty nice here for Kieran.
I wonder if maybe a different route is possible. Boss's orders knock out the Pikachu. You've seen your opponent discard one of the Pikachu before, so then maybe you're not worried about a one-hit knockout in a spot like this.
Yeah, at this point, you're just trying to bide your time here. I mean, Kieran's hand is also relatively slim. At least we had that V-Star thanks to the Capturing Aroma. The boss's orders was in hand.
Regigigas does the same thing in this spot. You've already seen your opponent use plenty of resources like the Night Stretchers. This is the second Regigigas falling. Is there a way to get this Pokemon back?
Yeah.
I didn't see it last time that we looked through the deck, but
No,
maybe there's another resource.
Because we had to throw away the Night Stretcher with the research before for Ryan.
You're right, and there's, I think it's 3 copies of the Stretcher and then maybe 1 Super Rod to go along with this, so if it's in the deck, there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what we can piece together here. Kieran down to just 3 prize cards now after the knockout on that Regigigas. Ryan Shore, Cypher Maniacs, Code Breaking. Do we have the cards that are in the deck? This is the deck here.
And if you don't have them, it's not game over either. They're not there, but you have an opportunity once more with the Regieleki. But do you have to go for Super Rod because you need a Regieleki and a Regigigas? And then you have to draw them all again.
Exactly. It is living on the edge here for Ryan Shore. I mean, it just seems like every turn that passes, we get one step further away, and Ryan has to put more of these pieces together.
Just let me win.
Exactly. I'm
Stop
so close. I just have 1 prize card. This is the most brutal position to be in as a Pokemon player. You're sitting at 1 prize card left to take. You just got to take a single knockout here, and Ryan is just slightly short of that, but we're going to see another electromagnetic radar or sonar here for Ryan to get out a trainer card, and you said it, Kyle, Super Rod it is.
Yeah, you have the opportunity now if your opponent just has the knockout. They haven't shown the resources to target again, but another boss's orders could throw a wrench into that too. I don't know if you want to give your opponent another opportunity to use electromagnetic sonar. They've been finding a lot of good resources slowly but surely.
Exactly. Yeah, over time we've been getting there. Capturing Aroma, hitting a Tails this time. That's going to lead us to a basic Pokemon, but Luminous Sign on the ability of that Lumineon V is going to get us a supporter card. So pretty cool combo to see there from that Capturing Aroma. We're going to see another boss's orders come out. Kieran is trying to throw as many roadblocks in Ryan's way as physically possible.
I'm wondering if there's some shenanigans to slow this game down to a snail's pace. Even a boss's orders with like a Wellspring to lock up Regirock.
Oh my god.
Something where you could deck your opponent out and avoid this altogether.
Yo, that would be wild. I mean, maybe not the most climactic ending, but definitely a cool one.
You
cool
have plenty
route
of resources. Your opponent's shown that they've used so many switch cards too. There might be an avenue there, but you also are, what, 1 or 2 turns away from closing out just by attacking and taking the 6 prize cards.
Yeah. Well, Mesagoza is going to get us another Lumineon V out of the deck here just to put straight into the hand. We saw the attachment there onto that Archeops. Boss's order is going to bring up this Pikachu EX. This time around, it's got some damage on it. And, of course, bumping the stadium as well with the Tempest Dive. 220 damage there from Kieran.
All right, so
slightly buffered.
With the Pikachu knockout, the math's thrown off a little bit more. Now the Super Rod has to nest ball first and find it. I thought that he did this weird. He put the stadium on the top instead of the research, and he now drew the stadium.
Whoa, whoa.
I think he wanted to draw
what?
the professor's research.
Well, they just put it in the wrong order?
Yeah, I mean, he put the cards on top in the wrong order.
Oh,
because
no.
he has 2 stadiums in
I'm
hand,
not
and
gonna
that's
lie.
not what you needed.
I'm not gonna lie, Kyle, I've done that before.
Well, hopefully not with stakes like this, Boo, because this is not great.
It was not. We were talking kitchen table stakes there, so this is
Think about
a
this,
lot
though.
higher stakes.
You're now using the super odd, shuffling the deck. You don't have the research on top.
No.
You can maybe thin down and draw with Dragon's Horde, but then you'd have to find the card again?
It was already so risky, and now it's gotten even riskier. And look at this. Ryan is just taking a look at, like, how do
I was going to win.
What do I... What happened? Oh no, just a slight missequencing there. I mean, it is, sometimes you could just be like, oh, which one was the bottom? Which one was the top?
I'll just see them all next turn. No, you're not. And this is a devastating spot to see this because, yes, you have your stadium and you can play down some of these Pokemon, but, I mean, where are you supposed to go from here? I don't think
I mean, you see it all over Ryan's face and the actions here. It definitely got real awkward. We're seeing that super rod being played now. Now we're going to have to see the shuffle. I mean, the deck is quite thin here, but Ryan would have been able to have the discard into what was needed. And now we're risking it once again from Ryan.
We'll see if fate is on his side. I mean, you could play the hand down. You could thin all the way down. Play all these cards back in, nest ball, search for the Pikachu, throw down every resource you have, and maybe draw back into the research or the perfect cards with Dragon's Horde.
Gosh, well, it's genuinely coming down to this. We've taken this game all the way to single prize cards on both sides of the field here. Ryan using this nest ball, bringing out this Pikachu EX. The Area 0 Under Depths is already out now here for Ryan. And we're just still working through this hand or the vessel.
Once again, this is a slight issue too. You're throwing away a Regice. You could have played that Pokemon down on the board, and you'd still have space for your other Pokemon.
Yeah.
So now you're holding on to another Area 0 that you don't need in hand. This is one less card that you won't see off the Dragon's Horde. I think you have to full send in a spot like this.
Oh
Clearly,
my gosh, you do. Absolutely, you do. This is between a win and a loss at this point here for Ryan Shore.
Could play the full hand down, just looking for a way to find that Regigigas. Instead, has that
melting my brain.
Yeah, you should be able to play the hand down to 3 and hold the switch card. Instead, now it's just 2 cards.
Yep.
Are these 2 cards going to be enough? Can't switch card yet. You have to draw first.
Oh, yeah, this is really tough here for Ryan.
Oh,
Gonna
boy.
Use this Dragon's Horde. It's just 2 cards here for Ryan.
He finds the research. It's back.
It is back. That Dragon's Horde, thanks to the Regidrago, getting 2 cards. One of them is that Professor's Research to be able to discard the hand there within the energy and the Underdepths here for Ryan, drawing into the rest of the deck.
What a way to sneak in some drama for us. He finds a way to get the cards right back in place and to load up this Pikachu for a final knockout. Why not throw an extra energy on there to get us to game 3?
Oh my goodness, Kyle. Topaz Bolts winning Ryan Shore this game by the skin of his teeth here. I mean, it went all the way down to single prize cards. Kieran Farr was going to take the game there if Ryan didn't, and Ryan found a way. Thanks to that Professor's Research. 2 cards.
Red as a cherry over there, but you know what? You got the win, and that's what matters. You have an opportunity now to show exactly what you're capable of. You know what you're doing. It's just the pressure sometimes can get you in spots like this. It didn't get him, though. He got there. He was able to breathe, find the spot, and thankfully found the right cards to close out the game. This is going to be a wild one. Let's take a look at how we got to game 3 after that crazy second game.
Yeah, it was very long. This is our game we just saw here for Ryan. We saw the explosive turn 1 here to take the first knockout on the first turn for Ryan Shore, taking out that Lugia V, eliminating 2 prize turns early on. And then from there, it went even better. The Penny scooping up that Pikachu EX, playing from a single prize card attacker Pokemon position, and Kieran was just throwing obstacles in the way the whole rest of this game.
Yeah, this was nearly masterful from Ryan to watch how he was playing the opening few turns. Really established a really clean strategy, didn't throw away too many of those precious resources. But then in the middle, you saw what Kieran was capable of. Yes, he couldn't handle much, but he would remove the stadiums at the right time, limit your opponent's choices with the boss's orders, try to focus on a singular resource, and goodness gracious, it doesn't matter when you find resources.
How many times do we see Top Deck in just that game
7.
2 alone?
Yeah, seriously. And everyone is warranted at that point. You have to give credit where credit's due. Ryan was living on the edge of his chair and found a way to get us to game 3.
Yeah, exactly. We were saying it's risky bringing Reggie Gigas to this tournament here. There is a Reggie Drago in there, but even playing it with even more risks. Of course, not intentionally. Ryan was playing it very well there. There's so many things you have to keep track of. But I will say, Kieran Farah on the other side also playing extremely well against this unorthodox deck.
Oh, this hand is so good. Ryan's got absolute gas in this opener. Kieran says, I want you to go first because I've seen what you can do when you attack on the opening turns. It's not pretty for me. Guess what? You avoided basically nothing because your opponent has Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, throw away multiple energy, could go Squawkabilly with the Area 0. This could be crazy.
Oh, that's really unfortunate to see because playing as Lugia as well, you need those turns, those initial turns to be able to get set up. And if Ryan is having a dominant enough original turn here, Kieran could have potentially just put himself one step behind. Especially, we haven't even considered what Kieran's hand even looks like at this point. So Ryan Shore, hopefully feeling pretty good here. The Squawkabilly EX is out on the field.
I'm sweating over here, though, Boo. There's 6 minutes left on the clock, and he is not taking that with... he needs to increase the pace at this point. My goodness. Yes, this is the perfect hand, but throw the cards and go. He's going to see 4 off the Dragon's Horde, then has the ability to discard through that. I mean, just start throwing cards and see where it gets you, buddy. You're probably going to land in some knockouts.
Well, we have the Hisuian Heavy Ball. That's going to, unfortunately, spend a little bit more time here to get these prize cards looked at. Download this information. No Pokemon being drawn out. So Ryan Shore definitely taking a little bit more time than you would probably be taking here, Kyle.
Yep, I'm throwing them to the judges. So you guys handle that.
Shuffle it.
You see that you have 2 switch card prized, so that makes you start to consider what you need to do in this opening turn. Maybe risks like playing down all of the Reggies and then using the energies onto the Reggie Drago. So you could set up a retreat are warranted in spots like this because you have to find the penny or the 1 switch card in order to incorporate Pikachu. It might just be worth getting that retreat already out of the way.
Yeah, I guess that's definitely some things to consider now that we've taken a look at those prize cards. Nest Ball now bringing out this Radiant Greninja as well. Little under 5 minutes here on the clock from Ryan Shores. Here's the prize cards, how they've been replaced onto the field, if you were curious. And now we're shuffling away.
It's a beautiful shuffle.
It is.
Save it for after the game.
Fantastic shuffle. All right, Radiant Greninja coming down. We have a, not even a full bench, technically, because Underdepths is out. We're seeing the Squawkabilly. It's squawking in season. That's going to get us 6 additional cards here for Ryan.
And this is a pretty great hand. You have the Cypher Maniac Code Breaking 2 to go along with this. Easily can set up a way to draw into those resources by way of the Dragon's Horde or the Radiant Greninja next turn, so long as you just keep one of those energies in hand. You have everything to get a turn 2 attack. Just burn through the clock here.
I mean,
just send it over to Kieran and see what he can do.
Send it out. Yeah, see where you're sitting at that point in time. Especially because Kieran has a lot of actions that could potentially happen depending on the hand too, which is going to take even longer. But, I mean, whew, Kyle, if you saw just the game 1 here, you would not have seen the unlocked potential that this Gigas deck has. And Ryan Shore is showcasing it very well here. We're seeing all the cards already being lined up here in this super dominant turn 1 in this game 3 here. And we're still going.
Yeah, the one piece missing was the Reggie Gigas, so no turn 1 energies to go along with this, which means that there's a bit of an issue with that Reggie Drago. You'd have to use your Cypher Maniac to find the 1 copy left remaining of the switch card, but I think you can excuse that given how amazing your opener was.
Exactly. One step short, but many leaps forward, that is for sure. Kieran, on the other hand, capturing Aroma, hitting a Tails here. That's going to lead us to a basic Pokemon. Let's see what the hand... I'm seeing a lot of energy there.
I was wondering if this was a Squawkabilly kind of setup, but he does have the Professor's Research, so will be able to draw a few more, losing tons of energies. Who cares? There's not enough time to get to turn 4 anyways in a match like this.
2 minutes.
So fly through, establish second Lugia. You're going to lose 1 Archeops into the discard pile, which is nice, but afterwards, it's all up to what those 7 cards have in store for you to even bring up a potential opportunity to close a game like this, or in his case, probably just to weasel out a tie some way.
Yeah, exactly. Both these players sitting at undefeated records here, 3-0 here in Toronto. So a tie still means they're undefeated. Not taking a loss either way, but Kieran gonna take things nice and easy here. We're under 2 minutes now on the clock between these players, both of them having showcased their decks super well in this really odd matchup here. Kieran, of course, taking a really quick game 1. Ryan barely taking game 2, so bringing it all the way to the very end here, giving us a show. Kieran gonna throw down this energy for the turn into those Professor's Research. Fresh 7 cards here. That Archeops going down, as you said, Kyle. See what else we could see.
Yep, and once more, just some cards that you can play. You see the Archeops, a great Pokemon to lose.
Triple Lugia V-Star.
Capturing Aroma takes 30 seconds. Who cares what the flip says?
Yup. That's very true. Because you roll aheads here, now you're going back into the deck, you're going to grab this Archeops.
He almost was out of evolution Pokemon. he drew over half of them.
Oh, that is pretty wild draw. All right, we're dwindling down here.
Yeah, we started this game with over 6 minutes remaining, and it's opening turn for both players. This is typical of the TCG. You're going to have those moments where it just takes a while to get that inaugural setup, but this is pretty flat for Kieran. Just a mediocre setup here. Draw your cards. Yes, you have your birds in play, but is there any way to come back from a spot like this when Ryan's about to pop off? Only with the clock.
Only with the clock, and that's sitting at 20 seconds right now here between these players, so. Ryan Shore is gonna get a whiff of that clock very soon here from our judges. They're gonna notify who is starting. Of course, in the Pokemon TCG, there's 3 additional turns that happen that can conclude a game between our players. But this time around, they're just starting our game 3. We're sitting at 6 prize cards for each of our players. So,
you see the gesture that everyone knows. You just throw your shoulders up and giggle because
what are we gonna do?
You know, I don't think we all know what's happening, but we can't actually get there. Should I just show the crowd what I was gonna do? Because it was gonna be cool. You've got
I know,
switch
it
card.
looked so cool.
You've
That's
got
so
Regigigas.
sad.
You've got turn 2 knockout. It would have been sweet.
I know. It actually would have been really, really cool. Would have been very similar to what we saw, just one step behind, really. Not even, though, because Ryan did that on turn 1, going second. Now went first this time around and was going to have this explosive turn 2 here. But unfortunately, we are at time here between these players. We're still going to see some cool stuff happen, but now we're just at 3 turns left of the game. Of course, Ryan being turn 0.
Yeah, it's okay,
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed once more by the decision here. We see it's the Regigigas and the Research found. I don't see a switch cart. So how are we attacking?
Oh no!
I know there were 2 prizes. There's one more though. There should be one. I think there's one more copy in the deck. So just missing the attack.
Well, that is a bit awkward. Maybe that's a bit awkward indeed.
Yeah, it's not in the discard pile.
Oh no!
It's just, I mean, you can attack.
There was too much conversation there happening. Maybe a little bit of awkward selections.
Maybe this is all for the best.
That's very true.
How devastating would it be if this was a winnable game at the end, and we saw this missed opportunity?
Yeah.
Yes, you have an attack. it's all for naught, but it's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Giant Fang still going to be able to be hit into this turn around from that Regidrago. And that's it. These players are seeing everything that would have happened in this game, but unfortunately we do not have the time. It's going to be a tie between Kieran Farah and Ryan Shore in this very unorthodox, crazy pairing that we saw between Lugia V-Star and Regigigas coming back once again onto our screens.
Kieran has seen a lot of wacky decks on stream. He always seems to be playing the tried and true variant that is going to do just fine, and then he sees the craziest of opponents and wacky setups. Ryan put on a great show for us. This is one of the more difficult decks to pilot, setting up all these pieces,
oh my God,
focusing on all of the cards that go to the discard pile, the discard pile, but you just have an opportunity there to show what you're capable of. You just missed on a couple of those pieces and had to speed up a little bit there.
Huge props there to Ryan Shore for bringing this deck. Let's take a look at our replays here from all three of these matches between our players. In this game one, we did not get to see crazy setups from either side of our board, but especially from Ryan Shore's. I mean, look at that board state compared to what we saw in those other two games. He was saying, no, we're going to go to a game two. So Kieran actually picked up a very early game one there, and we headed into game two where we saw the opposite happen. Kieran went first, and Ryan Shore was able to take a knockout on turn one, going second with Topaz Bolt, taking out that Lugia V.
Yeah, that was not a top deck. That was a setup from the Cybermaniac code break, and it worked so well to establish this opening setup. This is something that you can contrive fairly frequently as Ryan, and it was noticed by Kieran as well when we got to that eventual game three. Said, I do not want to see you do that again. He passed the turnover to him to go first. I mean, Ryan fought valiantly trying to find all of those resources.
That also wasn't even a top deck. That was a trekking shoes. That one was technically a top deck, yeah. Yep. Yeah, there was a lot of cards being drawn into the Cybermaniacs code breaking, the lucky top decks, the trekking shoes into the exact card you need. I mean, it was all on the table there, but unfortunately, not enough time to conclude our game three, and that is going to result in a tie between those very well-established players. I mean, I say well-established. Ryan Shore's definitely well-established with Regigigas.
As a Regigigas player, yes. Yeah. That's a spot that some people have held in high honor over the last few years. Azul wore the crown valiantly for a little while, so Ryan, you can have the crown. I don't know if anybody else wants it. It's a crazy deck to pilot in this field. Still have a great chance, 3-0-1, and now a chance to build on that too with 9 full rounds to work with in this opener.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge tournament here in Toronto, one of the biggest ever Canadian tournaments. And we're taking you through 9 rounds today. There's a lot to work with. So these players now going to a 3-0-1 record with that tie now in our day one. So hope the best for them. Thanks for showcasing those incredible decks, that incredible play on stream. Again, huge props to Ryan. That deck was melting my brain.
Yes.
There's so many actions that you have to take in the exact correct order.
Yeah, and you could see just how difficult it could be. A trekking shoe could be the difference in that game. He thought about a professor's research. It's like, is this even what I want at this point? Then had to use the Cybermaniac. Didn't know what order to put the cards in, or tried to, and messed that up a little bit there too. There's just so many pieces that have to go flawlessly in order for the deck to work right. You have the perfect matchup on the other side. Everything that you want. The issue is that pilot is really good.
Yes,
Kieran knew exactly what to do in a matchup that seems pretty difficult to win, to at least put you on the back foot and force you to have to work for every piece of that win.
Exactly. I mean, it almost feels like playing on hard mode, you know?
Yes.
You're going in Toronto on hard mode. So, yeah, huge props there to Ryan playing it so well. Fantastic match to start off the day. I mean, we love to start with some decks that we don't normally see, because if they're performing well, we like to see if they're able to do that on the stream match, and that was definitely an epic one to start off the day. But let's take a look at the other decks that we're seeing so far here in our day one. We have the MetaShare graphic. What are our players taking into Toronto? Are you surprised here? Regidrago, Kieran Farah, of course, faced off against 3 of those already here, and now another Regidrago, but 13% of the meta share here. I think I actually predicted exactly 13%.
Nailed it. Look
yeah,
at you.
Nailed it.
Well, 13.01. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm gonna give it to you. It's a
Not
little,
the .1.
I mean, Charizard would love that .01 right there. Charizard, a fan favorite deck as well. So many players love to run this, seeing that it had such great results at one of the previous regionals there on the European side, with both decks reaching the finals. Gave a lot of players hope, but there is some fun potential here. The Golden Go players, the Cloffers are in the building, and the Maridon believers of only America, apparently, maybe made their way into Canada to show off. I suppose we should give it to all NA, given that Landon was our winner.
Yes, exactly. That's very true. Landon, Canadian, Juan, Sacramento with Maridon here. But, I mean, let's talk about Raging Bolt here, fallen to 4th on our MetaShare graphic. I mean, we've been discussing so much. Raging Bolt was the deck that Caleb Gettimer took down an entire regional with. And since then, it sort of just fell off. What do you think are the pieces put together so that Raging Bolt is just not seeing the numbers that it used to see consistently every single tournament, Kyle?
Yeah, the issue that we've had with Raging Bolt is it's so linear. It's a deck that you can focus around and try to manipulate time and time again. It does not do well against Iono. It does not do well against single prize Pokemon. It doesn't do well against some of these heavy hit point Pokemon that it runs into as well. There's just ways to manipulate this setup, and we're seeing it slowly start to dwindle. I really think decks like Cloth are the real reason we don't see this anymore. That is brutal to just lose to the young crab over there, just destroying the set.
I'll tell you what, Kyle, I have been like a day one investor into this Cloth deck. I was such a fan of Cloth as a Pokemon in general. That's why I loved the card originally. But before it really saw its day in the limelight, and now it has come. The day is here, Kyle. Cloth is on our day one MetaShare graphic after some incredible placements. Now that it is paired with some interesting other attackers. I mean, there's still different variants out there, but Robin Schultz bringing out the Cloth Terapagos deck, and that thing just seems unstoppable so often when you see it being played.
Yeah, there's so many great decks out there, and we don't want you to miss any of the action. You can take a look at that over at Pokemon.com/broadcasts. See all of the fantastic Pokemon action going on, not just the TCG. We've got the VGC as well. We've got the Go tapping away. So many great players trying to lock in some championships, and it all starts here at the early stages of the tournament.
Yeah, trying to punch their ticket into our World Championships as well. If they take down the entire tournament, they get an invite. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and we'll also be looking to hear from all you at home who are following along with all of the different broadcasts here that we're going to be featuring at the Pokemon Regional Championship. So make sure to get those tweets in. We'd love to feature some of those on the stream. We might have a few of those already ready to go too.
Oh, we do. Oh, I love to see the social media posts. Make sure you're hashtagging Play Pokemon to get featured on our stream here, just like this amazing picture that we see toward Reklev giving us a nice thumbs up with a little friend here and a signed mat. You'll love to see it match up with one of the best in the game. Thanks, Tord, for the pack battles in TCG Pocket. Oh, that's cute. Catch the action during the broadcast tomorrow for a full shot. Yo, that's on the docket here? I don't even know. I'm excited to see that.
The young and fearless player taking down Tord Reklev, trying to show off what the potential of the TCG could look like in the future. I'd love to see that. Also, shout out to Tord repping the best merch that we had seen at the World Championships. That's my favorite shirt. I bought 2 of them, and I wear it all the time. I love that shirt.
Well, you don't like your pineapple shirt?
No, we retired that one fairly quickly after you destroyed me on the opening broadcast.
Well, that is a fantastic picture there. Yeah, TCG Pocket, that's going to be a really cool segment. Definitely stay tuned for that. Let's see what else we got in store here from our incredible social media posts. We have Christian here from Sneaker Talk CA, locked in for Toronto Pokemon TCG Regionals, hitting the gym for a quick pump and stress relief session. Love it. Well, that Maridon has definitely been hitting the gym because sheesh, did you see it perform in Sacramento, a mirror match in the finals? And Christian is taking it into Toronto.
Who owns that gym? Lieutenant Surge?
Whoa! Got him.
That energy is older than the kid that we just featured on the last tweet there.
I'll tell you what, it's aged like fine wine because it is beautiful here. And Christian has been a huge fan of Miraidon EX. Played a lot of it in the last season, and now is probably very happy that it's back in action.
Any excuse to play this deck, he's looking forward to it, and rightfully so. Also, all of the swag that comes along with collecting some of these great cards, like the golden, and of course showing off some of the older eras. That's like my favorite thing to do. Show off some Heart Gold, Soul Silver energies, sneak that into the mix. It just adds a little bit of flavor to an already spicy deck.
Yeah, but look what's right on top there. The Pikachu EX emerging from Surging Sparks, and it has been so dominant. It has unlocked so much for the Miraidon deck. You see all of these support Pokemon flying out of the woodwork to line up absolutely everything they need to have super fast-paced and powerful turns. So.
Oh, you weren't a fan of the Mewtwo? I
I
don't think anybody was. Yeah.
No, nobody was.
The only
No
time
way.
the card was red, they're like, why? Oh,
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, you could do your Area Zero, but this thing stinks.
Oh, yeah, they pushed that to the side real quick once the Pikachu EX is coming out there.
Oh.
What is this?
Whoa.
What is
Little
happening?
Dark Fury over there with the busted takeout Machamp. That is, that might be pretty good. That's it's a Pokemon used to sneak out into play. It would just remove the basic Pokemon. You just knock out any basic Pokemon in active.
Is that the V-Star token?
I suppose,
It's
or
gotta
else
be.
this is he's in the wrong event.
Yeah, this is not the right format we're talking about. Yep, LDF here, Little Dark Fury, fantastic content creator, locked in for Toronto Regionals. I haven't day 2'd in my hometown yet, so let's change that. Wow, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean, he does play some spicy stuff. He does. He made his name as a content creator, but he has earned the respect of his peers by showing off what he's capable of at these major events.
He's
Time
day
and
2
time
with
again,
it, yeah.
We always see him, that 3-0, 4-0 spot, converting the day 2, just hasn't done it yet here in Toronto. Maybe he has that opportunity here now.
Well, we'll wish you luck, LDF, out in the field, trying to get a day 2. I'm curious to see, I want him to like flip that deck
Give us
over.
like, yeah, let us see at least 2 cards,
Yeah,
man.
like what is this picture here?
No leaks?
I want to see, yeah, no leaks. I want to see what LDF is deciding to bring because, as you said, I
Maybe
mean,
it's this.
It's yeah, we'll have to
I
see
really
here.
hope it's not.
It's just Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns EX, first out of 192 in the Senor Doom tournament. Been working on this list for a while. Try it out. You might just win Toronto. Ooh. How would you feel about that, Kyle?
You could win. I would not want you on stream. Maybe if it was the spicy Dragapult version that we've seen pop
That
up
one's
here and there,
pretty
some
cool.
crisp in action, that'd be fun. But this is a deck that has won the World Championships. It is tried and true. It's unique in the fact that it doesn't do much, but it gets the job done.
I feel like you do still have to hit the matchups, though. If you're playing just straight Iron Thorns EX into Toronto, I mean, there's so many decks that can play around it at this point.
And
right?
that's what we've run into in this format is we have, what, 12 viable decks? Probably more, honestly,
Yeah.
that could
It's a lot.
potentially win an event. And Thorns is a deck that really wants to focus on a meta share that's heavily thrown at the maybe 40% of decks that you can handle out of the top 70%. If you have those kind of numbers, then you feel comfortable playing a deck that's this unique.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're hoping your opponents kind of put it to the back burner, not thinking about it as much because there's so much, there's so many other decks out there and on their plate that they have to go against. So I don't know, maybe you could sneak out some sneaky wins. We'll have to see if Juan here is correct. Demundo about that. Squid Patch, on the other hand, also in the holiday spirit, I see. Toronto, ugly sweaters for the win.
Nice.
Wow.
Does that even count? It's more of like an ugly hoodie.
It's a part of the sweater, right?
Do you call your hoodie a sweater? Is it? I'm learning about you, Boo, and I don't know if I love this.
Lacey, I thought it was like the way, like if it's knit, it's a sweater, right?
Is that how it works?
I have no idea. I'm just making it up here. I don't like how we can't see the artwork. I want
Yeah.
to see why it's ugly.
Come on.
I always thought they were kind of cute anyway. They're not that ugly.
Yeah, I think that's the novelty of it, is like you say it's ugly, but then everybody starts to appreciate it for what it is.
Well, look at this. Squid Patch here talking about the massive field, 2,100 plus Masters today, and kind of hitting on what we were talking about. This meta is so broad. I think I'll be hitting 9 different decks today. For sure, Drago, Zard, Cloth. Working on day 2, 100 points. Matchups in thread. Nice.
It's great to have a goal like that and understand what you're looking for. It's, some players just go in like, I'm just gonna win the thing. It's like, no, set your expectations at a reasonable point. You know what you're trying to accomplish, and hopefully the matchups work out for you. And if they don't, that's when you get to show off a little bit of that skill and try to take it over the top. And if that doesn't work, distract them with your ugly sweatshirt.
Yeah, exactly. And the little bell on your head, too.
In the middle of their turn.
Tingle, 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 tingle. That would be great. Or every time you win a match, you just ring your bell.
Every time you take a prize, yeah. You want to call the judge?
The judge. Oh my gosh, I see a baby. Oh, Cyrus Davis, brand new parents here. We see this cute little baby already playing the TCG. And we're playing Cloth.
That is the exact face a baby should make when playing Cloth. What in tarnation are we doing here? But also, it's beautiful to see. We don't see the Cloth in play. Maybe it's in hand.
The
Please
Cloth
be
is
in
not
hand.
there. Where you look at that like, what is this at first?
It's like, hey, I know that you won NAIC, but you don't have a Cloth in play. What are we doing here?
Yeah, that baby is definitely analyzing that hand here. Looking very analytical. Cyrus, huge congratulations there. A parent that's now ready for Toronto Regionals, so still competing in the circuit here. Cyrus is an incredible player, so excited to see. Maybe we can feature Cyrus on the stream. We'll have to see how the tournament is faring so far, but really cool. I know so many people that get their kids involved. Either they started playing because their kids like playing, or vice versa sometimes.
Yeah, it's the Poke parents are all over the place now, and that's just the beauty of playing this game for as long as we have. We've had Pokemon around us for what, over 25 years now. So
yeah.
you grow up with it, and now you get to share that legacy with your children too. It's just a really fun experience to have. I'm looking forward to the opportunity, hopefully for myself sometime, but who knows?
Yeah, but Kyle,
Pokemon Go.
Have you ever gotten beat by a baby?
I can't say I have, but I also don't know what caliber of opponent I've had on TCG Live.
Oh,
Some of them certainly have played as slow as a baby.
Stop. Babies behind the keyboards. Who knows?
Maybe they're playing that Iron Thorns deck.
I'll tell you what, this baby is definitely going to get trained up real well, I'm sure, in that household. And might be on our screens later in the future when it's finally able to play. Marty here watching hashtag play Pokemon Regionals. Look at this doggy.
Oh my goodness.
Wearing an ugly sweater of its own.
This is the setup. This is what I expect all Pokemon viewers to have. A beautiful holiday setup. Pokemon all over the place. And just enjoying your puppers. Watching, oh, never mind.
That's VG.
All right, turn it off.
Kyle, this is not a TCG post here, but hey, we love our other games despite what Kyle is saying.
Maybe we were on a break.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they got upset with the missequenced Cypher Maniac.
Oh, maybe. Hey, either way, we love cute dogs, I'll tell you what.
Sign me up.
Look at that little face.
Marty, we've got a spot for you over here, pal. You switch the channel over, and we might get you featured a little more.
Yeah, that's true. Some fantastic social media posts. Make sure you continue on this weekend. Hashtag play Pokemon. Hashtag, wait, I got another hashtag, Kyle.
Oh?
Yeah. What do you say we're doing here? We're casting, right?
Yeah?
We're casting. That's what we call it. Did you know that a group of crabs is also called a cast?
What? We got cloth facts coming up?
Crab facts.
Crab facts. Let's hear it.
Yup, that is facts. Crab
facts.
Hashtag crab facts all weekend long.
What else you got for me?
You want another one?
Yeah.
All right. How about this one? The Japanese spider crab is the world's largest crab, measuring 12 to 13 feet wide.
Crab facts.
Crab facts. Hashtag crab facts. Make sure you definitely keep up with our social media. I want to see all the cloth players today. I'm ready for some snapping. I'm waiting till we get to cast some cloth because this is truly the shining day I've been waiting for so long. I've been putting cloth on the graphic for the caster picks forever.
You nailed this. This has been we've been waiting for this. It looked like there was a beautiful opportunity in Baltimore to have it
Yes.
crab packs at the Chesapeake. It just didn't hit as hard. It
I
didn't.
put in Sacramento too.
You are insane.
I've just been putting it back to back. And then the last thing I said before we closed out Sacramento, I was like, play cloth. And look at this. Our players are out here playing cloth.
Well,
I mean, hugely thanks to Robin Schultz, I will say.
Yeah, it finally had a great breakout performance that we've been expecting from Cloth. It had the potential. It did just that. Can it do it again? We're going to find out here pretty soon as we move into more action here in Toronto. Don't go anywhere. Effects.
For Christmas, I got a couple of packs of Pokemon cards, and then I asked my dad what the writing on them were for, and then we figured out it was a card game, and that's how we started. I used to play at a card shop, and then one of the players there told me that they were going to the Salt Lake City Regional in 2021, and I asked my dad if we could go since it's pretty close. And he said we could, and then that's how we started.
So Prince is currently undefeated here, Amy, in this top 8 bracket.
For LAIC, I chose NTV and Iron Valiant EX deck.
Seems like Prince definitely has his finger on the pulse of the meta there.
I chose my deck because I like off-meta decks, and I wanted to prove everybody wrong and show that it was a good deck.
2 damage counters on the Giratina V-Star
Here
for
it
the
is.
KO. And that means Prince.
Escape room!
Escape room! Combustion blast from the Radiant Charizard. 250 damage. Prince, our champion, going undefeated through top 8, top 4, and the finals.
I think the trading card game is really fun, so I get a lot of joy out of it. I've learned to strategize more since I started playing Pokemon. And also I get to travel all over the world. My favorite place that I've been to for Pokemon would probably be Yokohama because I really like Japanese food. This is my first international championship that I won. Last year I got top 8 at EOIC, and then at NAIC I got 2nd.
His play, his decision making, I'm so impressed how that deck ran.
My #1 goal is to win all 3 ICs, LAIC, UIC, and NAIC, and then win World Championships.
Prince is our Latin International Champion of 2024.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I started playing Pokemon 10 years ago. A lot of my friends were into it, and I don't know, the game just looked really fun. My favorite Pokemon would have to be Flygon. I like Flygon a lot. It just looks so cool, and I'm a big fan of Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, those games. The furthest I've traveled to play Pokemon would probably be down to LAIC, Brazil. Not this year, but in years past, I'd say. I would say the person I look up to most in the competitive scene is Michael Zhang, a player who thinks very differently about the game, a good friend of mine. The highest I've ever placed at a Pokemon event would have to be getting first at a regional tournament. That's the best I've done. I've done it 3 times, but always looking to do better. Internets, Worlds. I try to eat something simple, something easy. I love a burrito. I don't know. I might not finish the whole thing, but you can save the rest for later. I would say between milkshakes and smoothies, I'd probably pick smoothies. I'm a big fan of boba, and you usually find boba in those. Maybe not so much in milkshakes. It's a much easier drink to have at any point in the day. I would say I really liked going to Japan. Japan was such a unique place, something so different than anywhere I've been before. And going there for the World Championships last year, it was a good time. When I listen to music, I usually like alternative stuff. I went with Sprigatito because I'm a big fan of the kitties, and I was really excited to see what it ended up evolving to. Meowscarada is a really fun evolution. I like it a lot.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home, here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
The weather outside is frightful, but the Pokemon TCG action, it is so delightful here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Welcome in, or welcome back. We are showcasing all that Toronto has for the Pokemon TCG. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Pablo Meza. And wow, what an event, the final event of 2024. What a great end to the start of our great season.
Now tell me then, how long have you been planning that rhyme you just did at the very beginning? Did you even notice it?
Of course I noticed it, Pablo. You
That
know,
was delightful.
I came up
That
with
was
that
delightful.
a little bit on the spot. You know, I got to give a little bit of Christmas cheer. You can see we are very clearly in the holiday spirit. I'm repping my boy Iron Bundle. You've got the Snorlax. You know, it was Chip's pick, but, you know, we'll have to see whose card inclusion, right? You do have the Iron Bundle with Hyper Blower, the Snorlax with Block. Pablo, which one you think's going to have a higher placement here in the tournament?
I mean, I played Snorlax last weekend in Bogota, so I'm a big fan of Snorlax. But for today, Ethan, we have our round 5 standings, right? Let's see who is at the top. Let's see if there's any Iron Bundles or Snorlaxes up there. Anyone you recognize? Anyone catches your eye?
Definitely a lot of new names, but there is for sure a mix. Benny Billinger, player we featured at LAIC, sticking with that Gardevoir deck so far, 4-0. You see another name right there, Caleb Gedimer, already a regional champion this year at 4-0. Calvin Connor, Grant Shen, Gabriel Smart, all players you know that have been traveling to events far and wide, seeing if they have what it takes to secure an invite, and of course, all the glory that comes with becoming regional, international championships, winners, everything in between.
Yeah, starting 4-0 obviously feels pretty fantastic. I feel like it's been a while since I've started a tournament 4-0. How about yourself?
It was last year. I went up to a 4-0 start, and then, you know, things didn't go so well in day 2. So you got to remember, no matter how good your start is in a tournament, you got to never give up. I mean, most of my recent good tournament runs started with losses round 1, ties round 1. You can come back. It's very, very hard in this system, right? Especially we're dealing with less rounds now thanks to the new system. Asymmetrical cut makes things complicated. So they definitely still hurt, of course, to take those losses and those ties. But you got to do what you got to do. Pokemon is such a wide meta right now, and that seems to be the big story across all of our players, especially as we're this deep into a format. Does it become more of a question, rather than picking the deck, does it become the question of, are you playing what you are comfortable with? And we've had this discussion a lot, Pablo.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously all these top 16 players for today have been doing quite well. They are playing a variety of decks, as you mentioned. However, we do have some notable matches for us to feature for today as our beautiful viewers were able to choose our match for today.
Yeah, lots of great matchups here. We did just showcase the deck, so this is what you got, whether or not you knew the players or not. It's going to be Core Vanderwolf up against Tiger Hickman. A very interesting matchup between two decks that have started low in popularity at the beginning of the Surging Sparks format, but as of recent are on the up and up. It's going to be a match between two rogue-ish decks. Only one player, though, can advance to 5-0, and they're going to have to do everything they can to secure those match points.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see a tie, right, like we saw last round, but I feel like both of these decks are aggressive enough to where hopefully we see some really good 3-game matches now. As we have our players setting up at the table, yeah, tell us a little bit more about the matchup. Yeah, Cloth versus Iron Thorns Dragapult, which is what the viewers want to see right now.
There's a lot of intricacies when it comes to this matchup. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage as we talk a little bit about this. I'll throw this back to you, Pablo. Now, you know, Dragapult EX is one of the strongest EX Pokemon we've seen so far. It's got that Terra ability essentially on it that allows it to be protected on the bench, but more importantly, along with its attack, it's also a Dragon-type Pokemon, so no weakness. However, Iron Thorns, it is weak to that Crab, the Claw. How is having that Pokemon as sort of, you know, your early game wall going to potentially change how Tiger approaches this matchup, specifically against Claw?
Well, it's all about that initialization ability, right? That shuts down all rule box abilities except for future Pokemon. Of course, there aren't many future Pokemon going around other than Iron Thorns EX. So that Iron Thorns is going to shut down Squawkabilly's Squawkanseeds. It's going to shut down Luminion's Luminous Sign. It's going to shut down Mew's Restart. It's going to shut down Fizantipity's Flip the Script, right? So if you can lock down your opponent, slow them down enough to where you can set up your powerful Dragapult, that's going to be pretty big. But on the other side of the table, Clough wants to go fast, go hard in the beginning, right? So if Tiger doesn't start exactly Iron Thorns, we could see Core get off to a really fast, aggressive start.
Another big thing to always be thinking about here is, of course, who is going first and the scary potential that Cloth has that other decks don't. It's the ability to win the game going first.
Yeah, going first can be scary, right? You could get donked by that Petron, you could get KO'd by the Cloth attack, so plenty of options, plenty of things to think about. And yeah, those Dreepies are very frail with their low 70 HP.
Let's take a look at these prize cards, see some relevant pieces. We do see an interesting inclusion in this Cloth deck, Rotom V. Feels like it could kind of go against what this deck is trying to do in terms of, you know, using those first turns, especially going second to attack. Albeit, you know, there are some ups and downsides, and over on Tiger's side does prize 5 Pokemon. Some of these important, of course, the Iron Thorns does play multiple copies of it. Of course, the full for having that Pokemon to be in the active spot, a key strategy that Tiger wants to execute. We'll see who goes first, and more importantly, how these early turns shape out for both these competitors.
Does play 2 copies of that Technical Machine Evolution, though, which is key, as one of them was prized. And as you mentioned, that Rotom, if you end up going first, can be pretty good. But if you don't, then that's a problem. But what do we see in the active spot? Not an Iron Thorns EX.
It is that Radiant Alakazam, of course, Painful Spoons, a great way for Dragapult to move some of the damage counters around just a little bit better. And importantly, 130 HP means that something like the Toxic Subjugation in combination with the Hisuian Sneasler plus the Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder means that there's not the threat of a turn 1 knockout on something like Dreepy. In fact, not much of a threat happening here as Core just benches a Pokemon, attaches an energy, and passes on things over to Tiger, giving him the opportunity to have a great setup, especially since Arven can find the powerful ace-spec, that precious trolley.
That precious trolley, so precious indeed. Being able to just fill up your bench right off the bat. I think Tiger's going to be pretty happy to not see a very explosive turn by Core, but the reason was Core had 3 double turbo energy in his hand and an Ultra Ball, so if he had gone for a Squawk or something along those lines, he definitely would have been in trouble. So now we're about to see Tiger get a pretty decent setup. If he has an energy in his hand combined with that Arven and Technical Machine Evolution, we could see him basically have a full setup ready to go. However, the issue comes in powering up the Dragapult DX and finding a follow-up Crispin, as well as retreating that Alakazam.
So Tiger will take that opportunity, of course, to check through the deck. We'll see a few of those Pokemon are prized. And this is why we see the thicker line of the Dragapult EX, especially with the Dracloak. This deck has gone through a lot of differentials in terms of how it's been built. Originally, players were playing this with the Xatu to power up Dragapult. Then we saw things with, just the Pidgeot EX and Neo Upper Energy, and now we've come full circle to, a slower approach. This reminds me of some of the old Wobbuffet decks where you've got these Pokemon like Iron Thorns that shut down abilities while you build up a powerful Pokemon. Dragapult is no exception to that definition of a powerful Stage 2 EX Pokemon.
Now we did see Precious Trolley only for 2 Pokemon because the other 2 Dreepies were already in the hand. But interestingly enough, we're not seeing the Toedscool hit the board to be evolved into that Toedscroll. So Tiger not really valuing that Slime ability to stop things like Rescue Stretcher, right, from being a factor. So we'll have to see if that tech is ever wished to be had in play.
It would prevent Core from ever being able to recover these Pokemon from the discard pile, since that is the only way to get things back thanks to that Night Stretcher. And you see Core now having to get rid of some key resources. That Regidrago, just there for that ability, of course, Dragon's Horde to fill the hand back up. Doesn't need it now. Instead, will use it as one of those 2 cards to be discarded off Ultra Ball. And immediately, we're seeing that Precious Trolley come to the front of the hand. Could this be something like a Luminion angle to fetch out a powerful supporter if there's something like Arven? A lot of one-of supporters here for Core. Pablo, talk me through sort of the thought process behind playing some of these one-of supporters. There's a good amount of them here in the list.
I mean, playing a lot of one-offs just gives you a lot of versatility, right? And it also comes with risk of you prizing the card that you need for a specific moment, but that's an accepted part of the game. It's something you play around, something you have to factor in with your decision making, and in a best of 3, it's very unlikely that you prize the right card at the wrong time twice in a row, right? So that's why playing a lot of one-offs can have a lot of risks, but also a lot of rewards. As we are seeing the Arven grabbing the Precious Trolley with the Luminion. Yeah, we're gonna see a full bench after that Area 0 gets played. We're about to see 6 Pokemon hit the board even.
Everything coming into play, and this is where a deck like Cloth has adjusted to really use this extra 3 bench slots so effectively. Now you can get down all these support Pokemon you want. You see Iron Bundle coming down, the Brute Bonnet, Hisuian Sneasler. You've got, potential to get Latias EX down to have pivots, and you still have space for even more Pokemon. You also have that additional effect of the Terrapagos' unified beatdown attack being another way for you to pivot away from your poison strategy. And importantly, that final piece, Core did grab that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. So at a minimum here, Core will be able to take the first prize cards of this game, no matter what Pokemon Tiger sends up if he chooses to use that Iron Bundle.
Now, interestingly enough, no Latias, no Pheasantipity either as a way to protect from KOs. So maybe Core already has them in his hand, but does know that he needs to be aggressive, right? The one thing that the poison extra damage doesn't help you knock out is a Dragapult EX, right? There's no way to get to 320 damage, which is the HP. So we're going to see the Iron Bundle, we're going to see a Dreepy knockout. Very simple, but knocking out a Dragapult EX is going to be very, very difficult. And that damage from Phantom Dive on the bench really stacks up.
Especially with some of those lower HP Pokemon in play, a lot of Pokemon susceptible to being knocked out later in the game. And Core also just leaving himself with 2 pretty unimpactful cards. Just an energy card and a switch card for the next turn will get a nice boost there if he draws that research, but no, draws into Squawkabilly EX. So a lot of pressure could be on Core's side if Tiger is unable to put together a powerful attack. And an interesting decision to start the turn off, immediately bringing that Radiant Alakazam to the active spot. It does have a hefty 2 retreat cost and a Mind Ruler attack, but Core maybe unintentionally keeping his hand low so he's not, being threatened by a knockout in return from that Mind Ruler attack.
Yeah, 20 damage per card in hand. I think Core has around 4, so it wouldn't be enough to get a knockout. But we are going to see the Crispin, so we can see an attack. Maybe the Alakazam was promoted before the Crispin was found, and therefore just playing it super safe, right? No need to risk a 2-prizer in Iron Thorn Switch. Also want to wonder why that hit the board. Like, you want that to slow down all of this, right? But now that that hasn't been slowed down effectively, that Iron Thorns could prove to be a liability and just become fodder for Clough.
It is a very interesting choice since, you know, it's not a great attacker in a spot like this too. Since you do have that weakness, you do also get knocked out from, you know, just the Brute Bonnet plus a full bench unified beatdown, right? It would be exactly enough damage to take the knockout on that side of things. And we're actually just going to see the Alakazam attack into this Claw for just 100 damage total, 80 damage after the poison, because there were only 3 cards in hand here. And, you know, while Core's hand is not strong in this spot, just has a few trainer cards, he's essentially just been given a free turn at this spot. He can just go ahead and poison the Alakazam. Won't necessarily make a difference here since, you know, the Cloth is dealing more damage based off of it being poisoned with that unhinged scissors, but Core is off to a 2-prize lead, and the great prize find there does find that Professor's Research to allow him to dig further on the next turn.
Great find indeed. Research will allow him to dig. Already has an energy in hand to have a follow-up attack, but this is where the problems begin, right? This presumably 320 HP Dragapult EX about to hit the board. The hand is just growing bigger and bigger, and there we see the Terra Orb, which allows you to search for a Terra Pokemon.
And now the question comes, right? Tiger has access to play a supporter card for turn, and you know, this Cloth wasn't knocked out, but Paulo, I gotta feel like this is a great opportunity to take advantage of that Pokemon having damage counters on it, and maybe knock it out with that bench damage thanks to Phantom Dive.
Yeah, if you have a boss, you could take down Luminion and play some damage here to get a 3-prize turn, overturn the price deficit. You could even take down Brute Bonnet and Cloth, and I think a lot of people don't really value knocking out the Brute Bonnet too much. We are going to see that boss knocking out both attackers, which is pretty significant, right? And you can have some leftover damage, 3 damage counters to place on either Terrapagos, but you have to assume that whichever Terrapagos doesn't get any damage, that's the one that's going to be promoted.
Yeah, there's also a world where you know you could put these damage counters on the Pecharunt instead, right? So that further down the line, it gives you another access to a 2-prize turn. And Night Tiger has set this up pretty excellently, right? He can now just take 2-prize turns, or rather 4 prizes over the next 3 turns, and be in a good spot. That will be a little bit more difficult thanks to Switch Card, a staple in almost all of these basic-only decks to allow you to not only pivot out, but heal some of those crucial damage counters, now allowing this Terrapagos to survive any hit from a Dragapult EX next turn.
That heal, super, super important. It's the reason why that Terrapagos was indeed promoted. Now, both players are going to be 2-hit KOing each other, right? But Tiger can build up to some damage. If Tiger does 200 to this Terrapagos and then goes boss onto his Luminion, he could potentially win the game within the next 2 turns.
So a big question here, I mean, for a lot of players, they see this Brute Bonnet on the bench, the ability to, you know, poison their opponent's active and put 10 more damage on it. While that does seem appealing, is there a world where that could backfire by putting poison damage on your own Terrapagos in a spot? Do you think it's worth putting extra damage counters when you're going to be taking a 2-hit knockout regardless onto Dragapult here?
I would definitely argue the answer is no, right? You just can't get to the 1-hit KO no matter what. So putting self-damage, it's extra damage counters as you mentioned, that probably wouldn't be a wise decision. It's only worth it if it's really going to help you get a crucial KO to help you win, right? Sometimes you have to do those things, even though you might not want to. But in this case, definitely I think we should see the Unified Beatdown without the extra poison damage.
So a big thing to think about here is, of course, that Pecharunt on the bench. Since if this Terrapagos were to be knocked out for some reason next turn, and that Dragapult stays poisoned, then the Pecharunt gets promoted first, and then the Toxic Subjugation ability comes into play. So if for some reason, right, there was something like the Binding Mochi to boost the damage from this Terrapagos up to 290 with a full bench and poison, then you know that extra 50 damage from poison could be worth it. But I think without the Binding Mochi here, you're going to be just short of taking that knockout. And like you said, it's probably worth not putting those extra damage counters on. You know, no matter how many years the game progresses, Pablo, 10 damage is still so important in the Pokemon TCG.
I'm fairly certain championships, world championships have probably been won or lost by just 10 damage, right? So we are going to see the poison come into effect by that Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder. So both players are poisoned. That Terrapagos needs 10 damage on it, and yeah, that 1 damage counter could play a role. Even if you just attack into the Terrapagos, then they get 10 more damage, and that's 10 damage away. So then it would force Core to find another energy in order to retreat into a different attacker.
So we'll see, of course, those Recon Directive abilities be used every time the Dragapult's on the bench, or Dracloak, excuse me. It's a nice little boost to this deck. We've seen a lot of these Stage 2 EX Pokemon that have seen play have powerful abilities on the Stage 1 Pokemon. Gardevoir with that Curlia's Refinement, and the Dracloak as well, allowing this engine to flow without committing more deck spots to extra engines that can be hard to set up.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason why this deck works. Like, a lot of people have started experimenting with this sort of like Iron Thorns, Technical Machine Evolution, heavy Crispin deck. But the reason this works is because after you evolve to your Stage 1, right, you have that Recon Directive to keep finding your resources, keep finding you those game-winning cards, whereas other decks don't have powerful Stage 1s like Dragapult, and that's why they might not be as effective. Something like Hydreigon, which we've seen a lot of players experiment with for a long time, I don't think it's as effective because they don't have Zuelos with Recon Directive themselves.
So it looks like Tiger has chosen to play a few of these Pokegear, find some different supporter cards. It will be Arven as the choice for turn, and here we go, a key card as that item of choice, that Lost Vacuum. Tiger could go either way here, as that Lost Vacuum allows him to either Lost Zone the Stadium card or that Tool card. Pablo, in your opinion, which is more impactful in this spot?
I want to say the Stadium. That keeps the damage a little bit in check from Terrapagos. You already went as far as knocking out both Cloths, right? So now, there we go. The damage, the big damage from Terrapagos. Like, if Terrapagos doesn't hit you with an Area 0, it's a 3-hit KO onto a Dragapult. So I feel like that's probably something big. However, the game is definitely dwindling down, right? It's going to come down to, I think the game's going to more likely come down to Core finding energies in time than anything else related to the poison or big benches.
And this is where this poison could really come back to bite Core in this spot. We look at how this damage is adding up on Terrapagos. It's going to take 200 from Phantom Dive and a 10 in between turns from poison. And if Core decides to not move this Terrapagos out of the active spot, it will actually be knocked out in between turns, I believe, because of the way the damage works, right? So there should be 220 damage on that Terrapagos. So hopefully we'll get that fixed between both of these players, since there was the 10 from poison before and then the extra 10 now in between turns. And here we go now. I mean, Core did play one of those switch cards earlier. Would need to find that other copy if he wants to heal it out of range from poison. And as we mentioned, that point of poisoning your own Pokemon, usually it is not a huge relevant factor, but it could come to bite Core back in this spot.
Now, I do see the switch card in hand. There's also the Latias, right, eliminating the retreat, so we can't just see this exchange happen very easily. And a single switch card doesn't put Terrapagos out of range from Phantom Dive. The big thing for Core right now is finding a knockout before, with something that's not a two-price Pokemon, right? Especially not that Terrapagos. If Terrapagos is in the active, then Dragapult just attacks twice, or attacks once more, knocks out both, and that's it, right? So we should be seeing this Petrant come to the active, and I believe that would be enough damage, right, for Dragapult to be KO'd in between turns.
10 over, absolutely. So the Toxic Subjugation on the Petrant would put it so that the Dragapult would go to 330 damage on it in between turns.
I think it would be even more because of this Niesler, right? It's 8 damage counters, so... 8 damage counters in between turns?
It would be the, so just the, or yes, it would be 8 in between turns, that's correct. Because
there we
go.
So
it's just going to be the pass, and actually choosing to not play the switch card in this spot, holding on to that. I mean, with how things stand, it doesn't, as you said, make a huge difference in terms of winning the game or not. A boss's orders plus an energy is all Tiger needs. Let's see if he has the pieces here. Promoting this Iron Thorns makes it pretty likely that, you know, there is something like a future booster capsule somewhere here. And with the Arven in hand, and don't forget Counter Catcher, it looks like Tiger is just one piece away, a Psychic Energy away, and does have the Earthen Vessel. I think all the pieces might be here for Tiger to close things out.
Counter Catcher isn't prized, so he should be able to close this out. As you mentioned, Ethan, we can see the attack. Tiger just double checking to make sure the Counter Catcher is available. The capsule is already available as well in the hand, I think I saw. So Counter Catcher, bring up this Terrapagos, Phantom Dive, knock out both, and that's going to be the game. Tiger is our Game 1 winner.
So Tiger coming to showcase the power of Dragapult when these Pokemon get set up. It is just so hard in the current format to take efficient knockouts on Dragapult. It's thanks to that big 320 HP, and you gotta say it over and over again, the big plus side to why Dragon Pokemon are so successful in this format is the fact that they have no weakness, making counterplay very difficult in terms of dealing with those Pokemon.
And the one thing Cloth decks need and want to do is be super aggressive from the very beginning, start taking knockouts. And what's the one thing that didn't happen in this game? There was no knockout. So let's take a look at the replay of our game 1, where the unfortunate start made it so that Cloth couldn't go super aggressive, did take a KO, but only on its second turn.
You got to wonder there if, there was one more turn for Core. Could he have taken a knockout on that Iron Thorns on the bench? Tiger really didn't get punished for that, so I'll be interested to see how the dynamic works in the upcoming games. But once Tiger got that Technical Machine Evolution, set things up just immediately, knew his strategy. Take 2 prizes on that second turn, and then just go 2-2 to win the game over those 2 turns. It was all thanks to Boss's Orders and Counter Catcher. These powerful gusting cards are what allow decks to thrive in the current format.
And these 2 decks specifically, right? These 2 decks are the up-and-coming decks, right? Cloth, before Surging Sparks, was in no one's prediction. And the weird combination, right, of Iron Thorns plus Dragapult is also not something that was very common, but now it's gaining more and more popularity. But now we do see that Iron Thorns getting started and basically shutting down everything that Core could do on turn 1. No Squawk Seas, no instant charge. You can just bench some Pokemon, but you cannot use their abilities.
I mean, that's why the Rotom V is in this deck. It is strictly for going first to allow you to draw cards with instant charge. But now, because of that Iron Thorn's initialization ability, there is no use for this Rotom. It is not going to see essentially any impact at this point, as after the first few turns, you want to be ending your turn by attacking, not using that ability. So we'll have to see how Core pivots to trying to use the cards he has in his hand under ability lock to get some sort of strategy going. It's going to be hard without having those powerful V and EX Pokemon's abilities at his disposal.
Now, there is one ability that Core could use to draw some cards, and that's Regidrago's ability to draw up to 4. However, without Latias, getting that into the active, getting your hand down, it's just not going to be easy to use Dragon's Horde. So taking a look at Core's hand, I don't see much going for it, and it seems like this Iron Thorns could potentially slow down the game enough to just give Tiger all the time he needs in order to set up.
Setting up indeed, Tiger has opened a monster again. Energy in hand, Dreepy, Technical Machine Evolution, and that Precious Trolley is available, not hiding out in the prized cards. So once again, Tiger can leave this Iron Thorns in the active spot and use Technical Machine Evolution to power up his Pokemon in terms of evolving them straight from the deck. And if Tiger can find the pieces the following turn, can even threaten a turn 2 Phantom Dive going second. That is nothing more that you would want with this deck. That would just give a huge tempo advantage to Tiger in this matchup.
Amazing start. It's a dream start, right? Arven in hand, Iron Thorns in the active, completely shutting down everything that your opponent could possibly want. And that's what Iron Thorns does best, right? Slow down everyone to its pace. It wants to go slow, wants to go 1 energy per turn, wants to set up slowly, as we saw with the regular Iron Thorns deck that just plays 4 of them, or now in this version combined with Dragapult, just slow things down so that Dragapult can actually overcome the issue of setting up.
So I'll be interested to see here if Tiger chooses to get down the Toedscruel in this matchup. I do think it is a card that is worth having on your bench, since just eliminating Night Stretcher means that you give yourself the option to take an extra route in the matchup. Just deal with Cloths altogether and don't have to worry about them. Seems like just such a nice sense of security to have against this matchup in particular.
Yeah, not allowing your opponent to have that single prize Pokemon ready to go, but we're just going to see the Technical Machine Evolution here. No Toedscruel or Toedscruel in sight, so it doesn't seem like we're very interested in shutting down those Night Stretchers this time around either.
And now action is back on Core. No V or EX Pokemon, no Pokemon with rule boxes can use their abilities as long as that Iron Thorns is in the active spot. Does find the Forest Seal Stone. That is an ability that can be used thanks to, a little quirk in the rules. That Forest Seal Stone is not an ability on the Rotom, so it can be used. And there's also that interesting one-of supporter in the hand, that Cypher Maniac's code breaking, and Regidrago plus Cypher Maniac. It's a strategy we've seen be effective in the Regigigas deck. It could be making a powerful impact here in this matchup, or we could just be discarding it off Ultra Ball. Seems like Core's got a different idea in this spot.
I'm guessing it's going to be a Cloth, right? We have a Switch card in hand, then we Forest Seal Stone for research, and we hope we get a double Turbo and an Ancient Energy Booster Capsule, and that allows Core to just take 2 prizes, as the Toxic Powder from Brute Bonnet is not from a Rulebox Pokemon, therefore it does work.
But that is the big ask, right? You're using that powerful Forest Seal Stone V-Star power, a once per game effect, just to grab a research to give yourself essentially 7 cards to find not only that double Turbo Energy, but let's not forget about that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Needs to also find that Pokemon. It's going to be a decent amount of cards to find, but that's sort of what you have to rely off of. You got to, you know, believe in the cards a little bit when you're under ability lock and you don't have all these luxuries at your disposal.
Yeah, the players at the very top always want to try to minimize the lock factor, right? But there are many times where you just have to go for it and hope to draw what you need, and I think that's exactly what we are seeing here. The Switch card, the research, we need the combo of double Turbo and Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. If that is not found, that will put Core in a very bad spot if Tiger can respond with a Crispin attachment into that Iron Thorns.
Does find one of the pieces, that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, but no double Turbo Energy. It is not to be found in this spot. So the big question now for Core, how do you pivot out of this position? Is there anything that you can do to maybe draw some more cards? You can't use Latias EX, that's shut down by the Iron Thorns. You don't have any more Switch cards available in the hand at least. And that Precious Trolley is not going to get a lot of impact since there isn't that Area 0 Underdepths in play yet. No Stadium has been found yet for Core. So what do you do? Do you re-bench this Regidrago and just, you know, reapproach the next turn? Or you can use something like Iron Bundle. We see it really having a strong effect to get out of that ability lock.
Yeah, that Hyper Blower ability coming from a non-rulebox Pokemon does mean that Iron Thorns needs to be switched, or is allowed to be switched out, and now we have abilities. Now we can Precious Trolley, maybe get Latias and another Cloth. I mean, we can Rotom draw, I guess, instant charge for a few extra cards, but I don't think we're attacking this turn, Ethan, at all.
That is the big question is, you know, if this Rotom wasn't on the bench, if there was one more bench slot, then, you know, Core would have the pieces here to take this knockout. Could bench this Radiant Hisuian Sneasler and then use this final spot for the Pecharunt with Toxic Subjugation. But because there is no bench spots available, that's not going to be a possibility since you also would need the Latias EX to pivot this Cloth out of the active spot. It has a 2 retreat cost. It's going to be difficult to move that Cloth out.
Very, very difficult indeed. And yeah, without Area 0, you can see how restricted the Cloth deck is, right? It wants a lot of bench spots for backup attackers and the poison package and the supporting Pokemon. But it's really difficult to do all of that when you don't have those 3 extra bench spots available.
And choosing to just, you know, leave the bench spot open, only grabbing 1 Pokemon off of this trolley. And that's a really interesting, you know, that is your 1 ace spec for the game, the 1 inclusion you have, and it was just used to grab a single basic Pokemon. You know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, but the big question is, will this 30 damage, you know, come back to matter? It definitely could. It's going to be very difficult, though, when your opponent just has such strong pieces in hand, immediately playing the Crispin to fully power up this Dracloak, and that Terra Orb can grab the Dragapult EX. All that's missing here is just a way to move this out of the active spot, and we'll see that Phantom Dive right away for Tiger.
Ideal setup for Tiger here. I mean, the Iron Thorns was sent to the bench, but there wasn't a lot of issue with that. Now, the rescue board is in the prize cards, therefore, we're probably not seeing an attack this turn, but I think if you're Tiger, you're feeling pretty good right here. Even if you go down 1 prize card, you probably always assume that's going to happen, right? However, that's fine. Yeah, you know your Dragapult will always do at least 2 Phantom Dives. I think that's the key to this matchup. You know, your big stage 2 that you dedicate a lot of resources to, is just going to get an attack off very easily twice, whilst you power up a backup 1.
And we'll see Ultra Ball get played, so, you know, if Tiger wants, can just get another Dracloak online and just have so much card draw and consistency to his deck. a thing that Core is really lacking with how the board has been set up so far and, how this Cloth deck is built. It doesn't have the luxury of a support engine that lets you look at cards and keep one and put them to the bottom of the deck. It really relies off of, these niche basic Pokemon's abilities. The Regidrago that barely sees any play, that only fills your hand up to 4. Rotom ends your turn if you want to draw cards. So we could just see Tiger not only have the more powerful attacker, the one that can sustain and be stronger throughout the game, but also one that just, is more consistent in comparison to Core and decides to just evolve and pass the turn. So while you do put that EX in play, you are essentially limiting yourself from one more ability from the Recon Directive on the following turn.
Makes sense to protect, right, your energy investments away from like a boss KO on your 2 energies. You could have also spread the energy around to try and make sure you're not punished, but the evolution I think is definitely worth it compared to the Recon Directive. You're just quite patiently waiting for this 3P to go down to the poison in between turns so that you can start pummeling your opponent's side of the board. And now Core does have abilities available to him, does have that Luminous Sign ability to potentially find Colress's Tenacity, Colress's Tenacity, thank you, in order to find a stadium, in order to find a double turbo and start doing something. At least get ready for next turn, right? This 3P is gone from the poison, but you have the double turbo ready to go for your Terrapagos or potentially a backup Cloth.
Yeah, and this makes me wonder here, do you just find the Pecharunt and promote that to end the turn in this spot? It's definitely, a lot better Pokemon. Would be great to find, right, if that precious trolley wasn't used. And so this is the big debate. Is that extra 2 damage counters, or rather, extra 4 damage counters worth it in this spot if you were going to just take a knockout either way on the following turn? It's a big question to think about. Now, there are still a lot of Pokemon in the hand, so, Trolley would have good use regardless, but with an Ultra Ball and a bunch of these basics, it seems Core will have a good option to make things work either way, especially with free use of things like Night Stretcher in this spot.
Yep. Now, you can reuse Iron Bundle to have a better knockout. Probably means you knock out a Dracloak instead of a 3P, or you could just hold it, right, for the future. Now, the Pecharunt you mentioned was discarded in the very beginning, so that's why its ability wouldn't be able to be used unless we dedicate another Night Stretcher, right, into it. But yeah, I mean, this 3P is gone. I think right now you have to wonder what Core wants to sacrifice, I guess, before or let go down in between turns, assuming this Dragapult is now about to start attacking.
It is just going to be leaving the Cloth active and taking the knockout thanks to the poison damage, so we'll just go ahead and fall to the discard pile. 3P, you put up a valiant effort. I think it's time for the big boss to get in here. Dragapult EX is all powered up and ready. And now it's just on Core to see how he can find a way to come back to this game. Having the Iron Thorns on the bench is a great Pokemon to be able to maybe take a one-hit knockout on later in the game. But now Radiant Alakazam could become the star of the show as this poison damage from the Cloth slowly accumulating can be preserved and slowly put onto these bench Pokemon, allowing Tiger to have even more plays at his disposal during this mid to late game.
Now this is pretty cute because Tiger does have a Boss's Orders. If he decides to bring up this Terrapagos and hits it for Phantom Dive 200, right? Terrapagos would have 220 damage on it. So if Core decided to self-poison that Terrapagos, then it would go down in between turns. So pretty nice use of the Radiant Alakazam there in order to set that play up. Of course, we could just see another Terrapagos in this spot and have that be the attacker, because as we've talked about, that extra damage from poison doesn't really make a difference. You're still 2-hit KOing every single time.
So we will see what the choice is. There are some juicy targets on the bench. That Lumineon V and Rotom both could be knocked out, but it is just going to be going after the Terrapagos, so leaving it with just 10 HP remaining, using Phantom Dive and choosing where to put these remaining 6 damage counters. Pablo, where would you like to see these damage counters be placed?
I would really like to see them just be stacked up into something, yeah, that eventually your opponent's not going to promote, and therefore it can always be targeted and eventually KO'd, right? Which is a perfect example of that Lumineon. 3 Phantom Dives, and it's gone, right? So your opponent has to, at some point, invest a switch card in order to retreat it. They're down 1, and Lumineon is not a Pokemon that you're going to be attacking with at all, right? So it's always going to be there, ready to be KO'd.
Yeah, no way to, remove the own Area 0. So if Tiger just says, hey, I'm okay with you having 8 bench Pokemon the entire game, if it means those liable support 2-price Pokemon stay on the bench, that's fine with me. Speaking of liable Pokemon, there's another Lumineon V in the hand for Core. Maybe thinking about what supporter card is worth grabbing out of the deck. With the bench full now, of course, Iron Bundle could always be put into the discard pile. There's really not a lot of space for, some of these extra powerful Pokemon like Pheasantipede, like the Latias EX to have some pivoting power. What will we see be the choice? It is going to be an Arven, so once again, Core can find out any item card and a tool card from the deck. Does still have access to some of those switch cards, which will be key in healing this damage off and trying to play around some of the math that Tiger is attempting to set up.
And interestingly enough, there is a copy of Lost Vacuum as we see hit the field, so he does have a way to remove his own Area 0 and therefore potentially remove all of this damage from play, right? It also means your damage output is very limited, but now you're more free to utilize Cloth as your attacker with the poison, because that's always going down, no problem. You're setting up the 2-hit KO, but you're preventing this Terrapagos from going down from the Painful Spoons or Phantom Dive residual damage.
And this begs the question here, Core is at sort of an awkward spot, is at 5 prize cards. Is this a spot where, using Iron Bundle could have a lot of value? At worst, you're still taking a prize card, you're putting yourself onto even number, and at best, your opponent might just give you this Iron Thorns to knock out instead of, going for this 2-hit knockout early on, where, it's going to probably be better value to just get rid of one of these Pokemon on the bench. This is an interesting spot for sure. We're going to see the Lost Vacuum be played first.
Yeah.
So that will get rid of all of those V Pokemon on the bench with less than 200 HP. So we've got the Rotom, that's gone, and then both Lumineon V also hitting the discard pile. But now with the Area 0 gone, there's no way to, put the damage back in this spot.
Yeah, this does mean now it's only 130 damage total with Terrapagos. I mean, it still sets up the 2-hit KO from a follow-up Cloth, but we can see a Painful Spoons just take this KO immediately before Tiger has even attacked, and then you have to give up something else as well, probably the Draco, maybe the Iron Bundle. So very awkward spot. It does feel like Core is trying to survive rather than figuring out a way to win. He's just trying to take away threats or options for Tiger to knock out, right? But in doing so, it's really difficult to deal with the one big threat, which is this Dragapult.
And now the question for Tiger is, how do you want to play this turn out? There's always the option of, using Iono first, drawing the 6 cards, and then taking the knockouts so you take more prize cards. Or we could just see the Arven. I guarantee the energy cards. I think that's what Tiger's really looking for here. Doesn't want to take any chances, can just grab an Earthen Vessel out of the deck, or even thinking about grabbing Counter Catcher in this spot to maybe target a different Pokemon on the bench and just finish off this Terrapagos with the benched damage counters from Phantom Dive instead of, using the Alakazam just to take the knockout on itself.
Yep, both options seem fine. I really would love to see this Brute Bonnet get taken down, though. That's like the one option, or that's the main option which Core has in order to increase his damage output, right? So I would love to see that get taken down. There's merit to the Cloth as well, but we are going to see that toxic Brute Bonnet get taken down right now.
And 3 prize cards here getting taken as well. That will mean Tiger is just one step closer in this spot, taking the knockout. Actually going to just choose to use the Radiant Alakazam's ability first to take 2 prize cards, see what else is available. And the big piece here, though, we have to continue to think about is Tiger did not find an energy attachment. So if there's a world where this Dragapult EX goes down, Tiger could find, a little bit of a struggle in terms of setting another Pokemon up, but that's a problem for next turn. For now, Tiger goes down to just 3 prize cards left and puts a lot of pressure in terms of closing this game out in just 2 turns from now.
Yeah, with a Crispin in hand, I think off the prizes, feeling pretty okay. But as you mentioned, he didn't have that before. He only had a Lightning Energy, which was attached to this Iron Thorns, which can become an attacker in a pinch, right? It can take down Cloth. It also shuts down recovery options, such as Serendipity. But that Area 0, I feel like, hurt Core a lot more than Tiger, because now, sure, you have another one, but you don't have Latias anymore. You don't have other Terrapagos. You don't have, I don't know, more resources available. However, we have the immediate recovery of the Brute Bonnet, the tool, the next Terrapagos, so not bad, right? Maybe it was worth it.
Not bad at all. You got to keep fighting in your spot no matter where you are in terms of the game. Can't give up now. You're 1 game down, just 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Score will play this nest ball. Bench can now be expanded to 8 total Pokemon, thanks to Terrapagos EX being in play. And it looks like, considering, that extra card draw off Pheasantipity EX can always be a liability, though, thanks to, the combination of Painful Spoons plus a Gusting card means you don't have to wait those 2 turns. Pheasantipity could go down in as little as a single turn. Core does feel it's worth just having extra card draw at his disposal when putting down what could be considered in this spot a liability.
Yeah, the key missing piece right now is a double turbo. The math actually works out perfectly to where if you attack with unhinged scissors, and there's the last card, the double turbo, so Core will be able to get a knockout here. The math is perfect thanks to that ability of Radiant Sneasler. Those extra damage counters will allow Core to get the knockout. Now he does need to retreat into Glove, does need to use that Knife Stretcher in his hand to get back the Latias in order to be able to pull this off. And sure, he'll get 2 prizes, but the question is, how do you deal with the incoming Iron Thorns? How do you deal with an incoming Dragapult TX most likely? That's going to be a problem, but for now, he's going to be able to pull this off, or not.
No, I don't think he has the access to Latias EX. It's not in the discard pile. Can't find a way to move this Regidrago. And now all of those aspirations, all of those, visions for being able to find a way to close this game out, those doors shut completely. Tiger's been given essentially a free turn on top of what has already been an extremely solid start. Guaranteed can take a prize card this turn, and with these bench damage counters, can set up numerous ways to win the game on the following turn. A gift, a present, Christmas gift here given to Tiger in this game too.
I don't know why I was so sure the Latias X was discarded after the stadium. The R0 got removed, but I was probably wrong. If it was in the deck, then yeah, there was no way to find it and no way to have a follow-up knockout.
Yeah, instead of grabbing Latias, grab the Pheasantipity, since
to grab energy.
Find the energy card, which was found, but sometimes you need multiple pieces, not just the one that you're searching for. This Tiger has so much time, so much leisure in terms of closing this game out. Can draw even more cards with the Dracloaks. Can, of course, use a supporter card for turn, even a disruptive supporter, something like the Iono to search through the deck a little bit more, funnel through some of these cards, and of course those recon directives are perfect at finding the pieces you need and putting the ones you don't on the bottom of your deck.
One thing I would like to see is the Crispin get used before, unless you're planning on using Boss's Orders, of course, but I'd love to see Crispin be used. That way you thin out the energies and you guarantee that you can attach one, right? Because Crispin, if there are only energies of the same type, or there's only one energy available in the deck, you don't get that extra attachment.
Yeah, and I think this is a perfectly fine opportunity to just, use Crispin in a spot like this and not use Boss. You can take the one prize knockout onto the Regidrago and then spread damage counters everywhere so that Alakazam in combination with Phantom Dive would close the game out. Instead, Tiger just wants to take the one prize card right now. Go after this Pheasantipity. You can either just take the knockout now, or, just leave the 200 and wait for Alakazam to knock this out later. Will instead just move one damage counter from the Sneasler onto this active, and Tiger will, after this turn, be one prize card away from winning this series and advancing to 5-0.
Yeah, just go for the aggressive move. Never a bad thing. You also have the Dragapult already in hand. You still have the Crispin available, of course. So yeah, you put yourself down to one prize card, one more Phantom Dive ready to go in order to win this game. And now Core does have the energy to be able to attack. Terrapagos is the only Pokemon that can withstand a hit, but realizes he's out of options, and Tiger will be... Oh, wait, what? Was he not conceding? He was, right? Yeah. Tiger is a winner.
I think we're just confirming everything that happens in this spot. Looks like everything should be settled out.
Yeah.
I think we are all set. Congratulations, though, to Tiger. There's the match slip. Tiger advances to 5-0 with Dragapult EX. It's just too much for this Cloth deck to deal with. The Thorns shutting down the fast aggression of Cloth means that once we get to the middle of the game, if both players are set up and ready to attack, that's a whole advantage of that early aggression gone for Cloth, and it just can't keep up with the sustainability and overall pressure of Phantom Dive and Dragapult EX.
And you have to wonder, is Iron Thorns finally the perfect partner for Dragapult? I feel like we've seen, like, Dragapult might be one of the most versatile cards we've seen in a long time, right? We've seen it be paired with Xatu, we've seen it be paired with Pidgeot, Dusknoir, both of them at the same time. None of them, like, now it's Iron Thorns. Is Iron Thorns finally the ultimate perfect partner for Dragapult, and could anyone ever seen that coming?
Thorns is just such an interesting card because it, you know, reminds us a lot about other ability locking cards, but without the initial popularity that things like, you know, Wobbuffet and even things like Alolan Muck, other ability locking Pokemon seem to have always found ways to get into the match. Let's take a look back at this match and see some of those key points. Now at the beginning, you know, was a slower start for Core in both game 1 and 2. Tiger just had that ample time to set the board up, and though Core struck first in the first game, it was really just Tiger being able to, you know, keep the pressure on after falling down a couple of prize cards and just fire off Phantom Dive attack after Phantom Dive attack to close the game out, using that math perfectly to find a way to win.
Using that boss to take down both attackers was very key. And then we saw that Rotom be utilized a few too many times, right? With Glove, you want to be aggressive, be fast, and it felt like in this match we saw everything but Glove working to its fullest, and that's the power of Iron Thorns, but also the unfortunate circumstance of drawing those 3 double turbos in the initial hand for Core. If you get rid of your energies, then how do you even attack afterwards?
And, you know, there's a lot of strong points here for Cloth, and many of them were showcased, right? The ability to take knockouts while leaving one prize Pokemon on the active, using big damage from one prize Pokemon, having Terrapagos expand your field. But I think the big weakness of this deck, the more, you know, we see matches of this, we feature it, and the more, you know, it gains in popularity is when you're playing a deck that relies off just 4 double turbo energy to attack, and you don't have, you know, a strong draw engine other decks in the past have had to play cards like that. You know, Arceus V-Star has had Starbirth, Zoroark has had Trade. A lot of these decks have had more aggressive digging power through their deck. And after turn 1, if you don't find those energies, you're kind of in a world of hurt when it comes to playing Cloth. We saw that showcased in that set. Yeah,
sometimes that's the most difficult part about playing these decks, as you mentioned, Ethan. Finding the energy at the right time, right? The poison damage is fantastic. It even plays around Fezandipity's Flip the Script ability as well, which can be very crucial to slow down other decks. But if you don't have the energy, that 8 damage counters from poison is significant, but definitely not enough compared to the other amounts of damage that you're trying to do. So the pitch turn can only get you so far, and losing too many energies in the beginning would have been like throwing the game, right? So yeah, Core definitely couldn't do it, had to slow down in that game, and if you give Dragapult time, that's when you know you're in trouble.
It's part of variance of the Pokemon TCG. It's a big thing to think about, especially when we're in such a wide format where matchups are very, very close. That's another, you know, big talking point that a lot of players, especially those who have picked the game up recently, have not had the joy or the fun of experiencing are super heavy swing matchups. You've been playing Pokemon for a while, Pablo. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is not one of those formats where matchups are, you know, as heavy favored or unfavored as other times.
Yeah, there might be a few exceptions, but on the broader side of things, everything's pretty 50-50, maybe 60-40, maybe 70-30 if you're very optimistic. But realistically, everything's pretty matched up, pretty evenly matched up, and therefore it comes down more to your decision making and the luck of the draw than actually what deck you're playing against at the end.
Yeah, it's a big thing to think about. So will players, you know, as this tournament progresses, see success with newer archetypes, stronger archetypes as of meta calls? Or will players who have been sticking with their same decks over and over again, the Regidrago stands, the Charizard EX Devouts, will they finally see success as this format continues to grow and grow? Or will it be, you know, players going to the newcomers on the block, the new up and rising stars? One of those we just saw win that set. Dragapult EX with Iron Thorns is a new archetype, though it features cards that have been played around with and tinkered for months and months now.
And speaking of Iron Thorns Dragapult, let's hear from our winner from this round, see what they have to say.
Thanks a bunch, Pablo and Ethan. That's right, I'm here with our winner from the last round, Tiger Hickman, getting to a record of 5-0 here in Toronto. Tiger, gotta ask, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
So tell me about this deck that you've chosen to play here for the weekend, the Dragapult Iron Thorns, something that's popped up over the last few weeks. Why did you choose to play it for Toronto?
I've actually been playing before it did well in Stuttgart. I played it when it was like 4 nest balls and a Farigiraf, and then it got popular. Mads Jensen just did a better version of what I had, and I just went with it. Has a good matchup spread as long as you don't brick.
Yeah, and it seems like the deck felt pretty consistent for you in that set. You started the Radiant Alakazam in game 1, which is probably one of the worst things to start, but you still got a great setup rolling. Talk to us kind of about your game plan going into that match. Obviously, the Cloth Terrapago's another deck that has popped up in just the recent few weeks. Did you feel confident and have a good game plan going into the match?
Yeah, the Cloth Terrapagos, however you want to call it, it's a fairly easy matchup for the deck. Once you get as big with Dragapult, they can't swing numbers as well. The Thorns is a good starter, so they can't use the Oranguru to go get the tool cards and get set up. So it's got its purposes for everything. The Iron Bundle is kind of a problem because if I don't go 2 Thorns, they get out of the lock. But other than that, it's a pretty easy matchup.
Nice, and it did seem like it was in your favor as we saw those games play out. Felt like you were very much in control and you were able to execute what your game plan was. So you're 5-0 now at this point, just one more win to lock up a berth into day 2. We do have 9 rounds of Swiss in the tournament here for day number 1. Tell us about your earlier rounds in the day. What did rounds 1 through 4 look like? Have you played a bunch of different decks, or have you seen some of the top end of the meta?
I hit a Regidrago, I hit a Conkeldurr at 3-0. That was cool. That was kind of a scary matchup. But for the rest of it, it was mostly meta. It was just, I know how to play my deck better than you.
And comfort does seem to be a big factor for a lot of these tournaments. It seems like this is a deck that you've been on for quite some time, made some changes maybe based on recent tournament results, but the core strategy is something you're very, very familiar with. And yeah, looking at some of your tournament results, you definitely are someone who likes to bounce around decks. It seems like you've had some finishes with Charizard in the past, some other decks as well. You know, early on in this format, you've been locked in on this for a while. What led you to this deck?
I was never a fan of Path of the Peak, but as an ability Pokemon, it felt a lot easier for my playstyle. And to just shut things down and then get really big and aggressive, it's my thing. I used to play Zoroark V-Star, and that was just get big and hit hard real fast. And it's kind of the same thing. I'm slowing you down for me to get big and hit real hard real fast.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've got a few rounds left today, 4 more rounds of Swiss. Barely halfway through the tournament for day number 1. What are you hoping to avoid, and what are you hoping to see in these last few rounds?
Honestly, I kind of want to hit a Miraidon or a Roaring Moon. Big Basics seem to struggle with this deck. I don't really want to see Ceruledge. It's not a super meta deck, but you just can't outpace it because you don't slow anything down in it.
I mean, if the only thing you're hoping to avoid is Ceruledge, I feel like you should be feeling pretty confident through the rest of the tournament. Well, great start thus far, without a doubt. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to, anyone out there supporting you that you want to give a shout out before I get you out of here?
Yeah, I want to shout out to my team that I test with. We call ourselves the Goldang Bros. My buddy Adriano, he's running the same 60 with me. A couple of the kids that I've coach, and the stores back home, Inside Astronomy, 4 Horsemen, and Griffin's Nest.
Well, congratulations, Tiger, on the excellent start. I'll let you get out of here, get a little bit of rest before your next round goes up, and appreciate your time. We'll throw it back to the desk, back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Chip. Great to hear from our winner, Tiger, showcasing the power of Dragapult EX. Really, gotta think, you know, is this a deck that's gonna finally have success in NA? So far, the stars are aligning too. It could be its time here, Pablo.
Yeah, I generally think Iron Thorns is eager for more success after the World Championships, and I could see it happening.
Well, of course, 2025 has not only, of course, the championship points on the line, but tons in terms of prizes. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the 2025 season has to offer in terms of the prize cards, or prizes rather. Prize cards, of course, are you know what we think about in terms of playing. You're gonna have to take prize cards to get these $10,000 for first place, unless you're, of course, playing controller block, but you get the point. $10,000, nothing to scoff at on the line, and can't forget those booster packs as well.
108 booster packs, then $7,000 for second place, $5,000 for top 4, $3,000 for top 8, and then all the way to top 32 $1,000. And junior seniors, not too shabby either, right? $2,500 for first, $2,000 for second, $1,000 for top 4, and $750 for top 8, along with 3 booster boxes. That's a lot of boosters.
Nothing better than opening up some booster packs and getting to this moment, these players fighting for these big prizes. They came a long way. A lot of players, I mean, myself included, I'm sure you have experienced this too, went to their local Pokemon leagues to start playing the Pokemon TCG. And you can find a great place to start yourself by scanning that QR code and finding events near you, whether it's casual events to local premier events. Play Pokemon has everything to offer. Go ahead and make sure you check that link out. There's tons of Pokemon action no matter where you live to play Pokemon.
Pokemon League is always a fantastic place to meet other players, other people who are into the same thing as you are. That's how I started, for sure. 25 years ago, I went to my first league, so long time ago, but plenty of things to do there, plenty of people to help you learn, help you get into this amazing game that we all love.
Just a few of the game stores here featured for the Toronto area where this regional championship is happening this weekend, but these are just a few of the many game stores in Canada and in North America as a whole. Check them out, see what events have to be offered. And if you guys are, of course, tuning into this broadcast, make sure you, of course, are following the channels, staying up to date, of course, using the hashtag #PlayPokemon for all things happening. Of course, we have the action here for the TCG. We've also got the video game Pokemon Go, and then for the international championships, Pokemon Unite. No matter where you look, there's Pokemon action to be had.
Happening everywhere. We are everywhere. And of course, we love for you to join in. Now, we do have a special segment, right? We have a special challenge of sorts for the viewers at home right now, where we would like for you to tell us and help us find out some missing pieces from a deck.
And this is a deck that, again, has popped up in popularity. Goldango EX paired with that Energy Search and the Palkia V-Star. This is Owen Cameraman's list. He piloted to a top cut finish at a recent regional championship. You see, a lot of these standard cards, of course, the Pokemon, all intact, supporters, nothing too crazy. But there's one item card missing here, Pablo. What could it be? Twitch chat, what do you think it could be? Let's see if you guys can figure it out. It's an impactful one indeed. One that, allows not just the Goldango deck to function, but a lot of decks in the Pokemon TCG to function. That's the only hint I'm going to give out here.
No more hints, Ethan. We don't make it easy for chat. So if you're familiar with the tournaments you've been watching, right, the other past broadcasts of our EU events, maybe you'll have some sort of idea, but we do want to give you a visual hint. So we have a replay of what happened in a match that was very key for Owen in order for him to be able to get that high finish in this Stuttgart regional.
So this was a match between Owen and Kaya Lichtleitner. Did use 2 of those Cursed Bomb abilities to take a big couple of knockouts, actually using them both on that Goldango. So Goldango fell, Owen went down to 3 prize cards, and Kaya had the opportunity to, again, still attack in a spot like this. So immediately putting pressure, crippling Owen in terms of what Pokemon to promote. Now had an awkward choice, right? Do you essentially give up another prize card by promoting either of these 1 prize Pokemon, or do you bring up this Goldango and hope that it can survive whatever onslaught of attacks Kaya can put together?
And it was a unified beatdown being followed up by this, putting Owen against the ropes, right? However, with those 2 prizes being gifted essentially from Kaya, Owen just needed to find 1 knockout. Needed to piece everything out here together in order to get the knockout on this Terrapagos to win the game. So we see the first coin bonus. Let's see what he can find, and a key card, Ethan.
It's that Ultra Ball. It's one of my favorites, especially as a player who has been playing essentially since this card was printed in the early, late black and white sets, the X and Y era. It is an impactful card, one that allows you to search Pokemon out of your deck, and in this key piece, it was the Pokemon that allows many decks, not just this Goldango deck, to thrive. Fezandipity EX can get those Pokemon out, put them into play, and then most importantly, start to execute your strategy. one Pokemon could lead into drawing multiple cards, which then leads into finding more cards. And you see that the glue that holds these all together are the powerful Pokemon searching item cards. Ultra Ball, though it does have a high cost, is the most versatile of them all, since it can grab any Pokemon. Others can't say the same for themselves.
One of the best cards in the game for sure. And another one is probably this Serendipity X, right? Which will give Owen a few extra cards. Now, does have that Iridas, so in order to get this knockout, we need to find 2 Superior Energy Retrievals, and we found one already, and we can search for the other.
Yeah, even with the Superior Energy Retrieval, you can, of course, use the first Superior Energy Retrieval to grab the energies and then discard 2 of them as long as there's 6 in the discard pile, if there's enough cards, especially if there's a water Pokemon to act as discard fodder in this case. And so you can see it wasn't the card that eventually got Owen the win. That was the Superior Energy Retrieval, but it was the card that searched out the piece to draw into those cards. Ultra Ball, though it didn't really have a huge spotlight, was the MVP in this spot, allowing Owen to put together a big turn and win this series 2-0.
What a turn, perfectly sequenced, and we can see the reveal of the Ultra Ball switch. We were talking about this before. Usually, like, Ultra Ball is such a staple in pretty much every deck, if not all of them, I want to say. Like, that's an easy card to overlook when you're taking a look at a list in full and you're like, what's the missing piece? Because you just assume that the Ultra Balls are already in there.
Yeah, one of the, unique cards that no matter the test of time, whether it's, 10 plus years ago in black and white era or through X and Y to now, that when Ultra Ball has been a card in the standard format, it is still seen play, and that is just because universally finding Pokemon will always be a strong effect for many decks, especially when you can't really get better options than not only searching cards out, but also sometimes discarding cards can be a positive benefit in the Pokemon TCG for numerous decks.
Many decks do take advantage of that, and now you mentioned, the card has been available since the black and white era. Could Ultra Ball be the most successful card in the game? Because of course, when we think about successful decks, we think about the Pokemon that won, right? We think about Mew VMAX winning, right? What did Mew VMAX have? 4 Ultra Balls in there, right? So could Ultra Ball be the most commonly recurring winningest card in the history of the Pokemon trading card game? I would not be surprised if the answer was yes.
If we're going in terms of longevity, I think Switch might have it beat, since, Switch has been around since the beginning, since it has, a little bit longer.
True, but has it been included in so many decks and so many copies? I feel like Switch finds its spot in some formats. It's definitely been a lot more common in the last few years, but I can definitely tell you, in the 25 years I've been playing, I don't recall Switch being like a super essential card compared to Ultra Ball.
Era to era, for sure. There have been cards like through the Diamond and Pearl era, Warp Point, for example, right? That was sometimes, a more popular card than playing
Then we had
Switch.
Escape Rope.
Now Switch card is an option that's better than Switch. But in terms of volume, right, it definitely would be Ultra Ball. I think if we're looking at what many would consider the modern era, right, so from 2016 on, excluding, that weird period towards the end of Sun and Moon, where Ultra Ball was not legal, since it had last been printed in, the beginning of Sun and Moon, so towards the Ultra Prism rotation to Cosmic Eclipse, for example, then yes, it was absent during those periods, but every time it has been legal, it has been in essentially high, if not mid volumes in terms of every deck. It is, in my opinion, I don't know if it's a sleeper pick, since other players or competitors would say other cards are better, but I think I appreciate that consistency is king, and that's what I think makes Ultra Ball one of the best cards ever printed. Is once you have printed Ultra Ball, it's really the gold standard, right, of what you want in an item card that finds Pokemon out. That's not an A-spec, of course. We've seen Trolley be the best example of that now.
And I mean, we're reminiscing of the past, of course. Why don't we hear from a veteran player, as I do believe Chip is ready on the floor with another interview for us.
Thanks a bunch, Pablo and Ethan. That's right, I am standing by with a special guest, someone who you may recognize, you're maybe used to seeing on stream, but maybe in that last round you saw him on stream in a different capacity than what you're used to. A man of many hats and now of many shirts, Michael Pramawat, who is transitioned now from a player to a judge. Michael, how are you doing?
Doing good, yeah. judging's been pretty cool, and being on stream as on a different role on the other side of the table has been pretty cool too. So yeah, things have been going pretty great.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, so you're someone who's obviously had a ton of success in the Pokemon trading card game, so many regional championship victories, so many amazing placements at the World Championships as well over the years. What led to you deciding to judge this season? Because this is not the first event you've judged. You've judged several tournaments so far, yes?
Yeah, I judged a couple of the senior events at regionals this season, and yeah, I've always kind of wanted to judge before, and this season just seemed like a great chance to do it. Last season, I was thinking about doing it last season, but I had my Worlds invite from the World Championship in the previous World Championship, so I was like, well, let's just run this one more season before I do the judge thing, and then so yeah, here we are. We're judging.
That's very cool. Yeah, it's great to see your face up there on the stage, but in, of course, a different role. And yeah, speaking of that different role, has there been anything you've learned over these last few events, you know, as someone who has played the game for so long, that gives you a new appreciation about, you know, how things work behind the scenes, you know, what the judging experience is like?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're basically meeting the other side of the Pokemon community who come to these events. Because when you're a player, you kind of mingle with the players, but when you're a judge, you mingle with the judge. And so I kind of feel like I know everyone now, which is kind of neat. And I would say, you know, it kind of puts some perspective on like the trials that judges go through, trying to like, you know, make the events successful for the players. And, you know, as a player, didn't really appreciate it as much as I do now. So that's really cool to see.
So I know the last few events you told me you have been working in the seniors division. You know, as someone yourself who once was a seniors player at these tournaments, and then now someone who's played for so many years past that, you know, what was it like to kind of go back and experience the younger age divisions?
It was definitely like a time machine, because I was like, wow, I remember I was exactly like that. And so it's cool, because it's like I understand like how they think, how they're playing, like. They have their own like meta game compared to like the Master Division, so it was a very interesting experience, and I think it's pretty cool. Like if anyone has like a chance to, you know, be a judge, and yeah, I think they should take it, because I think it's a great experience.
Yeah, very cool. And I know you've done some judging in your local area as well, and I feel like that's like a starting point for a lot of people. What does that look like for you when it comes to locals?
Yeah, I mean, going to locals and just kind of figuring out like how events are run, and then kind of trying just being straight up and just be like, hey, I want to like help out, and yeah, almost everyone is super accommodating as long as you're willing to help out. Everyone wants the help. So yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's just everyone's looking to have a great time, and so being a part of that for other people is nice too.
So you've been judging a few events this year. It's been great to see you now up on the stage for a round. We'll be seeing you more throughout the weekend doing the stream judging for us. What are some of your goals with judging through this year? You know, what are you hoping to do? And is this something you kind of see yourself doing long term when it comes to Pokemon? Do you feel like you'll go back and play a few tournaments? What's the move?
Yeah, I mean, like I definitely still have like the competitive itch. So I was definitely thinking about maybe playing another like a tournament this season. But in terms of like my goals as a judge, I really just want to like do as well of a job judging as I can, because like when I do something, it's really just like 100 or 0. So now that I'm doing this, it's like I'm really all in on it. Yeah.
Taking that competitor mindset and applying it to the other side of the table. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, Pram, it's great to catch up with you. It's great to see you up there on the stage in this judging role, and looking forward to seeing you at more tournaments in the future as well. We're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to get back to the action very soon.
Area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, you know, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way, you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that UE.
He found it.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands
So I'm Felipe Mazo, mostly known as Baby Mazo, and I'm from Brazil itself. Oh, it's a lot of fun because finally, after 3 years competing, I get to compete in Brazil and get to know a lot of the Brazilian crowd, which is probably, as many people have seen who have come to the LAIC, the loudest by far in like every region. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Stadium, but as main series go, my first game was Pokemon Diamond. My favorite Pokemon is Annihilate. I always liked Primeape, now he gets a third evolution, and he's like this brute, ghost, angry, fighter. So awesome, I always liked fighting types. I'm one of those guys. The furthest, it's probably Japan. Like Hawaii is very far as well, but from Brazil, I guess Japan is the furthest we've gone. Looking forward to going again as well. Highest I've ever placed, like in a Brazilian tournament setting, like regionals, AS Cup, I've won 12 times. But as far as worlds go, 5th was our best placement. Someone I really look up to in the community is Inder, actually. He's kind of retired now, but somewhat plays sometimes, doesn't always play. But feels really good to have someone that is walking this journey with me, because like it's really, really hard to manage being a pro player, being a streamer, being a YouTuber, and seeing someone else doing it just the way I'm doing it is also quite a motivator to keep on doing it. My favorite food to eat in an event are always the fries in the event. I'd say my favorite hobby right now is still playing other games that are still somewhat competitive.
Intense action continues at the final regional championships of the year. Toronto has it all. Let's get into this action here as we conclude through our 5 rounds. We get into our 6th Swiss round, and this is going to be an exciting one. These players still out in the field undefeated, still hunting for as many match points as possible to put themselves in contention for day 2 and all the prizes on the line for the second day of competition.
Now, as Chip mentioned, we do have a lot of players today, over 2,000 Masters players, and that does mean we have 9 rounds, just like the good old times, right? So we do need a 6-1 record in order to make it into day 2, and then we have, I believe, 4 rounds tomorrow before we get to that asymmetrical cut. But we're heading into round 6, still plenty to play for all these players.
Let's take a look at the standings and see how our tournament has progressed so far as we are getting into this 6th round of competition, and a lot of familiar names here on this first list. Joshua Frink, a player who had success last year with Gardevoir, has come back around to playing Gardevoir and off to a great start, 5-0. Lots of talent here, and as we mentioned, newer players, older players, in between, a whole mix of talent here in Toronto.
Yeah, we do have Benny Billinger, first year master, very successful seniors and juniors player, and now we see him having more success in the Masters division to nobody's surprise. So yeah, plenty of names that I personally don't recognize, but it's really cool to see a lot of these players be like, maybe they'll be the next Pokemon star in the making.
And that's a big thing about, being at this place in the tournament so far is, there are a lot of surprise breakout performances people can start to have at these tournaments, but there's still so much Pokemon to play. Just because you start out at 5-0 does not mean you are guaranteed anything at this point. I mean, we've seen players go into day 2 at as much as 8-0. I don't need to put anyone under the bus, but I mean, Jesper went into day 2 at the latest Europe Regional at 8-0. A very solid player, was essentially almost locked up for top cut, just needed to win, 50% or even considerably less, taking into account draws for his matches in day 2, and just wasn't able to quite get there. These players don't nearly have enough experience, some on the list, and it's still going to be as tough of a challenge as that. Don't count anybody in, and most certainly don't count anybody out.
And now let's take a look at some of our notable matches for this round. We do have quite a few out on the floor, but we're going to be featuring Lucas Singh versus Katie Katsuris, I believe is how you pronounce it. Now, of course, we had Armin Sam Daliri versus Benny Billinger, James Washer, whom we featured a couple times on stream before, against Lorenzo Menendez, and then Travis Beckwith against Drew Allen.
Yeah, a lot of mix between players. Drew Allen is one of our Canadians on this list, so we see sort of a mix between players coming up from down south. Kind of crazy to say that, but that's where we are right now in the U.S. And then, of course, the strong Canadian scene, and that is something that has been a story in the Pokemon TCG, especially in the last 3 to 4 years, is Canada's talent here on display, and Lucas Singh is one of the top members from Canada, part of this squad from right out here in the Toronto, Quebec area that have been putting up performances, bringing in results, and taking home lots of cash from these events.
I mean, last season we saw the first 2 events be taken down by Canadian players from Toronto itself. However, I will say, in the previous Toronto regionals, I don't think there was a single Canadian in the top 8. So you can see how strong the North American scene is in general, but of course, Pokemon is an individual game, right? So regardless from where you're from, it comes down to your decision making, your skill, your deck choice, and many other factors in order to be successful.
There's a lot that goes into every Pokemon tournament, and from a viewing perspective, and recently from a casting perspective, that's what makes it so fun to me. Is you never know what's going to go down. The best players in the room could have what they feel are the best decks, and they could still fall just short. There are so many factors within Pokemon TCG. There have been more random factors at some times, but it's that perfect balance between luck, deck building, and skill that make Pokemon so special.
And speaking of special, let's take a look at our players who are ready at the stage. Let's see what matchup we have in store for round 6. It's going to be Regidrago V-Star. No surprise there, the best deck in the format against one of its alleged counters, Turbo Roaring Moon EX. What do you feel about this matchup, Ethan?
Well, I can say for sure it is a fast one. Roaring Moon does not give you any time to breathe. It pounces immediately on you as soon as the first turn going second. For Lucas, it's really going to be about setting up these multi-prize turns, specifically, around that Tri-Frost Kieran. That is going to be a big card. If Lucas can, chain those 2 attacks together thanks to holding on to Legacy Star, he could take 6 prizes over 2 turns. Even if Casey takes the first 2 prizes, that will be enough for Lucas to find a path to victory. A lot could go wrong and a lot could go right for both of these players.
I think for Lucas, the biggest threshold you have to get through in the beginning is surviving, right? Your Regidrago, your first Regidrago that gets the dedicated energies is always at some sort of peril, if you will. And then even sometimes benching 2 Regidragos can feel like a challenge, right? So if you only manage to bench 1 on your first turn going first, and then that gets costed up to the active spot, then you're usually behind. However, Roaring Moon is weak to grass, so Ogerpon is a very viable and powerful attacker in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, really just the breakout of Roaring Moon coming back into the metagame after rotation, right? To give a little bit of context, Roaring Moon dominated at the last Canadian event from last year. It's been since Vancouver. We haven't been back in Canada for an event since Vancouver last year. And that was when, you know, cards like Battle Pass were still legal, and this Turbo Roaring Moon deck saw a lot of success. But once Battle VIP Pass left the stage, once some smaller pieces like Galarian Moltres left, the deck fell out of favor. And it wasn't until, you know, these EX and setup-based decks like Regidrago started to pop back up, did Roaring Moon finally get its foothold back into the meta and find its spot. Regidrago doing correct and doing well is what brought this deck back into the forefront. Now the big question is, has Drago adapted to this matchup, or has it sort of just blown over and sort of forgotten about it in a situation like this in the metagame? Something you've always got to sort of fear as a player when you have a deck that has been put back into the meta strictly to have a favorable matchup against yours.
Yeah, the question is always, do you have an answer to it? Do you need to adapt to it? And with Radiant Charizard already naturally being included in the deck, I think Regidrago can't do too much in order to adapt. But as you mentioned, Roaring Moon was a deck that was super dominant back in Vancouver, but it hasn't seen this level of popularity since then. However, we are seeing some pretty clutch prizes here for both players, I think.
Yeah, that Kyurem we talked so heavily about, it's in the prize cards there. Felucas is at the bottom, but not exactly what you want to see. And another support piece, that Luminion V in the prize cards, as well as one of those water energies. Besides that, both players will have access to all the cards they need to make things happen. There will always be those small 1 cards in the prizes. 1 card, 10 damage, no matter what it is. These small factors can make or break a game of the Pokemon TCG.
We hadn't touched up on it yet, but Casey's Roaring Moon list is very unique. It does feature Water Energy, which it has been a while since we featured those. Does have Energy Switch and Scramble Switch as the A-spec of choice now. Does seem like Casey is going first, so I have to wonder if Casey chose that or if Lucas had prior knowledge into what he was going up against and chose to go second just to give himself an extra turn or a turn with supporters in order to stabilize.
And so this is an interesting spot. I mean, this Roaring Moon deck can essentially do everything it wants on the first turn going second. Now going first, you're limited in 2 major things. Of course, cannot attack currently in the Pokemon TCG on the first turn, and can also not play a supporter card on that first turn going first. With those factors being in mind, Pablo, what does Casey want to at least hit in terms of benchmarks for this turn to set himself up for success in this first game?
Well, that's incredible that you mentioned this, Ethan, because I think we're seeing sort of a fake out by Lucas. Yeah, if you see this Clef in the active, I think Casey's thinking more about Charizard, right? That's why we're seeing this Roaring Moon being established. That's why we saw the Roaring Moon EX get discarded, because this Roaring Moon isn't very useful against Regidrago, right? You want to go aggressive, you want to take 2 prizes. However, I feel like if you see a Cleffa, it's very likely that your mind goes more towards a deck like Charizard than Regidrago. I could be wrong, but based on the choices of that Trekking Shoes, based on this Nest Ball choice, the Water Energy being prioritized as well to potentially open up Radiant Greninja as an attacker, we see the Water Energy attached, or we could just see the Dunk.
Is that possible in this spot? No.
Wait, no, there's no way to poison
that's the question.
The Cleffa. No, there's no way. There's no way to poison.
There's no way, surely, right?
Yeah, but this is what you want against Charizard. A single prize board to start taking prizes. So I'm pretty sure Casey just has the wrong information on what he's up against.
Yeah, trying to check through and see if there's any way to do that. No way to poison the Pokemon. So just having Petrarunt as an option, you know, could always be a solid way to have a Pokemon just to promote up into the active spot. We will see the Pokestop be used. It does find an Energy Switch, but now that's 2 of those Roaring Moon EX in the discard pile, leaving just 1 left. And you've always got to think about those limited recovery options, just the 2 Night Stretcher here for Casey in terms of bringing Pokemon back.
We do see the 3rd Roaring Moon is available. We didn't see it priced before. We are going to see that Latias hit the field now. Another reason why Roaring Moon has been more popular lately is also because it got quite a few upgrades since rotation, right? It got that new Koraidon, it got the Petrant with the Toxic Subjugation ability, it got Latias EX for retreat, it got even the non-rule box Roaring Moon in order to help itself. Now we are going to see that Pheasantipity get rid of 2 energy switches, the only 2 copies, and a Judge. So really going turbo, but now there's only 1 spot for Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, the way that Casey has built this deck, relying off of that Petrant EX, as well as the Latias to switch Pokemon out, there are no copies of any switch card in this deck. So damage off something like Trifrost can stick in play. And with there already being 2 Pokemon on the bench that would get 2 hit KO'd by 2 Trifrost, that has to make you wonder here if you're Casey, how do you go about that spot? Of course, as we do see in the bottom left, Kyurem is currently prized, but you know, if Lucas maybe takes 2 prizes early on and then finishes things off with a double Trifrost, that could always be a potential option, not limited or locked into that. That's Regidrago's special, of course, right? Being able to just have so many options in terms of attacks.
To see the attachment onto that Petrant for the Poison Chain attack that will allow Casey to take down this Cleffa potentially without activating Flip the Script, but I think he's going to find out for the first time that he's not up against Charizard and he's up against Regidrago instead.
So now it's on to Lucas. He's sort of been giving a gift in disguise in this spot since Casey has, as it seems at this point, not properly adequated like certain spots on his bench to Pokemon that he'd like in this spot. You know, how relevant is that Petrant in the matchup against Regidrago? How relevant is that baby Roaring Moon? And you, of course, have 2 of those bench slots committed to those support Pokemon in this position. So now it's on Lucas to see, you know, maybe he can take some liberties in terms of grabbing specific Pokemon or dedicating bench spots to non-essential Pokemon to give himself a little bit more ease in setting up. The big question, as always, is how many of these liable 2-prize Pokemon can you afford to put into play? One of those that you need to put into play, though, is that Teal Mask Ogerpon, the backbone of this Regidrago deck.
That Teal Lance ability has been pretty meta-defining, right? When Twilight Masquerade was announced and Teal Mask Ogerpon came out, it wasn't really regarded as a super powerful Pokemon, right? It was a natural inclusion in Raging Ball, sure, but it's the reason why Regidrago V-Star is powerful. Yes, there's a lot of new, cool, powerful Dragon-type Pokemon available to it, but it's this amazing energy acceleration that really makes this deck. And I really have to wonder if our board over on Casey's side would be looking a lot more different if there had been the knowledge of the Regidrago. Or maybe he's playing super, super careful and just preventing a double Teal Dance energy switch boss KO. But that seems very unlikely for Regidrago to pull off on the first turn.
Big Pokestop there for Lucas, really looking for Regidrago to use that energy switch that's already in hand. Does have a Professor's Research, but that's a valuable piece you want to get use out of before discarding it. Did discard one of those Teal Mask Ogerpon, but the Terra Orb found can find the final copy, and this is a big draw 1 here, Pablo. If Lucas can find an energy, or rather find a Regidrago V, albeit through Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, or the card itself, we'll get big usage out of these key cards. 1 card drawn, what is it? And that's the exact opposite card you want to see. Your 1 Prime Catcher, that 1 A-Spec card. Lucas may have to pull the trigger on that card now instead of holding on to it for later.
I mean, does that even matter with the Latias in play, right? Like, I don't think it does anything at all. It could stop some weird Dark Patch choices, but, like, you could bring the Roaring Moon EX if there was one. So, yeah, awkward start for both players. I think Casey would have loved to have a Roaring Moon EX with an energy established. That way you just need Sudden and attachment rather than finding a Dark Patch and a Professor Sudden the attachment. But now this research is going to be, or was super harsh for Lucas, rather.
And in a pretty awkward spot, did find Ultra Ball here to, you know, get this Regidrago V down, but it will only be the 1 copy, and additionally, does not have an energy attachment for turn as things stand, and did have the ability to dig further through the deck with the Squawkabilly EX, but choosing instead to discard the Squawkabilly, instead pivoting towards that Grasping Draw to better help fill up the hand. It will be at the cost, though, of missing that turn attachment and also leaving just 1 Regidrago V in play, which would be a big liability if it's knocked out.
Now this Radiant Charizard getting benched is huge because now Iron Bundle cannot do any mischief over on Lucas's board because KC does have that card, and that's how you can start the 2-2-2 price race with the Iron Bundle. But now that option has been taken away. So now KC needs to find a ghosting effect on top of being able to power up a Roaring Mini X if he wants to find a 2-price knockout, which is looking much more difficult at this point in time.
Does have a very solid hand to work with at this point, as long as there's some energy cards in the discard pile, which will almost always be the case thanks to that Radiant Greninja's Concealed Cards ability. It does find some Pokemon Catcher, a pair of those Catcher, one for each hand here for KC. Start things off with some big flipping action. These are big rolls. First one's a tails. This second one, if it flips heads, can target that important Regidrago, but both of those are tails. And now KC may have to think about a different approach in terms of what Pokemon he wants to go after, and also if he wants to instead, use the Professor Sada to power up the baby Roaring Moon as well.
I would have to imagine he will go for that option, right? Just get 2 energies on board. Energy switches are gone, right? We saw them get discarded off that first Squawk and Seize right away, not choosing to attach the water energy, which, yeah, I mean, it could hurt because now you can't dark patch, right? You do need those dark energies, and that's why you have a lot of options in terms of attacking with Radiant Greninja, but the energy attachments become a little bit more awkward.
We will see the Pecharunt, that promo Pecharunt, be powered up. So now Poison Chain is in effect, and some of that, cute quirks behind taking knockouts thanks to Poison is not activating that Flip the Script ability, which, as it stands right now for Lucas, still does need a few pieces to take this knockout, on top of potentially a gusting card, since taking 1 prize knockouts in a matchup like this really don't have a huge reward in terms of all the resources you're putting together to power up an attacker.
Is this a spot where you wish Pecharunt didn't have its ability? That way you would do 10, you can't retreat, 10 from Poison, and then Cleffa would go down coming into your turn. But, of course, we do see the knockout being taken. Now, Ogerpon is a viable attacker, right? Lucas could start the 2-2-2 price race if he doesn't have access to the Kyurem, as is the case in this game. Just go attach, Teal Dance, boss. First 2 prizes usually wins the race, right? And he's not threatened by any of the single prize attackers, which can be how you can overcome that prize deficit.
That's one of the weaknesses of, having grass weakness in this format, and one of the, niche spots where Teal Mask Ogerpon has shined. It kind of just does everything you want it to do in this deck. It accelerates energies, and it can also be used as a backup attacker against some of the dark type decks in the format. Lucas will go ahead and start things off with that Teal Dance.
No.
Cannot flip the script.
Yep.
That was some quick action from everyone at the table, so
yeah,
glad everything was saved. So
when he searched for it, I was certain he was going to try. Now, this could prove to be a slight mistake by Lucas because Pheasantipity is weak to fighting. So there is a possibility for that new Koraidon to take a 2-prize knockout without being a single prize Pokemon itself. So that at some point could come into play and could be an opening for Casey to overcome a situation where he's down in the prize race. However, if Lucas can't find a 2-hit KO this turn, then he's also in trouble.
So did discard that Boss's Orders and the Prime Catcher off that first research. Does he have a Boss's Orders? This energy attachment makes me think he does. Boss's Orders onto the Roaring Moon, and though through an unconventional method, it will be Lucas striking first, taking the first 2 prize cards in this matchup, something that normally does not happen when you're up against this Roaring Moon deck.
And this feels amazing because Casey's best response to this is most likely another Roaring Moon EX, right? Because since an ancient Pokemon didn't attack in the previous turn, that Koraidon's extra damage effect is not available. So then you need a Roaring Moon EX to respond to this. And that opens up the other Teal Dance as an attacker. You also have your Regidrago's V-Star attack still available. And if for some reason they go after your Regidrago V-Star, well, you already have the attacker powered up. So things are looking very good for Lucas, just based on the information that he didn't give his opponent in the first turn by just having the Clef up front.
Let's not forget, all 3 of those Roaring Moon EX are now in the discard pile, it seems. We're going to go through and check. So there's the one. We'll see that Roaring Moon get rebenched. Will be that final bench spot. Let's take a look and see how many resources are still in the discard pile. So there may actually be 1 Roaring Moon left, but regardless, these resources are slowly becoming thin. does have that Professor Sawdust, so there's no issue as it seems right now, just missing the Dark Patch in terms of powering this Roaring Moon up. But then comes the question, right? You take this knockout on the Ogerpon, another Ogerpon can just come right back up and take the knockout. Or even that Radiant Charizard becomes slightly easier to power up thanks to just the one prize card being taken on Cleffa, which could just give easier access to Lucas. Of course, also saving that V-Star power, a huge advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, I did miss that we do have the Scramble Switch, which is another way we can power up that Radiant Greninja. So, as you mentioned, we can use that Radiant Greninja, or we can just use it to power up the Roaring Moon EX immediately. So now there's definitely no way to power up Greninja EX, or Radiant Greninja, sorry, anymore. We are going to see that Palpad put back the boss, but having a hard time, like, you're down 2 prizes, and now how do you power up an attacker and Ghost at the same time to take down that Fezandipity to hopefully prevent Lucas from just going 2 prizes this upcoming turn and then 2 prizes on any of these supporting Pokemon.
That is really one of the big downsides of not playing Prime Catcher in your deck and playing the Scramble Switch instead. You know, it did help move those energy cards around, but you have to wonder, would a Frenzied Gouging on something like Regidrago V-Star be better in a spot like this if you could combine some disruption like Judge on the following turn and make it even harder for Lucas to put together his strategy? That's not the case, and now there's even more tools at his disposal. Drew into that, Kyurem off the prize card, so has that access, can now play Super Odd to bring back these energies and Pokemon into play, and now can use the Flip the Script ability to continuously fill the hand up, draw cards, and as long as he can string these attacks together, Pablo, he should have no problem closing this game out.
That promotion of the Teal Mask indicates to me that either he has a Research and a Switch and he's just gonna use that, or he's already planning to Legacy Star back that Prime Catcher to take a prize somewhere along the lines. I'm not so sure. I think I saw the Switch in hand and a Research, I'm guessing. So priority number 1 is just knocking out this Roaring Moon, right? And having a backup. The only way your opponent can take down a Regidrago V-Star is with another Roaring Moon. So if you have Ogerpons powered up, ready to go on the bench, you're in a good spot. And even the Radiant Charizard can do it.
Yeah, and that makes me think, right, if the difference between Radiant Charizard and Ogerpon attacking in this spot is just the fact that Ogerpon doesn't need a fire energy, then maybe it's just better to take the knockout with this active Ogerpon in a spot like this. It's no difference between your opponent winning the game in 2 turns, no matter which attacker you use. And that way, Radiant Charizard gets, guaranteed 1-hit potential to close the game out. Ogerpon can't, as it stands, take 1-hit knockouts on the Squawkabilly or Latios. So I like this play here for Lucas, pending he can find that energy switch and needs attachments. What a great 4 cards there off of that Iono. Finds the Earthen Vessel, can find those energy cards that were just put back into the deck, and that energy switch, and can still use the Flip the Script ability to draw into some cards, thanks to, of course, Poison not coming into effect with that last knockout. He even finds another energy switch, meaning there should be no problems powering up whatever Pokemon he wants to power up this turn.
Very, very good draws by Lucas here. I think now he's going to dedicate the Earthen Vessel to find resources. But yeah, another attack by Tildas, which is not usually the attacker you end up using in most matchups. Turns out when your opponent's weak to grass, Tealmask Ogerpon is just a fine attacker to go with. And that Mirrored Leaf Shower is pretty powerful against these grass-weak Pokemon. It's great against Charizard, great against Roaring Moon. And in this 2-2-2 price race, I know I probably say this too much, but I would love to see Casey just scoop it up and be like, okay, this is ideally a favorable matchup. I should have an advantage, so let me go ahead and make sure I have enough time to hopefully complete the next 2 games.
Yeah, the doors are almost shut here. You can't even target down the Regidrago V-Star with the Roaring Moon EX, since the Tealmask Ogerpon will just come up and take that last knockout. Saving V-Star just essentially guarantees every route to victory, as Lucas will go down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Casey is on his last breath in this game. We'll check through every resource, every line that's possible. But unless we're missing something, Pablo, it seems like Lucas will go up 1-0 here in this first game.
Yeah, because the Legacy Star option is still available. Like, if it wasn't, and then maybe you could go like Pokemon Catcher plus Judge. Yeah, there we go. That's a great scoop by Casey, realizing that he's in a bad spot. And this is generally like, we talked about how this format is pretty even across the board, right? But there are some advantages or disadvantages in some matchups. I would say Roaring Moon The reason why it's viable right now is because it does have a slight advantage against Regidrago, and therefore you want to give yourself as much time as possible to hopefully win this match.
You can see, right, things went wrong and things went right on both ends for those players' early turns. I have to imagine, again, it goes back to that first turn of setup. I don't know necessarily how much it would have mattered in a spot like that. However, those big Pokemon catcher flips, we have to highlight those, since taking that first prizes, not on the Cleffa, but instead on the 2 prize Pokemon, changes the entire dynamic of how this matchup plays. But you gotta live and faint by the coin flips, essentially, in a deck like Roaring Moon.
Now we do have our replay ready of game 1 and what transpired. And we did see that first knockout by the Petrant, which likely wasn't the right Pokemon to attack with from the very beginning. So Casey now has full information. I'm sure we're gonna see that Roaring Moon get powered up and be the main attacker, really, as we saw Lucas just respond pretty much to everything that Casey did perfectly.
A lot of the luck not on Casey's side in that game. Didn't find the Pokemon catcher flips. Didn't really have the knowledge of how to power up his board in certain spots. As we get into game 2, Casey smartly opting to go second. A really big strength this Roaring Moon deck has. Access to everything it wants, from attacks, supporter cards, you name it. And this is the big question here for Lucas. How do you build your board in this spot? Do you try and, force yourself to promote a 1 prize Pokemon on the active spot? Do you accept your opponent's going to take 2 prizes? What are the big factors to think about in terms of this important first turn here?
I would say whoever gets the first 2 prizes is really, really, really favored in this spot. So I would definitely be trying to retreat into a single prizer and just ask the most out of my opponent, right? Have them have the ghosting effect, the dark patch, the Soda, the energies in the discard pile, and now you also have information that they are playing water energy, which does make that early attack a little bit less consistent if you don't have the right energy for dark patch at the right time. So Lucas, though, choosing to go a different route, not hoping that or assuming that he won't get a single prize Pokemon to even bench, and that's exactly what happens.
It does use that Squawk and Seize, did get rid of an energy switch and not finding an important second Regidrago V-Star to put onto the bench. This could spell disaster, depending on what Casey can put together. Does find an Ultra Ball off that Trekking Shoes, and with the Roaring Moon already in hand, could decide to just immediately commit to using Professor Sada for that single energy, and hopefully finding those other pieces like another energy to put into the discard pile to use that second Dark Patch, Pecharunt EX, and that Pokemon Catcher could all make these things possible for Casey to knock out this Regidrago on turn 1.
This Ultra Ball, has got to be Radiant Greninja, though, as you do need to get 2 energies into a discard pile. 1 for Sada and 1 for the Dark Patch. Otherwise, you're not even getting an attack this turn. And of course, knocking out Regidrago would be fantastic, but I think you're content with just taking a 2 prize knockout on this cute little Squawk ability. But either way, Casey doesn't have all the pieces, does have access to Squawk and Seize, of course, but already has the Sada and already has the Dark Patch, so really needs to hope he finds an Earthen Vessel or an energy off of this draw from the Sada. Ooh, even has a Pokemon Catcher already, too.
Does already have the Pokemon Catcher. Does need to still find a few more pieces. Pokestop is not a bad one, though. You could just naturally discard some of these Dark Energy or find an Earthen Vessel. Big spin here for Casey. What does he find? Trekking Shoes, Dark Energy, Dark Energy. That is a great 3 cards immediately with the Dark Patch in hand. Now makes so many options available. Routes to potentially be taken for Casey to finish things out, and will keep the water energy.
That's
so
perfect.
Here's step 1, Pablo. The Pokemon is powered up. We have step 2 if this flips heads, and yet again, that's 3 tails in a row. So we're still on step 2. Plenty more work to still be done. We'll go ahead and discard the Pecharunt, draw 6 off Squawk and Seize. What can Casey find in this spot?
That Iron Bundle is not horrible, right? Because then, any of the Pokemon on the bench is better than Squawk, but we do have another Pokemon Catcher, so I think we still see another coin flip.
I think we've got 2 in the hand here. Different art, same card. You are kidding me. We've got 1 more Pokemon Catcher. Come on, Casey. You got to flip 1 heads in this spot. No
5
way!
tails in a row. What are the odds of that happening?
That is not what you want to see at all. He's laughing it off, but you can tell it hurts inside.
Yeah.
That is not what you want to see for a big match against a big player. Can continue to draw things out, take these first 2 prizes, but the fact that this knockout is not happening on Regidrago V-Star, or the V, for example, makes this game from a strong favored position into a position that's still favored,
Yeah.
that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's still a decent position, right? Not the absolute best one that you could have been in. And we do see the scramble switch in the hand, which is not the prime catcher, right? Which would have guaranteed that knockout. But as we've said, yeah, this is a fine spot. If you can just take 2 KOs in the next 2 turns, that's fine, right? 2 prizes, that's 6. That's good enough, right? So the pressure is still on Lucas's side. But Lucas does have the tools to overcome this. He does have Radiant Charizard to try to work around that price deficit, and we are going to see that Iron Bundle get 2 prizes that are more impactful than this Squawkabilly. Now, I do want to question this a little bit, though, because if at some point Lucas attacks with that Radiant Charizard, you could have had that Iron Bundle saved up to prevent that situation from happening.
Yeah, of course, removing the Teal Mask Ogerpon for now does make things a little bit more difficult, but it is something that, you know, could not be as favorable of a trade-off in a spot like this. But this is a big turn here for Lucas, you know, facing adversity quickly. What can he find? There are no energy cards in this hand. Does have a few energy switch and the Teal Mask Ogerpon. But what it looks like here, Pablo, is Lucas may be forced to use this V-Star power on turn 2. And then from there, not only are you facing the constant onslaught of pressure on Casey's side from these attackers, but you're also not going to have one of your strongest recovery tools at your disposal going forward.
We still have flipped the script, right? So just as the ability's name says, this could completely flip the script on this turn at least, right? Lucas still against the back rope, still under a lot of pressure. But if he manages to respond to this, then now the pressure is on Casey's side, right? Needs to find another Sada, another Dark Patch, or an energy switch alongside another ancient Pokemon, and an attachment for turn. So it's not necessarily easy for Casey either.
Just needs to find 2 energy cards here. What's the third card? It's 3 basic Pokemon. There are no energies to be found, and this will almost certainly force Lucas into using this V-Star power turn 2. You see hand on his head thinking, come on, I don't ask for much. I play all these energy cards, all these ways to find them, and my deck has given me nothing to work with in this spot.
No Earthen Vessel, no energy. I mean, you have to assume you're going to hit something off of Legacy Star, right? But as you said, you don't want to use Legacy Star in this spot now. Lucas does have an option to potentially win into turns with the play that you mentioned, right? With that Kyurem. Although, there aren't 3 targets that are within range of Kyurem itself, because Roaring Moon has 230 HP, and 2 Trifrost would be 220. So, not exactly there yet, but if a Frenzied Gouging is used to knock out the Regidrago, then they would be in range. But the awkward situation for Lucas here.
And a lot of this, I think, is going to come down to which pieces are discarded off of this V-Star power. You see Lucas already have gone through 1 energy switch and has 2 in the hand. Depending on what's discarded here, this could impact the entire course of the game. So
There's
far, so good. There's the energy cards and the superior energy retrieval. And the superior energy retrieval is actually a pretty solid find in this spot, since it essentially acts as grabbing 4 energies, and there are at least some pieces here that I'm sure Lucas is okay with discarding in this spot.
That's pretty ideal to find. I mean, better than an Earthen Vessel at this point, most likely. And yeah, it's going to be energy switch. And this, if we're trying to pull off 2 Kyurem attacks, then the energy switches are super, super crucial. But if you go for a double Kyurem attack, this is a spot where your opponent will avoid using Frenzied Gouging to knock out the Regidrago, unless it's the only one in play. Then there would be a lot more merit to knocking that out. But I do think we have another Regidrago to be benched.
Yeah, that's the big question is, you know, if you're not using Frenzied Gouging, there could be a line where you're not taking 2 prizes, and that could shift the entire narrative of how this game plays out. So let's see what Lucas has here. Thinking about discarding this Regidrago V and instead maybe going for a 2-1-2 line where, you know, Lucas accepts that this Regidrago V-Star will go down the next turn and will instead bank off of using Radiant Charizard to close the game out. And, you know, this sequencing here makes me think that's what Lucas is going for and what he has to commit to in this position.
Agreed. All of these decisions do point towards trying to utilize just Radiant Charizard in back-to-back turns, along with some hand disruption, right, to force Casey to have as much gusting effect possible to deal with this, right? And with 3 Pokemon catchers already gone, there could only be 1 left. And Lucas did see the A-spec was Scramble Switch, not Prime Catcher, so I'm pretty sure that's why we saw the Cleffa being kept and benched right now to protect from Iron Bundle, and Lucas could still be in a very fine spot here.
It looks like with that lost impact, thanks to Giratina being discarded, it will be the attack of choice. So 280 damage, does have to lost zone 2 of those energy cards, but also by putting the Cleffa on the bench removes Iron Bundle from being a solid option. And we haven't even noted this, Pablo. That Radiant Charizard is actually hiding out in the prize cards. And by Lucas not taking that here, it does really beg the question of what is Lucas's follow-up next turn if Frenzied Gouging knocks out the only Regidrago in play.
As we did see another Teal Mask Ogerpon get discarded, right? So yeah, having a follow-up attack for Lucas, if this Regidrago goes down, as you mentioned, could be very problematic. And suddenly, because of the prizes, Casey could run away with this match very easily.
And what a Pokestop there. You know, this is a big aspect of the Roaring Moon deck is how you sequence your turns out. I know you're someone who's played through this deck a good amount in the previous regulation. Could you give us, you know, some quick notes on things that are important to do to put together these attacking turns when playing a deck like this?
Well, a very key thing is that you need 2 pieces, right? You need Sada and you need either Energy Switch or Dark Patch. So you really need to try to thin your deck as much as possible from cards that are not item cards to help those Pokestops be a lot more successful. However, if you get things like Energy or Pokemon out of the deck, the chances of hitting a Professor Sada, for example, also increase, or the right Pokemon also increase. So it's a very subtle, like, sequencing technique, if you will, where you need to measure the risk between, okay, I want my deck still have enough pieces to where the odds of me discarding Sada are low-ish, but I also want them high enough to find me the other pieces. So it's definitely a very delicate balance between knowing when to do things, and sometimes you Pokestop aggressively, other times you cannot afford to Pokestop because you're down your Palpad and you only have 1 Professor Sada left. So there's many things to consider, too many things even to really like put it down in an ABC. Every turn could be different.
And that's how Casey's been playing this, sort of sequencing through his turn to try and find that Professor Sada. Still has not found it yet. Off that Flip the Script, Pokestop has been used. There's just really one ability left. It's that Concealed cards, and these are a big 2 cards. Can Casey find one of these Professor Sada? And does not find the Sada here. This could be a big issue in this spot. Now we go from threatening so much aggression to essentially having game in 2. Wait, but actually does have the second Dark Patch. Okay, doesn't even need Sada in this spot. Will play both the Dark Patch. That's sort of an out-of-nowhere way that Casey can put together an attack. Took me by surprise, and I'm sure Lucas, you know, not seeing the Sada come down yet is maybe thinking, oh, well, that's another way you can just take the knockout. That works too.
Yeah, that double Dark Patch, very key, but it's also 2 resources that you no longer have afterwards, right? If you use just Sada, without Dark Patch, then you cannot have a follow-up attack. Now, we do see the Frenzied Gouging, the self-damage onto that Roaring Moon, but can Lucas even deal 30 damage this turn? I don't think he can.
Yeah, Motivate is just short, and if you use Motivate, then you're pretty easy to, you know, just get knocked out back in return. There are still some Energy Switch, and we do see the Super Rod in hand, so, you know, Teal Mask Ogerpon just needs 1 Energy Switch to take an attack.
Does need another Ogerpon, though, which we did see get discarded last turn along with the Regidrago. So doing 30 damage now seems to be the hard. Oh, wow, but Super Rod and Nest Ball is the perfect combination of cards to recover the Ogerpon and be able to respond to this Roaring Moon EX.
So this is step number 1. Use this Teal Dance, continue to draw through the deck, and get both of these Ogerpon down. But step number 2 is going to be disrupting Casey's hand in some fashion. Usually you can consistently do that by using your V-Star power on this turn, but now with that not being an option, Lucas is just going to have to find this last Iono, and does find the final Iono. And this was a sequencing decision by Lucas to not play any of these cards to shuffle the deck. Very smart there from him.
Extremely smart to just make sure he had the best odds at finding the Iono. And now, an Iono to 2, of course, there's still Fezandipity, there's still Greninja to recover. And Casey did grab a Professor Sada from the prize cards, which will now be going to the bottom of the deck. However, as Lucas, you know that Casey didn't play a Professor Sada last turn, so by playing Iono, you are getting him closer to the Sada. But of course, it's not just Sada that's necessary in this spot.
We'll see the second Super Rod, and you know the big question here is how risky does Lucas want to play? do you bench another Regidrago V in this spot? Or do you take the 50-50, assuming you get this knockout, that you're going to grab Radiant Charizard off the prizes? The big question here for Lucas is, how many energy switch will he have left after this turn? If there's not more than two or more left, then attacking with Regidrago V-Star next turn isn't an option, and he may have to gamble on this 50-50.
I mean, true, but also, like, is it really necessary, though? You just need a ghosting effect, right? Because if Casey can pull off an attack, they win the game. Therefore, if Lucas's Ogre Bond is still available, then they just need a ghosting effect to take down the bench Roaring Moon with weakness, and that's it, right? So
that is true.
Yeah, so the Radiant Charizard would have been great this turn, but because it's not available, Casey just needs to find the right pieces. But if he doesn't, he's likely to lose the game to a single ghosting effect at that point.
Yeah, let's not forget, Prime Catcher is still in the deck, so here we go for Lucas. Is just going to go ahead and thin things out as much as possible. And interestingly enough, is just going to go for this turn. Let's think about this here. Lucas could actually win the game on this turn, still has access to Prime Catcher. Phantom Dive, Prime Catcher could take 4 prize cards here for Lucas.
But he just benched the
he did just bench the Regidrago. But the bench damage, it's not quite enough. So it's so close.
No, it's
got
30
a little
damage
bit
away.
ahead.
Yeah, you got a little too excited there, Ethan. Can't KO the Squawkabilly, 30 damage short.
Just going to pass, actually, and leave the Cleffa here. What do you think about this line?
All right.
There's a lot going for it here, just not using this attack.
Opening up the possibility to win with the Phantom Dive that you mentioned, right? However, didn't give Casey extra draw with his DPT because he didn't take a knockout. It's sort of protected. Well, it's definitely protected from Byron Bundle because there's no space on the bench. And he knows there are 3 Pokemon catchers right here. So it came down to the last Pokemon catcher or a boss. It's a risk, I guess, you take, right? It's probably better than just having the 2 prize Pokemon in the active and letting Casey just find one of his Professor Sadas, and that's it, right? So pretty smart move by Lucas, and now it might be Casey, the one that's out of options.
So the play I mentioned last turn could be the play
it's
for
the play for this
following
turn, for sure.
Does take, of course, that
You're just
extra
ahead
turn.
of the curve.
I'm just too smart. I'm just thinking too far ahead. What can I say?
I'm not sure about too smart, but you're definitely ahead of the curve.
I'll take what I can get in this spot. We will see the energy switch put the energy on the bench, and doesn't have anything. Lucas putting together the 2-turn combo. Phantom Dive to take 4 prizes. Lucas Singh wins the set 2-0 with Regidrago, showcasing why this is one of the best decks in the format.
Pokemon Catcher just not quite effective at doing its one thing, catching Pokemon on the bench. Casey was not able to flip enough heads or any heads at all during both games, and that definitely proved costly, as well as that first game, right? That Cleffa in the active spot just throwing Casey a little bit off, maybe thinking he was up against Charizard. Like, I don't know, right? Maybe he had something different planned, but based on how he played this game, based on his choice of going second, right? You have to assume that's how you want to play against Regidrago. 2-2, immediate pressure, right?
There's a lot to unpack in that game. You have to feel for Casey in that spot. He was just not having the luck of Pokemon Catcher on its side, and that's sort of, the love-hate relationship that you can have with a coin flip card. Tails, the card does nothing, but if it's heads, it's one of the most powerful effects in the Pokemon TCG. And it was really, missing some of those key opportune moments where, Casey flips heads on 1 or 2 of those coin flips. He runs away with the game. Instead, it was just the missed draws, the missed gusting options, and really that final turn, the Iono, and, patient play here from Lucas that went through. In that first game, though, Casey, committing to those attackers, filling his bench up the way he did, just allowed Lucas to get ahead in the prize trade, and there was really nothing Casey could do to come back.
And I really want to give props to Lucas's play. Like, there are many instances where not taking prizes can be to your advantage, right? The easy path would have been, okay, power up my Ogre Pawn and take a knockout on my opponent's one powered up Roaring Moon, Iono them, and hope for the best, right? But the way Lucas played out that turn, he gave himself an even higher chance at winning the game by not taking prize cards and just being patient with that Cleffa, which was the MVP in Game 1, throwing off Casey, and in Game 2, finding the Drago and the Prime Catcher to win the game.
Got a little bit ahead of myself, but that was still the plan. You see how a deck like Regidrago just has so many different options in terms of closing the game out. Lucas went from essentially trying to mimic the fast beat stick of aggression that Roaring Moon has, right? Using the Lost Impact attack on the Giratina, powering up, that Teal Mask Ogre pawn and the Drago on the bench. But just as it seemed that he was going to, try and take that return KO, pivoted his strategy, understood the big advantage that Iono would have in that situation, sequenced it correctly. Let's not forget, there was only one copy of Iono in the deck, and Lucas had to find just that exact one
and
copy.
it was the last card off of Serendipity.
It was great, and well played again there. Yeah, I mean, you have to feel for Casey. Those coin flips go right. I made a big deal about it at the beginning of the game, but I mean, I have to go back to that position. If he flips heads there, knocks out the Regidrago.
We're in that game 3 right now.
What happens in Lucas's position from that game? I mean, he can Teal Mask and knock it out back, but from there it's just, really a frenzy from Roaring Moon to take the knockout. Those are the pieces you need, though, to have a successful run. Good play, and a lot of luck on your side as well.
And you have to wonder, that Iron Bundle as well, right? Instead of knocking out this Quackabilly, if you just are more patient with that Iron Bundle and you have it for the end game, all of a sudden you create this unwinnable situation for Lucas, right? So the timing of course, the Pokemon catchers were very unfortunate, but in the end, 2 prizes is 2 prizes. I don't think at that point it mattered too much what you were knocking out, as long as it was just a 2-prize Pokemon. That's it.
After seeing all these Area 0 decks pop up, I think the next deck I'm thinking about being able to use another, 2 or 3 bench spots would be this Roaring Moon deck. There was 100% space for Bundle in the early game, and we, saw it get used in that spot. But during the mid game, right, the Cleffa got benched, so Iron Bundle wouldn't have any effect. And by the time the end game came, where Iron Bundle would have been very effective, the bench was completely full, right? You had Radiant Greninja, Latias, Squawkabilly, Roaring Moon down into play. You had the Pecharunt on the bench too. You have all these Pokemon in play that make it so difficult for you to, finalize that final strategy you need to take the knockout. You gotta wonder where it is available to take some of those sacrifices. It's hard when every single Pokemon truly had a purpose that I was describing in that second game.
And now let's hear from Lucas himself, see what he thought about that Iron Bundle.
Thanks a bunch, Pablo and Ethan. That's right, I'm here in the lounge, standing by with our winner from the last round, Lucas Zing. Congratulations, Lucas, now getting to 6-0. How are you feeling?
It feels pretty good. 6-0 is a really strong record, so just one more win and I make day 2, so pretty hyped of how I'm doing so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and you're on the Regidrago V-Star this weekend. Now, I know you didn't make it to Sacramento Regionals, but you sent a lot of people to Sacramento with your Charizard deck. What made you change? You were super hype on the Charizard, but for this event, it seems like Drago was your choice.
I just realized that Drago was like the best deck at displaying skill. It has the best skill expression, so if you're like really confident in your play and like your play with the deck, then you should play like a deck like Drago where you can showcase your skill and kind of like outplay your opponents and have a lot of different lines, which is why I chose the deck today.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, tell me about that last game. You pair up against Roaring Moon. It's not the highest meta percentage deck. I don't know if you've had much testing or practice against it, but against those aggressive decks, what's kind of your general game plan and how were you able to execute it?
Yeah, so the aggressive decks are like one of Regidrago's worst matchups, but you can kind of work around it with like your 1-prize guys. So Cleffa is really good going into Cleffa on your first turn. It lets you draw cards and it pushes a 1-prizer inactive. Radzard is really good. Just like spam Radzard Iono is like one of your best strats to come back in those games. It didn't really go like that in the games I played against my opponent. He kind of got really unlucky with his catcher flips, so I was able to kind of like always be ahead. And so he just got unlucky with catcher flips, so I didn't have to go with a normal game plan. I could just do my Regidrago stuff normally and be okay.
You just get to do your normal game plan, don't even really have to worry about too much else. Yeah, you mentioned the gusting effects, right? The catchers, how do you have to play with something like the Iron Bundle in mind generally in these games as well?
Yeah, I think I always play around Iron Bundle. Like at least I try to. He had the Greninja though, which made it so I couldn't bench Radiant Charizard because he would Greninja both my Radiant Charizard and Cleffa, which was like kind of weird. But I don't think he was able to pull that combo ever, so I wasn't too worried about it. And he benches a lot of Pokemon, so like in game 2, he bench locked himself out of bundle, so I didn't really have to play around that.
Yeah, definitely. So you're at 6-0 now. We get to see that last game. Tell us about how those first 5 rounds went. What are the other things you've played against so far?
My matchups have been kind of weird. I think it's round 6. I'm 12-0 in games so far, so it feels pretty good. I haven't dropped a game yet. This is my second Roaring Moon I hit, so I heard one earlier. I hit like 2 Charizard decks. I hit a Tandem Mouse, which was pretty cool. I've never seen that card before. And yeah, it's like pretty standard stuff. No Regidrago mirrors, no Lugias, nothing too, like I've been hitting a lot of off-meta decks, to be honest.
Yeah, the Tandem Mouse definitely sounds really intriguing. Did you know exactly what to expect going into that game?
No, but I had to read all his cards, but his basic had 30 HP, so that's all I needed to know.
That's usually pretty good when you're spreading damage with Dragapult. Taking a few prize cards, Kiram gets in there as well. So, well, that's a great start. 6-0 up to this point. Do you think, you won the LA Regional Championships last year. Does this deck have what it takes to get you your second regionals win?
100%. This is the only deck that I think can win a tournament in this format.
Interesting. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that as well, because it does feel like a pretty wide format. There's lots of different decks. The meta share is pretty vast. There's tons of like 6-7% meta shares out there. Why in those formats do you feel like it is good to just play what the quote-unquote best deck is?
Just playing the best deck means you'll have, like, the Regidrago has like one of the best matchup spreads, and like if you play well, you'll beat almost anybody. So like with those two combined, like it feels like incredibly like incorrect to play any other deck besides that. I mean, I almost played Lugia, but like the difference between those is like one of them just has way higher variance, which I don't really like to play in a deck. Like if I played Lugia, like I would be maybe more relying on flipping heads and like my kind of turn one opening hands, as opposed to Drago. I have like more options, kind of do stuff, more options to draw cards with Ogerpon, with Cleffa. My V-Star like bails me out sometimes, so I definitely felt like Drago was just like 100% the best play.
Very consistent and very skill expressive, like you mentioned. Just a few more rounds of Swiss left today, 3 rounds still to go. Have you seen some of the other things around the tables near you? Is there anything you're kind of hoping to avoid? What else has been doing well so far in the tournament?
Grant Shen, who's on the same 60 as me, is also, I think, 5-0 into this turn, maybe 6-0.
He just won.
He just won? Okay, good. 6-0. I don't want to hit him just because he's my friend, and I think he is a better Drago player than me, so definitely not him. Everything else I think I'm good with. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention too much to what's else in top tables, but as long as it's not Grant, I'll be okay.
You're a Toronto local. This is your local regional championships. What does it mean to you to be able to compete in your home city, maybe sleep in your own bed as well between day 1 and day 2?
It means a lot. This is the tournament I think I want, like regionals at least, that I want to win the most. Being from Toronto and like growing up here, like I definitely have some pride being in my home country and hometown playing this tournament. And I definitely want to take it down, for Canada, because I don't think a Canadian has ever won a Canadian tournament in the modern era.
Well, is there anyone out there you want to give a shout out to? Any thank yous you want to give before I let you get out of here and get a little bit of a break before your round 7?
Yeah, I just want to shout out like all the boys, like Grant Shen, Bradner, Rahul, John, Hedrick, all of them. They helped me test a lot for this event and come up with the 60 we were playing. And I want to shout out to my family too. My brother and my mom, they're cheering me on back home, so much love to them.
All right, I appreciate your time, Lucas. We'll let you get out of here, get a little break before Swiss round 7, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Chip. Great to hear from a prominent player and skilled indeed. Lucas Zing hunting for another regional championship win. It was a great way to end the season. He's been having a super solid season so far, but just like any players in the Pokemon TCG, it's never just enough to have one. You want to have as many as possible, and that is every player's dream, to become a multi-time regional champion.
I think also, especially like after you have won one, it's like you're good enough, right? So then you just want to keep getting to that spot, right? Obviously, when you're starting out, you want to have like those goals, right? Progressive goals. But once you hit that very same spot of winning, then everything else might not be as fulfilling, if you will.
Yeah, and to your experience, you've been playing for a while, you've had success in the game. Is that what continues to keep yourself invested and driven? Is the goals that you set in the Pokemon TCG, or what is it for you, Pablo?
Yeah, I mean, I love the game, I love the community, but I also love winning. And so getting first place, that rush of being at the final table, winning that final game, having game on board, waiting for a bonus turn to finish, nothing beats that.
All these players this weekend are striving to see exactly if they have what it takes to not only win tournaments and place high, but of course get those championship points that get them to the World Championship. Speaking of which, the 2025 championship point season is well underway. Of course, points are accumulated throughout these and other events. These regional championships happen all over, not just North America, but the various regions you see, Europe, Latin America, Oceania, where players are battling it out to acquire as many as possible to be in those top echelon of players from their region.
And regionals got a big bump in the amount of championship points they award. It used to be 200 for first place, now it's 350 for first place, 325 for second. 300 for top 4, 280 for top 8, and then a big bump down to top 16, right? So getting top 8 has never been more rewarding in terms of prize money and in terms of championship points to make sure you earn that World Championships invite.
Yeah, specifically speaking of that, since it hasn't really been touched too much, look at the breakdown here, Pablo, and of course viewers at home. It's a 25-point difference and a 25-point difference from first to second to top 4. But look at that difference between 9th through 16th and 5th through 8th. It is 120 points. That is a huge buff that we see between no other point standings, not even as you go up further from the top 8 to top 4. It's almost half of that, and that really speaks to the introduction of asymmetrical cut and how big those play-in matches truly are this season.
Yeah, not only in terms of money, but also in terms of championship points. A lot more at stake this season. It's also harder to qualify because of the limited world spots. Therefore, it definitely becomes a more prestigious tournament, if you will. And earning that invite becomes harder and more rewarding, most likely.
Speaking of rewarding, one thing I always look at the end of the year is to see how well my caster predictions did. This is the first regional championship I've been on, but I want to see how things can go. And if I can start with a win, you know, we're kind of in this together, Pablo.
We are.
Hopefully we'll be able to pull these up. Here they are. We have, you know, truly embraced the pair definition and have gone with the same 2 Pokemon. You know, I gave a little bit of an introduction at the start of the show between Charizard EX and Regidrago and why I like those cards. Whether it's the same or different, Pablo, tell me, why are these your 2 caster predictions most likely to succeed this weekend in Toronto?
I mean, I feel like we just saw on stream exactly why Regidrago is one of my predictions. It's versatile, it's fast. Even if it goes behind in the beginning, it can make powerful comebacks, which not a lot of decks can do. So having that flexibility, Legacy Star, an amazing ability, it literally has everything you could possibly want for in a deck. And I don't think we've seen a deck as powerful as this. Like, I liked comparing Regidrago today to what Lugia V-Star was when it came out. It's so versatile, has all these options to adapt, and it also has, like, depending on the metagame, you can add other Pokemon to attack with to cover your weaker matchups. You can have Noivern in some situations. You can have Haxorus. You can have Hizui and Gudra V-Star, depending on the metagame, to protect yourself from 1 KOs if you expect a lot of Pikachu EX, right? So having that versatility reminds me of the amazing rare Raikou, the amazing rare Yveltal, the Radiant Charizard options, the powerful energies, all that versatility that Lugia had, Regidrago has it right now.
It will be really interesting to look back on both of these decks within, you know, the Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield. I mean, look, Regidrago V-Star came out in the same expansion as Lugia V-Star, except its success was delayed 2+ years after Lugia V-Star. It's really interesting, though, and the hardest thing in terms of, you know, if we were to have the GOAT debate between, you know, the Silver Tempest format onwards between Regidrago, V-Star, and Lugia, is that the metagame and the power level of cards is just so different. And while all those things are true for Regidrago, you know, I could say the same things for Lugia V-Star, right? If you're afraid of Lost Box, you put Wash Energy in your deck, right? You want bench spreading, you put in, you know, the Raikou, or you play more Yveltal in your deck. It's really interesting to think about, and it's super hard, but, you know, however you want to look at it, you cannot deny that those 2 decks are some of the strongest decks to come out of not just Scarlet and Violet, or Sword and Shield rather, but also just the specific Silver Tempest expansion.
And now speaking of Charizard EX, right, I feel like every deck that tries to have a good matchup against Regidrago, being those turbo decks such as Roaring Moon, such as Miraidon, and Raging Bolt, all of those really struggle against Charizard. The high HP, the 1-hit KOs, the disruption with Unfair Stamp or Iono or even Roxanne sometimes. So Charizard is the best counter to the Regidrago counters, but it does struggle against Regidrago. However, that didn't stop it in Stuttgart, where we saw it have a mirror match in the final. So Charizard can still hold its own against Regidrago, just like Regidrago can hold its own against the supposed counters such as Roaring Moon.
Yeah, I played against it a little bit at the last regional championships in Sacramento. I hit 3 of them on day 1, as well as, did I play any against day 2? No, I did not play against any in the second day of competition. But in the first day, you know, I felt definitely ease in favor of, you know, the Regidrago matchup as Regidrago compared to playing Charizard. However, there were multiple points during my matches where there were completely reasonable lines for my opponent to win, right? They take a prize card, you know, they're not going 2-2-2 like your deck is, but they have Briar, access to a supporter card we don't really get to talk a lot about since it's really only seen in 2 decks, Terapagos and Charizard. But that effect has just always been ridiculous, whether it's ADP we're talking about or a supporter card in this case. Taking extra prize cards is just a ridiculous effect to have.
I mean, we saw Togekiss be super effective in Goldengo, right? It's
true.
still, like, we talk a lot about Energy Surge Pro, but Togekiss is a very powerful option for Goldengo decks, and it's part of the reason why it became so good. And we did see Alwyn have success without Togekiss, but what did he have? Palkia V-Star. In order to activate Radiant Greninja 2-1, take multiple prize cards on those single prize Pokemon.
Well, we're going to rack our brains on whether or not Regidrago or Lugia is the GOAT of the Sword and Shield Silver Tempest expansion. While y'all are waiting for the next round of Swiss, we did some trivia yesterday to see who truly embraces the spirit of the country. Let's take a look at that.
Hello, Toronto Regionals, the first Canadian regional of the season. So, of course, I had to check how familiar our hosts were with Canada. So I'm going to ask a piece of trivia. All of them are going to say whether true or false. And everyone's starting off with a plate of, let's say, a Canadian delicacy over here. If you know, you know. If they get the question wrong, they lose one. Whoever has the most at the end wins. Everyone familiar? How are we feeling about our Canada knowledge?
You know, I love Canada. I love America as well. So I'm kind of torn on whether or not I'm, you know, in a place where I can, you know, show my information for Canada. But I've been here a few times. You know, I know my way around the block.
Okay.
50% of the time, you're always right. So I'm just going to hope that I always hit the 50%. So it's 100%.
Works.
That's math.
Well, most of my knowledge about Canada comes from a singular TV show whose accuracy may be questionable, so we'll see how this goes. But, you know, like Abby said, 50% is the benchmark here, so.
All right, well, this might go terribly. All right, let's see. First question, starting off easy. Again, true or false? Canada is the main maple syrup provider, nearly 85% of the world's supply coming from Canada. All right, feel your answers. Congratulations, everyone's gonna get the first one right. Had to start off easy, guys, right?
That was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. So you get to keep your Canadian delicacy for now, okay? Second question. Canada consumes the same amount of Kraft mac and cheese as USA.
Same amount?
Same amount.
Are we counting all the varieties of mac and cheeses or just that specific one?
Just that specific one.
Okay.
Congratulations, yeah, it is false. Actually, 55% more.
Oh, wow.
Which makes me realize I maybe should have asked this as a true question. All right, next one. Canada is known for having bagged milk, but it actually stopped being put in bags in the early 2000s due to cost reasons.
I feel like I actually know this one.
Okay.
Oh.
No, you already revealed.
Okay.
No cheating, we gotta get answers. All right, it is actually false. Ethan's the only one to get it right. Abby, Sophia, you're each losing a point. I enlisted help for this.
Oh, I wanted
right,
that one.
Goodbye, they're gone. It's actually false. In Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes still use bags of milk. And it's actually 3 bags inside of bags, so it's like bagception of milk. But yeah, so Ethan, you're ahead right now with 6 donut holes remaining. Abby, Sophia, you're down 1. All right, next question. Hockey is the national winter sport in Canada, but it actually wasn't invented in Canada, but instead in Finland.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, it is, in fact, false.
Oh.
It was also invented in Canada. Sorry, guys. Everyone loses a donut hole. Get in here, guys. All right, Ethan's still up, but not looking so great. Less treats afterwards. Yeah, it was also invented in Canada. Finland's actually the 3rd best in the world, apparently, at hockey, but Canada's taught for inventing it, and it'd be an international sport. 2 more questions. Canada is home to the world's first UFO launch pad.
What is a UFO launch pad? Do we know?
Like a landing pad.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if a UFO ever comes, like that has a place in Canada.
I'm just guessing on this one. I'm going to be honest with y'all.
All right, we'll see the answer. It is in fact true.
Let's go.
1967, there is an official landing pad in Alberta. So we're set. Ethan, not so much.
I'm even now, right?
You're even.
Yeah. You tied up the score. That was very strategic of you and definitely planned.
All right. Well, we saved the best one for last. We currently have a 3-way tie. I got to make sure Ethan can't see my no card over here. Last question. In Ontario, there is an official apology act. No pressure. This is only for the win.
Is crazy, I must say.
Like,
official.
Yeah.
That's what I'm stuck on here. Official.
Yeah. That carries a lot of weight.
You know what?
Let's see the answers, guys. All right. It is, in fact, true.
Oh, let's go.
Abe made it, so apologizing is actually not an admission of guilt in a court of law. So we love saying sorry, eh? So we gotta make sure we're not punished for that one. But that means, everyone, how many donut holes does everyone have left?
I can't see.
All right, well, I'll tell you, Gabby, you do not have the most.
That's okay.
Sophia, congratulations, the winner of our Canada trivia. As for us, hope that you learned something fun about Canada. And for us, let's get back to our Pokemon competition.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
And let's welcome up our champion here in Indianapolis, Andrew Hedrick.
I think I started playing in 2011 because I know my first deck was like a theme deck that was the superior theme deck from Black and White base. When I was younger, I would collect the cards, but then my dad encouraged me, if you're gonna collect the cards, you might as well play the game. So I kind of learned how to play the game against my parents, and then eventually I started attending local league. And I kept getting better from there. I still wasn't very good for a while, but the first deck that I think I played that was really a competitive deck that I brought to events was Night March in the, I think 2015 or 2016 season. It was the best deck in format, but it was like the first time I really invested in having a competitive deck, so. I would have to say that my favorite memory is when I won my first regional, because at that point, I hadn't really put up very many results yet. I wasn't really expecting that out of myself. I knew I was gonna come in and play the best that I could every set, but I was pretty surprised to win my first regional, and it gave me a lot of confidence moving forward.
No, he's got the Evital in the hand.
Evital, Primal Turbo, he's scrambling,
Yeah.
He sees the play chip, his hands are shaking, he's salivating, he sees the win, so does Isaiah Bradner, and that's gonna be Andrew Hedrick, the back-to-back champion. Luminion V into boss's orders.
In just a matter of 2 weeks, can anyone stop him?
The last couple times I was in finals, I was playing like the undisputed best deck in format, Lugia. It was just completely insane. But this time I was playing a little bit different of a deck. I was playing a more unique deck that I've been working on for a while, Dialga V-Star, paired with Matang. I really wanted to prove that my deck was just as good as all the other meta decks. And it's been a little bit since my wins last year, so definitely feeling pretty excited to win this regional.
Dialga V-Star and Andrew Hedrick are making their way to a third regional championship here in Indianapolis.
Absolutely phenomenal to bring a breakout deck like this to Indianapolis.
So actually this season, recently, I wasn't feeling too good. Some of my events recently hadn't been too great. I had a few where I'd missed day 2 in a row. So at that point, I kind of thought, okay, I need to start practicing more, putting in more time again. It kind of brought me back to having fun in the game, to play a little bit different, more of a unique deck that I wanted to prove. So put in a lot of time with it and it worked out. I think the player who has helped me get better a lot is Caleb Rogerson. Over the online era during COVID, him and I would a lot of times play in events together. We'd talk about stuff, we'd work on decks, and I definitely feel like I got a lot better talking to him throughout that time. And he's doing pretty well too, so.
Congratulations. I mean, what a tournament run. 9-0 day 1 for the 3rd time.
I love coming to tournaments because it's fun to have a chance to get to be the best at something. Obviously not every time you're gonna win, but even when you don't, you still get to have a fun time hanging out with your friends, going to dinners. Then also sometimes you'll get the opportunity to go up there and do something really special.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better. And also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeat. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, here to Toronto, where we have both the coldest and the hottest competition going on here. You're tuning back into the trading card game side of the stream, but you see there's a lot of action out there in our field right now. We have people shuffling around, getting to their seats, because we're about to begin our next round. We're gonna have another feature match for you very soon going into our round 7. But first, of course, your casters. We've switched out. We're on the desk now. I'm Shelby Vu here with Kyle Sablehouse, the one and only. Kyle, has this day been shaping up how you thought it would?
There are so many different decks that could win this event right now. Just taking a look at the top, 5 tables that we have here, I'm seeing at least 5 or 6 different decks that we could work with. So I'm excited to see what the rest of the tournament has in store for us. A few players that are already 6-0. It looks like we've got about 11 of those players that are still in contention, trying to maybe go for that perfect 9-0. It's pretty difficult to do at this day and age.
Well, let's see a big list of those players. We have our standings already updated to this current round we're about to go into. So let's check them out. Kyle, want to see who's sitting at the top here. Whoa, Benny.
Yeah.
At the top, 6-0, and look at that, just going down the list. I mean, almost a majority of this, well, really a majority of this page is 6-0.
Yeah, some fantastic names that we see there. And even when you dip down under the 6-0s, it's some fantastic talent with Joshua Frank here in Farah as well. Just Makani Tran too. There's so many great players that have made it to the top of this tournament so far. And we're talking about Gardevoir at the top there with Benny.
Oh my gosh, I know you're a fan of that, Kyle.
Yes.
Seeing the Gardevoir, and Benny's not even the only one who's successful right now with Gardevoir. There are actually a lot of Gardevoir that are making names for themselves out in the field right now. So pretty cool to see Gardevoir back on top here so far in our regional here in Toronto. We'll have to see how things change here, but all those players, as you see, all the way down to our 11th player, still trying to maintain as many wins as possible, and they're definitely off to a great start.
Well, how will this line up? We know that we have around 7 pairings coming up shortly. We will have some notable matchups that come along with that. We'll see who's going to grace us with their presence on stage, and oh my, some big names, but it's going to be Yakira Tate and Ed Ricard as our players on the notable matchups. This is going to be some crazy decks. We were looking and we were like, all right, if we get Ed, this is going to be great. If we get Yakira, this could be so cool. They got paired.
I know, I just said that in the chat, Kyle. I was like, no way this pairing happens, because we are looking at both of these players. This is going to be an epic match coming up here in our round 7. But of course, we have other notable players that are competing out in the field. So maybe you can go check out their matches, walk around if you're done with your match or just spectating here. We've got some amazing ones coming up. Grant Shen, one of your fan favorites, Kyle, going against Benny and that Gardevoir. What's Grant piloting this time around?
Yeah, I believe Grant is on the Reggie Drago, so that's going to be a pretty interesting match. We've seen that with the Kyurem up against the early Ralts, Curlias, whatever it may be, but Benny has been studying Mr. Henry Chow and probably has a good idea of how to make this work as best as he can. Went on a really strong run at LAIC, got to speak with him there, and now he's building on that once more. So both those players, although they're young and still pretty new to the scene. Grant obviously he's been the young gun in the Masters for a few years. Benny was his first year now.
Yeah,
they're at the top table of this tournament, and they're doing a great job.
Well, speaking of young, I mean, Makani Tran here on this as one of our notable matchups, going against Drew Allen. What's that matchup look like, Kyle?
I did not get to look at that just yet, so you'll have to help me out.
Keep that myself. But look at this too, Stefan Ivanov here on our notable matchups. A lot of we were back there like, whoa, Stefan's here? Sick, that's cool.
Yep.
Against Caleb Gadamer, already a regional champion here in this 2025 season. That is a star-studded matchup on its own.
Yeah, the Palkia Dusknor versus Reggie Drago V-Star. And to mention on that Makani matchup, it's going to be Snorlax Control versus Reggie Drago. So maybe we spared you by avoiding that matchup. It can be a little lopsided. This one will absolutely be a treat. I will assure you of that. You have not seen this one yet.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've seen this one ever. Actually. I've never seen this match coming up. We are getting the absolute best matchups today, Kyle. Maybe a little bit difficult on your side since they're so unpredictable.
I'll figure it out.
You always do, Kyle. You always do. Look at this. So many people walking around, shuffling around, getting ready for their next match here. I mean, there are tons of players. This is a huge regional here in Toronto.
Yeah, and the qualifications to make it into day 2 have been lowered a little bit, so we're going to see even more players making it into day 2 with that opportunity to build on their performance and at least get them some sort of prizes, even if it won't be the top 8. I know a lot of players are excited about having that chance just to play more Pokemon, honestly.
Hi, playing Pokemon, that's what we're here to do. Have fun, play some Pokemon, and have a good time. So we are going to get our table set up very soon for you all. But, I mean, I feel like Toronto is actually shaping up to be a much more diverse event than I thought it would be. I thought we'd have a couple events in Surging Sparks, and then we'd be kind of in that format that's already been ironed out a bit, and it's like, oh, okay, now we know, again, what's still remaining on top. But I've seen such diversity out in our field, and we're continuing to see it even at our top tables.
Yeah, it's a melting pot. We've had not only with the decks that we've seen, I mean, this is going to be, what, 14 and 15 for us probably, with how many different decks are now currently viable. We have to include these bad boys in there, too. But also with the talent that we've seen, we have players going from all different countries. Basically, every notable country in Europe has sent one representative at least over to show off what they're capable of. So many great players here in Toronto that have an opportunity to get that first place, lock in that opportunity with to go straight to the World Championships, not have to worry about anything the rest of the year. Sounds pretty good to me.
Exactly. And I mean, we saw it in our posts, people saying I'm probably going to go against 9 different decks as well. I mean, not only is it a giant event, but there's so many different decks that you could be playing against. I would like to think that people would be bringing decks that are just ultra consistent and they're very strong in their strategy versus like super intricate tech cards. But no, that is really not what we're seeing somehow. And it's seeing success. It's really, really cool out here in Toronto, figuratively and literally.
Teching is difficult in a format like this. You're better off just playing a deck that has a bunch of different options and then making sure to maneuver about those as you see the different matchups. And that's when you see the decks like Regidrago do well, decks like Gardevoir, just that consistent build that's always going to do what it needs to. And then but you still have a variety with your attackers. You're not just locked in on what, like a Raging Bolt over
I'll tell you what though,
everybody.
there's a Raging Bolt out there that's still undefeated, I believe.
I mean,
so
they're having a great day because they haven't seen the rest of the field. We saw that graphic. It's down under 6% for a reason. It's difficult to have a good day with Raging Bolt. Not to say that's impossible, but it's certainly not what it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree there, Kyle. Well, looks like our players are setting up at our table here, so we're going to be getting down to the table very, very soon. But as we said, we're going to have 2 very unique decks. You definitely have not seen this matchup, or if you have, I don't know, maybe you're one of the people playing these decks, I guess.
Maybe you've been playing a lot of TCG Live. That's pretty much where I've run into these decks.
Maybe. Oh, that's so true. That is so true. One of these decks I haven't really seen before, but we are also in a format where we have so many good cards out there that there's several different ways you can build around those core good cards. And I think both of these decks are going to showcase that flawlessly. I mean, one is just slightly different from another very popular deck that we see, has a lot of the same strategies, but in a very unique way. And then the other one, that's like open your binder.
Are you ready to unveil what these decks are?
I absolutely
Let's get to the table. Let's show off our talent here that we have for round 7.
What do we call them? That's what I want to know. What are the names of these decks? We have here on our stream match in our Swiss round 7, Ed Rickard over here on the right side playing a Blood Moon Ursaluna. It has both the small version of the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the big version, but with that Iron Valiant EX.
Baby Blood Moon.
Baby Blood
showing
Moon.
up here.
Future Baby Blood Moon.
It is a wacky deck. We don't see it too often on the competitive side, but my goodness, Ed is having a phenomenal run here. Has got to be running into some pretty good matchups, as it's just worked out so well for him. The ability to spread that damage with the Iron Valiant, and on the other side, you are up against a Tyrant. 330 hit points for this Hydreigon EX. The deck looks just like Charizard, but totally different, if that makes any sense. The skeleton, very similar. My goodness, they couldn't play any more different, though. When you're trying to set up for a big sweeping knockout with Hydreigon, look out, because it can happen in one turn, and if you blink, you'll miss it.
Exactly, and that's what's going to make this such an epic matchup we're about to see here on our stream. Of course, Yakira Tate as well, the daughter of Yoshi Tate, who we see so often. Yes, absolutely the legend. We see all the time on our stream. Plays a ton with her dad and is now bringing it to our stream match this time around. She's taken the reins on piloting this deck. They're playing the exact same 60 list here in Toronto, but I think Yakira has some prettier artwork, so I will say.
Yeah. Is there any person in this room who's more suited to play against a deck like Ed's than Yakira? Yakira's probably played against the wackiest stuff in all of Pokemon TCG, because Yoshi is always cooking. I'm sure he just needs someone to test against. And she's like, Dad, really? You're going to play the baby blood
Right?
deck?
That's
but
so
maybe
true.
this is the perfect spot for her to show off a matchup that not all have explored.
Yes, that is very true. So I'm excited to see how this turns out for our players. It looks like we're still resolving some mulligans here. We have one so far on Ed's side, which means Ed's going to have one additional card to the hand here. But I guess as far as setup goes, or even just the pace of Ed's deck specifically, how fast is it going to be going against Yakira's?
Yeah, do you remember all of the other Iron Valiant decks? We've had the featured with the Entei before.
Yeah.
You have that opportunity to get off to that pretty aggressive opening start. This can do just that. You get those energies flying down early with your ability for your Blood Moon Ursaluna. You can attack as early as that first turn if all the cards fall in the right order. It's just about finding the right cards. You have to have that Iron Valiant to switch into, and hopefully you can start to look more like one of those other Roaring Moon kind of decks. Just something so turbo that your opponent can't keep up.
Oh my gosh, I was talking about artworks on Yakira's side, but look at Ed's side as well. Wow, those are a lot of shiny cards over there. Do you see anything in these prize cards that's going to be too detrimental for our players, Kyle?
Well, we do see that one of Dusclops. So for Yakira, maybe more reliant on that rare candy count, which is a 4 of. An opportunity to give up that prize card and manipulate the damage could be nice, but other than that, looks like both players have an opportunity here.
Here we go.
Match.
Yeah, great match. We got a good luck here from Yakira as well. And look how we're starting. I mean, do you even recognize this field right now, Kyle? We have a Toad School on the left-hand side versus an Iron Bundle here. Maybe we'll see a little bit more happening with this Hisuian Heavy Ball from Yakira's side. But imagine what these players are thinking.
You get on stream as Ed, you're ready to see probably something you've seen a million times before, flipped over the Toad School.
The Toad School. I mean, it couldn't have started any better than that, I must say. So we've talked about how Ed could have pretty fast-paced turns here, and we've talked about how Yakira, the build of the list is very similar to Charizard, but just plays differently. What's the strategy we're going to be seeing from Yakira going against this deck? Obviously, not knowing what we're even going against at this point in time, but once we see there's some interesting Pokemon being laid out.
Yeah, you would expect for Yakira, it's more about going wide, setting up a pretty large bench, and going for that setup. Just give yourself opportunities to fight against some aggression that you may be expecting. Is there anything more aggressive than burning your whole hand on the opening turn with the professor's research?
Yeah, that's pretty aggressive if I say so myself here, Kyle. Let's see what it netted us, though. We have that Squawkabilly EX. We have the Latias EX for some retreat in action here from Ed as well. And then we have a lot of other cards in the hand still, even on top of that.
Yeah, it looks like the resources didn't line up perfectly. The Blood Moon Ursaluna does not have that battle-hardened ability ready to go just yet with the miss on the energies, but thankfully because of the Squawkabilly, there is room even more to dig deeper and try to find this turn 1 attack.
Turn 1 attack. That's what we're aiming for, as always. Iron Valiant EX. This is a Pokemon that we've seen in the near past, I guess you could kind of say, but it's a future Pokemon with that infamous ability, the Tachyon Bits, that allows you to place damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. It's pretty cool.
Is there a better card to add into a deck like this than the Latias? I think not. It's
so
such
good.
A benefactor
You
to
just
have that
throw 'em
opportunity.
around.
And I think this is close. I see the Earthen Vessel and a way to grab a Pokemon, but I don't know if the other energy for the turn would be there.
Well, we're seeing what Ed does for the rest of this turn here. Yeah, had to throw away a couple of supporters as well in that Penny and that Iono to the Ultra Ball earlier. Going to see this Latias. I like marking that it's being used here to be able to retreat this Iron Bundle into the Iron Valiant EX. It's going to allow for that Tachyon Bits once it's switched from the bench to the active position, place some damage counters down, and that's what it does.
That's a turn.
That's the turn.
That is a turn in the Pokemon TCG.
Yes, exactly. Akira, on the other hand, starting us off. This is the turn 2 now. So we have that supporter unlocked within the Arven. It's going to allow for Akira to search out some key elements here. This is a combo supplier, I guess you could say, with Arven, selecting a tool card and an item card from out of your deck. So that's what allows you to kind of implement these cards you need to set up your future turns. We had the Dino on the bench from the original turn as well. And that Toad School, should we discuss the Toad Scroll?
I mean, if it comes up, this might not be the matchup for it. I suppose
Kinda
there
just
are that
chilling.
energy retrival that you have to consider with trying to pull back some cards. But
yeah,
I'm nervous with this opening setup. You have to have a wide board to get the ball rolling and set up for a decent start. Right now, it's Nest Ball and the Forest Seal Stone, so you can search out an additional resource.
Yeah, I mean, that'll lead us to a V Pokemon from the Nest Ball to be able to utilize the Forest Seal Stone right away here, activating a V-Star power that Rotom V didn't have before, but thanks to that powerful tool card, we have Star Alchemy, allowing Akira to search out a card from the deck and put it into hand. Is that going to be the piece we need? I see the Poffin on top. And exactly as you said, Kyle, we need to go wide with our bench here. So that Poffin is going to help out a lot, grabbing some more small HP Pokemon here out onto the field. 78 HP or less here is what we're going to be seeing. And that allows for the Dino as well as the Pidgey to be established.
Right, and you see the Rare Candy in hand. There's an opportunity to go for the Hydreigon, Rare Candy, that Pokemon. Say, I've got 310 hit points left. Do your worst, pal. But that doesn't win games. In this spot, you need to set up your board, go wide, get these Pokemon in play, and then draw back up with the Rotom V. You have an opportunity to maybe use that Rare Candy next turn on a Pidgeot, and that's a lot more valuable throughout the rest of this, what could be long game.
I feel like it is going to be a long game for sure. There are so many actions for both of these players. And of course, they're navigating a matchup they're probably not super familiar with if they were planning to play in anything meta. Toad School jumping out of the active position onto the bench now. Safe again with that hard retreat of the energy. Dino's now in the active. Already has energy attached to it here. And we're seeing this Rotom V ending the turn with its instant charge. Not only did it have the Forest Seal Stone, but it allows extra utility with that ability to draw into 3 additional cards. Now we're over to Ed's side of the field now. Taking a quick look through the discard pile to start things off. And let's see what the hand is looking like, if we can do something here for Ed.
Yeah, well, I'd like to also mention for Akira, she really wants to preserve that Toad School. She retreated into a Dino and said, yeah, you can take this valuable knockout on a Pokemon with an energy, potentially, because I want to get the Toad Scroll out and use that Slime Mold Colony.
The Slime Mold Colony. What a ability name there. It means your opponent can't put anything from their discard pile back into their hand, either from abilities on Pokemon or, especially more important, trainer cards, which, like we're seeing on screen here, that's going to shut down cards like energy retrieval.
With Lana's aid coming into play here. Probably a first.
There's two of them. Yeah, there's 2 of them in the deck here for Ed as well. And it's the really pretty version. Probably wasn't too bad to include that. But here we go. The Blood Moon Ursaluna. Not the one you're used to seeing. This is the smaller Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it is just as powerful. Lining up these energy onto it thanks to its ability here, Battle Hardened, and then Mad Bites is going to take that knockout there on that Dino. That means Ed is the first to the prize race.
Yeah, I saw the top deck of the Pidgeot, and there was already one in hand. So Akira, off to a phenomenal start, has the Fezandipity to continue to draw here. Not only see those 3 cards from the Rotom V, but now also draw those 3 cards. And Ed's like, oh.
That's an important one to read. That is a very important one to read.
I like to get all of my cards back. Night Stretchers and energy retrievals, and oh no.
Oh yeah, what do you do now? You're going to have to be working against a lot thanks to that Toad Scroll. I mean, look at the card art. It's just so... that's exactly what he's doing right here. Sneaking up on
cousins to a Tentacruel, right? I don't know the lore, but they're way too close.
Of course you don't know the lore there, Kyle. Well, we're going in the deck here from Akira off of this Arven. That's going to allow for some more tool action. We see that counter gain on the screen here. How's that going to come into play in this matchup, Kyle? It's pretty cool.
There's chances you could set up for big plays if you want to spread around that damage with the Hydreigon. You could find the Dark Patch, the counter gain, and your upper Neo, and set up for a 4 energy attack in 1 turn and completely destroy what your opponent's going for. It might not be a turn for that. It's difficult to set up, but we do see this Terra Orb, so there's a little more play here with the Hydreigon coming down.
Yeah, the Terra Orb searching out the Terra Pokemon. The Hydreigon EX is a Terra type. It's a dark Pokemon here that we see. It is weak to grass. I will note that some of our dark Pokemon are weak to fighting or grass, but this one's weak to the bugs. The grass Pokemon. So we got that in the hands now. Buddy Poffin also being played here. And Yakura is slowly but surely establishing this entire bench. We already saw the Pidgeot EX come into play for Yakura as well, which is huge to get those quick searches out. Something we're very familiar in the Charizard decks, but shows just as much utility here. But deciding what to grab from this Buddy Poffin. It's going to be another Dino.
Yeah, makes sense. You need this Pokemon to continue to bring up attackers in this matchup. If you want to put pressure on your opponent, you need to be attacking. And we'll see that along with this turn as well. You expect to see the Pidgeot searching out some way for this Hydreigon to attack, remove the Blood Moon Ursaluna from play, and afterwards put that pressure right back on Ed to find a response without having any access to his discard pile.
Yeah, that is rough. Just another obstacle you have to work through thanks to that Toedscroll. This Toedscroll is played in quite a few decks now just because it is so powerful for that. My favorite part is when they can't Pokestop things into their hands. That's awkward.
They can discard them.
Yeah, they can discard them.
But they ain't going to see them again.
Exactly. That's always a bit awkward there. Well, we're going to see here from Yakura utilizing that quick search to search out an Iono. Here. First, before that Iono, we're going to see the rare candy into this Hydreigon EX. Of course, Iono can't be played since we already did a supporter for the turn, but it's remaining in the hand for future turns. We see the counter gain come down. It is activated since Yakura is down in prize cards at this moment in time.
And is there a more wacky effect than Crashing Headbutt at this point? Discarding cards from your opponent's deck while also limiting their ability to see these cards again. Triple energy discard. That's 6 energies hitting the discard pile right now.
At one time, 3 on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and you can't retrieve anything from the discard pile, and then 3 there off of that Crashing Headbutt.
Ed! What are we going to do here, pal?
Look at that. The face. Ed's face says it all. They're like, wow. Wow, I'm in quite a pickle here. I'm just going to promote the Siren Bundle.
We got news looking at the deck list. It's 6 fighting energy in the list.
Oh, no.
There's not a lot of energies left to attack with.
Wow.
There is a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
There's 1 energy left.
So there's an attacker, but how do you charge it up? Your opponent's taking 1 prize card.
I'm pretty sure it's impossible. Has this Toedscroll just shut off this entire deck from Ed's side? Look at those energy. There's 1 fighting energy left, and it's in the prize card.
Okay, are you thinking 6 Tachyon bits to Toedscroll?
I mean, it's possible. I guess. Do we have some other switching cards maybe to help out? Yeah, Ed is just stumped right now. I mean, we can get that retreat there from the Iron Bundle into some more Tachyon bits action. Moving into the act position from the bench, which means that's 2 more damage counters that are able to come on the field. It's great to pair with that Blood Moon Ursaluna that is able to attack for more damage for those damage counters. I mean, it's all comboing. It works great together, but not when you're completely shut down at this moment in time. So we're seeing the Hyper Blower here now from Ed. And I guess, yeah.
It's got the strategy lined up.
It's it. That's it.
Play down Iron Valiant.
Tachyon.
Go after the Toedscroll. Eventually, you can attack in 4 turns.
One day.
You're a while away from it. You need some switching effects to help out here. We see plenty in the deck.
Ed saying, one day I'll see my energy again. One day.
And they're all gold, too. He's like a pirate.
Oh, my gosh. Well, we're going to have to find that treasure, Kyle. That's all I got to say here. Ed slowly, just
it's triple.
Another Iron Valiant EX. I mean, we need them right now. We need a lot of Tachyon bits here to start chipping away at that Toedscroll on the bench. So we're going to see another one moving up to 40 damage counters now. On the Toadstool, we see the Jet Energy. That's going to allow for another application of the Tachyon Bits onto the Toadstool. We're getting there slowly, Kyle.
There is a Professor's Research
It's
for next
halfway.
turn. There's a world where the triple Tachyon Bits gets there. But during that time, what will Yakira establish? Because she's got Pidgeot. She's got a Hydreigon with 1 energy away from continuing to discard. Now has that energy established. There's not much else to ask for.
The strategy is there for Yakira, 100%. I mean, that Toadstool, that's just one small obstacle in the way. It's buying you time because you're completely disrupting your opponent, but then you're still just running away with your own strategy. I mean, you're further establishing your entire board state to win the game. So that's exactly what it's there for, to serve as an obstacle in the way so that you can just continue to do your own thing and take a win here. I mean, look at the prize cards. Both players have taken 1, but Yakira is in a much more offensive state versus Ed, who's just trying to take out a Toadstool right now. And look at that, the boss's orders taking out that Latias EX. That has served so much utility so far to be able to free retreat those Pokemon, to be able to get the Tachyon Bits. And look at this, the Obsidian here, or sorry, the Crashing Headbutts for those 3 discards on top of that. Wow, Latias EX being taken out. That's 2 prize cards down here for Yakira.
Yeah, the weakness there starting to add up. It takes the knockout on this Pokemon, and maybe Ed thinks, well, I'll just get it back, right? No,
No, you can't.
That discard pile is completely locked off. Finding a way to continue to push through with these Iron Valiants, it's getting pretty difficult at this stage. He's lost a lot of resources here. Yakira's already taken 3 prize cards too, and there's no damage on Hydreigon. It's just chilling, discarding away the deck.
It's discard, yeah, it's getting rid of even more resources that you can't even resupply at all. I mean, it is just an uphill battle here. Maybe Hisuian Heavy Ball's the answer for us.
That is one way to get resources that you didn't have access to.
At least we'll maybe shuffle the energy to the bottom.
And even then, there's no Pokemon to be found.
Yeah, you can't even
Ed is
you're
not having a good time.
You are not getting a resource there. Not a single basic Pokemon. Ed's just going to have to reshuffle here and replace those prize cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to go to the discard pile, never to be retrieved again. So sad. All right. Let's see what Ed decides to do here. Just going to research now, discarding that Radiant Greninja. That was the only card hitting the discard pile. 7 new cards for Ed to work with. Got a Nest Ball. Here's some switching effects. Energy Retrieval that can't be used.
Oh, you see the switch. You see
another
the Jet
Energy.
Should be enough cards to get the job done. You just have to find a way to work in that switch, then the Jet Energy, and then retreat the Pokemon that had the Jet, so that you're not wasting that. With that 2 retreat cost, you could retreat into the final Tachyon Bits. So it's very wise here. Bring that Pokemon up. Now have the retreat available because you don't have that Latias. You take the knockout that's been ruining your deck. And then what? Because that's the end of
that's
your
the
turn.
real answer. And then what? We see that 3rd Tachyon Bits. The Toadstool's going down here, and it's going to take a prize card. It's not it is the energy. It is the energy. That is the last energy that we were working with. But hey, now the Toadstool is gone. That's going to unlock this discard pile here now for Ed to be able to access once again. We saw the energy retrieval is in the hand as well for Ed. We're going to start off with this Pheasantipity, flipping the script here into 3 switch cards.
Could you imagine if that was the discard for Hydreigon?
Oh, no.
Instead, now all of these resources back into Ed's hand. He has the energy retrieval to add the 2nd and 3rd fighting energy as well. Is there a way to get a Blood Moon Ursaluna in play? I don't see it just yet. Oh, it's in hand. He's got it, so that's huge too.
Gosh.
But he's not going to attack for very much. There's no damage on Hydreigon.
Oh, yeah, that is tough. Hydreigon, and it's weak to grass too, which is quite sad here for Ed. That's another reason this Blood Moon is great, because it is fighting type, which helps into a lot of this format right now for Ed. But this is, hey, at least I'm just happy the Toadstool's gone and we got some Murkyle.
Mad Bite does line up at least for a Blood Moon Ursaluna follow-up play. You deal 100 damage this turn. You can line up to bring in your other the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, you gotta
EX.
differentiate
Deal
them.
240, yeah. Deal your 240. So there's a world where Ed still has a chance to remove this Pokemon, but my goodness, it's done so much work already. Not only the knockouts, but clearly with the denial of resources off the top of the deck.
Yeah, you're almost on a clock at that point in time, and look how thick that discard pile is for Ed. I mean, Yakira just looked through the entire thing, because that's a majority of the cards there now. Now we're back to Yakira's side.
Ed completely forgoes attacking in this spot, does not value dealing 100 damage, and now Yakira is going to build up another Hydreigon.
330 HP. Both of these Hydreigon EX are so beefy here, and Yakira is still going, of course, with this turn. There's such a dominant presence on the field already. 3 prize cards left to take here against Ed, and we're going in with an Arven here. It's going to be an item and a tool card. Thins out the deck, gets the pieces you need. Defiance Band, of course, is the tool selected, and the Dark Patch in the item.
All right, on Ed's side, if he wanted to remove this Pokemon from play, it would be a triple Tachyon Bits into the Mad Bite in order to get the job done. With the way that the damage would pile up, you'd have 60 on you, and then you deal just enough damage to take the knockout. It's so difficult to line up, but it actually can reach some pretty astounding numbers, but it involves so many switch cards. You have to think if Yakira discards the right pieces, it could be pretty devastating here.
Yeah, that's super tough. All right.
More resources here with the Dark Patch and the upper Neo Energy to continue to just put threats in the way.
Yep, we got the Dark Patch earlier, then the Neo Upper Energy from that quick search on the Pidgeot EX. Now, of course, Nest Ball again. We're going back in the deck here, Kyle.
It takes a look at how much of the deck is remaining at this point. It's not much, and you start to wonder of which attacks is going to get you over the finish line here. If you get a little greedy and go for an Obsidian play, try to put the damage on board to close out. I don't know if that lines up in your favor. Discarding and removing those resources has been something so valuable, but it doesn't take that knockout for you. So how do you finish in a spot like this?
Yeah, the knockout that you need. And we said this was going to be a long game, too. I mean, it is. We're still in our game 1 here. 28 minutes on the clock already. Yakira Tate attaching that Neo Upper Energy on to that Hydreigon EX, as we see. And then we see the Obsidian. We've been crashing headbutt, discarding cards all game here, but now we have that Obsidian for the 130 base damage, and then you also get to do 130 to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. This is what makes this card so powerful here. Not only does Crashing Headbutt do a ton of damage for just 2 energy card attachments, but then you lead that into a multi-prize card knockout to close out games.
It's difficult to say if this is the right call in the spot. You could continue to just put more pressure on the deck itself, force your opponent to have to use all those resources. I think Ed has some play here. He's got plenty of switching effects. You see switch card. There's triple Tachyon Bits lined up. And if you want to attack into this Pokemon, I think he's got the ability to remove it from play. It's
yeah, look at that. Switch card even with the healing, too. Healing off some of that damage with the switch carts. Putting all of these damage counters on the board with the Tachyon Bits. The first two are going on to that Duskull.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, the math lines up for if you deal 60 to the active, Mad Bite's doing 180 more damage. That's going to be 280. 60 left, that's 340. It's a knockout on the active Pokemon attacking with the baby Blood Moon.
I mean,
instead does not want that. wants to remove the Duskull as a threat that could have potentially taken those 2 prizes.
Well, it's been removed, Kyle. That Duskull being knocked out on the bench thanks to triple Tachyon Bits here. That's going to take it off of the field. 1 prize card now for Ed.
Ooh, how do you handle the active?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
That
The
Pokemon
330 HP.
It wins the game too.
Yes, it does. And there's two of them. Of course, one has a lot more energy on it than the other. But yeah, Ed is going to utilize his boss's orders now onto this Rotom V, switching into this Blood Moon.
Takes a lot of prize cards. Unfortunately, it's not enough.
Not enough, which is quite sad there for Ed. It's going to be the 2 prize cards down from the Rotom, but that's it. Still stuck with 1 left to take, and Yakira just re-promoting this Hydreigon.
Yep, and that's going to be the closeout here, taking the 6 prize cards to close out that game. Unusual amount of discarding, unusual amount of prize cards taken.
I was supposed to say we didn't even need that many, but
you know, might as well flex when you get to a spot like this. Show off the power of your deck. What an unusual closeout there.
Yeah,
both players kind of going for like the oddball line. I understand from Yakira's standpoint, you can get aggressive in that spot, spread the damage out, and then set up for that that closeout win with the Rare Candy Dusknoir. You can do the same thing by discarding, holding on to that Neo energy. Let's take a look at the replay and see just how that game closed out.
yeah, let's check this out. That was a long game between our players. We started off strong here on Ed's side, establishing that Blood Moon Ursaluna, taking the knockout there on that Dino. But then once that Toad Scroll was established on the other side, and then look at this, just 3 energy go down, and then 6 total to the discard pile all at once for Ed. That put him in a pickle. He was just churning away at this Toad Scroll on the bench, but that allowed Yakira to be able to gain momentum and start discarding Ed's cards, as well as just reestablishing her own board as well. Ed had to do so many Tachyon bits there. Maybe it was the strat here, Kyle. Yakira did the Obsidian, spread all that damage around, and Ed was so scared of that Duskull, just had to take it out.
Yeah, well, clearly for Ed, there's things that you can play around, and there's things you cannot. If your opponent has Rare Candy Dusknoir, you're going to lose that game. If they had either piece of it in hand, they search out the other part with the Pidgeot, and they get there, and they close out the game. But one thing you did see was the Hydreigon. You could have removed that from play, focused all of your efforts onto that, and then hoped your opponent did not have either piece. And then maybe you have a way to actually win that game instead of taking what felt like a pity knockout there on the Rotom at the end.
It did, yes. The pity knockout. Didn't get enough prize cards to take things home, and Yakira was able to secure that game. In the end, that means Yakira Tate is here at 1-0 in our Swiss Round 7. Going into a game 2 here between our players. As we were talking about, it's 23 minutes pretty much left on the clock, and we're seeing another mulligan here this time around from Yakira as well. I wonder if this deck mulligans a lot.
We've noticed that, but it seems like it should have a
decent amount of basics.
A standard amount there, maybe
Yeah.
what, 11 Pokemon to think about there to start with. I'm sure there has to be a better one than the Toad School.
Yeah, right.
To start with, as we've seen, that is a pretty valuable resource to have, especially
in this
when
matchup.
you discard all of those energies. Maybe it's not like the best card, but when you discard 3 fighting or 2 fighting and a jet, it becomes
so good.
amazing right on the spot.
It is really astounding, though, how heavily those jet energy also carried Ed, too. And I mean, think about just the fact that this is a Blood Moon Ursaluna deck at its core, you know? You weren't seeing the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, you were seeing the small little Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Mad Bite and the Battle Hardened. The fact that it's able to power up those energy cards is pretty huge there. So.
I was getting nervous. I was wondering who was going first here. Yakira starts Cleffa and didn't bench a Pokemon, but thankfully
we're good, we're
first.
good.
I'm like, you can lose here.
Oh, no. Yeah, we are
Tachyon
fine.
bits add up.
They absolutely do. Especially when you can get a bunch of them down. And look how big the hand is now, because Ed was able to take some mulligan. I don't know if it was 1 or 2, but at least 1 mulligan. Nestball is going to start us off over on Yakira's side. Look at that, 2 Pidgeys and 2 Arvins in the prize cards. You never want to see doubles in your prize cards. You know, you're playing copies of 3 or 4 so that you have the consistency there. And then when so many of them are stuck in there, it can lead to some very awkward turns. But Cleffa for the start here for Yakira, as well as a Dino coming down. And that Rotom V, that's going to get us somewhere here on this beginning turn.
has the resources to search out one more Pokemon in the spot, and with Pidgey not being available, maybe Toadschool, it ends up becoming a pretty great resource in this spot. You know how important it is to lock out your opponent's discard pile. You could do that as early as the second turn. Ultra Ball already held in the hand, Rotom V continuing to fill up, and then next turn, you're probably using Cleffa anyways. Just establish this big threat, and your opponent has to squirm once more.
Yeah, get your Pokemon down that need to evolve in the next turn, so that you are putting on the pressure. Looks like that's what Yakira Tate is going to opt for. Toadschool coming back again. Looks so friendly and so nice in the art, but that thing, once it's a Toadschool, it sneaks up on you.
That's a bad guy right
It's
there.
very
Look out.
bad. Yeah, he's running to go behind the tree to turn into the Toadschool and do some damage, at least to your deck and your strategy, I should say. Rotom V going to instant charge. There's 3 additional cards here. Ooh, finds the Poffin, another Dino, and a counter gain there from Yakira. Ed, on the other hand, as we said, started out with a huge hand. Let's see what we can make happen here. Earthen Vessel going to start us off searching out those energy cards for Ed here after a discard.
This was the big piece that was missing last game. Did not have access to the energies until the very tail end, and then did not have the energy for the turn to make anything of it. Had to miss on that opening attack. This time could be completely different with the Earthen Vessel. Maybe an opportunity to establish that Blood Moon Ursaluna early in the turn, then continue to draw. It likely could lead to a turn 1 knockout.
Well, we're going to see a couple more energy in the prize cards and that super important Latias EX as well that we saw have so much utility with the Skyliner ability, allowing for those retreats from Ed and all those Tachyon bits to happen. Now it's in the prize cards, as well as the Blood Moon.
That is gross.
And look at that, the switch and the jet energy.
Exactly, a switch, a jet, a Latias, and not to mention 3 of your 9 energies in a deck that's already been struggling. You see 4 more of those energies with the combination of the discard pile in hand there, and you're going to lose plenty of resources here. There's 2 more energies left in the deck.
Yeah, it's so slim.
What do you do with that if you see Toadscroll next turn?
Oh no, yeah, we can have the same thing. Who knows? Ultra Ball going to discard those 2 fighting energy here for Ed. Go back into the deck here. Going to get the Squawkabilly. That's going to lead to even more discard here for Ed. Do have some play before that, of course, before we throw the hand completely away.
Yeah, looks like the energy retrieval is there. Don't have to worry about having that locked out. You do have access to those energies this time. Pat yourself on the back. You're getting a turn 1 attack so long as you find a switch out here. And plenty of opportunities. Even though the prize cards weren't great, Squawkabilly could run into all sorts of cards to get you out of this mess.
Yeah, Squawkabilly, such a little buddy. Our bird that helps so much on these beginning turns.
There's also a switch card in hand.
Oh, that's nice.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Well, we have this Blood Moon Ursaluna here coming down, accelerating those energy onto it, attaching for the turn as well. We have the switch carts. We're going to see the Hyper Blower from the Iron Bundle. Once again here, that's going to move that Cleffa out into another Pokemon, and it's going to be the Dino being brought up. It's the only Dino as well on that side of the field for Yakira. And then we see that Professor's Research. The hand was completely played down here for Ed, which is huge here. Now we're seeing a fresh 7 cards.
All of your instincts tell you don't bring up that Dino. You don't want to lose this Pokemon. You need to attack at some point, but it's correct. You can't miss out on drawing with the Rotom V. You need that Toadscroll if you want to lock your opponent out during the long part of this game. You have the Buddy Poffin, so there's a chance to rebuild here.
Some
but
recovery,
this is
yeah.
a devastating opener to see from your opponent. They are absolutely going crazy here. The one benefit, they didn't work in many Tachyon bits. If Tachyon bits were on that Toadschool, I'd be going to game 3 right now.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Well, the Nest Ball here for Ed as well to bring down the Iron Valiant EX. Does have the ability to the Tachyon bits, but we already have this Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active position here now. Oh, we even have the Radiant Greninja, which was discarded in our game 1, but actually is going to see some utility this time around. Going to net us a Lana's Aid as well as an Iono to the hand.
2 extra cards, but at what cost? You lose a Jet energy. another
That's
big
a lot.
resource, knowing those prize cards.
Yeah.
Ways to include tachyon bits from this point forward are getting tricky. And look at this, so many resources. It's worth a double switch here to tackle down on that Toad School.
Look at that. I mean, it is super, super dominant of a play here from Ed. The tachyon bits onto the Toad School, had to burn so many resources to get there, but now we're here. Blood Moon Ursaluna going to take the knockout onto this Dino here, leaving Yakira with just the Cleffa back in the active position. That Iron Bundle carried so much weight in that turn, and Ed is also going to draw into another Blood Moon Ursaluna off the prize cards after that knockout. Yakira over here on this side, going to be able to start the turn off. As we said, the Buddy Buddy Poffin was in the hand from the last turn. We also instant charged in the last turn to draw into 3 additional pieces here for Yakira, but we're gonna have to reestablish here, get some Pokemon out. The Toad Scroll does slow things down, but is it gonna be enough after this start from Ed?
Yeah, I was curious how Yakira wants to play out the rest of this bench at this point, because there is Ultra Ball, which means that you could go for Pokemon like that Pheasantipity and draw into some additional resources in the middle of this turn. Maybe find a card like Arven, and then you could Hisuian Heavy Ball, have a Pidgey ready to go. But that's thinking a lot about your bench space, and you just ran out of bench spaces right here now. You want to play down this Dino and this Duskull, have room for the Pheasantipity. You don't have space anymore. And this really limits your amount of reach that you have throughout the rest of the game. Your opponent could target down singular dinos from here on out, and how do you attack?
Yeah, that is very true. And just having the Pheasantipity out is a big liability as well. It's definitely looking sticky here, but it's going to be 2 Dino as well as a Duskull on the board here from Yakira. We're going to see the Grasping draw on the Cleffa to draw a lot more resources into the hands. That's going to help us out a little bit here. 4 additional cards.
There wasn't a way to use the Ultra Ball for the Toad Scroll. It was just the Grasping draw to reload. And that means that Pokemon is going to be a big target once more. We could see Ed target down that Toad School, probably knock that out, and maybe get a secondary knockout with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, take a big lead and not worry about losing his resources for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that would be huge here. Lana's Aid being played here now from Ed. Gonna get these Pokemon and energy cards back to the hands. You can at this point in time. Thankfully, it's not shut down this time around. Radiant Greninja also being utilized. It's going to throw away that fighting energy. Drawn to 2 additional cards. We're going to see a Pokestop here.
Before using the Nest Ball, this is scary.
Wow, look at that. 3 cards netted into the hand off of those items here for Ed. One of them being the Prime Catcher. That pink A-Spec card allows you to switch your Pokemon and your opponent's Pokemon.
Wow, I mean, that is crazy to think about. Now with the Nest Ball, you could search out another Iron Valiant. You could use your Prime Catcher to switch into this Pokemon, include another Tachyon Bits. You have 40 damage for the Toad School. You Prime Catcher target whatever Pokemon you want to knock out. You could go after Rotom and take 2 additional prize cards here. It's all up to Ed how he wants to play out the rest of this game. He could speed it up right here, right now.
We've got options. We have got options, Kyle. This is fantastic to see from Ed's side, and it all is really just because of Yakira having that lackluster turn 1 that we saw. It's all led to this now. There's been so many resources utilized from Ed's side of the field, but it has been paying off here. We're seeing another switch card, the Tachyon Bits, the Prime Catcher now back into the Blood Moon Ursaluna here, and that Dino into the active on Yakira's side with the energy which attached, which is huge as well.
Right, you force your opponent to either have that upper Neo energy.
I think it's Neo upper. You almost
Neo upper, yeah. The counter gain combos, the Dark Patch. Just force them to have additional resources when they don't have the Pidgeot established. It's a lot to ask. There are a few more cards to work with in this hand, and we do see some valuable pieces.
2 prize cards down for Ed, and so many important resources being eliminated from Yakira's side of the field. Not to mention the Toad School already has that 40 damage on it too from some Tachyon Bits. So it's another thing. It's not just going to be a clean Toad Scroll if we're able to get there. We're going to see this Ultra Ball first off for Yakira. Discarding another Ultra Ball as well as that Petrarunt. We're finally going to get into another Pokemon here, but eyeing up the Pheasantipity as potentially the choice here to just draw into some cards.
Need some help. The resources didn't line up just yet. Plenty of ways to enrich your attacker. You have the counter gain, the Neo upper, but you don't have the attacker just yet.
Yeah.
So flip the script, maybe find a valuable supporter card. I think the Iono was in hand, but with the pieces that you already see, you're just hoping to get over that hump and find the last bits that you need.
Last Tachyon bits.
Help!
Well, we're flipping the script here.
Oh,
canceling Cologne, Rare Candy, and
the Terra Orb, yes.
Orb.
We saw the Ultra Ball discarded by the Ultra Ball, but did have the Terra Orb there to search out the Hydreigon. That is huge.
That is huge. We need that Hydreigon. It's going to get all of that HP on the board, and we finally have a attacker here for Yakira as well. These dinos have just been getting farmed this whole time from Ed.
Rightfully
here.
so.
Yes, exactly.
I don't want to deal with 330 hit points. Remove the little guy.
But now we finally have the little guy turned into a big guy. 330 HP on this Hydreigon EX. It's going to get the counter gain. It's going to get that Neo upper energy as well. And we're comboing that with the Super Rod.
I don't know about the dark energy, because I think you want to leave options for the dark patch draw.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you can attack with Obsidian this turn, you could potentially win the game in 2 turns.
Well, it's going to be, that's the only dark energy, huh? That was in the discard?
I think that's the only one I saw.
Yeah. I think you're right. Well, it's going to be shuffled back into the deck now thanks to that Super Rod here from Yakira. So no option for the dark patch here in this turn.
Oh, we still have Iono draws. The Pokestop is there as well. So a few more ways to potentially get there and attack with this ridiculous 4 energy cost attack. Iono is the first piece, however.
It is pretty ridiculous indeed. I mean, it's pretty rare you see a 4 energy attack, and usually it's on a beefier Pokemon that has some sort of ability to limit the energy or something like that. But nope. Hydreigon, I mean, it's astonishing that it even functions here, but you're seeing it happen on our screen right now. Yakira activating this Iono for both of our players. Ed's just going to have 4 cards, as you saw there, while Yakira's going to have 6. Now this Hydreigon is in the active position. Crashing Headbutt once again, discarding these top 3. What are the resources that are going to be lost here from Ed? It's 2 Ball Search cards, as well as what was that middle one?
I think it was a retrieval or something energy related.
I think it was a retrieval. I can't see.
Help.
The cards are
it's a
too
switch.
shiny. Oh, okay.
It is the same odd art, though.
Yes.
Thick text.
Well, Ed here losing that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but we still have damage being put out. This Toadschool, it was never able to turn into a Toadscroll, and it's going to be taken out on the bench here. That's an additional prize card there for Ed to take. Still no Latias, but it seems like we have infinite switch cards at this point in time. We've used so many of them.
Yeah, you're thinking about a prize map now for Ed as he just works his way through. He's using that Pokestop and does not find much, but does have access to some energies. But, I mean, if you can take out this Cleffa with Tachyon Bits and then go after that Rotom V with your baby Blood Moon Ursaluna, there's a world where you never have to work through Hydreigon. I like that one a lot more.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, you could go for the Rotom V or the Pheasantipity. That actually is a dark Pokemon that does have fighting weakness.
Let's knock them all out.
Exactly. The liabilities are there, but, I mean, they're only there because Yakira needed that support in those Pokemon. So Ed here, concealed cards, discarding that fighting energy. Now netting 2 more to the hand. What else we got? It's pretty thick hands.
Yeah, Night Stretcher now included, so maybe that reach for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but needs a little more help.
Taking a look through the discard pile, see what we want to play here.
Boss's orders in hand, so targeting down a Pokemon that you can take those 2 prize cards on a lot easier here. You have plenty of time. Yakira has 5 prize cards remaining. It's going to be difficult, at least 2 turns, in order to take all of those with the Hydreigon. And there's a little Cleffa hanging out. I like that.
Little Cleffa, the shiny Cleffa too. Well, that Earthen Vessel going to discard an Ogre Pond there to get this last fighting energy into the hand. We have now 2 in the hand here for Ed. That's what you need here. Be able to accelerate. We have the Jet Energy as well lined up here for Ed. Of course, the Night Stretcher already in the hand to get out that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And you can see how different this deck functions without the Latios. If you
Yeah,
have the ability
brutal.
to swap in these Tachyon bits, the game may have already been over at this stage. Ed has the Jet Energy, the double fighting for the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the boss's orders to take a big knockout here on the Rotom. Was not able to get the job done with the bits, but probably has it for next turn. It's all on Yakira here to buy an additional turn and attack with Obsidian.
Yeah, here we go. Blood Moon Ursaluna doing its job, being put onto the bench, accelerating those fire energy from the hand. The Jet Energy brings in the active, takes those 2 prize cards. Yakira Tate's going to start us off here on the left side of our field with just that Hydreigon EX. Still tons of prize cards left to take, but can we put enough obstacles in the way? And we're just under 6 minutes here on the clock between our players as well. So if Ed's able to take this game, we can have the same conclusion we saw in the other game that we casted, Kyle.
Yep, it's getting to that point. There's just not much time. You need to slow down your opponent by disrupting their hand. They finally found the Latios and the switch card. It's all there, but the supporter for the turn is not Iono. It's going to be the Arven. That means there's at least one more turn with these resources in play. What can Yakira cook up? Maybe promoting a different Pokemon. Is there a world where you can include the Dusknoir in? No, there's 1 prize card remaining.
Yeah, there's only 1.
I don't like where this is going.
It's got to be the big HP left in the active position if we're going to have an additional turn here. Or you just find some way to... Your opponent doesn't have enough resources at this point in time, but Ed has got plenty now. That the Latios EX as well. It's in the hand from the prize cards.
Just not much to work with here, unfortunately. It's the 2 copies of Iono, so don't know if there was an opportunity to go a little deeper. Maybe the Pheasantipity could draw into that card and
it's true, yeah.
give you that spot. We'll see now if the resources are found.
Well, let's see. Flip the script here. 3 additional cards. Dark Energy, and Hisuian Heavy Ball. That's all we're going to see there from that flip the script.
I don't think that was great.
I don't think it's flipping the script, Kyle.
Yep. The script reads the exact same. And it's that Ed is going to have a great time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we do still see at least the discard there in the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Iono Ed now here. Starting off with the Squawk ability, we have that switch cart here. That's the first Tachyon bits that we see come down onto that Cleffa. It's so small, and it's it. That is knocked out. Cleffa on the bench here. Ed's going to take the last prize card needed to secure this game 2 here in our Swiss round 7. And there's only like 3 minutes left.
Yeah, has there been a more anticlimactic way to close out both games? We had Hydreigon on board that literally just promoted
like, and we promote and win.
And then Ed just needs to find a switching card in a deck that plays all of them. I think he's going to get there.
I still feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm mixing up the first game with the second game, but it just feels like Ed has infinite resources somehow. There's so many switch cards that are played, but and there wasn't even a Latios that time around.
Yeah.
So it just had it.
Well, let's take a look at game 2 and see if we can refresh your memory a little bit here.
Yes, let's do it. It all blends together. Those are some long games, but Ed here in our game 2, starting out strong. Unfortunately, Yakira only had that 1 dino that was then hyper blowered up because of the important resources on the other side. And that's what slowed down this game from the beginning here.
Yeah, you could see the issue for Yakira. The double Pidgey in the prize cards really led to this awkward board state. There was just no way to find the right pieces at the right time. No Arven, no nothing. And slowly but surely, you built up with that Rotom, tried to find resources. It leads you in a spot like this. There were just no cards to be drawn that could get you out of that mess. And
exactly.
You just had singletons all over the place getting knocked out.
Yep, it was super awkward there for Yakira. Of course, starting this game 3 off, it's not over yet until the time is up, and it truly is over. It's a 1-1 match here in our Swiss round 7 into a game 3 between our players. Ed starting off with a Pheasantipity in the active position, as well as Yakira with that Rotom V Squawkability's already out on the field thanks to that nest ball here from Ed as well, so that can be utilized in this turn. We're going to see a lot of stuff happen now as we see the Ultra Ball as well, discarding some cards into this Blood Moon Ursaluna. We're going to have even more discard coming up here as well.
Yeah, there's double fighting energy to go along with this.
What?
You are threatening knockout on the Rotom V on the next turn. If Yakira does not find basics, like we've seen her struggle with her opening hands at least, there is a world where this could be difficult. The switch card immediately promoting this Pokemon.
Imagine that. Your Squawkability EX, you don't even have to discard with the Squawk and Seize. The switch card promoting into that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Squawk looking like Shaman over here.
You're right? That already has the energy thanks to its ability there in the Battle Hardened. As soon as you play it, you can attach those fighting energy from your hand to it there. It's pretty darn cool. And that's Ed also going to secure the second Blood Moon Ursaluna thanks to that Hisuian Heavy Ball as well, getting it out of the prize cards, reshuffling up here. There's not much time left in this match.
Yeah, I'm not cutting the prize cards. We have a minute left, my guy.
Would you like to cut? That's too funny. All right, let's see what else Ed got to the hand from that Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, the Earthen Vessel, the energy's there.
Yeah.
It's all there.
You got it. You
have to pass the turn.
can't attack, yeah.
Hopefully your opponent does not have the resources to expand on this bench. If you leave them with just Rotom, you have a chance.
I know, yeah. Rotom V, super awkward. HP, 190 there. It's weak. Does a lot, but it's weak. It hasn't turned into like the washing machine or something,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's not mowing the lawn anytime soon.
Well, we see here from Ed placing down that Iron Valiant EX and then passing the turn over to Yakira. Everything is ready to go here, and Yakira is going to be able to Arven for this first turn going second.
Ed may not have said it, but his body language said, "Aw, shucks." Did not want to see that resource there. The Arven basically locks in that this is going to be a long one. The Buddy Buddy Poffin, the 4 is Sealstone. I believe it's already in hand too. This is going to be a full board.
Yeah.
Yakira was going for a long game, and you know what? We just don't have enough time for that.
Unfortunately, time has just been called between these players, Yakira being turn 0 here. So very cool decks, but we just didn't have enough time to get through this last game, Kyle. I'm so glad we got to see them shine for both of our players. I guess that's the one plus. But Yakira is able to get out these resources here that in that Buddy Buddy Poffin and a tool card. And we're going to see some additional Pokemon hit the field.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but for both these players at 5-1-1, that's a pretty fantastic record to continue to build on throughout the rest of the tournament. We'll see Yakira continue to build, show what she was capable of. Yeah, Forest Sealstone was right there. Probably another Buddy Buddy Poffin and even more resources in play. This was going to be a pretty great Game 3.
I know, I just wish I could continue watching it, Kyle. I mean, we saw in that game too, the only thing really that was stopping Yakira there was what? Oh no!
Yeah, maybe it wasn't going to be a good Game 3. Those prize cards are kind of tough.
Oh, no.
We got saved.
Hey. Yeah, that would have been awkward. That would have been awkward. I mean, we're looking back in the deck now with the second Buddy Buddy Poffin. I was about to say the only thing that was standing in Yakira's way the last game was having just that singular dino down. It was kind of awkward. There was nothing we could establish fast enough. And then now look what's happening.
Yep. All right, let's... I was going to say, we could maybe go into Ed's head. If he drew the perfect resources, is there a world where your opponent has enough 50, 60 hit point Pokemon that you could go triple bits and knockouts on V Pokemon twice to get the job done? The answer is yes. Your opponent would have to bench Pheasantipity and also continue to bench down Pidgeys, but I guess you could get there. It doesn't feel likely, but there's something to watch for, I suppose. You see the energies here now with the Earthen Vessel. I mean, for Yakira, this has got to continue to play out her game, which is load up that Dino most likely.
I mean, yeah, we're
Threaten
playing it
Hydreigon
out.
if you can.
We're playing it out here. Dino getting attached for the turn 2. We're going to see that instant charge now from the Rotom V. So we got that Forest Sealstone. We got the Toadstool out. The Pidgey is out as well. And we have a nice, decent hand size as well for Yakira. Ed, on the other side, starting this turn off. I mean, everything was established. We just couldn't even attack because Ed was going first in that last turn. But now we're going to see what we can do with this board. Switch carding into this Iron Valiant EX to get that Tachyon bits already going on this Toad School.
Yeah, there's not much else that you can do, though, unfortunately. You don't have the Latios. You don't have another Iron Valiant to work with. And slowly but surely, you add up those 20 damage over and over again. There's Boss's Orders added back in, hoping your opponent plays down some V Pokemon that you can take advantage of. But in this spot, you're happy with those 2 prize cards, and I mean, who knows? Maybe we're playing for a gentleman's.
I would think so at this point because they're still we don't see the same shrugging, you know,
yeah,
that we saw in our first game.
There's definitely something up, but just keep playing Pokemon.
Yeah. Hey, they're playing Pokemon. We're here casting it. That's for sure. Maybe I should just throw out some crab facts, huh, Kyle?
I'm down for a crab fact right about now.
Well, first we're going to see this professor's research here, discarding the hand into another 7 cards for Ed. It's a lot more cards to the hand to work with. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Plenty of ways to
time
move.
Catcher Boss.
Has ways to target down whatever Ed so chooses here, but
yeah,
with your eye on the prize cards, Rotom is already in the active for you. That's 2 more to take down, and just hope your opponent doesn't have the resources. Maybe you could throw down enough bits, but it's you need help. You need some of these Pokemon to go away. Can you knock out my Squawkabilly next turn? I need Latios to bounce around.
Oh my goodness. Where'd this deck even come from, Kyle?
TCG Live. That's where it's lived, and that's probably where it will remain, unless Ed can convert a few people. It's such a goofy deck, but it also just sometimes lines up really well.
Is there only one in our field right now?
He may just be the one.
Because
Yes.
it's made it to our stream.
I mean,
which is
if you watch Sacramento, this looks like a great deck.
yeah, that's true.
Maridon
That is
players
so
beware.
true. Well, we're going to see the knockout here from Ed, taking out that Rotom V, leading to the first, to the prize cards, 2 prize cards down for Ed. Yakira, on the other hand, has to be able to match that. So 0-1, so this is turn 2 now, I believe, between our players.
And that's the trickiest part of this. If this was turn 1 for Yakira, there's a world where this happens. Counter gain, energy, rare candy, Hydreigon. With the Neo Upper Energy, you would use the Obsidian on 3 of these Pokemon V or EX, and then next turn you clean them all up if they're not knocked out. You can win the game right then and there, but there is no turn 4. And for Yakira, that is devastating because she's right there knocking on the door.
Well, I got news, Kyle. There's 3 of these Blood Moon decks out in our field.
How are they doing?
Be scared.
Someone needs to tell.
Listen, we didn't ask that question, okay?
For the collective record.
Rare candy into this Hydreigon, out onto the bench now. Hydreigon out here. I don't know. It's going to lead to some shuffle in here, disrupting the hand on Ed's side. I mean, that hand was thick. That was a big hand.
Yakira's looking for the pink card here.
I don't see pink. I see some purple.
I see metal.
Yeah, that too.
That is a way to get there. You could actually just use the basic energies to get there, but you can't provide the metal and the psychic at the same time.
Unfortunately, no, but you can still take this knockout. Crashing headbutt, taking out that Blood Moon Ursaluna, discarding those top 3 cards as well. That's more resources down for Ed, and that's going to be it. That's our last turn between our players. We saw the fist bump here. We'll have to see if it is going to just be a tie between them or if they had some sort of agreement worked out. What's the circle look like? It looks like
Signature.
Looks like a tie to me.
Signature.
Signature.
Tie.
There you go. We know the middle there is the tie between these players. So super cool to see some very unique decks on our stream. We got to see the downsides and the upsides to really both of these decks in these 3 games. But unfortunately, not enough time to conclude here in that game 3. It's going to lead to a tie between both these players, and they're going to be sitting at 5-1-1 records. Let's take a quick look at what went down in our Swiss Round 7 on the stream here between these two great players.
Yeah, I don't know if it gets better than this opening crashing headbutt that we saw.
Epic.
That set the stage for the potential for Hydreigon at this entire tournament. If you're able to discard 6 energies with a knockout and a discard off the top of the deck, you're probably winning games when you lock in that Toad Scroll. And we know what it looks like when it all goes right, but it didn't always work that way. We saw in this opening game, did have the resources to close out. Ed missing out on that opportunity to throw in multiple Tachyon bits and take a knockout. And in game number 2, completely flipped on its head. Blood Moon Ursaluna attacking on turn 1, and it didn't stop there.
It did not. We saw this Pokestop hit for 3 resources here for Ed as well. That was pretty huge. And then we're just seeing the pressure being put on even more. We already saw the damage with the Tachyon bits on the Toad School. We're seeing the conclusive and concurrent knockouts on the dinos going down one after another, limiting that setup, and then also just securing the Rotom V knockouts as well.
Yeah, just left the Cleffa there to
be
get
eliminated.
eaten up by some bits.
Bah, Cleffa. I know, yeah. That's the only downside to having that Cleffa out. Unfortunately for Yakira, it does have so much with that grasping jaw or protection from the Hyper Blower, but then it's so tiny. It's so small. And just a couple Tachyon bits and it's gone. That's all Ed needed there to take that win in that game 2. And then we didn't have enough time to conclude our game 3. But as you saw, both of those players actually were able to establish their board states. It would have been a good one, Kyle.
Yeah, there was a chance. I mean, we saw the prize cards. The double dino in there, that would have been pretty great to watch a comeback there. I mean, I suppose there's a chance you get that Hisuian heavy ball and you get to reestablish. It was looking like it was slightly favored towards Yakira there, and
yeah.
If you could have, if there was an Obsidian on that turn, I mean, we were basically a minute away from having an actual conclusion to the game, and that's
so
crazy to think
true.
about too.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it was super cool to see how much weight Toad Scroll carried in that game 1. I mean, that was brutal. It didn't help with, of course, the crashing headbutts, discarding those important resources there for Ed, but to see how much had to be put into just taking that Toad Scroll out before the game could even continue, it's pretty wild. That's just a little bench sitter Pokemon that stops so much on your opponent's side. And there's so many decks out there, too, that would just be completely debilitated by that card alone.
Yeah, we've seen it before. So many times you just have that 1-1 inclusion. You're thinking about a specific matchup. This isn't one of those cards where you're just like, oh, it just handles this one matchup for me. A lot of different decks like to go back into the discard pile, find those resources. I mean, half the format still uses Pokestop. We saw Charizard's using Pokestop, unfortunately. Yeah. So there's plenty of ways to disrupt your opponent with this card.
Oh my
this inclusion
gosh.
seems definitely warranted. And for Yakira, you've got that tie that you get to build on now. Still 2 more matches to play out during this game. Could be 7-1-1 if everything goes her way.
Woo! And Hydreigon 7-1-1. I mean, I didn't think I was going to see it, but it's really cool to see that out there. Well, of course, you're tuning in to our TCG stream. All the action is here, but you know where else the action is? Pokemon.com/broadcast. If you miss anything, we have all of our broadcasts there for you to either catch up on things or recap things or rewatch things. There is so much Pokemon to be played, and we have all of our games there too. TCG, BG, and Pokemon Go. And I believe Unite.
Yeah, we've got all
the
sorts
games
of action going on there. You can also take a look at the schedule and see what else will be presented along the way.
Yeah.
We've got so much going on here.
Speaking of the action.
And this is just one of our tournaments. We've had 4 already. It's been flying by to get to this point, but we are almost at the flip of the calendar for us as we have our last true tournament of 2024, and then we move on to what looks to be a great plethora of cities to attend here with EUIC coming up as well. It's going to be pretty exciting.
I know the ICs only get more entertaining, honestly. They're all so fantastic, but as you go throughout the season, the pressure builds for these players to either, you know, they only have so much time to either establish themselves as maybe an international champion or just make sure they maintain their spot to make it into the World Championships toward the end of our season. So the pressure just mounts as we go through, and I think that's what kind of culminates into really awesome events where we just see everything kind of laid out on the table. We get to see it on the big stage.
Yeah, we see the best players at the big stage. We're excited to see even more of that as we move on throughout the rest of the year. We've got another big player who's doing pretty well here at this tournament, 6-0-1 for Stefan Ivanov. Let's take a look in and see what Chip's got to say with our good buddy Stefan.
Thanks a bunch, Kyle and Boo. That's right, I'm here in the lounge with Stefan Ivanov, who is sitting at 6-0-1, locking up a berth into day 2. Congratulations, my friend, on the run so far. How are you feeling? How's things going?
Thank you very much. Honestly, feeling pretty good. 6-0-1, obviously a very good record. At the same time, I'm also feeling that it's not over. You still need a lot more wins to go in order to make the top 8, which is my goal. So, but yeah, it's a pretty good start. So I'm very happy with how it's been going so far.
Yeah, that's awesome. Tell us about what deck you chose to bring to the event this weekend.
Yeah, I chose to bring Palkia Dustnor. Bring it back, I guess, since I used that with good results at the beginning of the season. I felt like if there was like one tournament where it was safe, or maybe not safe, but like a good idea to bring it back again, could be now with a good matchup against Clove Terrapagos. Charizard has been picking up steam, and that's also a matchup which I consider favorable. So yeah, I felt like it was nice, also kind of a comfort pick for me, and also a deck that I feel like I can finish best of 3s with, even if I may be tired from the travel. So so far it's been working out, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you were one of the early adopters of the Origin Form Palkia deck, and I mean, a lot of people ended up taking your take on the deck and continuing to move forward with it with that Greninja line included in the deck. I mean, it became such a popular staple of the meta after your strong finish earlier on in the year. You mentioned kind of some of the reasons to bring it back, but what are some of the reasons you feel like it fell out of favor in the meta? Because it was really strong, and then as it got more popular, the meta changed, Surging Sparks comes out, it just kind of falls off a little bit.
Yeah, I think the main reason why it fell off was Regidrago. Which is a bad matchup, like probably, maybe not the worst matchup, but really a bad matchup. And Regidrago had, at the beginning of the season, after Stellar Crown released, it was less popular. People were trying out new things, the Terrapagos and so on. And then, like, as the tournaments went on, people realized that, oh, it's still very good, it still works very well. And so it started picking up again, winning tournaments. It won 2 regionals in a row in Europe. And so I felt, oh, wait, no, this is not the time to bring Palkia. So I switched to other things. And I think many people had the same reasoning, thinking, oh, the good matchups that we expected at the beginning of the format are not that popular. The Gardevoir, the things like this. You don't see them as much. And yeah, so I think that's why it fell out of favor. At the same time, recently, even though Regidrago is still very good, it's the most played deck, but it's not the most played deck by far, Like, you can expect to hit a couple during the weekend, but you can also kind of avoid them or beat them sometimes. So I think that's how you have to think about this. And also, recently in the Stuttgart Regionals, we saw Charizard win, which is also a deck that is supposed to have not great Regidrago matchup. So, if other decks can win, even though they have a bad Regidrago matchup, I've heard, yeah, Palkia could be the play again.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it feels bad to like take a loss to whatever the most popular deck is, but also at the same time, there are so many decks in the format, so many decks in the room, and 6-0-1 is proven to that point. Have you hit any Regidragos so far today?
Yeah, 2.
2.
I beat them both.
Beat them both? Bad matchup says who? Not Stefan. No problem at all. So I want to talk to you about this tournament a little bit, because this is, I believe we were talking earlier, your 3rd Toronto Regionals, is that right? So you've been coming to this tournament for quite some time, and even back before, like back in the 2019 season, it really wasn't as common to see players traveling out of region to go to regional championships. Now it's something we expect at basically every single one of these tournaments. What about this city, this tournament brings you back to it every year?
Well, I guess it's like convenient. It's on the East Coast. There are direct flights from Paris to Toronto. It's not too far away. It's not too expensive, so that helps a lot financially and so on. Also, for a while, I couldn't play European languages except from English in the United States, but in Canada you can play French cards. So that, if I had to choose like one regional to go to in NA, Toronto was like also that was also convenient for this reason. Obviously, now that has changed, and now you can play as of a month ago or something, weeks ago.
Yeah, recent change, yes.
Recent change, yeah. We can now play the language of the region we're from, so of course now I don't have to. I could go to NA and just play my French cards there, but for a while it was like helpful, you know. If I have a lot of English cards, but also some cards that are just only in French, and it's like it's like just practical to not have to worry about, oh wait, do I have this in English?
Sure. Yeah. Definitely. Well, I mean, I know another factor probably as well is the fact that for a lot of years Toronto was in the expanded format, and you didn't get to play a lot of expanded tournaments previous to that, right?
So that's actually true. Like in 2019, Toronto was in expanded, and that was also one. You're right. That was also one reason that brought me to play that event, because I really wanted to play expanded, which we didn't have or very rarely had in Europe at the time. So I was pretty happy to to come there, play my favorite format, which I've been boring everyone with for a while.
Not at all.
No, I've been promoting the format, and yeah, I guess even like 5 years ago it was, yeah, right. I was already enjoying the format, so that was nice. And also, yeah, was also I guess something that I should mention, that also I had a lot of fun in the city. I enjoyed the city. It's pretty cool. Lots of good food. Lots of nice people. A bit cold, I have to say, but that won't stop me.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wanted to talk about Expanded a little bit because I know you are a big fan of that format.
Yes.
You definitely fill my timeline at least once a week with some Expanded decks to share, which I enjoy looking through for sure. So fill people in who might be watching who don't exactly know about Expanded, because it was a supported format that, and it still is, but it was a format that was played regularly at regional championships in North America, but it hasn't been since the we came back to tournaments in 2022. Tell us about what Expanded is and why you are so drawn to it.
Yeah, so Expanded used to be the other official format for Pokemon. It's all the cards from Black and White on until now, with a ban list which aims mostly at preventing the turn 1 wins and the really broken stuff you could do with that big card pool. And unlike Standard, it doesn't rotate, so cards that are in Expanded stay in Expanded unless they're banned, which is pretty rare, and again, only happens if there's a degenerate combo or something. And I like the format because I like formats in card games in general where there's a lot of cards, a lot of interactions, and where you can build decks with cards that were not supposed, quote unquote, to be played together. Where it's like, oh, the designers didn't intend for us to play these cards together because they were released like 8 years apart. But we can actually do that, and it leads to all sorts of cool interactions. And with such a big card pool, everything has its own counter. There are broken strategies and then over-broken strategies which counter these strategies. And like to give an example, Regidrago, which you probably know if you're playing Standard, is also one of the best, if not the best deck in Expanded. And it's very good, and they are not, like in Standard, there's no thing that just beats it all the time. But there are cards that you can play that helps against it. And one example is the Girafaric from Lost Thunder, which has an attack for 1 color less. You take 2 cards from your opponent's discard and you send them to the Lost Zone. And so just this simple tech, which basically any deck can play, allows you to, if your opponent is careless and they just play I'm just gonna draw a lot, discard a lot, and do all sort of things, you can actually counter them and you don't get access to these attackers now. And so there's a lot of subtle interaction like this where you actually, you get to outplay your opponent more often, and you can also surprise if you are a deck builder, if you enjoy building decks. There's also so much potential in Expanded, which I discover every week. I look on the web, I look at Japanese results of small Japanese tournaments to see ideas, and every time I'm like, oh, that's so clever, there's so much cool things to do, and whatever style you enjoy, you can play a deck in Expanded. Obviously, I'm not saying that everything is good and everything can win, but you can really build around whatever you like. So I think it's fun.
Yeah, it turns out when you group together 5 generations of card games dating back all the way to 2011, you can do some pretty crazy and wild things. So you did mention that Regidrago is the best deck probably in Expanded. Do you have a favorite deck to play in the Expanded format right now?
There's a lot of, I really enjoy trying out new decks all the time and being like, oh, that looks cool, I should build it and see what works. I guess if I had to pick a favorite, I would say Shadow Rider. Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX used to be a very good deck in Standard for a while when it released, and then, as its as new sets and new things came out, like the deck fell out of favor. And Expanded is not like absolutely top tier, but it's pretty good, and you can actually do a lot of things. And it's very interesting because it's really a mix of aggressivity and disruption. Like, you can just put a bunch of psychic energy and hit for a lot of damage with it. The attack does 10 plus 30 for each psychic energy you have in play, and the ability it has is like the same as Xatu almost. So you attach psychic energy from your hand and you draw 2. And so basically you fill the board with energy and you hit very hard. And that used to be the way it was played, you know, just fill out the energy, just one-shot things. But now with very powerful decks like Redrago and Lugia, which can just one-shot Shadow Rider, you cannot just play the prize race game in many matchups, and so you have to play the disruption game instead. Use like one energy attacks like Shadow Rider's Shadow Mist, or now Chime Echoes, Bell of Silence, 10 damage for 1 energy. The opponent cannot play any Pokemon with an ability on the next turn, so they cannot play the Tapu Lele, the Energy X, and so on. The support Pokemon, they cannot evolve a Redrago V into the V-Star, and so sometimes you can just buy a lot of time this way until you're ready to attack, and so you have to balance aggressivity and disruption, and it's I think it's interesting to play.
I think one of my favorite interactions I saw, was it this week you tweeted out a list that had like just a ton of the Prism Star cards that you just are trying to send to the Lost Zone. I think one of those things, stuff like that is really cool, right? You know, the Lost Zone is a mechanic that's come back many times over the years, and the way that it was working in the Sun and Moon era is very different from the way it's working currently.
Yeah, exactly. Like as you said, before it wasn't something you were trying to feel. Well, except with Lost March, but usually it was just something where some place where cards would go when they were played. Well, some powerful cards like the Prism Star cards.
So you wouldn't have access to them anymore.
Exactly. And now, since you want to fill your deck, your Lost Zone with cards, 4 cards like Mirage Gate, now you can use something like Battle Compressor to just send free Prism Star cards to the Lost Zone. Or the other thing that's funny in that deck you mentioned is the new Fan Rotom. You get free Trumbics with it. Trumbic has an ability where it sends itself to the Lost Zone, basically. You can look at your opponent's top card, but it doesn't even matter. It's just like you Rotom for free card, which you send to the Lost Zone immediately. And it's like interaction between, you know, the way the Lost Zone worked before, the way it works now. I know that new Rotom Fan, which, you know, most people would say that has nothing to do with Lost Zone, but in Expanded, there's actually some weird interactions you can do like this.
It's very, very cool. Yeah, and one of my favorite things as well, you talked about this a little bit, is just like the reward to the deck builder in the expanded format. The people who have the knowledge of the card pool, and oftentimes the people who've been playing for a long time, it gives them an opportunity to revisit some old favorites, but also revitalize some old archetypes that maybe they remember playing back in, you know, 2016, 17, something like that. Well, very cool, Stefan. I appreciate your time. We'll let you get some rest before the next Swiss round goes up. If people want to learn more about Expanded or what's going on with you, where can they find you?
Yeah, well, you can follow me on Twitter, where I post every week, usually on Tuesday, not always. I post a thread with a new Expanded deck in the format, and then so I try to, you know, cover various decks, you know, aggressive decks, control decks, mill, wild control, whatever, to show how varied, how diverse the format is. So you can check that. And honestly, right now, I hope I might be doing like a Discord server for Expanded soon, but I have to take some time to build it, so maybe over the holidays, I don't know. I will obviously announce that on social media if I do. But yeah, like basically follow me, try to read things. I think otherwise, unfortunately, there's not that many current resources for Expanded. You have to look at Japanese articles and so on, which it takes some time. So I try to basically do that work for you, for everyone, and hopefully let everyone enjoy the format and learn about it.
Well, I appreciate your time, Stefan.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament, and hopefully we'll get to see more from you as the tournament continues. Let's get back to the desk until our next Swiss round is up.
Fantastic interview there, Chip, with Stefan Ivanov. Not only a fantastic player, a great player, but a great resource as well. Really championing the expanded formats that we don't really get to hear too much about. We used to have regionals in expanded, and now we're just full standard format all around. So it's still really cool to see that being carried out on other platforms.
Yeah, he's an ambassador of the game. We look to him for so many of those expanded resources, but also he's like the king of North America. He's won 2 NAICs.
Yeah,
we're expecting to see it once more from him. So to see him here in Toronto doing well, this is just right up his alley.
Yep, I know. North America, the place to be for Stefan. So not surprised, he's doing incredibly well. Well, we've heard from a fantastic player. We just saw a fantastic match. Now, I want to hear from you. Let's take a look at your posts that you have been showcasing to us throughout today.
I saw this. Yes, this was a really cool interaction that we had. Tate Whitesell actually ran into an opponent who did not have their deck, and with the help of JW and obviously with Tate, they were able to piece together an entire Charizard deck for the opponent so that they could continue out the rest of the matches today.
Wow! So they just had the cards on hand.
Yeah, it said like Tate had like 57 of them or something like that. It was like Tate was
gosh.
just like, here's an entire deck. Like just find me later. Like you do whatever you need to do so that you can continue to play. Just incredible spirit of the game to see, and just. I mean, another great example of all the cool people that you run into at a Pokemon event.
Yeah, that is fantastic. And I mean, think of being that player too. Like you're scrambling, you're late to the match because you can't find your deck. I mean,
know about this.
The emotions that, what? Me?
You've had a deck taken at an event, right?
Oh, yeah. That was after the event.
Sometimes you misplace it. Sometimes things happen, but like
Exactly.
that is a terrifying thing to experience. And
Yep.
the community's here to support you in that, and to have that happen, it's just really cool to see.
A great showcase of sportsmanship there. Huge thank you to both of those players and for posting it too, so that we could relive that and kind of shed light on like help other people out, you know? Be a friendly face that people can see here. Wow, speaking of friendly
There's
faces.
like 500 of them.
Yeah. Look at that. Gaming Gen, we love to see just all of our staff members collected in this picture. They have to wake up early for this too, folks.
Oh yeah, it's at what, like 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
These are some dedicated folks that we see, and they're at almost every event that we attend. So many great smiling faces here that are just ready to give everything they have to this community, support you, make sure that you have the best time here, and it's always worth just giving them an extra thanks, some appreciation and gratitude for the work that they do here. We've got so many lifelong friends in this group. It's there's a ton of faces that I want to say hi to once we get off the desk.
Exactly. It's just Pokemon fans who have either been involved with this game for a long time, former players, people that have family members that play. There's, I mean, just collective Pokemon fans and trainers here that are always willing to help out and do their best that they can to run these events. So like Kyle said, if you see a staff member around, tell them a quick thank you. I'm sure it'd make their day.
For me, it's also really cool because I moved around a lot when I was playing the game. So not only did I play in Florida, I played in Maryland, South Carolina, Indianapolis as well. So it's like a good time shot of like, oh, I remember them from my time when I played in college and there, or when I moved to South Carolina, I didn't know anyone. I was able to hang out with that person. So it's just really sweet to just know that you're always going to run into these people. Like I see fans of friendly faces all over the place. Every time I go to one of these events, it's just cool to be like, oh yeah, it's been like 10 years since then, but it's still cool.
Yeah, I mean, your life grows, you grow as a person, but you're always a Pokemon fan at heart, right? And that's really cool. That must be even more epic for you. Oh no, what is this? what is that?
They caught us. What was I doing?
What was I doing?
You must have said something insane. I don't give that look out just randomly, okay?
My look too, I'm like, whoops.
Just stone face delivered the craziest result.
Andy watching regional at home. Hashtag play Pokemon. Hey, that's as simple as it gets, right?
Yeah, maybe throw in a crab fact in there for him.
Should we get a crab fact?
Is that what we're missing, Andy? Is that what you need?
Andy, let's give you a crab fact here. That's what we're going to do.
Also, shout out to the collectibles at the bottom. A pretty solid collection there of Pokemon. Seeing us on the screen, cool to see as well.
It's got to be a lot of grass Pokemon.
Give Andy a crab fact and we'll move on to Dylan.
All right, crabs can walk in all directions, but mostly they walk and run sideways.
Crab fact.
Crab facts. Dylan Isaacs here, watching the Toronto Regional Championship with my favorite Pokemon. Oh, which one's the favorite? Probably the Piplup,
I hope
right?
it's Piplup, yeah. Piplup's a great choice. I mean...
Wait, what if all three of them are favorites? That's got to be
favorite
right.
Poke... Oh, yeah, because it's not... You don't pronounce Pokemon plural.
Yeah.
Pokemon covers it all. All right, so you got half a squad there. You could build a deck with that. It wouldn't be great.
It wouldn't be great. Hey, there's a Pikachu EX, there's a Bibero. I don't know what the Piplup's doing, but...
All right, Boo's going to cook up a list for you and send it to you.
Dylan, I got you, homie. I got you. That is awesome, Dylan. Thanks for the post. We love to see it. And that really cool stand there highlighting the Piplup. It's pretty cute. Oh, we got more babies. Professor Leaf here. Christmas tree is up. with a few wild encounters from top to bottom. Good luck, have fun, Toronto gamers. This must be tuning in to our Toronto Regional Championships here today, watching from home with the family, and we see so many friendly faces on that tree too.
Yeah, I mean, baby looks like it's a wild encounter in the grass as well.
That's the long grass right there.
Very cool to see. I have some Pokemon inclusions of my own on my tree. I need a lot more.
I have the ornaments that are actually the Pokemon faces.
That's pretty cool.
They are pretty cool.
I need to step up my game.
Yeah, you do need to step up your game, Kyle. Well, did you know, Kyle, that you could be playing Pokemon right now on your phone? Well, we can't, but you can. You can play two ways. Of course, we have Pokemon trading card game live, and we also have Pokemon TCG Pocket, which is the new hotness around town, and we got to showcase a featured match. Let's check it out.
Welcome in, trainers and Pokemon fans. Ethan Hecky here with Gabby Snyder, and we are going to be putting on something special for you all today, a Pokemon TCG Pocket show match, where myself and Gabby will be battling it out to see who is the very best.
So I will admit I'm not the greatest player in the world, but I'm hoping I'll be a little bit lucky today. So Ethan, if you're ready to jump into it, good luck, have fun, and let's get going.
Best of luck. Let's get into this match. I will be playing the Mewtwo Gardevoir deck. I know. I've always been faithful to the meta. I'm playing a very standard deck. Gabby, what are you playing today?
I'm playing Articuno because I like flipping heads. And if it works out, great. I got it to go first, so that's already one. We'll see how this ends up, though. I haven't been too lucky today, I'm not going to lie.
Look, there's always a time for everything as it goes. You know, I've lost the game on turn one a couple of times for sure. And here we go. I mean, you've got the Articuno in the active spot. I'm going to cross my fingers that a certain supporter is not going to be played this turn.
Well, I have bad news for that. Please. And I might have good news or bad news. We'll see. Oh! Yeah. Well, that's my first turn. We'll see how it goes from here.
All right, one of two down. You know, I will take it. I will absolutely take it. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard stuff. You know, drawing cards, always good in Pokemon. And
yeah.
Okay, I like to see that. You know, slowly but surely, I want to get that Gardevoir online. So, you know, if you attach manually every turn, I'll be okay. But if you flip heads on another one of those Misties, we'll see what happens.
I don't have one yet, unfortunately. I mean, that's kind of the downside for Articuno EX, right? It's all risk, no reward sometimes.
All right, let's see what we've got here. Okay. Got my my little supporter friend here. You know, he'll come. I don't know if I want him to join the party. You know, I kind of got everything I want here. You know, it's a little bit of a boast. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this down. You don't have a Misty because I know you would have played it at this point.
I would have. That's correct.
So I'm just gonna attack here and you know let you do your thing. I'll let you have those cards in your hand and see what you got here.
Misty? Well, all right. This will at least help a little bit, so the game won't be over in one knockout. So we got that going for us. Unfortunately, there's really not much else I can do in this situation. I'm just going to go ahead and attack and hope for the best, because that's all I can do.
I've got some unfortunate news here for you,
I was going to say, you have a Gardevoir in your hand, don't you?
I most certainly do. I am just that guy. I've got the Gardevoir, and this is essentially every Mewtwo player's dream. Just attack over and over again with Side Drive, and, you know, even if you flip all those heads, I think I'm in an okay spot. You know, I'm gonna add a little bit of Salt to Wound here.
All
you know,
right.
put that hand away. I'm not.
You're doing me a favor.
Am I?
Yes, you are.
You know what? I wasn't putting Salt in the Wound. I was putting a Band-Aid and some healing on it. You know, I was maybe sliding you a potion another way.
I mean, I actually did have 2 potions before that, but now I have the opportunity to maybe top deck a Misty. So we got that going. Hopefully. Nah, well, all right. I can at least throw a little bit of disruption on the board.
Okay.
And at least force you to switch something around so that you have to, you know, maybe spend a turn using the energy for that instead of attacking. So we'll do that. We'll do, I guess, just one of these because I can, and that's all I got.
That's something for sure.
It is. I mean, I love Articuno because it is a very fun deck to play. But it's not consistent, and if there's one thing I can say about the Mewtwo EX deck is that it's very consistent, it seems.
Yeah, sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I mean, that's just the nature of, you know, playing with 20 card decks and getting lucky. Okay, we got something here.
We got something here. I get a chance to redeem myself.
All right, this
flip.
is all that matters. Let's see some flips here.
Oh, come on. Yeah, okay, I got one. I got one.
It just barely to it, like stayed on the side and then flipped over.
It's okay. I can at least get one attack in. I know you're just going to go crazy next turn, and that's okay, because I got to use Blizzard once, so we take those.
Absolutely. I will end things in style, as per usual. You know, I got to love this deck. I got to love being aggressive. But you also got to love flipping coins. You know, you got to live and faint by flipping heads and tails on the coins.
It could have been a turn 1 win, and that's what I tell myself every time I lose. It's, well, it could have been a turn 1 win.
You are one Misty away from 15 XP, if you think about it.
Exactly. Is that how much XP you actually get for winning?
For winning a match?
All right. I'm learning here.
No XP here for a private match, of course, but
GG's.
GG's, absolutely. That was a fun way to, you know, play some Pokemon TCG. Of course, not the full game of the TCG, but, I mean, as somebody who, you know, is involved in Pokemon, just as a franchise and as a whole, have you liked, you know, having the access to play Pokemon Pocket just to get some quick TCG games in?
Oh, for sure. I've actually been using Pocket when I take my little 5-minute breaks during work to make things a little bit more interesting, especially with the laddering events going on. I mean, getting to 5 wins in a row with Articuno was tough, but we did get there.
Okay.
We did get there, so definitely recommend picking it up if you're looking for a little bit of Pokemon action to interject in your day. I'm assuming you feel the same.
Yeah, it's great. Anything that, you know, gets people out and playing the Pokemon TCG, you know, you can have random matches playing at home or things like we have right here where, you know, you're playing with friends, running some friendlies, as we like to call it, and, you know, seeing who's a little bit more lucky. You know, I did get the best of it today, but that's what's fun about Pokemon is the cards are always changing, the decks are changing, and no games are ever quite the same.
For sure. So if you want to download Pocket yourself, make sure to check out the App Store for your device. Download the application today and start opening packs. Who knows? You could be our next Pocket champion. But until then, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action here soon.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
'Tis the season to tune in to some more Pokemon trading card game action. And guess what? That's what you're doing right now. We are back on the scene here, back in our Toronto Regional Championships stream. Look at all those players out there in our field still churning through our day one. But we have some more players here for you now, getting ready to jump into our Swiss round 8 on stream this time around. On your right, we have Nick Moffat here piloting Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, and we see Nick on one of the most popular decks in the room. It's such a great deck to give to one of the best players that we've seen in recent stages. So many different top 8, top 4 finishes that we've seen for Nick over the past 3-4 years or so, and just continues to build on that, just looking for that big breakthrough. And similarly on the other side for Josh, has had great results, continuing to build on this. Been a staple Gardevoir player for some time now, showing a great propensity to play this deck, but this is going to be one of those matchups we talk about a lot. Who's going to stick around here? Is it going to be that early Kyurem, early Dragapult knockout, or will the Kirlias set up?
Oh yeah, that is a question. Oh wow, some brutal prize cards there for Josh. Within that pink card and the unfair stamp, you got a Monkey Dory, a Tear of Arven, and a Kirlia as well sitting at the top. Over on Nick's side, we have the rainbow version of the Giratina V-Star. Don't see that one too often.
Get that off my screen.
Hey, but you have the cool Cleffa, though.
I don't know if that's not my favorite. I like the John Hang Cleffa. All right?
That's true. That is true. Well,
it's in the prize cards.
It's in the prize cards anyway, Kyle. Exactly. Well, we'll have to see what our players are able to do here. Very familiar decks for both of these players. We're going to see some nice, clean gameplay, hopefully, here in this match coming up. We have the fist bump. We're kicking off our Swiss round 8 here as we narrow down in our day 1 here in Toronto. Both these players have already secured top 128s at a couple of previous regionals so far this season, but they're now hoping to take things further with both their decks this time around. Interestingly enough, Josh was actually playing an Ogerpon Mimikyu in Sacramento.
Okay, so mixed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And maybe did not see exactly the results that he was expecting. Just
Gardevoir.
outside of the top 64 there, and goes back to tried and true Gardevoir. Has been playing this deck for quite some time and seen some pretty good results. Just looking for that big breakthrough once more, and maybe this will be the time to do just that. We see the Buddy Poffin, and you get to set up those resources early on this turn. But it looked like pretty awkward start with the energies. This is a list, instead of featuring maybe that 8-2, 7-2 count that we've seen, it's actually a 7-3 darkness, 3 dark energies in there. And I think 2 are in the opening hand.
Oh, wow.
You need to establish the psychic energies in the discard pile. It doesn't really help the other way around.
Not really, unless we got some dark patches, which we definitely do not. So that's definitely a little bit awkward there for Josh. As we've seen so many times in our Gardevoir player decks, these are setup decks, but I feel like they have played cards from different players that do slightly change the way they set up, as we saw already, unfortunately, in the prize cards for Josh. The ace spec of this deck is that unfair stamp this time around. Unfortunately, sitting there at this moment in time, but maybe we'll get into that later down the line. Ralts and that Klefki are going to be what's placed onto the bench here from that Buddy Poffin. Let's talk about this matchup here. Regidrago V-Star is what Josh, I'm sure, is very familiar with facing off against. What's the strategy going to look like here, Kyle?
Well, slow your opponent down, and that is an opportunity that Josh has in front of him. You see the double retreat, well, the double energy, the retreat, and then the concealed cards into the Klefki. Promote this Pokemon, and hopefully slow down what Nick has with the Mischievous Lock. It's a lot to ask, but sure enough, that we actually see the pink card in hand. So a way around Klefki, a rare opening opportunity here for Nick.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's pretty wild. That Klefki, as long as it's the active, it does shut down those basic Pokemon abilities, which is awkward. But if you have a way around it, then you can just reestablish that pace that Regidrago is known to have. It can go quick here, and we'll have to see if Nick is able to do that here. Starting off with the Earthen Vessel, Regidrago V-Star hitting a discard pile. Nice and early. Nick's taking the first look at the deck here so far. Whoa, look at the gem around the neck, too. I love it. You know, all the Surging Sparks are like, they're like gems. They're beams.
He's going to terrestrialize here on stream for us.
I want to see Nick Moffat.
His hair's glowing.
Yeah, put a hat on that has a big gem on top. Oh, my gosh. Well, still going to take a nice look here. Both of our players somehow have the same pad. Is that just provided now? The EV pen and paper?
Maybe. I mean, we've increased the budget a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, no, maybe Nick shared a piece with Josh.
Oh,
it looks like just one page is there.
That is a lot more likely, okay. And it's ripped on that side, okay. There we go. Well, Earthen Vessel is going to secure these energy needed here for Nick. Did you get a look at the opening hands, Kyle, as to what Nick is able to do in this first turn?
Well, the 2 cards you're looking for right off the bat when you see Klefki is, do you have the Squawkabilly? Well, you're not going to be able to play that unless you have the Prime Catcher. And sure enough, he has both of those resources. So a big chance here to play out the entire hand, continue to build on this. We could see a lot of energies on this opening turn. you start to wonder about that fabled turn 1 Dragon Laser, if there's going to be some play into that. It starts with Squawkabilly typically, and maybe this will be the game.
Well, prime catcher here being utilized. That is huge here for Nick. Had it on the opening hand, as you said, Kyle, and that's going to lead to these abilities being unlocked on these basic Pokemon. Paired as well with some additional cards here now from Nick to be able to play for the turn. We're going to see the Super Rod being utilized straight away.
I was worried. We saw a second Regidrago V-Star added to the hand. You know Squawkabilly is likely going to be the ability that you use right then and there, and was able to use the Super Rod, get that Pokemon back into play. You'll only lose one of those resources, and it looked like there were a few other Dragon types in the hand, so overall going to be a net benefit with this discard from the Squawkabilly, and then plenty of opportunities to draw into those Teal Mask Ogerpon, energies, and maybe make a big turn of this.
Yeah, the Iono into some Squawk and Seize now. The discard has happened. We have 6 cards going to the hand now for Nick. Several supporters, Iono Research and a Boss's Orders as well there for Nick. Whoa, someone's playing in the league. Those are a lot of league cards.
Attend your local leagues, everyone. Get those cool cards.
Yep, we have Ultra Ball being utilized here to throw a couple of these cards away. But yeah, as you said, Kyle, we got that Regidrago V-Star back because another one's thrown away. Ultra Ball going to get this Teal Mask Ogerpon out that is able to be used. There was no double keys to the kitchen here down in the Klefki, so that's great. That would have been brutal. Actually, like, what do you even do?
I think you prime catcher something that isn't Klefki.
Oh yeah, that's true. We prime catchered. All right. Nick here, just going to, oh my gosh, wow.
I mean, it's not like you expect to see the energy, but it would have been nice given that you didn't see any off of the 6 cards you drew.
We're lacking quite a bit here, but no energy going to be accelerated there. Just those cards hitting the discard pile. And another Ultra Ball, Canceling Cologne, and the Mew EX there for Nick. But Josh, on the other side of the board, asking for the card count in Nick's hand to start things off. What are we looking at here?
Well, you still have a decent opportunity to build on this board. It's not like retreating to the Klefki isn't the worst thing for you here. The Arvin with the potential to work in a TM Evolution and build on this would be a nice spot. You just want to play this a little slower if you can, and Earthen Vessel getting some energies that are psychic would be pretty nice to see here too.
Yeah, not the dark. We have both of those dark already in the discard pile, but those can't be accelerated with some Psychic Embrace action. So we're going to have to see how we get into some more of those psychic energy here for Josh. But as you said, maybe just take things nice and slow here. Take the pace down a little bit from Josh's side. I mean, we're so used to these Pokemon games flying, especially with decks like Regidrago in the format, going so quick, but Earthen Vessel is going to be a way to get to those energy. Discarding the Nest Ball here. Select some more energy out of the deck. That's going to get us somewhere. We've used one of those refinement already, or well, the only refinement so far on this Kirlia.
And you just start to wonder, is there even an opportunity at this point to get the Klefki into the active spot and even make use of a TM Evolution? Seems unlikely. It's hard to switch around in this deck. You don't have many resources to get you there. So could just be a slower approach where you just promote the Klefki and wait a turn, or you attach here to the Ralts and actually line up that Gardevoir here early on. It's nice to have this Pokemon in play and not have to worry about that Kyurem that you just saw hit the discard pile.
We are going to be evolving here, both into that Kirlia as well as the Gardevoir EX. On the bench now, thanks to that TM Evolution. It's used for 1 turn off of this Ralts, utilizing it with that energy attached, and then it's discarded, and we're back over to Nick Moffat's side of the field.
Once more, it's just this Iono trying to find some help here. Looks like at least the Ultra Ball is found. That's the number 1 piece that you need to find. Find the Regidrago V-Star and have a decent attack this turn, but maybe a little more help's needed. You have the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the Grass Energy to continue to draw. Is this the attack you really want to go for in this spot? It's just the Kyurem as a copied attack at this point. Maybe there's another dragon type you'd like to focus on here.
Yeah, you got to pick and choose what you do when you're this early in the game and you don't have much discarded as far as your dragon Pokemon if you're Nick Moffat, but still churning through this turn here. The Regidrago V's got several energy. I mean, we're seeing a lot more energy now on the field than we saw before, which is fantastic here.
Yeah, just discard every other card in your deck and you're
Right.
bound to find the energies.
Yeah, and you're bound to find that V-Star as well. That was shuffled back in that Regidrago. And now sought back out thanks to that Ultra Ball.
But this is the nightmare where you didn't really establish what you were looking for. If you could have this turn 2 attack without the use of Legacy Star, then you're feeling pretty good. If your opponent doesn't have Gardevoir in play, you feel even better. And it's a pretty reluctant Legacy Star that we see here. Does not want to press the button, has to.
Yeah.
And I mean, at this point, one of the
Here you
cards has to
go.
be an energy switch.
Oh, wow.
And
Is
then
that
all the other resources are tossed away.
Yeah, that's 7 cards there that are going into the discard pile. Of course, you get to stick 2 back into your hand, which is great. 2 of those were the energy switch, I believe. Or is that energy retrieval?
That's energy switch.
That's energy switch.
Has to keep 1 to attack. Was able to discard Dragapult, which is a better Pokemon to have to attack with than the opposite. You don't want to go for the Kyurem here. It doesn't line up nearly as clean. And you just lost all your resources.
Yes, exactly. Still selecting the second one to bring back here for Nick. But you always want a Legacy Star. Use that V-Star power when you're in offensive mode, so you're getting those resources back to be able to just do what you need to do versus using it as kind of a bailout. But now we're just seeing the energy switches being put back into the hands, both of them utilized straight away here to disperse those grass energy onto the Regidrago, V-Star, and the V here on
Nick
the bench.
is so sad right now. This is
Yeah.
not where he wants to be, and my goodness, it is the Trifrost. He just wants to try to slow down Josh at any possible points here, but so many resources were used to be here. We saw the Prime Catcher already used. That is gone. 2 energy switches are gone. There's 1 energy total on board. And there's 2 fire energies in the discard pile, too. It is pretty difficult to attack next turn.
That's the only downfall of Kyurem. It's used to sort of carry out the multiple prize attacks later in the game to where you discard the energy, but you're winning, right? But now earlier on, it's forcing Nick to have to put out so many more resources and could potentially fall on the back foot behind the Gardevoir player, despite Josh still being at 6 prize cards, because Gardevoir is used to working off of a back foot type hand and field. So yeah, that could be awkward. You saw Nick just shaking the head, identifying that Kyurem's all I got here. And so that's what we saw. So we'll have to see what Josh is able to do here to kind of capitalize off of this. Of course, Nick, 3 prize cards taken, which is huge there in that turn. And Josh promoting that Gardevoir EX, utilizing this Hisuian Heavy Ball, shuffling around the prize cards once again, and that's going to nest the Pheasantipity EX. And I think some knockouts happened, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, where do you go from this point? It's like, for Nick now, you basically said, I expect my Regidrago to be knocked out this turn. If Josh is able to do that, fantastic. If not, there's no pressure on Josh. Josh could continue to buy some turns, slow down a little bit, even reestablish Ralts if it comes to that. So you're not terribly worried on Josh's side.
Well, here we go, Josh. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see it, too, just playing it out, being chill. Josh, just a
cool
person.
guy, yeah.
Just a chill person here, or the vessel going to get us out these energy here. We did see the shuffling back of the prize cards after securing that Pheasantipity that flipped the script for some additional card draw for Josh on this side. And we are slowly accumulating a ginormous hand, as Gardevoir players are used to doing. Monkey Dory going to come down as well for the turn, already with that energy attachment of the Dark 2. Oh, or not.
Yeah, it seems like the right line here. Now the question is, do you have the ability to extend here? Do you have access to a Pokemon like that Screamtail or the Drifloon? If you have the Bravery Charm, you have to expect that there could be a good knockout here. If not,
Look at that.
I mean, this is dangerous.
Nick offering up those damage counters that have to be placed on the Gardevoir EX after utilizing the Psychic Embrace ability. That's how we see the Psychic Energy being accelerated onto the Gardevoir.
Look at this. You could move the damage
Adrenabrained
over to the Regidrago and use the counter catcher if you wanted. Take the knockout and remove the energy from board here if you just target down this Pokemon, but looks like that is not going to be the choice.
This is what I'm saying, Kyle. Gardevoir works on the back foot.
There is no back foot if your Gardevoir gets knocked out this
Yeah,
turn.
that's true.
You don't have any feet. You're lying on the floor crying.
Got no feet, got no shoes.
I need some help. It's cold out here in Toronto.
It is very cold.
I've been defeated.
Well, Arvin's going to search out a tool and an item card here in this Bravery Charm.
All right.
Super Rod.
This is another way to go about this. I don't love the Gardevoir in attacking here. It's too valuable of a resource. If this Pokemon's knocked out, there's basically no way to come back here. If you attack with the Monkey Dory and you're just going for confusion, put your opponent in that really awkward spot that they're going to be in the very next turn too. You could still knock them out with a decent attack from a Gardevoir. If you start to at least bench a Ralts next turn, you feel better. But I mean, you open up the window for Nick to have a crazy turn with his final resources if this Pokemon stays active.
Yeah, if you can piece it together. Next, just 3 prize cards. I mean, we've only done a couple of turns here between our players, and still this game is that close to a conclusion. Thanks to just Regidrago working that quick. I mean, when you get a triple knockout there, that's one way to do it.
Oh, baby, a triple. And the Bravery Charm's also a nod to that, too. If we see the bench of the Ralts, then you start to count out here, well, what ways could my opponent win? They have that Kyurem that they can target us down with. You got 1, 2, 3 Pokemon there. But thanks to that Bravery Charm, you're not too worried about that big knockout happening.
Yeah, buffing up that Monkey Dory quite a bit there. The little Bravery Charm. All right, well, we're going to see the Gardevoir EX is going to stay in the active position here, Kyle. What do you think about that?
Scary.
Scary? You scared?
Because the Ralts is in play, you feel a little better. And there's a chance for Rare Candy Gardevoir, and then you can continue on. The energy on the Monkey Dory is even pretty good, because at least you have an attack that can confuse your opponent that had to use all of their energies in this spot.
That's true.
But you go down to 1 prize card potentially for your opponents. And they just need to find one way. It could certainly work out, but also this is a window.
Yeah, that's true. It is a window. I mean, I've seen Regidrago really has the potential to do both. It can secure what it needs in the last second, or it can just completely whiff, and you never know what's going to happen. But look at how it works with these Teal Dance. You attach these Grass Energy, you get to draw into additional cards. That's one way. It just pieces these things together in the later game. We see this heavily damaged Regidrago V-Star in the active position, but Nick Moffitt has lined up this Regidrago V-Star on the bench.
This is where
almost fully.
The deck list might actually hinder Josh in this spot. I don't think he's expecting to see a switch. It's not always an inclusion that we see in this list. You've seen your opponent use that Prime Catcher. Nick is counting out the resources here to see what would happen if you use that research, but you never really know until you pull the trigger. Here he goes. Can he find the switch and the energy switch here? Does not look like it.
I think. No, there is. Is that the switch? I can't.
That's a
yeah,
switch,
that
but
is
is the
switch.
energy switch there
no,
too?
No, the energy switch is not. Sadly. We do see the switch, but not enough energy here. It's just 2 right now on that Regidrago V-Star, a fire and a grass. It needs an additional grass to be able to Apex Dragon.
I mean, he's like, how many cards was I? 4 cards?
Yep, 4.
I've got 1 E-switch at least, the final E-switch there to get the job done, but no, does not have the pieces.
Yeah, that is tough. I
mean, also, what were we attacking with in that spot? You're going for the... there's no Giratina.
Yeah, that is a bit awkward.
So it would be...
You're just trying to get things done here, Kyle, okay?
It would be the Alolan Executor flip that you go for.
Oh, wow. I mean,
risky business.
I guess so. It's risky business on both of these players' ends at this point. Nick Moffitt going to use this Super Rod. There was only 4 cards left in the deck here, so Super Rod's going to help that out a little bit there to shuffle some more cards in, but that's it. We didn't have what we needed there, sadly, for Nick, and it's just going to be that remaining Regidrago V-Star stuck in the active here as Josh kicks off this next turn.
Now, if you're Josh and you see your opponent go for a play like that, clearly there was a chance for this Pokemon to move that you weren't maybe not expecting. This turn, you know that this is a possibility. So how do you play around this, knowing that your opponent could move this Pokemon, but you also kind of like it in the active spot? Can you just move some damage with the Monkey Dory, set up to soften up that Regidrago V-Star on the other side? And we also see these preventative plays here too, understanding that, Kyurem's pretty likely next turn. I'm going to set up my Wave Veil so that nothing crazy happens.
We're Wave Veiling out here protecting the bench. We see this Regidrago V-Star.
I fully expect to see Retreat plus Monkey Dory Confusion. That's a little perplexing here too. Your opponent's having a hard time. I guess if you're expecting Switch, then Switch into Cleffa would just negate that. So cashing in on the damage is nice, but this is tough. You've got so much damage on board. You're trying to disrupt where your opponent can even attack from on the following turns, but you're not doing anything to close out the game.
Well, Earthen Vessel here being played to get those energy out, as we saw that energy switch in the prize cards, as well as like Giratina. What unfortunate prize cards, huh? So we're going to have to see a manual attachment onto this Regidrago V-Star to charge it up. We're going to Teal Dance a little bit here first, draw into an additional card.
There's
That's
not much left.
There really is not. Look, there's literally 3 cards left.
3 cards remaining. Not only accelerating energies will be difficult because you might deck yourself.
Yeah.
But you have your attachment for the turn. You have to make the most of it here. Is it
so awkward?
Is it just a Alolan Executor flip? I don't like. Where else do you go from here?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be that. We have the manual attachment here now onto this Regidrago V-Star. Just 3 cards left in the deck to try to close out this game with. Still 3 prize cards left to take. You need to do something here if you're Nick Moffitt. Otherwise, you're just going to be beaten by your own lack of resources at this point in time. Yep. Josh does have the ability to throw in some more monkey wrenches.
Here we go.
It's a Tails here. That's going to take out the basic Pokemon Pheasantipity EX on the bench.
The good news is, either way, you got 2 prize cards. You have energy and boss's orders with the Teal Mask Ogre Pond to potentially take one of these softer knockouts like the Manaphy to try to close the game out. It is on Josh to find an answer here. And that's where I would like to see a card like that Monkey Dory, some confusion, something to just force your opponent to have that resource. They've been expending all of these resources throughout the game, but how do you finish here? It's so tricky. You can take 4 prize cards and remove these 2 Regidrago V-Star, but Teal Mask is still a threat.
That's the tough part. There's multiple attackers here for Nick, and Josh has really just, that's it. That's the worked themselves into a pickle here. Just that single prize card left to take for Nick to take this first game here in our Swiss round 8. Josh still going to churn through this turn. Ultra Ball, getting a Pokemon out. But again, Kyle, what do you do? Where do you go?
I mean, we see Mawile, an opportunity to try to lock up your opponent with that tempting trap, but you didn't force the switch. If you use Confusion on that previous turn, then it's gone, and you get to lock up a Pokemon. You could hang out with Squawkabilly for a few turns or whatever Pokemon it may be.
Yeah, Josh gonna evolve straight into this Kirlia here. Really looks like just thinking through every single play right now. Do I want to do this? I guess so. Now we're at Kirlia.
You're fully committed to this game. We are at the almost halfway point of the match.
You are.
You've been in a pretty solid spot given that your opponent had to use so many resources, and you are just trying to find a way to buy, 4 turns? If you get your opponent to that 4th turn, the game basically ends. They have no cards left to work with.
Yeah, if only we had something to discard some cards.
Where's your Hydreigon?
Yeah, exactly. We're playing the wrong typing here. Psychic Pokemon, what? Well, Iono is going to help out quite a bit here. That's going to limit Nick to just one of those 3 cards. Well, now it's more in the deck here. And Josh is going to get 6. see what we got here.
Yeah, this is a spot where you could capitalize on your opponent not having the resources to close out. There are not 3 energy on that Teal Mask. A grass energy certainly not guaranteed from this point in time. If you take the knockout on these 2 Pokemon, you could close out next turn on Teal Mask Ogerpon.
And Nick knows that too. And I mean, everything's on the line here for both these players, and you can see it on both sides. Everything's being thought through. Nick is hesitant about every move, but we're bringing out all of the risky plays here in this game from Nick's side because the resources just aren't aligning, sadly.
That's what it takes, though.
It does,
you,
yeah.
You get
It's
down
paid
to this
off
point,
so far.
And this is where we saw some players talking about having that skill gap that comes with playing a deck like this. If you give yourself the ability to play out of these awkward spots that maybe 80% of players aren't going to identify, if you can find those spots, that's going to be the difference in some of these big matches. And it doesn't get much bigger than this when you're playing up against a player of Josh's caliber with the Gardevoir deck. You know you're going to be facing off against a really tough match. And now there's opportunities with double Monkey Dory. I don't know if the other Dark Energy is there. I guess we see that in hand now. But can you get the damage in play to spread that around and to make a mess of this game?
Exactly. Yeah, you have to be able to do that. We're going to see the retreat here now from the Gardevoir EX now. We're finally into that Monkey Dory. We have a second Monkey Dory now on the bench as well for Josh.
It's confusion that you'd then be going for at this spot, which is
mind bending.
A crazy flip.
Well, we're going to have to see how that flip goes, I suppose. We see that Regidrago V-Star hitting the discard pile. Now Josh is going to take 2 prize cards there for that. We're still going with this turn. The Radiant Greninja coming down here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much else that you need to do at this point. You've established that you have that confusion online. If you then use the double Monkey Dory to close out on this Pokemon, you can take a 2-prize knockout on Pokemon like Squawkabilly on the next turn. The question is there a next turn? Nick had the switch, moved to the bottom of the deck. What can he find? And my goodness, those are not great.
Oh, no. What is that? Just a Goodra and a Fire Energy? Sheesh. Yeah, we have a confused here.
Oh, if you're not flipping, you're not winning.
I mean, the flip worked out last time for Nick, so have to see what happens this time if we can actually hit through or not be able to for Nick. But
I mean, surely you don't. Yeah, you can't motivate here. You just have to go for it. He's going to pick one of the attacks. Basically, any attack in the discard pile will get the job done. Can it hit?
Oh my gosh.
Off the table. Heads.
Hey, it's a heads here. We're going to see the flip, but it doesn't matter. That's going to secure the last prize card needed here for Nick Moffitt. It went all the way down to a mind bend. It was so risky there, not only from that mind bend, but Nick Moffitt was working through several risky plays in that game, but still made it happen with Regidrago.
Terrifying for both players.
Scary, scary.
Right on the edge of your seat, as you could see the resources really go either way. I think that switch was a big piece, even though it didn't see it get played. It could have completely tilted the game depending on which way Josh decided to go about it. If he ends up going for early confusion, does he just play that switch, walk right into the bear trap? Nick ends up playing a pretty great game. Let's see how that all culminated here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see Josh thinking out everything here. Nick was able to take that triple knockout pretty early on, but it was awkward because we saw the discard of all of those energy, and that was leading to Nick into these really awkward hands. We had to get 2 of the E-Switch off the Legacy V-Star power, and then we got a clutch coin flip there to take the last couple of 2 prize cards, just 1 left to take, but was able to flip through that confusion on the Mind Bend Monkey Dory and take that match with I mean, look how long that game went, too, Kyle.
Yep, and I mean, that was a really great back and forth that we got to see, a chess match, if you will, from both of our players, trying to identify how to get those little percentage points to tilt in your favor. Josh decided to go for a little bit more of that aggressive route, attacking with the Gardevoir, putting a lot of damage in play, but it still didn't turn into prize cards. I think if you go for a strategy to remove resources or force your opponent to have the right cards, especially after all those Legacy Stars, you might be in a better place.
Well, Josh also opted to go first here, going into our game 2, of course, losing the first game, so gets to choose. Going to start off with a Buddy Buddy Poffin to already start establishing these Pokemon now down onto the bench. We saw that Klefki be able to be played around in our game 1 from that prime catcher from Nick Moffitt.
Do you know how unlikely that is, Boo?
It's very unlikely. I mean, you have one ace back.
Right.
So.
It just doesn't happen. And to see that immediately had to be demoralizing for Josh. Understanding that if that Klefki sticks, if your opponent doesn't have access to Squawk ability, Teal Mask, Ogre Ponds, Accelerating Energies, you're in a completely different ball game. Now, hoping for it once more.
Let's see. Let's look at the hand.
No pink card. It's Iono again.
Yeah, I don't see a pink card or yeah, that's it. That's all we have, actually, to work around that. So, Iono, let's see what we can. Is that it?
It's the,
oh my God.
It's the 6th card.
It was literally the
And he has the Nest Ball for the potential Squawk ability if you need it.
What is happening here? Oh my gosh. Nick Moffitt once again. Getting that ace-spec prime catcher. This time, it's not just starting in the hand, but it is found off the Iono, which is pretty wild. Let's take a look at these prize cards there. There's a lot of Pokemon in there, Kyle.
Yeah. Do you like copying good attacks? Well, too
Not
bad.
me.
You get to copy the Alolan Executor again.
Hey, at least we have Giratina this time.
Yeah, and you don't see the prize Kyurem or anything. So
Yeah.
there's that that potential, that turn 2 threat that you really need to provide on Nick's end. If you are threatening that, your opponent has to have TM Evolution, multiple Ralts down, and we only see the one Ralts in play here. So there's a window where maybe you do get to take a big 3 prize exchange. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. You'd be asking for a lot there, though, for sure. So Nick is trying to do everything here, and Josh is just hoping, my Klefki, will it stay? Probably not. There's Squawk ability right here.
Yeah, why'd this guy search out Squawk ability?
Oh, this time around we are going to see.
Oh my goodness.
The Cleffa here as well. It was in the prize cards before, but Nick Moffitt once again getting around this Klefki. Ralts being put into the active. The Cleffa.
No energy.
Huge supporter here, but wow, we were lacking energy last time too, weren't we?
Oh, that's brutal. At least a pretty great Ultra Ball there. 2 different Dragon Pokemon added into the discard pile, along with what you would expect to see with that Kyurem, maybe one more discard.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We do have it. Look at that.
The hand is just research.
Oh, are you serious? What? Well, we already Iono'd, so. But that's pretty wild. We have so many Pokemon.
I'm a little excited for next turn now, okay?
Yes, you should be, Kyle. And look how many Pokemon we have in the discard pile now. That's pretty huge here for Nick. So, I mean, you see all of this is happening now because we were able to get around that Klefki. And Josh is just thinking, how has this happened again here from Nick Moffitt? But it's going.
Yep. Thankfully, in this venture of discarding almost all these fantastic resources, no E-switches were lost there, just the Super Rod, and I mean, this is a pretty fantastic hand. It's on Josh now to have an answer once again. the poor Klefki just did not hold up its end of the bargain, and so we're struggling.
Yeah, not the most effective key, I guess, there, unfortunately. And, I mean, we also saw the prime catcher was into the Cleffa, too, which allowed for that grasping draw into a huge hand there for Nick. Whereas, you know, at that point, you have so many resources to use before you even do a research, potentially, as well. So Josh is just going to work with this Ralts coming back out of the active thanks to the retreat, the manual retreat of that Psychic Energy. We're at least seeing a lot of Psychic Energy in the discard pile now, which is great for our future turns. Klefki's back in that mischievous lock.
Okay, there is Artisan in this hand, so at least you could search out that Manaphy. That's the one piece that's really missing here if you wanted to have that Pokemon in play. Obviously, with the interactions with Klefki, that doesn't work, but if you have a different Pokemon you're trying to avoid shutting it down, this is a huge window here.
No. Oh no, Kyle. Well,
you have the Teal Mask locked out, so you don't have that energy acceleration to happen. So you're probably safe for one turn, but next turn you have to have Gardevoir.
Yeah, you need answers. You're on a ticking time clock here. That mischievous lock is locking down all of these basic Pokemon abilities, which is not going to allow for the fast-paced turns we see from the Drago, utilizing the Teal Dances to draw additional cards.
There's a turn that could certainly happen that just closes out the game here. With Boss's orders, moving that Klefki, you bring up the Monkey Dory. You could take a 3-prize sweep here.
Oh my gosh.
Use the Legacy Star, and get everything that you need to use the Kyurem. Leave your opponent with just Klefki or just Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
whatever
like
it
where
may
do you go
be.
from there?
And it is really hard to come back from, especially with the lack of resources that were lost on Nick's end here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these games do take a long time, especially when you're playing with Gardevoir. That has a lot. I mean, honestly, both these decks have a lot of actions that they have to take. So, but I mean,
Man, for Josh, this is just brutal. You already saw the pink card. Next turn, you see the boss's orders. There's no way to stick these abilities.
yeah, that is unfortunate to see the boss's orders once again unlocking these abilities here for Nick. Now he just steps away from some powerful plays here to potentially lead to a 2-0 victory
again,
in our round 8.
Just did not see the energy switch. He's looking for it. He does find 2 of them there.
That was what happened last time on our Legacy V-Star.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
He's really unlucky with that part, but he's cashed in on the most luck there is with the opening Prime Catcher Squawkabilly play turn 1 of both games.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of duplicate moves here from game 1 into game 2. Double energy switch.
Yeah, there's a maybe a hesitancy here to think about the Prime Catcher as opposed to one of the energy switch, but double E-switch here seems pretty solid too. I don't mind either choice. It basically just depends on if you want to remove the Klefki from play or if you want to remove the Monkey Dory.
Well, it looks like it's going to be that energy switch and the Prime Catcher. Everything else from that V-Star power ability goes into the discard pile, so that's more resources down, but these are the important ones here for Nick to keep into the hand. That's what we needed to see. We see the manual attachment onto the Regidrago V-Star, the E-switch, that grass from the Ogre Pawn on to that Regidrago. Now it's in the active position here for Nick as well, thanks to that Cleffa just retreating out.
I can't remember if we saw the Dragapult there, and it looks like that is not the choice. So this is a Dragon Laser copy.
Copying the V.
From the Drago V. There was a chance to just go for the Kyurem, take a huge sweep, and it leaves you with no resources, but your opponent has a Ralts in play. That's kind of how this works. If Rare Candy Gardevoir comes down, you feel pretty bad.
Well, that's going to be the choice that Nick decides to make here. Is going to lead to one of the prize cards and some damage out on Josh's field now, but Josh still has things to work with at least. The Klefki back into the active here. That Kirlia with 30 damage counters on it. See what we can work with in the hands.
Worth mentioning, Josh is not playing the Rare Candy build. Just took a look to see if there were any Rare Candy inclusions. Maybe you see that one-of copy. This is the slow and steady for Kirlia list. So you know what to expect, but this is the turn you're worried about there with the TM evolution. If your opponent can then evolve this Pokemon, yeah, the damage wasn't moved, so Giratina's a risk that you have to think about, but it's you just have to play into this at some point.
I was really thinking this was a slow Gardevoir, but nah. It's built like that. This is slow Gardevoir for sure. Yeah, exactly. Well, we are going to see some evolutions here, thanks to Josh having that TM Evo. The energy's attached as well to be able to utilize it. We're going to pop over to Nick Moffat's side after that's evolving into that Kirlia for the next turn to come around. And now it's up to Nick here. Back on the other side of the field is one prize card down from that last turn. And now we have ways to go. Yeah, that Kyurem has to discard tons of energy, so maybe it's just better here for Nick to be able to line up, establish more of a board state, so we're not working with as risky of plays that we saw in our game 1.
At this point, I don't want to play any card in my hand except for an energy. I think all the other resources are a little too valuable here. You already have an answer with the Kyurem to remove 3 Pokemon from play, which would be devastating. I think it's a mistake if you don't remove both Kirlia this turn, surely.
Well, we'll have to see here. Ultra Ball going back into the deck for Nick. Thinning out this Regidrago V-Star.
Has plenty of resources to close out. Has the switch to hold on to, too, which is important when you think about the style that Josh plays. He has that Mawile to potentially lock up some Pokemon. The confusion that you have to think about after you discard all of these energies. Nick's thinking about all of this. with the energy attachment. And I mean, if we're not pressing the Kieran button, where are we? You have to.
I think, yeah. Nick is going to choose to finally press that Kieran button here, and we're seeing the triple knockout on both of those Kirlia and the Klefki, all going down in one swoop here from Nick Moffitt, taking 3 prize cards, 2 left to take. Josh is left with just a Monkey Dory and attached with that Bravery Charm, and putting a Ralts down onto the field now. The Super Rod going to help out recover some of these very important resources for Josh, but now Nick Moffitt, it's only 2 prize cards left away to take. We have double grass over on the right side too for Nick, so just a couple more pieces to put together to line up some additional attacks. Josh is going to have to pull out some disruption here. What are we going to see, Kyle?
Well, if there was a couple more resources, maybe we could see this game close out here, but it's not one of those styles playing a lost vacuum or anything like that. You can deal some pretty great damage. If you target down that Ralts, potentially, you're feeling really good. But do you even think about using a card like that Prime Catcher here? It depends on what else you find.
Yeah, that is just sad to see here. It is a very different type of Gardevoir than we're used to seeing all the time here on our stream, especially from I feel like we always just see Henry's list over and over again. It's always from
rare
Henry.
Candy Gardevoir.
Yes.
Boom, boom. All right, so there's a little bit of a. I'm slightly confused here with the energy attachment. We see the energy that went to the Teal Mask. It was not the one that already had an energy in play. So there was a world where you could energy switch from the Regidrago and just go for Teal Mask, Counter Catcher, knock out the Ralts, 1 prize remaining, and you're not risking this, but he's going to go for this risk. Probably warranted given the deck size, but if you miss the fire energy, you feel terrible here.
And, well, we have a lot of Earthen Vessel.
I think he found it.
Yeah, in multiple ways, Kyle. I haven't ever seen more Earthen Vessel in one hand.
When your opponent just has Monkey Dory Bravery Charm and you could just take a knockout with the Teal Mask, why risk it? It's a worse Pokemon to close out with, but your opponent cannot put a Pokemon in play that could withstand this other than Pheasantipity. Like that,
Yeah.
I'm pretty okay with that exchange.
That's a good exchange, if I've ever seen one. Nick Moffitt going to churn through this once again, being able to charge up one of these Regidrago V-Star. Did have to utilize those resources, but look where we're at now. We're going to see another knockout here, churning through to the end of this match. Just one more prize card to take here, and Josh just has that Monkey Dory. I mean, that's pretty much it here, Kyle.
Yeah, there's something to play for if you were able to establish an energy on board, maybe get the confusion in, but Nick, he's thinking about everything here. He probably still even has that switch card at some point to get out of Mawile shenanigans that could come into play. There's not much there for Josh, but have to respect trying to find a way out. There's the handshake, though. And that means that Nick Moffitt is going to be off to a really great start here in Toronto.
Really great start. Congratulations, Nick, taking a 2-0 victory here in our Swiss Round 8. Josh kind of revealing the prize cards, how awkward that match was, and we saw it the whole time, unfortunately. But as you said, Kyle, Nick was able to capitalize on every single potential play that Josh could have had. Even when there was like nothing on board, Nick was preparing for the absolute worst. And that almost seemed like an overcompensation from our game 1, where Nick was almost playing in the opposite way, where we were seeing risks left and right because we were just burned so many resources and had awkward prize cards.
It's not like he wanted to. He shook his head reluctantly every time that he had to. But it's just the way that the deck played out there. You could even see at the tail end there, Josh was showing a way that maybe they could have won the game. Bring up the Mawile, Cleffa, locking the Cleffa in the active. I don't think he knows about the switch still.
Yeah,
there
was
still
it was
a switch.
never played.
Yeah,
I think.
Nick did not have to reveal that information. That would have been really devastating if finally, out of the tail end, you find this 6-1 comeback opportunity, and then they play the switch after you've seen their whole deck, basically.
I know, we went through 2 Legacy Stars. How does that happen? We didn't see that switch one time? The deck got so low. That was pretty wild. I mean, Josh, unfortunately, losing that match there, but And let's see how it happens, because Josh just looks like his brain's fried right now.
And that's exactly how it goes when you play this matchup. There's so much to think about. The additional piece of the mana fee, too, that came into considerations at the end, but it should be simple for Josh. Lock that Klefki in the active. Turn the key. Close the door. Don't let anyone in. Yeah. No, Prime Catcher does not care. Pink cards have priority here, and they got the job done. Set up a huge 3-turn sweep on the beginning for Nick, or 3-prize turn. Was able to take all those big prize cards out of the way early, and then just found just enough pieces to hang in there. We did not see Confusion used as well as it could have been.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
at the tail end, he tried to use it. Nick was able to flip out of there.
Too late.
I mean, deja vu.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, deja vu indeed. We saw almost identical resources being found multiple times. Nick got the Prime Catcher, was able to work around the Klefki. The Legacy Star was utilized to find 2 Energy Switch as well, and it was the Prime Catcher and the Energy Switch that allowed Nick to then line up this Curum play in the future to just debilitate Josh's board state. And one after another, we kept up the pace from Nick Moffitt, and Josh just had nothing to go there.
Yeah, it's a good effort. Yeah,
that face says it all.
I mean, these are 2 players that have probably run into each other quite a few times, or at least end up playing alongside each other throughout so many of these events. We expect to see them at that 5-1, 6-0 table so often, and it's great to have an opportunity to feature them. 2 decks that we see a good amount of now too. Gardevoir's been moving up the ladder, but not this time. I guess we gotta give a nod to old Hexter and Pablo. They beat me this round, but maybe I'll get the final laugh.
Exactly. I mean, none of us in Sacramento had Maridon on our predictions, and it was a mirror match in the end. So we never know how it's gonna shape up. Of course, this is just our day 1, and we still have another match, Kyle.
Yeah, we've got extra Pokemon. It's something that we weren't used to seeing here in the opening of this season, but we do have that 9th round, so it's going to be great to see even more Pokemon action, players getting closer to locking up that day 2. A couple players that weren't used to getting that opportunity will also have that opportunity this time around, so it'll be exciting. It's going to be a huge field in Toronto for day 2, but
yes,
it also means that we have an ability to see some really unique decks and players.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to cast over a cloth match, Kyle. I've been waiting for it.
You got more crab packs?
Yeah, I got some more crab packs for sure. You want one right now?
Yes, serve it up.
Okay, well, crabs actually originated in the Jurassic period 200 million years ago.
Are crabs dinosaurs? Crab facts.
Pretty much. Like how you put a question? Crab facts.
You were not going to answer that for you because we don't have the brain power here to get that done. We just know about cute little cards.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that will be great to see if we can cast over some cloth tomorrow. But hey, day 2, that's where all the action really is. I mean, we see some incredible matches on our stream. You know, maybe it's a little bit more hectic in day 1, and honestly, that might carry over into day 2 as well, seeing at the success rates of these very off-meta decks that are taking it home here.
Well, maybe we'll hear a little bit from our winner about some of the off-meta they could run into. It was Gardevoir this time around, but Nicholas Moffitt got it done. Let's hear from Chip and see how our winner's feeling.
Thanks, Kyle and Boo. That's right. I'm here in the lounge with our winner from the last round, moving to a record of 7-0-1, a very impressive start. Nick Moffitt. Nick, how are you feeling, man?
Pretty good. I think I got pretty lucky to win that set. A lot of things have been going right for me today. Been playing pretty well overall. Had a bit of a mess up earlier in the day to get a tie. I tried to use Curum onto my opponent's bench Terapagos for the game, and
the good old
forgot
Terra
that it was Terra. Yeah, I had the boss in hand and everything. Set it up perfectly, just forgot to play the boss. But other than that, things have been going pretty smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. 7-0-1 is definitely indicative of things going smoothly up to this point. So yeah, I know things probably didn't play out as well as, you know, you would think that matchup could go, right, on paper that we just saw on the stream. But it's also a pretty contested point. I think a lot of Reggie Drago players would say this matchup is very good for me. But a lot of Gardevoir players would say, I think this matchup's pretty good for me. Where do you kind of stand on it?
I think it's pretty even, yeah. It can go either way for sure.
Definitely so. Yeah, but some interesting moments there in that game number 1. You had to go for the flip with the Alolan Executor twice in a row. Tell us about Executor and its inclusion in this deck and kind of some of those moments you've experienced.
Yeah, it's something I definitely was on the fence about coming into this tournament. I think it would have been perfectly fine as a second Dragapult as well, but it's definitely gotten me some clutch moments, so I'm glad I've had it so far.
Yeah, how do you determine, when it's the moment? When is the time right that you got to go for this 50-50? I mean, because in that instance, the wrong flip just probably loses
I would
the
just
game,
lose
right?
on the spot, I think, yeah. I just didn't see any other line in that position to take, so I was like, okay, I just need to take a kill here and then boss for game next turn. I could have thinned my deck a little better, I think. I had like an Ultra Ball I could have played and maybe Teal Dance another time. Because I was obviously anticipating Iona to 1. If I do hit the tails on Executor's attack, what else was I going to say? And then, yeah, I think he made a mistake attacking with the Monkey Door. I think he should have just knocked me out with Gardevoir and forced me to have energy or energy switch plus boss to win the game. And then otherwise he can just like take out my Ogre Pawn and leave me with nothing.
Yeah, it would definitely have been interesting to see what would have happened in that spot. And it might have been tough because I think, you drew like a Fire Energy and something else not
The
useful.
Goodra, yeah. I should have Ultra Balled for the Goodra for sure. And then my deck was like Goodra, Fire, Energy Switch. So I probably should have Teal Dance, and then I could play the E-Switch to power up a 3 energy Ogre Pawn. That way, what was I going to say? That way I have like that ready to go, so all I need is the boss.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's always ways you can think about like optimizing those little things, but in the end of the day, you did still get the win in the round. So 7-0-1, I'm sure you've been seeing kind of what some of the other players at the top of the event are playing. What are some of the interesting things you've been seeing, or have you played against any of these weird off-meta decks that have been doing well so far?
Honestly, I don't pay too much attention to the other matches. I try to just focus on mine. I guess like the Cloth deck, that was what I tied against, making the mistake there, but that's a known quantity at this point, so nothing super crazy.
Okay. Well, I know you're someone who kind of likes to pick a deck in a format, and it seems like you kind of stick with it, right? You've played plenty of Lost Box. You played that through a format. You played Chien-Pao a lot, played that through a full format, and you've really been on Regidrago since Worlds.
Yeah.
What about the deck has drawn you to it, and what has made it that consistent play for you now for 3 different formats?
Yeah, I think it's just the best deck right now. Overall, it's the deck I know best. I played Raging Bolt to the LEIC. I think that was a mistake. I think I probably would have done better had I just stuck with the Drago, so running it back here and doing pretty well so far.
Definitely, yeah. 7-0-1, great start for sure, and going to propel you forward into a solid day 2, hopefully. Well, Nick, congratulations on the start, and hopefully we'll see more from you throughout the rest of the tournament. Any shout-outs or thank yous you want to give before I let you get out of here?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend Nancy and my mom back home. Love you both.
Support from family or friends is the best thing you can have. So thanks a bunch, Nick, for the interview, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
7-0-1 record. Nick Moffitt hoping to take it all the way. Has not made it yet to a finals. We've seen Nick in so many top 4s, it feels like, but still trying to even just get to a finals match here at a regional championship. So maybe this is the one for Nick Moffitt. We'll have to see.
It gets difficult. We've seen it over the last few years when we saw a lot of those top 8s and top 4s with the Lost Zone Rayquaza that he was playing for a while. It was maybe 1,300 player events. It's still huge events, but we're getting into the near 2,000s at so many of these events now. So you just start to wonder, is the door going to close? Are you just going to be that top 32 guy? Or are you going to get the job done here? This looks like a really great opportunity for him now, and to just to continue to build on that. 8-0-1, if he was able to hit that record today, I'm sure he'll sleep fine just thinking nothing about that Cloth Terapagos issue.
Yes, that's true. Oh, that is pretty wild. Well, we'll wish you luck, Nick, on your future rounds in this tournament. Let's take a quick look at our meta share so far in our day 1. Just a quick recap here, what we were looking at the start of the day, what our players were playing through out there in the field. Of course, Regidrago, Nick Moffitt just piloted it to a win on our stream, but it's also a deck that has the biggest target on its back per se, because it is known to just be the best deck in the format.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many decks that have had the potential to do well here, but Regidrago is one of the most consistent decks we've seen in quite some time. Just the ability to keep you in games that you shouldn't be around in. The ability to have additional prime catchers, use those E-switches over and over again. That was not its best showing. Nick did not draw fantastic after the opening turns on any of those games to really get the job done. We can see so much from this deck, and it has potential to sweep all of these decks that we see in the format right here. It can really target down that Pidgeot EX. The math lines up really well into the Goldango, and similarly for the Raging Bolts as well. And I'm not too concerned about Miraidon and Cloth. They're cute. They have that opportunity to surprise, but the surprise factor's slowly dwindling away. Miraidon's the one real issue for Regidrago, but they're kind of kept in check by the Cloths.
That is very true. We'll have to see how things pan out, because we've seen that before where our top 8 is so many Regidrago, but then that's not what ends up being in the finals, because they're taken out by those decks that are on the fray in our top 8. So it's going to be pretty crazy to see what happens here, and if Regidrago is able to just reign supreme once again. I mean, we've been saying all season it's the year of the dragon, and maybe we're going to close out this year with that still being the truth here, Kyle. We'll have to see. But just on that second part of the graphic was sitting Charizard EX. We had a recent tournament over in our EU region and in Stuttgart, and it's had a mirror match of the Charizard in the finals. Let's take a look at the regional champion and their deck list that was able to take things away in Stuttgart.
Yeah, this was quite a great showing that we saw from both our players over there in Stuttgart. To have that opportunity with Charizard to meet in the mirror, similarly to the Miraidon players that we had over in Sacramento. And I mean, what a great deck list. This is something that we've seen a good amount of. We got a bit of a taste of this at the beginning of the year, with some really great results from players.
But Kyle,
what is that? What's going on in that middle row?
There's a little mystery card there. As we discuss this deck, you tell us in the chat, what is missing from this deck? What's that missing piece? And then we'll make sure to piece that together for you so that you can take this deck and go play it on your own. But why is this deck so dominant here, Kyle?
It has answers to everything. You see all of these one-of inclusions that are featured here, including potentially our mystery card. There's so many ways to stay around in a game, have the right answer at the right time, hit a unique number your opponent's not expecting because of the access to the Dusclops, Dusknoir, the Defiance Band, whatever it may be. There is a way to hit that number your opponent's just not ready for, and that's how you surprise some players.
That is how you surprise some players. It has so many outs. We've seen it on our stream time and time again, and we were able to see it in the finals, a mirror match, and Arnie was able to take things away. Let's take a look at this mystery card, what it is and how it was utilized in a very powerful play. We start off here. Arnie is able to use this Forest Seal Stone, search out a rare candy here, and then we are just flying. Ojvind, on the other hand, used the Cruel Arrow to try to make a unique play, but look at this. Arnie is able to Night Stretcher out this Pidgeot EX that is able to be rare candied into on this turn, thanks to that Thornton that turned a Rotom V into a Pidgey. The Pidgey was eliminated on the last turn, and it's brought back out once again, and the dominance just does not stop here for Arnie. We see the evolution in the Charizard EX. We see the Infernal Rain to bring down these energy, but it keeps going, Kyle. I mean, this turn is absolutely brutal to watch. The Buddy Poffin to secure another Duskull on the bench here for Arnie. Absolutely dominant, but we also saw that Unfair Stamp was searched out, and before we Unfair Stamp, we also bumped the stadium. No Pokestop there for Ojvind on the left side of the field into the Unfair Stamp, and that's going to lead to an Arnie knockout on this Pheasantipity EX, leaving Ojvind with no energy cards to use, 3 cards in the hand, and nothing else to do for this turn.
Ojvind's like, can I just go home? You did everything you shouldn't be able to do. I targeted down your Pokemon to completely avoid this Charizard from being in play. Now, not only did you handle this perfectly, but you got the Charizard and the Pidgeot and the knockout and disrupted my hands. It was all thanks to that mystery card.
That mystery card, that Thornton is the huge card there. We saw the Rotom V that had the Forest Seal Stone, so he was able to utilize the Forest Seal Stone to get that Unfair Stamp for the disruption, but then the Rotom turned into a Pidgey that was able to then evolve into that Pidgeot EX and piece the rest of that play together. So you see why this Thornton card is so important in this deck. You could just come out of nowhere, evolve into Pokemon. Could be the Pidgeot EX. Sometimes you throw a Charizard in there to Infernal Rain down, or it could even be, something like that Dusknoir too. I mean, there's so many evolutions in this deck that you can just pop out of nowhere and be able to utilize. So very cool card, and you can see why this deck is a winning deck indeed. And huge congrats to Arnie as well, taking down Stuttgart.
Very cool to see. Yeah, we've had the ability to swap out a Pokemon and maintain those stats. The most important stat typically being that you were around for one turn. That's all you really need. I just need to surprise evolution. It's always so funny to see Forest Sealstone on a Pokemon like Pidgey. It's like, what are you doing there, buddy? But it works out. All the cards lined up. We've had this before with the Swoop Teleporters, the Ninja Boys, and sure enough, it's Thornton this time around. Just a funny card that everyone always includes in their list of like, oh, I was gonna include it, maybe. It's the 61st card so often, but it demands respect in this deck list, and it worked so well there.
You saw it still has the yellow border, that card's been around.
Old school.
It is old school, yeah, for our stream, I guess, here. Kyle, I just got word that your buddy, Grant Shen, is at 8-0.
He's not old school. He's young blood.
Oh, yeah.
And he is off to a fantastic start here, trying to get the job done. He is one of the only undefeated players, I'd assume, at this point. And he's trying to get the job done to the 9-0. Chip, I need to hear more about this.
Thanks, Kyle and Boo. That's right, I'm here on the floor with an 8-0 player in our tournament. There are only 2 players 8-0, and one of them's here with me, Grant Shen. Grant, my man, 8-0, how are you feeling? How do you do it?
I'm feeling good. I do it because my deck is broken, and it just beats everything.
It beats everything, but I did mention you are one of 2 8-0 players. The other 8-0 player is your good friend Lucas Zing, who is playing the same 60 as you.
Yep.
So, and it's a broken deck that beats everything. What happens when you guys pair up into a mirror match this next round?
I mean, it still beats everything. Someone's got to win.
So yeah, talk to me about that. You and Lucas choose to play the same deck. I mean, you put him on it sounds like, as well. I know he's one of your closest friends in the game. What did that conversation look like to get to this point? I know he's been pretty into Charizard. He sent a lot of people to Charizard, or to Sacramento with the Charizard deck that he had built. You got top 4, obviously, at Sacramento with Regidrago. What led to this point of him being converted over to Regidrago?
I mean, I beat one of the people he sent at Sac and knocked him out of the tournament, so there was that. And, we were going to play Lugia for this event, and then I woke up and was like, I had a dream about Regidrago. And then I wanted to play it, and then he just played it because I was playing it.
Sometimes it just comes to you in a dream, and that's all it takes. Now, you've had some incredible finishes, obviously, the top 4 at Sacramento. Does this deck have what it takes to get you back into Top Cut once again?
100% this deck has what it takes. I just need to see if I have what it takes.
Without a doubt. Well, a few more rounds through the rest of the tournament. We got one more Swiss round today. Going into this next match, having perfect list knowledge. We spoke to Lucas in the lounge after his win earlier on in the day, and he said he did not want to pair into you because he felt you were the better Regidrago player. What do you think hearing that, knowing that you're going to play him this next round?
I'd agree with him. I have a lot more experience. I think I am the better Regidrago player, but we'll see. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen for sure. Well, we'll have to keep up and see exactly what does happen in that game and in the rest of our matches. We do have one more Swiss round remaining. We're going to take a quick break in the meantime, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with Swiss round 9.
The Pokemon action at the Toronto Regional Championships well underway. As we get into things here, I'm with somebody you may recognize if you've been following the Pokemon TCG, Tord Reckliffe. Tord, welcome to Canada. How have you been feeling, and how are you looking forward to this weekend with some action coming up for the Pokemon TCG?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm playing something new and spicy this time, so I'm excited to unleash that this weekend.
It feels like it has been a while rather since you've been saying something along those. I mean, we look at the more recent decks you've played: Terrapagos, Charizard EX, Regidrago recently. Tell me, what are you playing this weekend, Tord? What have you been cooking up?
So, as many of you know, I'm a big fan of Pidgeot EX. And the last event I played Regidrago, and that was sadly without Pidgeots. Now we're back to the bird. So But this time we have a new partner for it. So this time I'm playing another dragon, High Dragon, and I think that card is vitally underrated at the moment.
Yeah, vitally underrated. It's a card, of course, saw some hype. There was some discussion about it. Of course, that Obsidian attack, being able to deal a bunch of damage to multiple Pokemon. But it felt like there were always some things holding it down. You say it's vitally underrated. Is it more so just now's the time, or is there just a lot of things going for this card that people haven't been able to extract with how they've been building their decks?
I think it's a really difficult card to build around because it needs quite a lot to function, right? So I've been working on it quite a lot for a long time, and I didn't really want to play it before because I wasn't really able to figure out, how to make this card truly function. But now I think I found an engine that accesses enough cards for it to, truly shine.
And so talk to me a little bit about that engine, because, when you were showing me this list a little bit, I was getting, Worlds flashbacks from how you built the Charizard EX deck. What are some of those cool things you have going on in this list?
Yeah, so that was essentially the idea, just doing the same engine I did at Worlds, because that engine was really good at kind of forcing all your crazy one-offs to work, right? And accessing a whole bunch of combos. It's essentially using Bibarel and Scorbut with Bibarel for that additional card draw, Pheasantipity for even more card draw, and Quick Search to top it all off. And it's essentially, start your turn, draw 8 cards, and then Quick Search for any one card. And, even if you need a full combo to do something, you probably will be able to do something quite impressive that turn.
All thanks to, as you mentioned, Pidgeot EX with Quick Search to find those pieces over the game. And as somebody who's played the game for a while, all the way from, Quick Search originally during the EX series, to now seeing that ability come back, have you sort of had, a recollection with yourself in terms of the TCG thinking about, cards from the EX era, all the way now to essentially the third wave of EXs, sort of the game changing throughout that time? Has that really set in on you of how Pokemon has just continued to evolve as a card game over the years?
Oh yeah, for sure. The card game is definitely very different now than before, but it turns out sorting out any one card from your deck is still really good, just as it was back in the day. And I also, I get, I remember back to my very first deck with, the old Pitch It, but it was essentially the same card, right? So I get a little bit nostalgic when I still get to use Quick Search these days, and it's still being such, a strong card. But of course, you have so many other engines you can choose from these days as well. That also functions extremely well. So it's not your only option, but it's still a really nice option to have.
Still, as you said, strong to search out any one card. As we wrap things up here, you've got some scary dragons you're working with this weekend, the 3-headed dragon in Hydreigon. Anything scare you about this deck? Things matchup-wise. You do have that really nice benefit, right, of only having the grass weakness on the Hydreigon, right? That's a good thing to have. Is there anything that really scares you in terms of matchups or things that could be unexpected for your deck?
Yeah, it's one of the things that also held it a little bit back in terms of metagame has been Ogerpon, I think. So, when you go into an event and you see Raging Bolt always being the most played deck, right? You feel a little bit uneasy because the Ogerpon will just 1-hit KO the Hydreigon, right, relatively easily. But now there's been a little bit of a shift in the metagame. Raging Bolt is on his way down, and this might be, the time to make a good run with Hydreigon, I think. I managed to take the deck good enough to play against Regidrago, I think. So ideally just trying to dodge the Raging Bolt this weekend, and hopefully we can get, a run going.
And what would that run look like for you? What would you be excited for, to finish this weekend up if we stopped with you, at the end of the weekend to see how things went?
I think the deck is good enough to make it into day 2. And, I think that if things go the right way, could even see it all the way into Top Cut.
Big dreams. I like to hear that. Thanks so much for taking time with me, Tord. And we're going to send things back to some more Pokemon action.
I got into competitive Pokemon with my siblings all the way back in 2010 just by going to our local league. My first competitive Pokemon memory is probably when I won my first regional championships, also in 2010. My favorite Pokemon is Shuppet because it was the card I used to win my first major tournament. There's a lot of players who I look up to and respect in the community. One I think that most people look to is Tord, just because he kind of represents the ceiling in the game. And I'm a big fan of, past just being a competitor myself and playing in tournaments, I'm a big fan of competition. And seeing what Tord can do, thinking about what's possible, even if I'm not the one competing at the top 5 years from now, seeing what the landscape of competition could become, I'm very enthusiastic about it and excited to see where it goes. I'm a big battle anyone. I think I'd have to go with Ash Ketchum. He's the go-to, the champ. So yeah, morning person. I don't practice as much as I would like between tournaments. Of course, for the bigger tournaments like the ICs, I put in that little bit of extra prep, show up a little bit early to the locations. But my in-between major regional tournaments is definitely lacking overall. I would like to be testing more if possible. I'd probably call my girlfriend first if I won the World Championships. Well, I guess she would probably be there because she does usually come to the World Championships. So I'd probably have to give my mom a call. Favorite dessert? Cake. Any kind. Carrot cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, any kind of cake. My favorite part about coming to Pokemon events, I love competing in the competition. I think the real thing that keeps me coming consistently is my friends and my group that I play with consistently, seeing old friends. If they didn't really exist and I felt like I was like a little bit more outside the community, I don't know if I'd compete, but yeah, it really is the community that keeps me coming back consistently.
Pokemon TCG action is almost done for the day, but we still have one final match as players make that final push towards the second day of competition. Welcome to the Toronto Regional Championships. Ethan Heggie here with Pablo Meza, and this is the last match, but still a very important match for both of our competitors and the rest out in the field.
Last and most intense after a grueling day, battling it out against 8 fierce opponents. You're down to the last match. You're in your win and in, Ethan. You've been in this situation before. What's going through your head at that moment?
Well, you're tired, that's for one. You've been playing a lot of Pokemon. Yep. Some players, you know, a little bit more tired than others, depending on your deck choice. Hey, those are just facts. That's just the way that things work. But you've got to compose yourself. Use all that energy you have for one final game. And it's a great momentum swing, because even though the competition doesn't start till tomorrow morning, you're going to have that win in the back of your mind, giving you that confidence you need to get yourself those 3 or 4 wins you might need to make top cut the following day.
Yeah, day 2 is arguably more intense, right? You've already had a full day of Pokemon, and then you're up against the best of that first day to try and make it all the way through. So yeah, day 2 quite intense, but we do have one more round to get through, and as I always tell people, one game at a time, right? Yes, your aims can be in that top 8, that final, whatever your goal is, one game at a time. That's all that matters.
That advice is absolutely true, and these players have taken one game at a time to get to this spot, especially those at the top echelon of the standings, which we'll take a look at to see who will be ending the day out on top, who could potentially end up with a perfect record. And it is the same 60 cards here, Lucas Zing and Grant Shen both playing that Regidrago V-Star deck. That has got to be a great boost to your confidence. It's not the best to be hitting your friends, teammates, people you've worked together with, but you know at the end of the day, your deck is working, and it will continue to hopefully work on the following day of competition.
Yeah, amazing to be there at 8-0, and then Kieran recovering from that tie, right? We saw him have against the Regigigas deck, going undefeated since, and almost a perfect record. Just saw Nicholas Moffitt win on stream pretty decisively against Gardevoir. Then other standout names, Alex Szymanski, EUIC champion, up there as well.
Yeah, lots of players from both North America and Canada as well. So look, Canada is not out of it at the #1 seed. Multiple players here know from Canada, so there is still plenty of Pokemon to be played. And this is really a big match for our 2 competitors that we're going to be featuring here. These players have both locked up a spot for day 2, but that's not all they're looking for, right? We've got players who have had top cut international appearances, regional top cut appearances, players who are very comfortable with their decks, and a player who is on a more new archetype. So these storylines will be building up to see who is going to be at potentially 22 match points going into day 2. A big advantage to have, especially in a field like this.
And I do want to commend Kieran for sticking with that Lugia V-Star, right? We haven't seen a lot of Lugia at the top in a while. Last time I think we saw was from Kieran himself. Then he had a couple rough runs at LAIC and Buenos Aires, but he's back here in his homeland, yeah, hoping to make Lugia fly once again.
Fly high, that's what they say these days, right? Fly high, no better deck to do it with than Lugia itself. We talked about it a little bit earlier on the stream, but it is truly a deck that feels like when it gets set up, when it has all the pieces it needs, it is almost in a way unstoppable for so many different reasons. It's just such a powerful archetype.
Now we have a lot of players battling it out there, so let's take a look at our notable matches from this round. We have quite a few good players, and we are going to have Sebastian against Jason in our stream match. Obviously, as you mentioned, Grant Shen versus Lucas Zing, the duel of the 8-0s. And then Kieran against Nicholas, a very interesting match as well. And Alex Szymanski against Caleb Rogerson. So I wish we could be watching all 4 rounds right now.
It really is a shame we only get to feature 1 round per match. Rather, 1 match per round. Guess it works the other way around at this point. We just have a camera over every single game, just on like a 200 game feed. You know, that's sort of more my style.
That's the dream.
One day, you know, you never count anything out at this point. So we're going to be having a matchup between, 2 players. Sebastian is definitely one of the younger players in the Masters division, aged up just a few years ago. Finished, of course, with that 2nd place at the 2022 World Championships in the seniors division, and took that and just continued to roll with it. Top cut at NAIC 2024, did that with the Gardevoir deck, had a top 4 appearance at Louisville, of course, just a few months ago at this point. Has just, continue to stick with his guns and play decks he's comfortable with and continue to find that success.
Yeah, definitely someone to watch out for, right? Obviously, we know they're very good since the senior division, but now breaking into Masters and doing exceptional as we see a huge crowd of our players heading to their tables or already there, setting up, right? Getting their games going so we can get this round 9 started. The place still looks pretty full. TCG is the last one to go still, but obviously we have the most amount of people, so place is pretty crowded still.
As is tradition at this point, TCG, always running a little bit late, but players, even those that are not in contention for day 2, still battling it out, right? Still giving their all, still playing, through those final matches, because, well, of course, we always are featuring the top of content, top of competition happening at these events. But we can't also ignore the thousands of players that are playing that, aren't in contention for day 2, but still battling it out for not only the points that extend all the way down to, the 512 players, but for some people, these are rare opportunities going to a regional championship and, even being positive at the end of the day, having a 5-4 record, for example, 5-3-1, those are still very solid accomplishments. And it's always worth just going and playing out all those matches. It's just a good time to be here at these events.
Yeah, everyone has different goals, right? Different processes. And of course, sticking it out, getting more practice, even if you're nervous, right? Whilst you are playing, the more you get to play in this environment, then the more likely that stops being a factor and you can just focus on the cards in front of you. And yeah, I mean, everyone from, I don't know, table 200 and below, they're sticking it out, they're still playing. I think those also tend to be like, okay, you're not in contention for day 2, so they're a little bit more relaxed, they're a little bit more like in the fun type of environment, and they're always a good time for sure. I've been in myself in many situations where I just bombed the event, and those are some of the most fun games I've had, definitely.
It's definitely right, that balance, and it is definitely a new perspective shift. A lot of players, they're not making day 2, they don't play the competition out. Right now, everybody has a right to play however many matches they want of Pokemon, but Pokemon is not just about players who are at the top percentage. It's about, community. It's about these players who travel together and go to events together and do things with each other outside of the Pokemon itself. This just brings everybody together in one hub. It is chilly, so, sometimes I appreciate being in Hawaii, bringing everybody, let's bring everybody to warmer places in 2025. That's my New Year's resolution. Let's go some warm places for the rest of the start of 2025, please.
I mean, New Orleans, right? In
the
summer, that's going to be pretty warm for you, Ethan.
I think that will do.
Yeah.
I think that will be okay. I mean, we've got some pretty interesting places on the map, of course, for next year. We'll be traveling all over. We've still got International Championship. That one is, don't think going to be too warm. We've got London in the middle of February. I will be there
city,
no matter what.
But a little on the colder side, for sure. Not as cold as here, I would assume.
No, I don't think so. It's the nights here. So I came from a place a lot warmer before here. I remember just opening the weather app up and my jaw dropped as I saw how cold it was going to be this weekend. And then immediately my next step was to go through my entire closet and see what coats I had. It wasn't enough, but we're getting by this weekend. The Pokemon action is keeping my spirit burning bright at least.
Sure,
I may be shivering, but my heart is full with
your
Pokemon
heart
action.
is full and warm of cozy memories. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same coming from Mexico. Definitely the weather is a little on the warmer side over there. Mexico City is not the warmest place. During winter, we do have a lot of cold, but nothing like here. Like, I was definitely not ready and I did not bring the appropriate clothes
You
for
didn't.
the weather outside. So I'm trying to stay inside as much as possible.
That is the nice part about the convention center. You know, there's tunnels everywhere through. We really don't have to step a foot outside, which sounds crazy to say, since, you know, we did travel all the way to Toronto. It's nice to go out and explore the city a little bit. But maybe, you know, when players and competitors or whatever people are doing here have the appropriate winter gear, definitely a recommendation. I'm sure a lot of people have learned their lesson. You know, it's typically the typical gaming convention flow, you know, just like some sweatpants and some shirts and hoodies, and that's not going to cut it for this weather out here this weekend.
Definitely not. No, we failed the play testing for the Toronto one.
Live play testing is crazy. I guess we did fail that here. You know, no, I'm not saying we did. I could definitely have prepared a little bit better. However, I know you guys aren't here to listen to us talk about the winter as much as I would love to continue this conversation. We have a game to get down to. We've got our 9th round of Swiss between two competitors you might recognize. Let's throw it down to the stage and get right into it.
We have Sebastian on the left side with what I want to say is their iconic deck now, Charizard, Pidgeot, and then we have Jason Larrabee on the right side with Goldengo with that brand new Ace-Spec Energy Surge Pro. Now, I think both players are at 6-1, if I'm not mistaken.
6-1-1 at this
6-1-1,
Yep.
so they are both guaranteed into day 2, so they're actually playing to get into an even better spot into day 2, regardless of whoever ends up winning. And for Jason, this will be their first day 2 ever.
A great accomplishment. Would, I'm sure, love to run as far as possible with a deck that you got to get a little bit lucky with. It is, of course, that Goldengo deck. Using the new Energy Search Pro, that powerful Ace-Spec. We've talked about it over and over again. It just unlocks so many options, especially in terms of the hard-hitting power Make It Rain can provide, providing you have all those energy cards, of course.
Now, very unique list does have the Togekiss, but also has a 1-1 Dusknoir line. To take advantage of those extra rare candies that you are using, you get either extra prizes with Togekiss, or now you can actually target multiple Pokemon at once with that Dusknoir ability. So pretty amazing.
So let's see how the experience plays into this matchup. Of course, Goldengo is more of a recent deck to the addition of the Tier 1, Tier 2-esque metagame. And, you know, on paper, you think Charizard, it's a fire type. Metal doesn't really love to deal with fire. However, you know, usually where we see the Terra typing work in Charizard's advantage, it actually works in its disadvantage in a matchup like this.
Yeah, that dark typing feels very purposeful, right? Like there's a few metal type Pokemon such as this one, which are not affected by it because of the type difference no longer triggers weakness, and all these cool grass type Pokemon, right, hit Charizard and try to keep it in check. They haven't been too successful so far. Charizard's still pretty dominant, but yeah, that change of typing definitely doesn't work in its favor right now. So Charizard is a powerful card. It has a pretty powerful attack, but it's not going to be good enough to 1-KO Goldengo until we go down into the game and Goldengo has taken a few prizes. So if you are 2-hit KOing your opponent and they are 1-hit KOing you back every single time, that could be a little problematic for Charizard.
Speaking of problematic for Charizard, 2 Counter Catcher in the prizes, and Jason does prize that Radiant Greninja. It can, of course, be fetched out thanks to something like the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but there's actually no Hisuian Heavy Ball in this deck. That is an inclusion we see in almost all of the Goldengo decks as of recent. That's really going to hurt for Jason.
Yeah, with the Duskull, with the Togepi, and that Radiant Greninja, and even that Manaphy, no Hisuian Heavy Ball. I mean, you have to cut somewhere, right?
Sure,
like
of course.
The corners you caught, they have to be somewhere. And now an energy prize might not seem like a big deal, but these Charizard decks are like really pushing their limits in terms of Charizard and in terms of their energy, pardon me. And so you only play 5 and you prize 1. That could spell a little bit of trouble down the line, especially because it's at the very top of the prize cards.
So let's get into this here, round number 9 at the Toronto Regional Championships, and Sebastian will be kicking things off. And while there's a lot of powerful cards here, supporters, Ultra Balls, I think Sebastian's just got to think about how he wants to play through this first turn. Of course, you do have the advantage of having some knowledge of what your opponent is playing, thanks to the Gimme Goal being started in the active spot. Now it just comes down to how do you want to go through your first turn knowing there should be no knockouts in the following turn.
There's another energy hitting the discard pile, as you can see, putting the energies in front just to price check, or not, never mind. But yeah, I mean, very thorough with the review of the deck. We'll realize that one energy is priced, one energy just got discarded, so that's barely enough to attack with one Charizard. So those super odds will be very important for Sebastian as he uses up some resources.
So we'll see Sebastian just go through and check the deck, see what pieces are available. We are doing a thorough deck check here. We are taking cards, putting them in piles, making sure he knows exactly what is available. We'll get the pretty quick news that there is a fire energy in the prizes. And Pablo, how do you think Sebastian, now having information that both of those counter catcher are unavailable, could maybe change his strategy in terms of how he wants to go about this first game?
That will definitely limit his options in terms of chasing down a Serendipity or what else is in here? Yeah, just a Serendipity as a way to like try to get a 2-price knockout. Knocking out a Goldengo X will be very difficult, and it's going to be hard to play around the different ones with no counter catcher availability. But the only liability is that Serendipity, so not ideal, perhaps less impactful than we would think it would be.
So we'll just be the Pidgey, Charmander, and Rotom on the bench to start things off. And Jason going for a Cypher Maniac's code breaking immediately. And as soon as you see those Buddy Poffin put on the top of the deck, I think it's a combo time here for Jason. Cypher Maniac just working so well in a deck like Goldengo, where you have so many ways to just draw those cards or discard those cards thanks to Pokestop from the top of your deck.
Pokestop, a perfect card to go alongside this, and it is available. Otherwise, that could have been a difficult turn. That would not have been great. Now, the issue is, other than the Poffins, right? Like, you don't play Rotom yourself. Your Greninja is priced, so even Nest Ball isn't a good out right now to get you extra cards, right? Like, Cypher Maniac's good, but because you're going to come with Pokestop, you can't put a supporter up there. It would just get discarded. Therefore, what's your follow-up? Yeah, I didn't see a Goldengo EX in the hand. I did see the Energy Surge Pro, which was not immediately played, even though it's a great card to be thinning, right? If all your energies just get Iono, then you're going to be in trouble.
So it will be the Cypher Maniac putting 2 item cards to the top of the deck. And there is the Pokestop in hand. Also does have that Energy Surge Pro, deciding to not play that yet. So we know these first 2 cards.
Surprise!
Third unit. Oh, that's a great card
that's
there.
Amazing. I would have actually thought that would have been a great card to put instead of the Nest Ball. That way you guarantee a Goldengo. You have the Energy Surge Pro. You can pretty much respond to whatever Sebastian does, assuming they get like the ideal turn to Charizard, turn to Pidgeot knockout, right? But yeah, I mean, rewarded with that. Ultra Ball has the Nest Ball for a potential Serendipity follow-up in case the Gimmighoul does get KO'd. So not too bad, yeah. What looked to be a very awkward hand now became very, very good.
And now I think is just the question here for Jason of, are you content just putting these 2 Gimmighoul in play and passing the following turn? Having Togekiss as an option is always solid, but it may have to be something that's put onto the back burner in terms of priority, especially when you're not going to have as consistent of an early game setup without that Radiant Greninja. So I think a smart choice here for Jason. Of course, you know, if he had known that last card was going to be an Ultra Ball, I'm sure would have just grabbed another Buddy Poffin. But this is a nice middle route, and it's not like Jason is in a bad spot whatsoever. He's got the Gimmighoul's out, has ways to find cards next turn thanks to the Nest and Ultra Ball. See what Sebastian is able to do to, you know, immediately put pressure on Jason to start taking these big knockouts thanks to Make It Rain.
And that third Gimmighoul is so important because there is a universe where Sebastian could get the Charizard and a Dusknoir to eliminate one Gimmighoul and then attack the active, and they would have been against the ropes with no Gimmighoul in play. However, with 3, even if that happens, you still always are able to respond. And dedicating 2 rare candies to that, or even if you get the Pidgeot that's 3 rare candies, like your follow-up after that is not going to be great because that's so many resources used. But I think just Pidgeot and Charizard here will suffice for Sebastian.
So we will see the Arven as the supporter of choice. That does grab Rare Candy and the Defiance Band, and this is just the MO for Charizard. Get the Rare Candy, Ultra Ball, find the Pidgeot, then Pidgeot for either the Rare Candy or Charizard, and voila, you're all set going forward. The big decision here for Sebastian, it seems, is just figuring out what 2 cards to get rid of. There's a lot of powerful cards in this hand. Already has the Forest Seal Stone, Boss and Arven for future turns is solid. Does decide to get rid of Buddy Poffin and that Luminion, so Luminous Sign will be only available if Sebastian does put that card back into the deck or hand, thanks to some of those recovery cards. And here we go. Quick Search is online and rolling. Pablo, I know you love this card. It just allows Charizard to essentially do whatever it wants every turn.
Quick Search is such a fantastic ability, but you were talking about that decision between the boss and the Luminion. With 2 counter catchers priced, I think discarding the Luminion instead of the boss was definitely correct, right? That way you still have 2 ghosting options available for yourself. Now, we did see Quick Search into Puffin.
Yeah, very interesting choice. So I guess valued every single other card in the hand. That would be, the only reason for not just playing the Buddy Buddy Puffin and grabbing a different card off Quick Search is every other card has a use. And it looks like that is the case, right? The Defiance Band, a super solid card. You want to keep the Arven for the following turns, and it's just going to essentially pass the turnover, a glorified pass thanks to that instant charge ability. And while there is just a 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot, this gives Jason an opportunity, if he wants to just take this turn to continue to build his board up. Doesn't even necessarily need to take a knockout. And I wonder if that may actually be the correct line in this position. Instead of, activating those abilities for your opponent, putting your opponent in a position where they're going to be able to open a bench spot up, you just set up and pretty much say to your opponent, hey, for real, you've got to do something next turn or I'm ready.
Yeah, there's no need to, if you're not going to take 2 prizes, either on that Pidgeot or on that Rotom, you can definitely take it a bit slower. There is the threat of those Duskulls now in play. However, Jason very aware, I'm sure, that in order for Sebastian to reach for knockouts, they need to start taking some prizes. So, as I mentioned, taking it slow, definitely viable. And I can't emphasize how important that was, the top deck of the Goldengo. So the top of the deck being very kind for Jason so far.
Gotta get a little lucky when you're playing a deck like Goldengo. We do see a lot of these item cards in hand has continued to just hold on to this Energy Surge Pro. Interesting decision. We start to, slowly see these energy cards hit the discard pile, and you've always got to wonder, what if those were just already in your hand at a spot? And the only thing I can think of at this point is Jason's just a little bit afraid of how strong a card like Iono could be on the following turn to essentially negate the complete effects of that powerful ace spec.
Jason does have access to a single boss and a single counter catcher, so costing up those 2 prizers is going to be very difficult with no Luminion, with no direct search for that boss's hoarders. Jason might be forced to just take down this Duskull, giving Sebastian an opening to respond quite powerfully with a 1-hit KO with Charizard. But overall, that would require 1 Dusknoir ability to be activated or Dusclops, putting Jason back onto even prizes and being able to win by just knocking out Charizard and then 1 other Pokemon on the field. So I think under this current conditions, I would definitely favor Jason quite a bit, even with no Duskull or Togepi hitting the board yet.
Yeah, just taking the knockout, like you said. Of course, every knockout puts Charizard closer and closer to, dealing those big 1-hit knockouts. But even with a Defiance Band, would still be 20 damage short. Just going to, play this Ultra Ball, get another Goldengo into play, draw a few more cards, and strike first with Make It Rain to take the first prize card. And now that all these Pokemon, except for 1 on the bench, are Goldengo EX, that could have been a really big piece here. If Jason just evolved all of these Goldengo, or excuse me, the Gimme Gold to Goldengo, then I think Sebastian definitely has a lot harder of a route. Again, is going to come back to those big prize cards here. Sebastian not having access to Counter Catcher means even with a sizable hand, Quick Search online, still having that Forest Seal Stone, you've got to wonder truly and realistically with the cards in deck, what is the best he can do in this spot? What would be ideal for Sebastian in a position where his opponent's already got some Pokemon set up and has now got to find a way to prize map the rest of this game?
We've talked a lot about these extra prize mechanics, right? Briar and Togekiss. I think Sebastian's best path at winning here could be that Briar play. If he ends up going Rare Candy Dusknoir, KO the Gimmicole, and then thanks to the Defiance Band is able to reach for a knockout on the Goldengo, that's 3 prize cards, right? Jason will be at 4. Jason then responds, knocking out that Charizard EX, and then you go Briar, KO Goldengo with another Charizard, and that's 3 prizes over the course of 2 turns. I generally think that could be a path we see Sebastian take, and that's why he wasn't concerned about the Thornton, was less concerned about the boss and considered discarding it. This could be what we see here.
And the big question now, of course, is that energy being prized and an energy in the discard pile. That will be a piece we'll have to keep our eyes on at this point. We'll see Rare Candy Charizard thanks to Quick Search, and of course that Infernal Rain ability, allowing Charizard to power itself. This card just does everything. It powers itself up. It's a big, beefy Pokemon, and most importantly, it hits hard.
Another option Sebastian has, of course, is Disruption combined with that Radiant Charizard, which is a fire type and would one KO that Gholdengo at any point. Therefore, saving that energy in his deck to have it available in case he needs to go for that route. So it'll be interesting to see the 5 cards we get off of this on first stamp, right? And if the V-Star is dedicated to getting that Dusknoir into play, or if we're just going to be a little safer and just go for a 2-2-2 route, we'll have to see what these 5 cards allow Sebastian to do.
Yeah, and big for Jason as well. We'll have that big hand shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah.
Only going to get 2 cards. And the Pokestop is currently in play, but you never know. Right, Sebastian could play something like the Lost Vacuum to get rid of that, though. Looks like he potentially did already get rid of that. No, still has it, and does find Ultra Ball off of that stamp. And, of course, let's not forget about Flip the Script to fill the hand up even more. What will Sebastian decide to do? Does he want to go for this now? There's always, you know, the option of waiting and not using that Dusknoir ability, but we could just see an evolution come into play, and that changes everything.
I really think we're going to see it. It's going to require all 4 Rare Candy in order to win this game, right? With the Rare Candy Charizard next turn, we also need to free up the energy from the prize cards, which will not be possible, so therefore we'll need a Super out as well. So I have to wonder if this will be the path. He's eyeing the Dusknoir, so we could be seeing an attempt at a win over the course of 2 turns. If Dusknoir isn't used this turn, then Charizard will not be able to knock out that Gholdengo. Right now it's doing 240 damage only.
And a big thing we haven't even noticed is that V-Star power has yet to be used in this situation. So, I mean, if you're Sebastian, yes, you have to, you know, use a lot of resources in this point to get this whole play going, right? Rare Candy Dusknoir, take the knockout, knock out this active Pokemon, but you will still have the Pidgeot in play. You're still going to have Pheasantipity, and you're still going to have the Forest Seal Stone. Even if your opponent, you know, plays something like a Roxanne, which Jason does play 1 copy of, even at their best, you still got a very realistic way to win this game, as there it is, Cursed Blast going 1 for 1, and Sebastian, after this turn, will actually have the prize lead here 3-4.
That stretcher means we have access to the fire energy. Sebastian also has the V-Star, has Ultra Ball for Charizard, and can Quick Search for the Briars, so I feel like Sebastian might already have everything he needs to just win next turn with the use of Briar.
I think was considering whether or not it was worth playing Ultra Ball in that spot just to grab the Charmeleon to put that into play so you don't need Rare Candy for the following turn, but decided the resources in hand were just not worth discarding, as Jason now has just a single Gholdengo in the active spot, and the Pokestop to start things off does hit that superior energy retrieval. You know, that's going to be step 1 here to trying to combat what Sebastian's putting together, is to force him to have those recovery cards and the Rare Candy Charizard, plus the Briar. It's not a guarantee. You've got some pieces locked up for sure thanks to Forest Seal Stone and Quick Search, but we'll still need to have a couple other pieces to make everything happen.
Now what would be fun is if Jason actually doesn't manage to get the KO because the Energy Search Pro is not found, then Sebastian wouldn't be able to win next turn, right? Because Charizard just wouldn't be able to do enough damage. The Thornton is gone, and there's no option to use a Duskull in order to increase your damage output, right? So I think Sebastian might be almost rooting for Jason to take this KO, and then he's ready to go with the win next turn. I think he has all the pieces he needs, thanks to the V-Star power still being available, but we'll have to see what Jason can pull off. Of course, did find Puffin, can establish potential win condition with Togekiss and Dusknoir and whatnot, but things not looking too great to just be able to respond to his Charizard, which requires, what, 8 energy, right? 1 to attach, 7 to deal 350 damage?
It's a lot. It is definitely a resource investment. But, I mean, on the other side here, if Jason's not taking a knockout, what is he really doing in a spot like this? You could, of course, try and, over the next 2 turns, go for Rare Candy Togekiss and flip heads, of course, off that ability to take an extra prize card in the Charizard, but with how things stand, I think Jason, if he wants to, could take this knockout. Has the Irida, can find one of the remaining 2 superior energy retrievals in the deck, and from there, can also get a Manaphy to discard. Looks like already has just a lot of pieces in the hand, does already have those energy retrievals, so could even be considering finding another card that either just gets these energies out of the deck, or just a card to discard. And this is so funny, Pablo. The Energy Surge Pro hasn't been played yet. If Jason were to finally use that ace spec, it would just get a single energy. It'd be worse than Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, it would just be a regular energy search, right? Just like we saw Trolley earlier in the day used for a single basic. It was basically a Nespel at that point.
We're seeing really how some of these ace specs, of course, have their specific place where they're solid, but if they're not used by a certain threshold, they lose a lot of their value. Really making the argument for why Prime Catcher is just such a solid card. This is going to be a costly superior energy retrieval, though. Rare Candy going to the discard pile will get back the remaining basic energy from the discard pile, but are there even enough energies here to take
I think we have 7 in hand, so we need 1 more. We need to use Night Stretcher to get back that metal energy, and then Jason will be left without a single card in his hand.
We are truly making it rain out here. Get rid of that whole rainbow of energies. Big knockout from Jason. He is just 2 prize cards away, but if Sebastian can, of course, find all the pieces he needs, like you said, this is a very winnable spot. Let's see if he has everything he needs to finish this.
So the sequencing here is going to be very interesting because, of course, you have Serendipity, you have Ultra Ball to potentially search for the Charizard. You don't want to draw the fire energy. That would actually be really bad. And there's the fire energy. So now, drawing that fire energy might have stopped Sebastian from pulling this off.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got 2 guaranteed cards. If you grab Rare Candy Charizard, I mean, look, the Ultra Ball's there, so you could have Charizard guaranteed. If you use one of the cards to search out Rare Candy and the other card to search out Briar, you don't necessarily have that. However, let's not forget that Lumineon V is in the discard pile. So Night Stretcher could guaranteed get that Briar from the deck, and then that means if the 2 cards searched out are both the Rare Candy and the Super Rod, then that means I think there's all the resources there. Let's see if Sebastian has what he needs to close this game out.
I think you had them all, right? You just need Rare Candy, Charizard, and Briar. And Sebastian had Quick Search for a Seal Stone and had the Ultra Ball for the Charizard. So I think he already had everything in his hand, and he needed the Fire Energy to be in the deck. The Briar is not prized, so he had everything. So using that Serendipity, could have made him not win this turn and might have to resort to a change of plans. Iono plus Radiant Charizard. And we're hoping for the Super Rod here or the Rare Candy. That way you can quick search for the other. No, the Briar is discarded. So that Serendipity ends up.
I mean, unless I'm missing something here, Pablo, right? The 2 cards were guaranteed. That could just be Rare Candy and the Super Rod. And then let's not forget, you could have used the Stretcher to grab back Lumineon to find the Briar.
Yeah, or the energy. So the Stretcher had to be energy. There was only 1 left in the deck, and you needed 2 for Charizard, right? So you Rare Candy to Charizard, you get the 1 from the deck, you Stretcher back the other one.
Either way.
Yeah,
either it's the Super Rod to put the energies back, right? You use that card since you have the guaranteed supporter with the Stretcher for Lumineon.
Yeah.
Or you grab it other way. The whole point is both those options were available, and instead Sebastian did the one option that didn't get him there at all, Pokestopping to just discard away that Briar. And yes, Charizard, Radiant Charizard can take this knockout, but now Jason's going to have multiple ways to win this game. Rare Candy Togekiss heads flip, a boss's orders or a counter. There is now a lot of options here for Jason to be right back in this game.
Now, it will be an Iono 2-2, so let's not count Sebastian out by any means, right? Iono 2-2 with no Goldengo in play, only the Pokestop to rely on. It's not going to be easy by any means, and setting up your Goldengo and Rare Candy Togekiss and enough cards to discard for a superior energy retrieval, which a single one is not enough. You need more than that because you need 1 energy to attach, 4 energy to discard to KO the Radiant Charizard or a counter catcher KO on Rotom. That's still asking for a lot.
Just a miss there for Sebastian. If he had, seen that line, saw it was possible, then this game is over and we're not even having a sweat going to this final game. Sebastian, of course, does still have what seems like control, actually not even going to play the Iono, just taking the knockout for the turn. And here we go. Actions on Jason. Pokestop still in play. We'll start the turn off with Pokestop. He's going to go ahead and slowly reveal them. There's the Night Stretcher. Okay, at minimum, that could get back the Goldengo EX and does also have a lot of other strong pieces. The Superior Energy Retrieval, the Radiant Greninja was taken off the prizes, and you can, of course, get the 1 remaining energy card thanks to Energy Search Pro. Look,
Energy
Pablo.
Search not so pro.
Energy Search mid, I guess.
Energy Search mid in this case.
I know the haters are loving this right now. So here we go for Jason. Does have the Dark Energy, and look, there's a combination of cards Jason can draw into to make this happen.
Yeah.
This is step number 1, right? We see the concealed cards. That's
huge.
Cypher Maniac.
That's counter catcher, right?
I think that might be everything. The question is there enough cards in the hand to discard with the Superior Energy Retrieval? I think there is. I think Jason has found what he needs to win this game, can grab the counter catcher and potentially even another Superior Energy Retrieval, and the Goldengo is guaranteed thanks to the Night Stretcher in the hand. I think he's got everything here he needs to close this game out and win game 1.
Yeah, because you can play 1 Superior Energy Retrieval, get 4 energies, and then you can discard 2 of those to get the 4 others. And then you have the knockout on that Rotom. I think we're going to see Jason be the winner here if he pieces everything out correctly, which Sebastian had to win last turn. Didn't do the right things at the right time, so now there's always that possibility, right? But let's see. Jason going to put the 2 cards at the top, Stretcher for the Goldengo, draw those 2 cards. You can see how, like, he's hesitating as well. Is that a Night Stretcher instead?
I think either way, he's got double S Superior Energy Retrieval. He just puts the Superior Energy Retrieval and the other card on top, as long as that should be there.
All right,
let's see everything. And as we've learned with this set, Pablo, nothing is over till it's over. So here's the Night Stretcher, draw 2.
It was a Nice Stretcher.
But
so
that's still going to be enough,
5
though.
energies.
It
It's
still
5
works.
energies. 4 from the Superior, has a Night Stretcher. That's 5 energies, counter catcher, KO Rotom, 200 damage. And that's going to be the game for Jason. Wins game 1.
What a complete flip. Sebastian had it right there in his hands. If he had, looked through that there, I have to wonder, he used that Forest Seal Stone so late. It's just, naturally habit for Charizard players a lot of the time to not have access to Forest Seal Stone so late. The only thing I could think is maybe Sebastian in his head is thinking that isn't an option for him at that point, because he was, again, 1 piece short, 1 piece away. This is the big thing here for Sebastian. He's not out of this set, but that has to be a big blow to your mental thinking about that game. And you see both players discussing what had happened.
And now let's take a look at all the action that happened in the first game. We have our replay ready. We had quite an interesting match here. I think we even did a little bit extra damage onto a Duskull discarding 3 energy. I'm not sure if I caught that right. But yeah, that hit on the Goldengo, giving your opponent a prize card, setting up the Briar play. Jason responding with that whole hand discard of 7 energy total, and then that energy draw off of the Fezandipity, and then the discard of the Briar just meant it was impossible for Sebastian to win in the previous turn, and Jason was able to piece everything out perfectly with that Superior Energy Retrieval, getting 4 energies, and the Night Stretcher and the Counter Catcher combining to KO the Rotom.
What a clutch way to win game number 1 as we shuffle up into game 2. Sebastian, of course, will have the option of whether or not to go first or second. Sebastian will once again go first. He was off to, a little bit of a slower start than usual with Charizard. Usually on that turn 2, you want to be having Rare Candy Pidgeot and Rare Candy Charizard to, at least put some damage on your opponent's side. Didn't quite have that option, so we'll see if he maybe adjusts his game plan to be a little bit more aggressive, or if he continues to prioritize that strong setup early on.
Now he knows exactly what he's up against, not playing it any safe. We see him putting the prize cards onto the side, like that's muscle memory, right? Like it's what you do for most of the rounds on stream. Of course, we put them on the camera so we can take a look and everyone can see how dreadful or how great those prizes can be. And we do see the Forest Seal Stone being prized even.
So here we go. We are getting into this game number 2. That was a long game 1, Pablo. 25 minutes off the clock. And I know both these players are hungry for a win. It's going to be no easy task for either of these players to close things out. We saw how close that first game was. I'm sure we're in for another treat. And definitely a nice sight here for Jason. Starting that Radiant Greninja will make his setup a lot more consistent.
Radiant Greninja, an integral piece for Goldengo decks. Now we saw a Duskull available, but not choosing to be benched by Sebastian. So interesting decision there, as we're going to see Jason, a handful of energies, almost like he used Energy Search Pro already. Debating whether to concealed cards first or Puffin first.
I think maybe he wants to just draw into some more basic Pokemon before taking them out of the deck with the Buddy Puffin. Not getting the best draws, just will be a Night Stretcher and what seemed to be a Manaphy. So at minimum, Jason will still have a solid turn, gets down these 2 Gimme Ghoul, and has yet to use that Pokestop. We saw how clutch that stadium was for Jason in that first game.
Don't think we're going to be seeing too much Togekiss action. Of course, setting up Togekiss is amazing, right? But it does require you to dedicate resources and search towards that. And sometimes you need it to win the game. Other times you don't, as we saw in the previous turn. So definitely need to focus on those gimme goals. And now with Sebastian not benching the Duskull, Jason knows that at least one of them, even if there is a Rare Candy Charizard KO, there's not going to be a threat for both of them.
And that's a very nice find off the Pokestop, getting rid of an energy. And Cypher Maniac's never the best, but it means you're going to have a full bench on this next turn. Sebastian can still threaten that turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard. It's always something to think about. However, if you're not getting Pidgeot set up and you prioritize being too aggressive, we can really see that come back to bite a lot of these Charizard players.
Oh, now we do see no third Duskull. We're seeing the 2-1-1 backup lines for Jason, giving him access to an extra knockout, possibly deny Pidgeot in the future turns with that Curse Blast from Dusknoir, and potential extra prizes with Togekiss. So Jason really trying to attack from all angles if possible.
Action back on Sebastian. What does he have he can work with here? Does have that Luminion V in the hand. Of course, it will be that Luminous Sign ability to search out any supporter card. And let's take a quick look through the deck. We haven't actually done a deck search yet. We see the Arven immediately brought to the front, and it looks like the Forest Seal Stone, a big piece for these Charizard decks to get set up early on, is in the prize cards. A devastating blow, especially if Sebastian wanted to put on solid aggression while not compromising his board setup this turn.
Yeah, usually you'd want the Forest Seal Stone and a Puffin, right? And then you'll troll for a Charizard, and you're able to attack whilst establishing your bench further. But that's not going to be the case. So now Sebastian needs to choose to either Puffin for more setup and then Rotom, use Instant Charge in order to get extra cards and get set up, or will need to dedicate this Arven into a Rare Candy, will be able to attack, but will not have the best backup situation for him.
So it will still be the Arven, does grab that Buddy Puffin, like you mentioned, and the Defiance Band will actually fill the bench up with both Duskull and Pidgey, so Pablo only leaving 2 Charmander in play. I wonder here if Sebastian could potentially pivot out this Charmander from the active spot, since that, can always be a scary concern if your opponent has a pop-off turn where they can use that Cursed Blast ability, knock the bench Pokemon out, and then attack the active and eliminate Charizard as a potential option the following turn.
Doesn't feel great to be a Charizard player starting your turn with no Charmanders in play, does it? Now, that is a lot of cards you need, right? You need an energy to retreat, enough energy to attack, a Goldengo, a Rare Candy, Dusknoir, but this deck does draw a lot of cards, so definitely could be possible.
Well, there's piece number 1, Rare Candy already in the hand. However, the rest of the hand is not looking too solid, just a lot of energy cards, Night Stretcher, so we're starting things off with concealed cards. Let's see if luck is on Jason's side. What does he draw into? It is the Togekiss, so has Rare Candy Togekiss. As it stands right now, that could also be a way for him to take 2 prize cards in this situation, get lucky, flip heads, but this turn is far from over. We'll see that Pokestop, it does get rid of a counter catcher as well as a nest ball. There's one big piece missing, and that's Goldengo currently from this hand.
Yeah, we were all rooting to discard a Goldengo so we could Night Stretcher it back. Interesting that the Earthen Vessel was not used to Thin first, in order to increase the chances of discarding a Goldengo, but we're going to see the Togekiss hit the board finally, so that Wonder Kiss ability is now online, except we're not going to see a knockout this turn.
So we'll still choose to play the Rare Candy, put the Togekiss in play. Wonder Kiss, such a scary ability. Even though there's a beautiful smile in the Togekiss, it is nothing but that is an evil Pokemon right there, allowing you to take extra prize cards if you flip heads when knocking out your opponent's active Pokemon. And there's actually a cool quirk, which is that if you knock out a Pokemon with Dusknoir in the active spot, that ability still triggers.
Also triggers, yeah, so you could get an extra flip that way for sure. Yeah, that Wonder Kiss ability, I really feel like it just came out. I feel like Togekiss within the next 2 or 3 years, when it's legal, we're definitely going to see more of it as time goes on, as we have rotations and new cards helping support it or helping set it up. I really think Togekiss is one that will make waves in the future.
Gives off, you know, Jirachi Prism Star vibes. That's
Yeah,
another card that didn't see play till the end of its lifespan in terms of competitive viability. Never count cards out in the Pokemon TCG. One expansion, one new edition can change everything. So Jason, you know, missing a beat back in return, not taking any knockouts, did, of course, get that Togekiss established. And we are starting things off immediately with a Pokestop. They have not been on Sebastian's side. Of course, his deck is not built to use the Pokestop that well. It's always a risk you take. You just hope you at least get some value off using a powerful stadium like Pokestop.
That's so rough because Sebastian could have also Ultra Balled for that Charmeleon, but now it's in the discard pile. Therefore, we need to Super Rod it back, but we know Super Rods are so crucial. We have to 2-row the Luminion just to be able to do something potentially next turn. So it's like we're playing a game of chicken here between both players, neither of them taking any initiative, not because they don't want to, right? Both players would love to be already swinging into each other. However, yeah, this is just difficult. It's not happening yet.
Feeling a little bit embarrassed by my Charizard pick right now, I must say. For
Definitely not being a powerful, mean dragon that we all expected to be.
Well, the Dragon's currently nowhere to be found here for Sebastian. We'll just take another turn to instant charge. Jason, do you finally have a Goldengo, something to make this work?
Nope.
Breathing in a big sigh. Gonna rely off another concealed cards. Do we finally see Goldengo? And we do see it, as well as that Cypher Maniac, which can be combined excellently with the Pokestop that's already in play.
We could actually see a 4-prize turn at this point if a heads flip happens with the Dusknoir. If that's set up and then a knockout on the active, Jason could put himself 4 prizes ahead at this point.
Yes, so of course, does also have the energy cards already on the Gimme Ghoul, so can attach for turn to retreat this Greninja, evolve into the active, and, you know, this Pokestop, I'm actually not sure if it's been used yet this turn, so... yeah, so the Pokestop has not yet been used. We're actually just going to see the coin bonus draw 2 before anything. So choosing to wait here to use that Cypher Maniac, potentially in combination with that Pokestop.
Another Cypher Maniac, really eager to be played. Now, if you put, for example, Rare Candy and Dusknoir, then you discard the Dusknoir, you have to dedicate a Night Stretcher back. It does seem like it's worth it, though. You could potentially be 4 prizes ahead by the end of this turn if you're Jason.
And it looks like that is exactly the game plan on Jason's mind. Additionally, you know, you could, now that Charmander has been replaced with the Lumineon, instead you could use something like the Rare Candy, or excuse me, you're going to want to use that on the active, of course, because we just talked about it there. You could always consider going after the Pidgey, but, you know, you got to take risks. Jumping ahead to a 4-prize lead would be, you know, almost insurmountable, even for a deck like Charizard. That's going to be very difficult.
I mean, you can, right? You can just Curse Bless the Pidgey. And there's your coin flip, and then just attack the active. And, I mean, you can't deny the possibility of Charizard, because there's 3 of them, but you can't deny your opponent the Pidgeot, which now they have, like, what, a 15-card hand? So I figured it's worth it. We'll see what Jason ends up choosing here. I couldn't tell exactly what the 2 cards were as we were discussing, so we'll have to see what happens.
Well, that's the biggest issue, right, is the Togekiss ability only works on the active
The
Pokemon,
active, that's
so
my bad. It's not as good as I thought it was.
Yeah. It's still a good ability,
Still
but
pretty
if
good.
it was from anywhere, right, Trifrost would just be ridiculous with that
Yep.
card. You just get to flip 3 coins, so... Here we go. Jason's going to play that second Rare Candy down. Here's the Dusknoir, and now comes the choice. We're going after the active. Here we go, Pablo. Big flips. Do we see a heads? Extra prize card. If so, tails, nothing else. It's a tails.
All right. 1 prize for each player. Not too bad, right? An even exchange. And now we're about to see the second coin flip. We do need to play a Superior Energy Retrieval, as we don't have any energy currently in hand. But yeah, I mean, decent attempt.
Yeah, I think the thought process here is, what do you want to discard? I feel like Nest Ball really doesn't have a lot of great value at this point. There's really nothing else to get now that you just discarded that Pheasantipity, but instead Jason's going to hold on to that instead, getting rid of the Counter Catcher instead. So Jason will have the energies needed to take this knockout, And we're going again. We are believing in Togekiss, or not, depending on whose side you're rooting for. Heads means an extra prize card. Tails will be the knockout as per normal. And here we go. Flip number 2. Do we see the extra prize card? The anticipation is building. It's a heads. That is why Togekiss is just so strong. Extra prize card for Jason. The entire dynamic has shifted as he is now just 3 prize cards away from ending out day 1 at 7 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw.
Jason, 1 knockout away from a Charizard EX, right? Sebastian might need to shift plans again and try to use Radiant Charizard just to prevent the possibility of him losing next turn. So very, very clutch Wonderkiss flip. And I mean, it was 2 flips, 1 heads, 1 tails. That's pretty fair, right? That's what you would expect to happen.
Yeah, about average, right? 50%, so nothing bad at all. You know, things could always shift both ways. We did earlier see 5 tails flips in a row. Now, I'm sure that's not something any player would want, especially with a card like Togekiss. We'll see what Sebastian can do. Don't count him out yet. He's got Nest Ball for Fezandipity, and with so many cards already in the hand, if Sebastian's got a plan, he can essentially execute it with all these resources at his disposal.
Yeah, the Radiant Charizard did get discarded off of that Pokestop. However, does have Super Rod, has Ultra Ball, so Sebastian playing with his whole deck in his hand pretty much at this point. Can do everything he needs, and I would definitely say Radiant Charizard has got to be the plan here. Otherwise, you risk potentially losing next turn.
Yeah, and there is a world, right, where, you know, a tails flip happens from the Togekiss. They knock out the Radiant Charizard, they stay at 2 prizes, and then the Briar play becomes a possibility again. So it is still a very winnable game for Sebastian, I'm sure. That now, after that first game, will not make any mistakes, trying to, of course, capitalize on every situation that he can. Pidgeot EX will finally be online, thanks to that rare candy item card, the bread and butter, the backbone of this Stage 2 Charizard deck. And now the next question, Pablo, what will the supporter card of choice be? You see that Arven being separated from the hand, can of course grab an item card, and that will be the choice here for Sebastian. What will he search after?
Eyeing up a Nest Ball in order to recover the Radiant Charizard, I'm guessing, after it's Super Rodded back into the deck. Yep, there's a Super Rod, there's the Radiant Charizard. Would like to see the Charmeleon. Maybe not. No, never mind. Charmeleon is not, you need to rare candy into Charizard this turn, so never mind. You don't need Charmeleon, you don't need extra Charmanders either. The game is going to be over pretty quick. You need to use those 2 Pokemon now. One issue that Sebastian could run into is the Professor Turo being gone could make it difficult to get that Radiant Charizard out of the active spot in case it survives.
So just enough energy cards in the deck here for Sebastian. A lot of those energies in the hand. So that Infernal Rain will accelerate 2 to the Radiant Charizard. And thanks to that Excited Heart ability, can just attack for 2 fire energy, enough to knock out Goldengo, thanks to weakness with its Combustion Blast attack.
We're probably going to see a follow-up of that on first stamp to attack Jason's hand, bring it down to a more manageable size, though also taking a look at what else we need to get rid of or thin. I could also see the Lost Vacuum being used to deny the Pokestop just to limit my opponent's options as much as possible, but we're going to keep that in play. We're going to value the use of it later down the line.
Yeah, sort of as the game progresses and more Pokestops are being used, you know, your opponent could get rid of all the other Pokestop from their deck naturally. So could just be, you know, that final straw on the final turn of the game with an Iono to try and disrupt Jason as much as possible from winning this game. It's still anyone's game, Pablo, as we're at just over 11 minutes left in this round.
There's a Lost Vacuum popping up again after the on first stamp, but you're right, yeah, limiting. I mean, right now with Goldengo's coin bonus ability, with Radiant Greninja, Jason will probably be able to recover whether there's a Pokestop or not in play rather.
So here we go. Sebastian responding in kind, taking the 2 prize knockout. We are tied up at 3 in terms of prize cards this turn. Jason has gotten rid of a few solid resources at this point. Did get rid of that 1 counter catcher. These are not a bad 3 cards to have, though. Does have Night Stretcher already in hand, a basic energy, and a Goldengo. And now Fezandipity comes down into play. Flip the Script provides so much consistency for Jason to refill the hand and get back into this game.
Fezandipity might be one of the most impactful cards in the game right now. That ability protecting you from disruption, right? That's its only job. Make sure that disruption hurts you the least possible. And we see how crucial it is. But if used in the wrong manner, it can be costly as well.
So there is the concealed cards. We have not seen any coin bonus be used yet. There is another Goldango in the hand that can be evolved to the bench. Let's see this Pokestop. Does get rid of the Irida, but does find, you know, Rare Candy, Lost Vacuum. At worst, those could always be cards you just discard with something like Superior Energy Retrieval. Not the end of the world.
We still have coin bonus from the bench and also from the active. Now, because the Professor Turo is right here, Jason, unless he suspects that there could be a Palpad, doesn't need to take a KO this turn. I mean, I think it's in his best interest if he does, but if he chooses not to, Sebastian would be forced, if he wants to continue with the pressure, to retreat that Radiant Charizard. That could be a little costly. However, it would open up the possibility for Sebastian to use Dusknoir, KO the Radiant Greninja, and then just KO for a game. So never mind, that seems like a terrible plan.
Yeah, just the fact that it's already dealing enough damage, even tied on prize cards, means it might not be the best approach here.
Well, but I guess you can't stop that anyways. Maybe force your opponent to have the energy for retreat and then try to find your boss to win next turn off the Wonder Kiss coin flip. Yep. If you take a knockout, Sebastian just needs the Dusknoir, right? Quick search for Dusknoir, that's it.
Well, that's the issue, right? Is if you flip heads here on
but if
Togekiss,
you
you go
flip
to
heads,
one
yeah,
prize
you're right.
card and you can't use the Dusknoir. I think the big question here is I don't even know if Jason has enough energy cards in the hand to knock out Radiant Charizard. Thanks to having 160 HP, would need 4 energy cards from the hand. And without a Superior Energy Retrieval, I don't know if we're there. Actually, we haven't seen the supporter be used for turn yet. It is that Cypher Maniac.
We just lost Vacuum the Pokestop. We have another one available, so yeah.
And look at that, still has all of those Superior Energy Retrievals left in the deck. Just, you know, energy is not going to be a problem here for Jason in this game. What could be a problem, though, is whether or not this Togekiss is able to, you know, use that Wonder Kiss ability to get Jason another prize card and, again, shut Sebastian down from some potential lines that could win him the game.
It could be heads I win, tails you win. It really could come down to that.
All right, we're going to see Energy Search Pro be used, so...
Or one energy again.
Energy
Search mid.
One energy. We did see one get discarded off that final card from the Pokestop. Are there enough energy cards available? I actually don't think there are, because the third card, the only one not guaranteed off Pokestop, was the Fire Energy. It means that this play has left Jason 1 energy short. He has been punished for doing this exact play. Trying to get use out of his A-Spec has potentially cost him a knockout in this game.
Yeah, instead of just going for the Superior Energy Retrieval guaranteeing, right? You definitely have plenty of excess cards to discard, so yeah, there definitely would have been more than enough to pull this off.
And all of a sudden, everything is just going completely back and forth. It is absolute pandemonium here in game number 2. I don't know how things are going to finish out with how this series has gone. We went from Jason potentially being a coin flip away from shutting down all the Dusknoir lines to now potentially not even being able to knock out this Radiant Charizard. I have no idea what is going on in this second game, Pablo.
And then if Jason doesn't take this knockout, right, as he just passed, right, now Sebastian needs 2 cards, Energy and Dusknoir. He does have the Ultra Ball, does have Briar as well, which is not necessary. I mean, that's a win. You just Ultra Ball for Dusknoir, quick search for the Energy, and that should be it, right? Unless there's a piece prize. I don't see the piece is being prized, so...
Is there an energy card in the prize cards? That's the big thing. Plays 4 energy and does have the energy card at the bottom, and is the Dusknoir in there? It is!
Yeah, there it is.
Let's see, Sebastian finds it here. There's the quick search for the Fire Energy and the Ultra Ball for Dusknoir. This has been a back and forth series, but one thing's for certain here, Pablo. We are going to a 3rd game. Thank you, Curse Blast. I'll take that extra prize card. You can take one too, but these last 2 prizes are mine. Sebastian will close out game number 2. We are going to game 3 here in round 9.
I think you can see the fatigue perhaps getting to both players, not getting that Superior Energy Retrieval here on Jason's side, and then the previous game, Sebastian trying to piece out everything, but drawing that crucial energy. And I mean, Jason just drew another crucial energy to not get that KO, right? So those Fire Energies being the last card each time has been pretty crucial for both players. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence indeed. We're getting into 6 minutes of this final round, and You know, this is a point in time where I think both players kind of understand the nature of the clock, understand what potentially might happen. And let's also make sure we don't forget those prize cards on the side there. Yeah, you're going to want to play with a 60-card deck. We still got time. With how this series has played out, Pablo, we could see a wild ending to this one, that's for sure.
Very little time left. Of course, both players are already in day 2, so a tie wouldn't put either of them out. But of course, 3 match points is such a huge difference when we have these shorter top 8s heading into the asymmetrical top cuts.
So we'll see the prize cards here. Nothing super relevant here, just a couple of energy cards. 2 superior energy retrieval. Not great here, of course, you know, on the right side. And we are going to just get into this third game potentially. It looks like we are just double checking something, making sure, you know, everything is okay between both of our players. We'll make sure, of course, we do have this game 3 set up in the best possible way. It looks like we were actually checking back on potentially an action that happened in the first game here, rather the second game after using Nest Ball for Pheasantipity. We'll have to, of course, make sure we figure everything out in this situation, but that is sort of, you know, one of the luxuries we have of playing these high-stakes matches on stream. We, of course, do have the ability to go back and replay, see some of the things that went down, and make sure everything has happened correctly in this third game.
Now, we just saw a very different game 2, I want to say. Like, both players missed attack for so many turns, right? Gholdengo wasn't able to get a Gholdengo. Charizard wasn't able to get a rare candy at all whatsoever because the Force Seal Stone was prized. So I would love to see a little bit more aggression in this game. Some more back and forth attacking between each other, because how many instant charges did we see in last game? Was it 4 or 5, I think?
Too many. I love Rotom, but that was too much for even for my heart to handle. We're not playing Block Lax out here. We should not be using that brother more than 2 times. But, you know, Sebastian did everything he could, and, you know, to the luck on both players' sides, some things going right, some things going wrong. You know, it really has been the memo of this series. These final turns, literally the last possible turn for both those players, just these small mistakes, these small margins of errors have costed them huge percentage points in the game. Essentially things not being wrapped up by any means. That second game, you know, it would come down to the Togekiss flip. You know, there's always the threat of Iono bring Charizard up, go ahead and find 8 energy. Nothing's ever guaranteed, but it makes things very difficult for things to play out. We'll hopefully get into this third game, figure out the whole resolution for this situation.
Yeah, very back and forth for sure. Like, both players were stalling out a little bit, and then once they got going, they didn't miss a beat in terms of their deck, right? The Pokestops were hitting, the Pheasantipities were great, but overall, those final, that final moment, right, which is very understandable. And I mean, we, from our top-down analysis, right, we have a broader view of the game, we have access to players' deck lists and whatnot, so there's many factors that come into this. And we are also very prone to making mistakes, right? We could be thinking something that, or maybe we missed something. We think that line is crucial with the Briar, and then it wasn't possible. Not so sure, right? So we're just trying to give the best analysis possible. But of course, things happening in the table can change within the second.
It's so easy, right, from our perspective. Yeah. We see everyone's hands. We see everything that's happening to objectively say, oh, this is the right play or the wrong play, or why didn't the player do that? But we forget it sometimes about all the other aspects that go into playing, right? Of course. The white noise, the pressure of being on stream. I mean, especially for some of these players, you know, Sebastian's been on the stream before, but this is Jason's first time coming on the stream. It can be a nerve-wracking experience, no matter, you know, how confident you are in your game plan or your deck. You now have to be judged by, you know, Twitch chat, YouTube, all the viewers. Of course, us, most important, right? Let's not forget about that, right? But, you know, being serious, it's a high-stakes environment, no matter how you want to look at it. Sometimes even, you know, top players who have been on stream multiple times say they still get nerves going on the stream and playing over and over again.
Yeah, and even on the stream, outside of the stream, like, it can happen at any moment. No one plays a game of Perfect Pokemon every single game, every single round. That's very, very difficult, almost impossible, right? So things are bound to get out of your control, perhaps. You forgot something, you missed something, right? If you're not taking notes, sometimes you can forget what you priced, right? I've definitely been in many situations where I play an S-Ball or an Ultra Ball, I'm just hoping the card isn't priced because I just don't remember if it was priced or not.
I don't think we can do that necessarily. I watched him take his headphones off and kind of looked in horror. We're in the middle of the match here, all right? We'll have someone bring some water over to you if you need something to drink. make sure these players obviously are hearing the situation out. Both will be seated. Figure out what the resolution is, again, to a spot like this. Everything was building up for that Game 3. I mean, this is truly a great display in Pokemon, how one decision, one mistake even, right, if you want to give it that objective term, can cost you games, can shift the narrative, and how what we've been preaching this entire weekend is the most important thing when it comes to playing Pokemon, at least currently. It's not the deck you play, it's not the exact 60 cards you play, but it's how well you understand what actions to take with your deck every single turn.
I wholeheartedly agree. There was actually a little bit of a debate online after I shared something, some thought similar to that. Like for me, it's 80% your actions within a game, 10% deck choice, 10% luck. A lot of players, especially some of the top players, disagreed, which I can completely understand. Like at the very top level, if both players are so evenly matched in their decision making that it's the deck list or the luck that ends up being a bigger factor, right? You can't control luck, but you can control the contents of your deck. So the contents of your deck can matter so much more at the highest level of play, right? Where every little detail makes a huge difference. But overall, if you're trying to get your first A2, if you're trying to improve as a Pokemon player, focus on your decision making. The deck lists, they're out there. We know the decks that win every single tournament. They're tournament proven. Run with that, right? And focus on your decision making. Focus on getting the little things right, and that's going to make a big difference.
Just decks now compared to times before, right? We've had some, tier 0 formats. We've had some formats where, it's a meta triangle between 3 different decks. We are truly in a unique time for the Pokemon TCG where players and deck builders have a lot of flexibility on how they want to play their deck. There's great items and supporters that allow multiple strategies to exist. And really that surrounds on a card that almost every deck is playing right now. Buddy Buddy Puffin just allows so much creativity to exist within the format.
Now, a big shout out to Emma Hagen from Stuttgart Regional. She was featured on stream. I loved her deck. It was Pidgeot, not Control. It featured Sylveon EX. It featured the Sparkling Crystal. It featured the Wellspring Ogerpon, Farigiraf EX. So all these sort of variety attackers being able to be utilized with the Sparkling Crystal and with Crispin out of the blue. That was a big deal. I loved that deck, and the round she played, both games were amazing. Like it looked like she was gonna lose, and she ended up winning very decisively by making these really clutch plays. So as you mentioned, Buddy Buddy Puffin, Quick Search allows for a lot of these decks to run a lot of one-offs and be able to adapt to many different situations.
And what better example of a one-of than A-Spec cards being reintroduced in the Pokemon TCG? There were a lot of thoughts on A-Specs all the way back in the Black and White era. We both, played through that. You, of course, more to an extent than I did. But still, seeing this second revitalization of A-Specs, how has your opinion been on those so far? What are some things that you've liked about how they've been designed and applied to decks in the Pokemon TCG?
So I really do think that one-off effects, right, such as A-Specs, such as the Radiant Pokemon, such as V-Star abilities or attacks, and GX abilities and attacks back in the day, all of those one per game effects really bring out skillful decision making, right? Of course, there's some extremely powerful ones such as Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia, which are borderline unnecessary for the game. However, there are many that are like, they allow for skillful deck building, skillful use and analysis of each situation so that you time it perfectly and you can get an advantage. You mistime it and then you're going to be in trouble. So all of those one-time use effects, where it's an item, supporter, stadium, energy, ability, whatever it is, they're so cool to add skill to the game.
We've seen great displays in both of these decks, right? Energy Surge Pro maybe not seeing the best usage, causing even some mistakes in some points. That third game, sometimes you see the pink card in that case and you think, I've got to get use out of this card. And, it really came back to backfire for Jason in that game. And, Sebastian's had that unfair stamp. There were some times where, he had to debate whether or not it was worth using it for the shuffle drawing effect or whether or not it was worth it just because he didn't need pieces. It was more important to disrupt his opponent. Effects like that are really interesting to see, especially when they're deck-specific ones. Specifically, you know, the Sparkling Crystal, one of them. There's, you know, very unique aspects that are not seen in a lot of decks. I mean, that's really the big one. We've got a lot of very general cards. The, you know, Secret Box, the Prime Catcher, Maximum Belt, I guess. Things that, you know, work against a variety of decks. But, you know, that kind of reminds me of the Victini Crystal, for example, or, you know, Black Kyurem had a special aspect for it too.
Genesect DX as
Absolutely, well, Dope G Booster, can't forget about that one.
Now, the downside, right, to these single item or single use cards, right? If it's an ability such as the V-Star or the GX, those are pretty cool because you can play 4 copies of the Pokemon that uses those abilities or attacks. However, when it's specific items such as Prime Catcher, such as Precious Trolley, when it's energies or tools like Sparkling Crystal, the downside to them being so cool and so powerful is that if you price them, all of the times your deck just falls apart, right? Like if you're cutting Puffins to just play Precious Trolley, 10% of the time you're not going to be able to set up. If you are playing one Energy Surge Pro instead of 4 Earthen Vessel, 10% of the time you're going to struggle to find energies out of your deck, right? So that's the one downside in terms of deck building of having these super powerful one-of cards. So maybe in the future we could have a double ace spec or half an ace spec, whatever it is, like a card that is limited to 2 copies. Therefore, it's consistent, it's powerful, but you can't play 4 of. I would love to see something like, or something that has like a rule that says you can play 2 in your deck, but if there is 1 in your discard pile, this one does nothing. So like that would be like a balance in terms of limiting the price effect, but still having a powerful ace spec sort of style card.
Interesting. You know, there's a lot of things that continue to be introduced in the Pokemon TCG. Let's not forget, you know, the little teaser we got at Worlds last year. We're going to be seeing partner Pokemon come back into the TCG. You know, I won't say how young I was when we last saw, you know, trader Pokemon within Pokemon TCG. But hey, you know, I guess the tag teams were the most recent example of that, you know, partners coming together, Pokemon trainers together. We'll see how that impacts the metagame. It already looks like we're going to have cool specific archetypes to those trainers Pokemon that are going to have a big impact, as all the new expansions do, but especially those at the beginning of the block to the entire metagame.
And I love how they gave Enzor just a trade ability, right?
Yeah.
Trade was so fantastic throughout a very long period of the game, and it's a few days from, well, a few months rather, from coming back into things. And yeah, I mean, if those were the revealed cards, I really have to wonder what, sorry, it's hard to concentrate with the players just acting out on stream.
Okay, hold on, we went for a 3-way tie. This is the real action right here. Are they gonna stop? Well, while we wait to see the conclusion to this rock, paper, scissors match, now we're playing patty cake. Okay, you know, I think it's time that we bring things back to us here. Things are getting a little bit out of hand. Of course, we'll wait for everything to get resolved between this match. I just saw patty cake on the Pokemon TCG stream.
I don't even, like, I'm so old, I don't even know what.
You've never played patty cake before?
I don't think so. No.
Is that like an American thing? Is that crazy to say?
I've never heard the combination of patty cake.
Chat, do you know what I'm talking about? It's like, you know, patty cake, big meat. Has no one ever heard of this before?
Not me.
That's crazy.
Not me. So, okay, how long ago were you in high school playing that?
Not in high school.
Or
this is
whatever.
Like this is something you do when you're like a baby, like a child, man. I thought you were gonna ask like, how long ago were you when you were a child? Like you're making fun of how young I am.
No,
I'm
not making fun. I'm asking, at what age do you normally play that?
5 years old, man.
Okay, well, I was 5 years old 30 years ago, so if I did play it, I definitely.
How will this affect the patty cake's legacy? That's the big question to ask.
I might be older than patty cake.
That is actually really interesting to think about. Okay. Yeah, I gotta let that one sit here. I never thought I could process that as a potential fact. You know, I guess things have changed. I guess Pokemon is not the only thing that's changed over the past 30 years.
I think so. Patty cake was invented. we got trade. We got GX attacks.
Looks like we're back to the stage here. Enough of rock, paper, scissors, and patty cake. It looks like we are reaching some sort of a resolution here as we focus back into this match. Of course, we are still reviewing what appeared to be an insufficient randomization after a nest ball was played before Flip the Script did draw some more cards. So it looks like things have been resolved. We'll get an official understanding of if there are any penalties or, you know, repercussions for either of these players. Let's just go ahead and check right now. Hopefully we'll get that informed to see where we're at in terms of the game. And it looks like Sebastian has been issued a 2 prize card penalty, for this third match. It should be 1-1, I believe. So hopefully we'll go ahead and adjust the score. We did see Sebastian still win that game, so we are in game number 3. And I mean, this is a big advantage here, Pablo. We do only have 6 minutes left on the clock, so I think if I'm Jason here, I'm going fast in the situation. You got to take advantage of whatever the circumstances are. It means that Jason will now need to take just 4 prize cards to win this game instead of the regularly required 6.
Yeah, that is a pretty big deal when you're short on time. Sebastian not even cutting the deck, so we're going to see Jason really hurry things up here, and we're going to see Sebastian, which, I mean, he won the previous game with Jason having 3 prizes remaining, right? So this doesn't put Sebastian out of the running by any means, as we're going to see a very good start for Sebastian with that raw puffin, the nest ball. Pretty good start here, and we're going to finish off with instant charge. However, that Radiant Charizard in the active, if it doesn't get KO'd, could pose a problem for Sebastian next turn.
And no supporter being played here. Sebastian's just going to fill the hand up, draw 3 with that instant charge ability, really looking for some sort of supporter. Let's see what Jason has to work with in the spot, and does have Irida. That's a great card to start things off, especially if we could see that Energy Search Pro finally get full use. And here we go, Pablo. This is what you draw up. This is how you dream of things going here with Goldengo. Using that Energy Search Pro, we're going to see how many energy this grabs. Of course, 1 of each type in the deck. It plays a whole array. Look at how many energies. Is that 8 total energies here? Let's do a quick count. That's still 6 energy cards. Does already have the attachment for turn. The big question here now for Jason, does he have Goldengo to start firing off Make It Rain attacks?
I believe he does. He does have that in his hand. Finding Energy is prized, and the other energy, the Darkness energy, is in his hand, or the Water. I'm not sure which type it is, but he already has those available, or that one available. So we're going to see a very big knockout. Need to see the Greninja into play before we see the concealed cards, but off to the races here. The only missing piece here, I guess, would be Rare Candy into Dusknoir, so that you can take 2 prizes and be essentially 1 KO from winning this game.
Yeah, you could even just knock out both Charmanders. That would completely or potentially eliminate the ability to make something happen. Now, of course, there is, you know, certain pieces prized. Now, let's not forget, both of those Gusting cards are in the prize cards for Jason. Did prize both the boss's orders and the counter catcher in this spot. So we're going to see that attachment for turn. We'll just go ahead and evolve into the bench Goldengo. And we'll see the rest of this turn get played out. Of course, can still draw some more cards. Does find that superior energy retrieval, but I'm not sure there's a Rare Candy and a Dusknoir in his hand.
No, there isn't. There is a Pokestop which could be utilized, but just going to go for the clean knockout here on the Radiant Charizard. 3 minutes on the clock. I think if Dusknoir gets established, time to get a Charizard knockout next turn or Rotom KO next turn, Jason could walk away the winner, but let's not count Sebastian out. We'll be able to establish Pidgeot here, I think, off of that Luminion, but can he also set up Charizard? He can. He already has the Pidgeot in his hand.
So here we go. Luminion comes down, grabbing the Arven. We are going quick here, Pablo. Filling the bench up for Sealstone, plus Rare Candy Pidgeot, plus that Quick Search and Star Alchemy means we'll see Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, or instead going to go for a disruptive aspect. Sebastian knows there's a lot of powerful pieces, including those energy cards in the hand. So Sebastian looks like is just going to play everything out, play the Super Rod, and then finish things off with an Unfair Stamp, and even going to play Counter Catcher on the Radiant Greninja to hopefully, if a Charizard EX is found, take a knockout in response and shut off concealed cards.
I would have loved to see that Duskull get brought up in order to take away the option of the Dusknoir next turn, so that Jason cannot win the game in case he's able to piece everything out together. Now, we could also be seeing Sebastian try to play to the tie, right? Knowing that there's very little time left and just trying to make sure that Jason can't attack in back-to-back turns by bringing up that Greninja. Now that that Energy Search Pro is gone, finding energies again could be problematic.
Does not find any ways to get Charizard EX into play, though. Of course, would need the rare candy as well. Does have that Force Seal Stone, but would need either the rare candy or the rare candy or the Charizard in hand. The fact that there's neither of those pieces means that this Force Seal Stone really cannot be utilized as well as it should be, is instead just going to hold on to it for the time being and end the turn with another instant charge. We have seen a potentially record-breaking amount of instant charges this game in terms of how many Sebastian has used.
1 minute on the clock, and Jason really thinking things through, trying to piece everything out. Does have a Cypher Maniac in hand, so can utilize that to just get more resources out, get whatever he might want. Even Rare Candy Dustar potentially to just take a single knockout this turn. I'm guessing he wishes he had played down the Pokestop right about now.
Pokestop would definitely have been a solid card to get. Maybe there's a world where that is one of the 2 cards you could grab in a spot like this. Does have the Night Stretcher, so can draw into these cards thanks to the Concealed Cards ability. And I think it's just thinking right now, what do I want to get in this spot? Is this going to be the rare candy and potentially another card? Didn't quite see what that looked like here. I think we're just debating exactly what's happening in this spot, thinking about grabbing the Night Stretcher instead here. Jason really is just not sure what these 2 cards are supposed to be in this spot.
I mean, under time pressure.
Oh,
and,
not in the hand, not in the hand.
Yep, not in the hand.
Yeah.
We see a lot of energy, right? Superior Energy Retrieval and Rescue Stretcher. Time has been called now, so Jason will be turn 0.
I can push to the 4.
I think players are just discussing at this point to see what they can do to win this game. Jason, of course, does have the ability to only need to take 3 more prize cards to win this game. So here we go, gonna play out this entire turn. So we'll see Night Stretcher into Concealed Cards. That finds 2 pieces, but I mean, what is the plan here at this point? We can play another Night Stretcher to get another energy to retreat. So now we go into the Goldengo. Radiant Greninja stays in play. And now we can at least use some coin bonus abilities. So hey, you never know. Could get lucky in a spot like this. Drawing 2 cards off the first coin bonus. Does have a second coin bonus ability. So as things stand right now, not 2 cards.
It's just 1. It's just 1. That top card.
Not how we want to see things end here. See a difference in play, drawing an extra card. This game 3 has just been madness back and forth. We could potentially see now both players playing to see who gets to take 4 prize cards before the other.
Yeah.
There's so much to digest here, Pablo.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a double price penalty as well, then Sebastian does have 2 turns, right? Jason is turn 0, Sebastian will be turn 1, then turn 2, then turn 3. If he gets 2 prizes, that could be how Sebastian wins. So, I mean, even playing field, I guess.
Wow. This has not been an exciting game in terms of action, but in terms of things that should not be happening in action. This is part of the nature of competitive Pokemon TCG. You know, both players, you've got to, see from their perspective, it's got to be a nerve-wracking situation. There's a lot of pressure. I mean, especially if you haven't been on stream before, if you're in Jason's spot. It's so easy, right, to say, how could you do that? How could you draw an extra card? But
we've all done it. We've generally all done it. From Genesect's ability, Goldengo's ability, Radiant Greninja, Comfey, like you get used to the Fezandipity draw 3, or you see 1 less, or you Comfey 2 into your hand. Like, this happens to absolutely everyone, whether you're in stream, whether you're not on stream. So, yeah, like, and whoever says this has never happened to them, they're lying.
So we'll have to resolve yet another judge call at this point. So we're really bringing you on through the ride here for this third game, excuse me. So there's a lot to take into back. We're now making sure that we'll get the correct judge ruling on what appeared to have been an extra card drawn. And we saw it from the camera angle. We'll have to confirm, of course, that both players did see the card and how everything ended up working out. And then from there, I mean, look, as it stands right now, Jason is going to be turn 0. So both players will still have 2 turns to play this game out. And if we're playing it first to 4 prizes instead of, first to take 6 prizes in this case, there's a reasonable path to victory for both of our competitors.
We're playing Turbo Pokemon here.
I never like to comment on the nature of prize penalties because, they do give large advantages and skew what would normally be a very different game of Pokemon. But I don't necessarily know if it's a bad thing to say, but for the purpose of stream, to have as close of a game as possible for Game 3, you know, you sometimes got to see the light when, you know, it's a little bit cloudy up in the air. And at minimum, it means that, you know, there will still be a lot on the line for this game, and there will hopefully be a winner between both of these players. I'm not even going to put any money or any predictions on either
at
because
this point it's anyone's game.
Truly anyone's game. I am just so looking forward to seeing exactly what happens. We haven't, of course, seen the attack yet from Jason. We do know that, you know, there will be one more card, so I believe if he wants to, could use that superior energy retrieval to, at minimum, take the knockout on the Charmander.
Yep.
That would put him to just 2 prize cards remaining that he needs to take to win the game. However, how do things change, you know, when he gets Iono down to 4? Let's remember, you still will get the 4 cards off Iono. Or if he gets unfair stamped, for example, Charizard comes up.
Well, but the unfair stamp was played the last turn.
Well, that's true, though.
Yeah.
Unfair stamp was played, so that's not an option. Wow, wow, wow. We are truly in for a treat once we get back into this action. It's going to be a good one.
It's really back and forth here. And yeah, I mean, Jason was heavily favored. Now, we don't know what the penalty is or will be. However, if it does put both players in even footing, then it's anyone's game. And it's interesting because in game 1, we saw Sebastian very decisively take a 3-prize turn, setting up game for next turn, and lost that game. In game 2, we saw Jason take a 3-prize lead on the second turn, flipping one heads off of that Togekiss, and still lost that game. So is it whoever gets ahead loses?
It feels like we're playing the Giratina mirror match out here at this point. I can't help but think back onto that set where it felt like at Portland Finals, every player that looked like they were going to win the game just ended up, you know, finding a way to lose. That's just, you know, the exciting nature of the Pokemon TCG at times. We'll see how things play out. We'll see who is our victor and who will potentially be advancing to 7-1-1 here in Toronto.
Now, I mean, I know this is like both players have made silly mistakes. It's just these things happen. You know, it's unavoidable. When there's so much on the line, where there's all this pressure, and like 3 extra match points heading into day 2, like it's so huge, right? Heading into day 2 at 7-1-1 instead of 6-2-1 puts you very much in the running to make that top 8 after another 4 rounds. So a lot to play for here still.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage. We'll have to see. Of course, there will be 4 Swiss rounds tomorrow. So after the 13 combined total rounds, we'll see how everything plays out. And we'll see what that, you know, match point threshold will be to make top cut. We do have an asymmetrical cut, so sometimes we see some weird things happen during the final Swiss rounds. Players decide to, you know, instead of having to win to make top cut and not play, you know, that extra round, if they tie, they make the asymmetrical portion of the top cut. And if they lose, they're out of top cut altogether. You know, you really get to see sort of what players' goals are depending on what they do in certain spots. And a lot of it also depends on, you know, the players, the matchups, the factors that come with playing the Pokemon TCG.
And there's, like, we've seen or heard of some situations, especially over in Europe, where a tie in one match could lead to like a 28-person asymmetrical top cut. So I feel like that's gonna happen eventually. It'll be fun to see, right? That's more rounds for us to cast. That's more Pokemon for us to play.
And here we go. We have confirmation that there are now DPL double prize losses on both players' sides. We are now playing first to take 4 prize cards in this series. So let's not forget, Jason is currently turn 0, I believe. Unless things have changed at some reason, it looks like now the judges are indicating that Jason is currently turn 1. I see a 1 next to his dice. Unless I'm missing something, Pablo, I believe time was called.
Could be that it's 1 remaining turn after this one, and then it's 2 remaining turns.
Interesting.
Still, could be. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll get confirmation on who is turn 0 and who is turn 1.
So it looks like
this is turn 0.
So turn 0 currently is Jason. So as things stand, does have that superior energy retrieval, has brought back 4 energies to the hand. There's not much else going on, but at minimum, Jason will go down to 2 prize cards at the end of this turn. So there we go. Jason finishing off turn 0 will go down to just 2 prize cards left in order to win this game. Though it does show 4, let's not forget, both players have a penalty. And now it's on Sebastian. Cannot win the game this turn. There's no world where he can take 4 prize cards with how things stand, while also, of course, letting Jason not win the game, because you can't use 2 Dusknoir's Curse Blast abilities if your opponent's going to go down to 2 before you are. However, there's still plenty of disruption he can apply. That Charizard EX can be put into play. Don't count Sebastian out.
Yep, Sebastian does need to find that Defiance Band or utilize Dusclops, as you mentioned, in order to get this KO. So it's gonna come. It could come down to Jason trying to piece out a knockout with 7 energies with Goldengo next turn. If Sebastian tries to play it a little bit on the safer side and tries to use Radiant Charizard this turn, then there's a possibility that it would be an easier knockout for Goldengo, but in order to win, would need to get Rare Candy Dusknoir to KO any of the bench. Well, that Duskull rather, it's the only Pokemon that can get KO'd. So it's another possibility. You're asking your opponent for 1 less card, right, in terms of total cards, 4 energies, Rare Candy Dusknoir, that's 6. Against Charizard, it's 7 energy total. But in order to get 7 energy, you probably need double Superior Energy Retrieval at this point in time.
So Sebastian does have the Charizard, did find that off Ultra Ball, thanks to Charmeleon being in play last turn. No rare candies needed. We'll see Charizard be able to come into play and power anything up. And, you know, we see it's going to be the Nest Ball searched off the Quick Search ability. Now Charizard coming into play means you can go ahead and power up this bench Charizard on the bench, while also getting an energy onto Charizard EX. We are flooding the board with energy cards and essentially putting Jason on a clock. Jason's going to have to find a way to, like you said, either use that Rare Candy Dusknoir in combination with Make It Rain for 200 damage, or some way to use Boss's Orders and have a total of 5 energy cards in the hand to knock out either of those benched 2 prize Pokemon.
Yep. Now, one big issue right now for Sebastian is that he did prize 1 energy and did prize the Night Stretcher. So finding that extra energy for Charizard will require a Super Rod and a retreat of that Radiant Charizard and almost a Quick Search. So this could be difficult to piece out, even if he manages to stop Jason from winning next turn.
I think the thought here for Sebastian is, do you want to commit this fire energy? And we haven't seen it be commit from the hand yet for turn. So here we go. I think this is just really the last big decision for Sebastian. There's no Stadium in play, no reason to play Lost Vacuum. Does still have the Forest Seal Stone. Let's not forget that. There could be a world potentially here where Sebastian could consider, you know, if there's a Dusknoir or Rare Candy in the hand, you could, you know, Rare Candy the Dusknoir and not use its ability, so that way your opponent can't Dusknoir your Duskull on the bench. I'm not sure that's quite an option. Sebastian will use that V-Star power, so I wonder here what card he's looking for.
Does seem like it's going to be Rare Candy Dusknoir to put your Dusknoir, your Duskull rather, out of range of their Dusknoir, meaning Jason can now only find that Boss's Orders plus a Superior Energy Retrieval to win the game. Finding that 1 copy, you can't Cypher Maniac for it, right? You just have to hope to draw it between concealed cards, between coin bonus, between Pheasantipity. It's not going to be easy.
You know what would be a lot easier, Pablo? If he took it off the prize cards. That was the card he took in combination with Superior Energy Retrieval. Really? Those were the 2 prize cards taken here for Jason. If he has everything he needs, let's look. Is there the boss? Am I missing it here? Does he not have the boss?
I see a Cypher Maniac.
No, it was the boss taken off the prizes. Is that correct?
Like, he only took 1 prize card last turn. It was probably Iono to the bottom or on first stamped away after he took it.
And this is a spot here where, is there a way to potentially shuffle the deck? We'll start with this concealed cards. Finds the Lost Vacuum. What's the second card? It's a Night Stretcher. I don't know if that's going to be the pieces that Jason needs in this spot. This is the big question. And look, even the counter catcher being taken could have potentially also worked in this spot, since you could counter catcher just to activate, or excuse me, Rare Candy Dusknoir just to activate that counter catcher. Here we go, big coin bonus here. What do we find? Finds the Boss's Orders, the exact card Jason needs to close this game out. Coin bonus coming in clutch. And that means Jason will win this long game 3 and advance to 7-1-1. What a clutch draw there for Jason to close things out.
That double prize penalty coming in clutch for Jason. Put a lot of pressure towards the end of the game. You can see how happy he is at getting that win. You have to feel for Sebastian missing out on that Briar Blade. I mean, I would love to ask him about that, right? Like, did he have the pieces or not? Because that Fezandipity, like, it's almost muscle memory. You draw with Fezandipity in automatic pilot, right? But then finding that energy didn't allow him to self-power up with the Charizard.
My brain is short-circuited, Pablo. I don't know what's happening anymore. That was probably the most fitting way for that series to end. Boss's orders off the final 2 cards that could possibly been drawn. Drew it off the prize cards a turn early, but it was importantly that superior energy retrieval. So those 2 cards did end up being the perfect 2 cards out of the prize cards that Jason needed to take in order to close the game out, and found them at the opportune time.
And now, speaking of closing out, I do believe we have our fellow casters in the lounge to help us run down this day 1 here at Toronto Regionals.
Thanks, Pablo and Ethan. Yeah, what an end to a long day. You can tell it has been a long day for everyone involved, but we got through it. 9 rounds of Swiss down. We've got 4 more rounds of Swiss coming up tomorrow. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the lounge by Shelby, Boo, and Kyle Sablehouse. And what do we think? What about Toronto day 1? You guys got any favorite moments, any highlights of anything that happened today? That last match?
I mean, that last match was long, that is for sure, Chip. That was a last match indeed. I think I really enjoyed the first match that Kyle and I casted together today. That was pretty cool to see Regigigas back again after more than a year of being away. So that was pretty wild.
Yeah, he had shelved it for 20 months and then just brought it back, took out the scoop up nets and found a couple other resources. It's a fun deck to see. I enjoyed Crab Facts.
Crab Facts.
Crab Facts, you know, and maybe we'll get more Crab Facts in day number 2. I think that's something audience should be looking forward to tuning in for tomorrow.
Yes.
And the other things to look forward to tuning in for tomorrow, of course, is our day 2. Let's take a look at some of the players who have made it into the second day of competition, who we're going to be keeping our eyes on as things continue forward. Of course, up at the top there, we see Grant Shin, Lucas Zing playing it out in that last round, both 8-0, best friends, playing the same 60.
Wow.
And Grant Shin was the one who came away with the victory, 9-0. The best you could start at a Pokemon Regional Championships.
What a cool story to have as well.
Yeah, once again, we also see some great players. Kieran Farah representing, finally, potentially this big breakout moment in Toronto that he's been looking for. Hasn't been able to do just that, but also see some great Canadian representation, our round winner that we just had on stream, and then of course Cyrus Davis there as well. Some great players all around here.
Also Jackson Ford there, coming off of a top cut finish at the Latin American International Championships, another Canadian player. So many people are going to be looking forward to seeing tomorrow. Looks like Ed Rickard made it into day 2 as well with that Blood Moon deck.
There you go.
You guys ready to see more of that one tomorrow?
Mixed emotions.
One of 3, right? That were played.
It was a deck that rose up, you know, a little group decided to play it, and it was a very interesting one, without a doubt. Of course, let's take a look at what time everyone will need to be tuning in tomorrow to our broadcast. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. That's local Toronto time. Be sure to tune in to catch all of the action tomorrow here at the Toronto Regional Championships. And of course, Toronto is the regionals we're focusing on now, but we've had plenty so far, and we have a ton to be looking forward to as well throughout the rest of this season. Just a month away from the San Antonio Regional Championships, a couple of months away from our next IC over in London. Boo, do you have any of these tournaments that you're especially looking forward to?
Oh yeah, San Antonio. I used to live there and I haven't yet casted one, so that would be really cool to go to. So yeah, looking forward to that one for sure.
Absolutely. And of course, we want to remind everyone as well that the Unite December Finals is broadcasting tomorrow. Be sure to tune in to that Unite Finals match for the December. It'll be 9 a.m. UTC, a.k.a. 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Kyle, you going to wake up early to watch it before we work?
Set my clock right now, buddy.
I'm sure you're ready to be tuning in. And of course, we cannot forget as well, with the holiday season, us casters are getting into the spirit. We have a cookie decorating contest. I've already decorated my cookie. Have you guys gotten on yours yet?
I think I'm banned after my Halloween one, so I'll see if they'll let me play.
Yeah, well, I have not.
Be sure, well, you've got to get on it because tomorrow we're going to be determining which of the casters has the best cookie decorating skills. I am not looking forward to showing off what my cookie ended up looking like. And of course, be sure to stay up to date with everything we have going on throughout the entire rest of the year. Pokemon.com/broadcast. It's going to be the page you want to bookmark, the page that you want to be heading to always see when our next tournament will be broadcast, what time it starts, who's casting any of those given events. And be sure as well you are following the channels here. If you're watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, be sure to follow, ring those little bells, make sure that you never miss a single one of our broadcasts so you can stay up to date with all of the Play Pokemon action. Boo, Kyle, it's been a great day. Number 1. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in day 2 here in Toronto. We'll see everyone back here tomorrow morning.
Getting in the holiday spirit indeed. We're here in Toronto. Somewhere else.
Oh!
Research.
Wow!
That's a little better here.
It's chilly outside, but things are certainly heating up here.
Casey, you gotta flip 1 heads in this spot. No way!
Tails in a row. Also limiting their ability to see these cards again.
What?
Triple energy discard. That's 6 energies.